The child isn't yours. The test results show none of the 4 children share your DNA. In other words, none of them are your biological children. Are you sure? If you have any doubts, you can always retake the test. Beiyye walked out of the paternity testing center like a man who had lost his soul, clutching 4 reports in his trembling hands. The staff's words echoed in his ears like thunderclaps, one after another, threatening to drag him into an endless abyss. His hollow eyes stared at the papers. Black ink on white paper, it felt like they were mocking him, laughing at how Head raised someone else's wife and children all these years. What a massive green hat couldn't even fit in a truck. Why? Why did this happen to me? He sat in his car, furious, slamming the steering wheel. He wanted answers. He had cherished her like treasure, protected her with his life. And now they were telling him those weren't even his kids? His chest tightened as if crushed under a boulder, making it hard to breathe. Slap. With a furious growl, he flung the 4 reports onto the passenger seat, hair standing on end as he started the engine. With a stomp on the gas pedal, the car shot forward like a bullet. What did I ever do to deserve this betrayal? You stabbed me in the heart. Scene after scene from the past 30 years flashed through Beiyye's mind like a movie reel. After failing the college entrance exam, he left home to make his way in life working as a waiter, a chef, a delivery rider, a courier. While others were still drowning in confusion and anxiety, he built his own company from scratch, earning millions. He climbed from the bottom step by step, eventually entering high society. He had long since shed the image of being just a good guy. The memories sped faster, and outside the window, skyscrapers blurred into streaks. Crash! The black car smashed through the guardrail and plunged off the bridge, crashing into the rushing river below. Buzz! Beiyye felt himself sinking rapidly into icy water. His arms flailed wildly, his breath became ragged, and then his ears went numb before darkness swallowed him completely. Hurry, save him. Beiyye, what are you grabbing for? A shrill female voice pierced his ears, and bright lights swirled in front of his eyes. I can't swim. Save me. Beiyye stretched out his hand desperately, grasping what felt like a lifeline. Wait, this feels soft. He forced his eyes open, dazed. Before him stood a graceful young girl, glaring at him with both anger and embarrassment. She wore a blue and white short-sleeved top, her smooth, fair arms slightly swinging. Her lips were plump and glossy, her nose delicate, her eyes bright and alert, lashes fluttering with every blink. Lina, you gave me the green hat, and now you're coming after me yourself? Beiyye sprang up, raising his hand to slap her. Smack! But before his hand could rise, he felt it pushed aside. Beiyye, you pervert. Just because I rejected your confession, you dare grope me? Lina swung her tiny fist toward his chest. Beiyye caught her wrist, his face cold as ice. You gave birth to kids who aren't mine, and I. He didn't finish his sentence. Something was off. This wasn't the Lina he knew. She was wearing a high school uniform, and he was standing on the playground of Chijo High School. Beiyye shook his head violently, trying to clear the fog in his brain. Had he been saved? But hadn't he driven off the bridge into the river? Or was this a rebirth? Impossible. Such clicked, ridiculous plot lines couldn't possibly be happening to him. Lina eyed him warily, stepping back quickly, afraid he might try to grope her again. Beiyye narrowed his eyes, suspicion flashing across his gaze. She was the girl Head loved silently for 3 years, his unattainable goddess. When he confessed right before college entrance exams, she rejected him. That rejection shattered his confidence and led to his failure in the exams. Later, when she went to university, he followed her to the same city, chasing her for 4 more years. Just when he realized there was no hope and decided to give up. Suddenly, fresh out of college, she came looking for him and proposed marriage. The good guy Beiyye thought his sincerity had finally won her over, and they married in haste. Afterward, he worked day and night to build a future for their family, only to discover later that none of the 4 children were his. So he was the fool all along. Anger boiled inside him. His clenched fist hovered above her face. Just as he was about to strike, Lina ran off. Give up, Beiyye. He'll never love you. He watched the girl in the uniform run back to the classroom. Still dazed, he spotted a woman in a yellow dress walking toward him. He blinked. He stared at the gentle curves swaying beneath her dress. Wait, nothing? There was no overwhelming scenery where he expected it. Wasn't Rebirth supposed to come with superpowers? X-ray vision? Mind reading? At least a system? Why didn't he get any of that? What was the point of being reborn like this? He would rather die in the river than face this cruel reality again. One life was already miserable enough, why suffer through it once more? Like people online say, this world is great next life, am not coming back. Me neither. So why am I back? Frustrated beyond reason, Beiyye wanted to scream at the heavens. Beiyye, why aren't you in evening class? What are you doing here? The woman in the yellow dress approached and shouted his name. He recognized her now, Li Yuhong, his former high school homeroom teacher and math instructor. She was around 35 or 36, strict on the outside but kind-hearted within. Back then, when he failed the college entrance exam, she even called his home and suggested he retake the exam. Based on his scores, he could have gotten into at least a second-tier university. But after getting into a vocational college, he gave up entirely and left for the city to work. Now, seeing her approach, Beiyye smiled politely. I was going to the restroom. We'll be right back. Hurry up, Li Yuhong said. Your math and English are dragging you down. Only 60 days left, study harder. Beiyye nodded deeply, touched by the concern. Maybe this time, things could be different. Maybe he could live a better life. Volume 1, Chapter 2, starting from zero. Beiyye's brain raced as he made his way toward the high school classroom using memory alone. In his previous life, he'd worn the green hat. This time, he wouldn't allow it. If anyone was going to wear the green hat, it would be someone else. Pure love warrior? Honest guy? Sucker boyfriend? Who wants to be that can go ahead? He was going to be the bad guy. Lina? You just wait. Bro, how'd it go? Did Miss Lina accept your confession? As soon as Beiyye sat back at his desk, the bespectacled chubby boy behind him leaned over, curiosity lighting up his face. Beiyye turned and studied the teenager before him. How did you get fatter again? The chubby kid rolled his eyes. What kind of question is that? Well, have I ever been thin? This was Wang Quan, Beiyye's best friend since junior high. From middle school to high school and beyond, they'd kept in touch. When Beiyye hit rock bottom financially, Wang Quan took him in for 2 months, providing food and shelter despite his own tight budget. Beiyye never forgot that kindness. Even in his 30s, Wang Quan remained single, eventually resorting to blind dates only to be rejected due to his weight. Later, he committed to losing weight and actually saw some success. Beiyye pinched the soft flesh on Wang Quan's round face. You should really lose some weight. Otherwise, you won't find a wife. Wang Quan swatted his hand away indignantly. Let me diet after the college entrance exam. I've got 3 whole months. It'll slim down like lightning and shock everyone. Beiyye chuckle had heard that line too many times. Wang Quan patted Beiyye's shoulder. Well, how'd it go? Did Miss Lina accept your confession? Nope, Beiyye replied, scanning the room to refamiliarize himself with the environment. The red countdown on the blackboard read, 66 days until college entrance exam. Wang Quan grinned upon seeing Beiyye shake his head. I knew it. There are so many guys after her. How could she say yes to you? If word gets out you confessed, some guys might start waiting for you at the school gate or the restroom again. Wang Quan warned, clearly concerned. High school campuses had plenty of so-called Big Brothers alpha types who loved chasing girls. They always had 1 or 2 lackeys trailing behind them. Anyone who showed interest in their girlfriend would be met with fists. These leaders liked pretty, smart girls, exactly what Lina was. Beiyye understood Wang Quan's concern. Back then, he was known among teachers as the honest kid. Beiyye tilted his head, watching Lina leave, then smirked at Wang Quan. It's not that she rejected me, it's that I found her too small. He curved his fingers and mimicked grabbing something. Y prefe 36 de. She's only 34B. Doesn't interest me. Wang Quan gawked, stunned. Could it be that getting rejected had driven him mad? What the hell is wrong with you? He muttered. They'll take you to see Sister Hong. The psych ward should still be open. Have you gone insane? Beiyye scolded, pinching Wang Quan's chin and forcing his mouth shut. I need to study. You should focus to aim for a second-tier university instead of ending up in a vocational college again. Beiyye grabbed his textbook and flipped through it. He thought revisiting high school material after 11 years would feel unfamiliar. But the moment he opened the book, old memories surged back like a tidal wave. The academic knowledge hadn't vanished, vivid recollections flooded his mind. Thankfully, he didn't have to start from zero. Combined with his high school knowledge and 11 years' worth of advanced experience, this rebirth gave him a real edge. English used to be his weakest subject, math wasn't great either. But now, he didn't worry about English anymore. Back in his past life, his secretary was an English major, and she helped him learn the language while dealing with foreign clients. Foreign languages mattered, he had actually enjoyed learning them. Beiyye picked up an English test paper to gauge his level. His sharp eyes scanned the text. He easily understood the reading comprehension. Looks like passing a first-tier university wasn't impossible. Tsinghua, or Peking University. Now he didn't have such ambitions. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, the first evening class ended. Beiyye stretched his arms and yawned. Ah, satisfying. Beiyye, what were you doing calling Lina out earlier? A boy in the same uniform appeared beside him out of nowhere, his tone full of accusation. Beiyye turned, eyeing him calmly. Those eyes, filled with stories, bored straight into the younger boy, making him instinctively take a step back. The student's innocent gaze flickered with unease. Beiyye had spent years navigating the harsh realities of life, good and evil, light and shadow. He was no longer that naive, honest kid. Who are you? Beiyye searched his memory quickly and found a match. This guy had also liked Lina back in high school, but he never confessed. Instead, he served as a henchman for a gang leader from another class, reporting Lina's movements. Beiyye remembered him leading a few lackeys to corner him in the restroom once. Back then, bullying wasn't even labeled as such, he just endured it silently. He couldn't remember the guy's name, too much time had passed. Don't play dumb with me, the boy snapped, puffing out his chest. You'll regret this. Beiyye blinked innocently that sounded oddly familiar. Isn't that exactly what low-level thugs in movies say before getting beaten up? Bring it on, punk, Beiyye said casually, shrugging. Do you still think I'm the same pushover you can bully? At the thought, his eyes drifted toward Lina's direction. Soft and untouched. Still potential for development. Volume 1, Chapter 3. This problem is exceedingly difficult. I cannot solve it. Lina sensed a gaze fixed upon her from behind and tilted her head to glance back, only to find Beiyye rudely staring at her. Following his line of sight, she looked down, a surge of anger and embarrassment flooding her. What a rogue. Nana, what are you talking about? Her desk mate, Jia Yuan, caught her murmuring and, unable to discern her words, inquired with curiosity. Nothing much. I was just contemplating whether to adopt a little puppy after the college entrance examination, and I shall name it Lumao. Lina discreetly cast Beiyye a disdainful glance before turning to face Jia Yuan, concocting a casual excuse. Jia Yuan twirled a pen in her hand and remarked, I still prefer kittens. By the way, what did Beiyye call you out for during class? Did he confess to you? Upon broaching this topic, the gossip queen Jia Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, causing her to forget the half-solved math problem. No, he has no such courage. As Lina spoke, she couldn't help but sneak a sideways glance at Beiyye. She felt that he had changed somewhat. Previously, he had been rather taciturn, as the teachers would say. Not even a fart could be coaxed from him. Yet tonight, not only had he confessed to her, but he had also grabbed her soft flesh. In the past, Lina would undoubtedly have reveled in boasting to Jia Yuan about yet another confession she had received, marking yet another instance of rejection. However, this time she found herself reluctant to share with Jia Yuan. Should her big-mouth friend discover that Beiyye had groped her, the entire class would likely find out. Or perhaps even the whole school. Upon hearing Lina's response, Jia Yuan adopted a knowing expression. I told you he wouldn't dare. With his personality, which girl would be fond of him? Lina chose silence, picking up a pencil to doodle on a blank sheet of paper on her desk as she began recalculating her math problems. Beiyye had already averted his gaze, dismissing the earlier threat posed by the boy. Having been reborn, I shall not allow you to bully me again. Wang Quan's chubby face suddenly reappeared from behind. Beiyye, Wang Jinyuan is surely off to find Yinning. If he learns you have invited the campus belle Lina out alone, he will undoubtedly bring people to confront you. Beiyye organized the useless test papers on his desk and inquired, Wang Jinyuan? The one just now? Are you still pretending not to know? Wang Quan, exasperated, delivered a playful punch to his shoulder. He.S. Yinning spy from Class 7, primarily tasked with monitoring Lina. The moment a boy approaches her, he reports back. A sudden thought struck Beiyye. If this were in the past, wouldn't such behavior be akin to that of a spy or a traitor? High school students were now playing at covert operations. Disregarding him, a mere traitor, how much turmoil could he truly incite? Wang Quan's finger hovered in the air, momentarily doubting whether these words had truly originated from Beiyye's lips. When did you become so resolute? When have I ever been weak? Beiyye reflected on his timid high school days, then replied, When I stand firm, my strength is formidable. The societal rule of survival of the fittest reminded him, the weak fear the strong, and the strong fear those who are reckless. Beiyye's later awakening, which allowed him to navigate into the upper echelons of society, was predicated on a single word, madness. If you exhibit weakness, others perceive you as easy prey, eager to suppress you at any given opportunity. He jested. Why would he dare to jest with those powerful figures, yet feel compelled to jest with you? Just one standing firm could lead to a decisive shift. Thereafter, that person would be too intimidated to joke with you again. When I am not smiling, speak to me earnestly. During evening study, Wang Jinyuan indeed returned. He specifically approached Beiyye to inform him, don't leave after school. Ninga wants to see you. Your brother is not my brother. Am I supposed to seek him out for a paycheck? Beiyye teased. casting a knowing glance at Wang Jinyuan. Have you ever bought him a set? What? Be more proactive next time. Perhaps he will let you listen in at the door. Just as Gu Bei finished speaking, the sound of their homeroom teacher, Li Yuhong, echoed down the corridor. Wang Jinyuan had no time to inquire about Gu Bei's words and hurried back to his seat. Gu Bei revealed a sardonic smile. This fellow could both bend and endure. If applied in the right context, he could indeed be an asset. Despite harboring feelings for Lina himself, he was willing to act as another's informant. However, this could also be seen as a strategic maneuver. If he noticed anyone getting too close to Lina, he would inform his big brother, allowing Big Brother to eliminate the competition. Using others as pawns? Gu Bei considered this possibility, feeling a newfound respect for the individual. Li Yuhong stood silently at the podium, her sharp gaze sweeping across the classroom. Though she was not particularly old, her authority as the homeroom teacher was palpable. The students affectionately referred to her as Sister Hong from behind. Gu Bei observed the mature woman at the front, discreetly appraising her as she spoke. Sister Hong still possessed an undeniable charm. Seemingly aware of Gu Bei's scrutiny, Li Yuhong gracefully approached him, her small heels clicking softly against the floor. Gu Bei's fingers, clutching a pen, remained fixed on the mathematics exam paper before him. If he could gain an additional 20 points in mathematics, perhaps he could secure admission to Jiangxing University. Jiangxing was a city he knew intimately, even more so than his hometown, Qizhou. The years following the college entrance examination were spent striving in Jiangxing, including establishing a family and launching a business, all within the city. Li Yuhong passed by Gu Bei's seat and cast a glance at his desk. Noticing him grappling with a mathematics problem, she halted her steps, arms crossed. Li Yuhong pointed to the last multiple-choice question on the test paper. Review the problem once more. Gu Bei raised his head, looking at Li Yuhong over the peaks of his papers, and replied in a subdued tone, I can't solve this question. It's too difficult. Their gazes met, and for a moment, Li Yuhong was taken aback. Come to my office. I'll teach you, she proposed. He readily agreed, seizing his paper and following her without hesitation toward her office. He understood that to swiftly enhance his mathematics scores, he needed to tackle numerous problems and master various solving techniques, which undoubtedly required the guidance of a mathematics expert. Li Yuhong was the most suitable choice. Wang Jinyuan, observing Gu Bei departing with the homeroom teacher, felt a pang of anxiety. Could he be reporting to the teacher? If Li Yuhong were to inform his parents, it would spell disaster. Gu Bei entered the office and instinctively moved a vacant stool closer. Noticing Li Yuhong's cup was empty, he promptly turned to fill it with hot water, remembering to brew some honeysuckle tea beside the water dispenser. Drink up, he said. All right, let's discuss the problems. Li Yuhong responded, raising her delicate brows, sensing a shift in Gu Bei, but choosing to say nothing further. Volume 1. Chapter 4. What do you understand by the term night? Have you comprehended the question? Yes, I have. Gu Bei was relishing a one-on-one tutoring session with teacher Li Yuhong in the office. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the evening self-study session had elapsed. Li Yuhong lifted the teacup from the desk, her red lips gently encircling the rim as she took a delicate sip. Turning back, she prepared to continue explaining the final complex problem to Gu Bei. At that moment, a teacher seated by the window rose slowly and approached. Teacher Li, I just received a notice. The homeroom teachers are required to attend a meeting now. All right, I'll be there shortly. Li Yuhong set down her teacup and glanced at her wristwatch, revealing a barely perceptible hint of annoyance. Just as she thought the end of the workday was approaching, another meeting was called. Where had they been all day? Working tirelessly for over 10 hours, and yet they still needed to convene. The plight of the working class is indeed challenging. Li Yuhong mused, her expression composed as she turned her gaze back to Gu Bei, intending to let him leave and resume the final problem tomorrow. At that moment, a girl entered, clutching a test paper. She walked directly to the desk of the male teacher. Li Yuhong observed her placing the math test on the desk, and as the girl prepared to depart, she called out to her, halting her steps. Xia Waner. The girl turned at the sound of her name, looking towards Li Yuhong. Li Yuhong recognized her as the math representative of Class 1, a student who consistently scored full marks in every math examination. I'm in a hurry for the meeting. Could you assist the student with the final problem? Sure, came Xia Waner's response, her voice ethereal and clear, reminiscent of a gentle breeze in the mountains, bringing a refreshing sense of tranquility. Gu Bei could not help but glance back at her. The girl stood approximately 1.68 meters tall, with an enchanting visage, an oval face, and eyes beneath thick brows and lashes that sparkled like clear springs. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded down her back. Most striking to Gu Bei was her figure, which, despite being concealed by her oversized school uniform, still conveyed an alluring silhouette. To put it in contemporary terms, her physique had developed precisely where it ought to. The girl gracefully approached Gu Beiyye and, after Li Yuhong's departure, took a seat opposite him. Xie Wanner did not look at Gu Beiyye, her gaze fixated on the test paper before her. After comprehending the problem, she quickly formulated a solution strategy and lifted her head, ready to explain. Only then did she notice the boy across from her staring intently at her. "Your name is Xie Wanner? What a lovely name." Gu Beiyye's words slipped out, and he felt an immediate twinge of awkwardness. Such a cliche method of flirting. Xie Wanner nodded, dispensing with any superfluous dialogue and directly commencing her explanation. Her delicate, fair fingers grasped a pencil, gracefully inscribing notes on the paper. Her elegant handwriting mirrored the gentleness of her voice, tinged with a hint of playful pride. "Did you understand?" Xie Wanner inquired, embodying the role of a miniature teacher. The explanation was remarkably detailed, with the speaker occasionally glancing at Gu Beiyye's reactions. Only after confirming his comprehension did they proceed to the next step. Gu Beiyye nodded in response, and when faced with confusion, he would voice his inquiries. For the aspects that puzzled him, Xie Wanner patiently clarified until he fully grasped the concepts before advancing further. A single complex mathematical problem was discussed for a good 10 minutes before it was deemed complete. Gu Beiyye lifted his gaze to the clock hanging on the office wall. The evening study session was nearing its conclusion. "Which class are you in, Wanner?" he inquired. "Class 1, Xie Wanner replied, only then realizing that Gu Beiyye's reference to her as Wanner felt rather intimate. Gu Beiyye shrugged nonchalantly. "What a coincidence. I'm in class 4. If I were in class 1, I could consult you about math problems anytime." Classes 1 to 4 were all located on the ground floor. The two exited the office together, parting ways at the stairwell on the first floor. As Gu Beiyye entered his classroom, he cast a candid glance at Lina's seat. Compared to the previous girl, Lina still lacked a certain allure. He wondered who was blind enough to deem her the school beauty. Not long after Gu Beiyye returned to his seat, the time for the end of the evening study session arrived. Before the bell had even finished ringing, several boys had gathered at the classroom door, their attention fixated on Lina, keenly observing her every move. Witnessing this scene, Gu Beiyye couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He recalled that these boys would secretly follow Lina home after each evening study session, self-styled as the Dark Knights. Gu Beiyye himself had once been steadfast in such foolish antics. As long as he was escorting her home, direction mattered little. In retrospect, it truly felt like an embodiment of a love-struck fool, having packed his backpack. Gu Beiyye eagerly prepared to leave, yearning to return home to see his youthful parents. He called out to Wang Quan and made a swift exit through the back door. Wang Quan, still struggling to secure his backpack, hurried after him. "Hey, Yigu, aren't you being a knight tonight?" "A knight, of course, but not tonight," Gu Beiyye replied, draping an arm over Wang Quan's shoulder. "Do you know the difference between a true knight and a false one?" "What is the difference?" Wang Quan asked. His curiosity piqued. "A true knight rides a real horse, preferably a magnificent white one. Add a little whip, and the sound of its gallop is something to reminisce about. Of course, there are distinctions among horses as well, categorized into golden horses and white horses. Golden horses are merely for show, not rideable." Gu Beiyye was aware that, given Wang Quan's current understanding, he would not yet grasp the implications of his words. However, it would not be long before Wang Quan would come to an intuitive understanding. Often sharing study materials with Gu Beiyye, they stepped out of the teaching building. Students clad in uniforms, their backpacks slung over their shoulders, surged in groups towards the school gates. In the pitch-black night sky, a few scattered stars flickered, casting their distant glow. Gu Beiyye spread his arms wide, inhaling the air rich with the essence of youth, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is truly wonderful." Wang Quan, observing Gu Beiyye's slightly neurotic demeanor throughout the evening, tugged at his arm. "Hurry up. Once Wang Jinyuan and the others come out, they will surely block our way. What is there to fear?" Gu Beiyye replied nonchalantly, yet he quickened his pace significantly. He understood the truth that one could evade the initial encounters, but not the inevitable confrontations. Gu Beiyye was not afraid of their obstruction. He merely wished to avoid any conflict with them tonight. It was the first day back, and nothing was more important than returning home to see his youthful parents. Following closely behind Wang Quan, they reached the bicycle parking area. After retrieving their bicycles, they burst through the school gates and pedaled furiously in the direction of home. "Hey, slow down. Wait for me." Wang Quan gasped, his clothes drenched in sweat, with his belly jiggling with each pedal. Gu Beiyye glanced back at him. His pace unwavering. "Pick up the speed. Get moving. Say goodbye to your flap." He deliberately accelerated. relishing the exuberance of youth while also hoping to motivate Wang Quan to shed some weight through cycling. Volume 1. Chapter 5. The Taste of Home. Gu Bei returned to his neighborhood, surveying the familiar surroundings as the silhouette of a youthful figure gradually receded under the street light. In the distance, the neon lights shimmered. The eastern part of Chizhou City had only recently been designated as a new urban area, with large-scale infrastructure projects yet to commence. He dismounted from his bicycle and hurried into the elevator, taking 2 steps at a time until he arrived at his doorstep. The familiar door came into view, and the environment seemed to awaken memories within him. All recollections of home quickly became vivid. I have returned, all is back. In his previous life, having failed to gain admission to university, he had watched as his parents awkwardly smiled at the celebratory gatherings of their friends' children. Despite their envious glances, they never reproached him. Standing at the threshold, Gu Bei inhaled deeply, steeling himself with a quiet resolve. This time, he would undoubtedly bring pride to his parents, allowing them to hold their heads high and boast about their son in front of relatives and friends, becoming the ideal child. "Mom, I'm back," he exhaled slowly, mustering his emotions before knocking firmly on the door. Inside, his mother, Li Wenjing, soon called out, "Have you forgotten your keys again?" With water stains on her hands. She opened the door. Gu Bei embraced his youthful mother warmly. "Mom, I've missed you so much. Such a little rascal, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Li Wenjing teased him. The former Gu Bei would never have uttered such sentimental words or initiated a hug. "Where's Dad?" Gu Bei glanced around the room. The 100-square-meter 3-bedroom apartment still felt familiar, as though it had been unchanged since he could remember, with its simple DSOR and tidy furnishings, untouched for decades. Li Wenjing returned to the kitchen, standing by the stove as she continued to prepare dinner for him. "Your dad is at the store. I'll take his meal over once I finish cooking." Li Wenjing had opened a small convenience store outside the community, aptly named Wenjing Convenience Store. Her daily routine revolved around managing the shop, stocking, selling, and inventory. His father, Gu Mingqing, worked as an ordinary employee in a state-owned enterprise. Though his salary was modest, it provided stability. "Eat first, and then review your studies. The dishes are on the table. I'll clean up when I return." Li Wenjing brought a steaming array of dishes to the table, then re-emerged from the kitchen with a thermal container in hand. "I'm heading to the store now. Focus on your studies." Without waiting for Gu Bei's response, the sound of the door closing signaled her departure. Seated on the living room sofa, Gu Bei absorbed his mother's earlier instructions. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air, reminiscent of the long-lost essence of home. He picked up his chopsticks, his gaze fixed on his favorite ribs. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he felt a constriction in his throat, as if something were lodged there, making it difficult to breathe. Gu Bei gazed up at the ceiling, pausing for a moment before delicately lifting a rib and placing it in his mouth, savoring each bite. Years later, regardless of the opulent hotels he might visit, he would never again encounter a flavor quite like this, one that belonged exclusively to his mother, Ms. Li Wenjing. After finishing his meal, Gu Bei meticulously cleaned the dishes and returned to his bedroom. On his desk lay 2 game controllers scattered haphazardly, alongside a collection of DVDs featuring films and music. He promptly stashed these items away in a cabinet and locked it, tossing the key out of the window to the ground below. In discarding the key, he was not merely relinquishing a physical object, but bidding farewell to the past. Once he had tidied his room, Gu Bei retrieved a book from his backpack and began to study. Time slipped away unnoticed until he heard the soft footsteps echoing from the living room. He turned to glance at the door, his gaze falling upon the clock inside his bedroom, which was about to strike midnight. His parents, Li Wenjing and Gu Mingqing, had just returned home from their shop. Noticing the lights streaming through the crack of Gu Bei's door, they were careful to minimize any noise, concerned about disturbing his studies. After a brief tidy-up, Li Wenjing turned off the living room lights and accompanied Gu Mingqing back to their bedroom. "Why do I feel like Xiao Yu is acting a bit strange today?" Li Wenjing expressed her unease to Gu Mingqing, who was preparing to retire for the night. He paused momentarily, then replied nonchalantly, "What seems off? Did he get into trouble outside?" "No, it's just that he feels different from before, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Perhaps you're being overly sensitive. He's about to take the college entrance examination. It's natural for you to feel anxious too. Now get some rest. Tomorrow we must rise early," Gu Mingqing said, pulling the blanket over himself and falling silent. Outside, the full moon hung high in the sky, and the bustling city was reduced to mere flickers of neon lights. The light in Gu Bei's room remained aglow, illuminating the determined features of the young man within. In the past, he had burned the midnight oil for gaming. Now, He toiled for the dream of attending university. Only those like him, who have endured the harsh realities of life, understand that studying is, in fact, the simplest endeavor. Beiyye continued to study for over 2 hours. It was only after 2 in the morning that he finally lay down, preparing for sleep. He stared up at the ceiling, yet slumber eluded him. His gaze drifted to the poster adorning the opposite wall, depicting his favorite basketball star. Clad in a purple and gold number 24 jersey, he executed a graceful jump shot, exuding confidence and charisma. Particularly resonant were the words, "Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning? I do every morning." In 2013, the big boss was still dominating the court. Who could have anticipated that, beginning in 2020, he would embark on a journey to another realm? Beiyye vividly recalls his initial reaction upon encountering that piece of news. His first thought was one of disbelief, suspecting it to be mere gossip. He wonders how many others shared his sentiment, hoping for a public denial. Alas, the news was indeed true. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Beiyye succumbed to a deep slumber, experiencing an unusually restful night. The following morning, in the tranquil stillness of dawn, the abrupt sound of an alarm clock shattered the silence. Beiyye jolted upright in bed, his eyes wide as he surveyed his surroundings. The room remained unchanged from the previous night. He quickly leaped from his bed, disregarding his slippers, and rushed to the mirror behind the door. In astonishment, he locked eyes with his youthful reflection. Yesterday was not a dream, nor had he been transported back in time. He had been apprehensive about awakening to find himself in the year 2024 once more. "Xiaoyi, it's time for breakfast. Don't be late," called out Li Wenjing from outside the bedroom. Beiyye promptly responded, "Coming, Mom." He hastily freshened up, donned his clothes, and made his way to the living room. Upon seeing the breakfast spread of eggs, milk, and steamed buns, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Li Wenjing emerged from the kitchen with a plate. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing Beiyye already at the table, she quickly smiled and cautioned, "Eat slowly. There's no one competing with you." In the past, it would take 3 calls to rouse Beiyye from slumber, yet today, he had risen at the first call. After finishing his breakfast, Beiyye lifted his gaze and spotted Gu Mingxing exiting the bathroom. "Dad, you look particularly handsome today. You should exercise more." Gu Mingxing slicked back his hair with his fingers, retorting, "What do you mean by particularly handsome? Your old man has always been dashing. Indeed, comparable to Chow Yufat." Beiyye exclaimed, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he headed for the door. "I'm off to school. Bye, Mom and Dad." With a resounding bang, the door closed behind him, prompting Gu Mingxing and Li Wenjing to exchange a knowing glance. "I believe you may be onto something. That boy is certainly acting a bit strangely. With such sweet words, could it be that he's truly gotten himself into trouble?" Volume 1. Chapter 6. Do not delay my progress. Beiyye rode his bicycle out of the community and soon spotted Wang Quan waiting by the roadside. A large meat bun was clamped between his teeth, while tea eggs and soy milk hung from the handlebars. His gaze was fixed on the direction from which Beiyye was emerging. "Wang, let us go." Beiyye waved his hand as he passed Wang Quan. The two of them pedaled towards the school. The morning breeze caressed the youthful faces of the boys, tousling their hair. Beiyye inhaled deeply, savoring the vibrant essence of youth that filled the air. His young body radiated vitality. "Your school bell is ahead," Wang Quan said, gripping the handlebars tightly and nodding towards the front. Beiyye followed his gaze and indeed saw Lina riding a pink bicycle ahead of them. "Not to mention, she is quite ample. No wonder she can bear 4 children," Wang Quan remarked. Unclear about what Beiyye had said, Wang Quan shouted, "What did you say?" "I said, she has quite a generous figure, perfect for childbearing," Beiyye replied loudly, completely disregarding whether Lina would overhear him. As soon as his words fell, Lina turned to look at him, her face revealing unreserved embarrassment and anger. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome guy like me?" Beiyye pedaled furiously, swiftly passing by Lina. His eyes casually swept over the delicate collarbone revealed beneath her fair neck. Fuming, Lina smacked her handlebars in frustration, causing herself pain. Tears nearly welled up in her eyes. "Beiyye, you're infuriating." Her indignant voice was carried away by passing vehicles, failing to reach Beiyye's ears. Watching his retreating figure, Lina pursed her lips, nearly biting down on her small steel braces in irritation. Wang Quan caught up with Beiyye and glanced back at Lina. "Why didn't you greet the school bell? Or are you in a hurry to buy her breakfast?" "Buy her breakfast?" Beiyye tilted his head, pondering. It seemed he had indeed done such things in his past life. Reflecting on it now, he couldn't help but scold himself internally. Fool. Was I really that cheap? Cheap? What do you mean? Wang Quan's innocent eyes were filled with endless confusion. Gu Bei offered no response and accelerated towards the school entrance. Qizhou Middle School. Entering the school building, the sounds of recitation filled the air, echoing with fervor. As the saying goes, among the sounds of wind, rain, and study, the latter is the loudest. Gu Bei opened his English vocabulary book, abandoned. Before long, Lina entered the classroom, glaring fiercely at the seat occupied by Gu Bei. "What are you looking at?" Gu Bei remained silent, shaping his lips to form the words one by one. Finally, he extended two open palms, mimicking a pinching gesture. Lina naturally understood his implication. It was precisely how she had been caught the previous night on the playground. "You!" Lina exclaimed in exasperation, stamping her foot and slamming her backpack onto the desk with a resounding thud. Jia Yuan, unaware of the unfolding drama, approached in a daze to offer comfort. "Nana, what's wrong?" Before Lina could respond, three boys stormed in through the doorway with a whoosh. The leading boy, holding breakfast in his hands, leaned in with a sycophantic grin. "Nana, I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's warm." In a fit of anger, Lina snatched the breakfast from him and hurled it to the ground. The sudden commotion startled not only the boy but also the rest of the class, causing the previously noisy chatter to abruptly cease. The entire classroom fell into a profound silence. Lina widened her beautiful eyes and glared at the boy with disdain. "This is our classroom. Who permitted you to come and go as you please?" Besides her beauty, Lina was the class monitor of the senior class. Seeing her genuinely angry, the boy scurried out of the classroom, tail between his legs. The other students, witnessing the rare sight of the school beauty losing her temper in public for the first time, exchanged bewildered glances. Gu Bei, however, appeared unfazed, continuing to peruse his English vocabulary list. "Is this how it begins? I was merely testing the waters." The minor commotion was swiftly forgotten, and the other students returned to their intense preparations for the impending college entrance examination. Wang Jinyuan re-entered the classroom, striding directly to Gu Bei's side, boasting, "Ninga wants to see you. Just because he says he wants to see me, I should drop everything? Who does he think he is? Tell him I'm busy. If he wishes to meet, he should schedule an appointment a day in advance." Gu Bei paid no mind to Wang Jinyuan's reaction, continuing to focus on his studies. It mattered not whether he was the elder brother or the second. As long as it wasn't the elder sister-in-law seeking him, he had no time to spare. "If you hinder my university prospects, can you shoulder the consequences?" Wang Jinyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if encountering Gu Bei for the first time. He could hardly believe such audacious words were coming from his mouth. "Do you even realize who you're speaking to? And do you know who you are?" Gu Bei's voice was low yet filled with authority, leaving Wang Jinyuan at a loss for words. "Get lost quickly. Don't impede my progress." Wang Quan, seated behind Gu Bei, witnessed the entire scene unfold. When did Brother Yi become so imposing? Not even regarding Yin Ning and demanding an appointment? Wang Quan was filled with perplexity, harboring serious doubts that the Gu Bei before him was the genuine article. Has he been possessed? "Brother Yi, do you realize the consequences of offending Yin Ning?" What a surprise, his father is the principal. No, his father is not the principal. However, it is said that he is engaged in business and their family possesses considerable wealth. Wealth is certainly a boon. My only concern is that he may be lacking in it. Gu Bei revealed a charming smile, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Should he dare to confront me directly, I would willingly immerse myself in the fray. The first pot of gold after my rebirth, has it not been delivered right to my doorstep? Just last night, Gu Bei was pondering ways to earn money. Others who have been reborn have relied on lotteries, ventured into stock trading, or even engaged in World Cup betting. In his previous life, he paid little attention to such matters. Who has the leisure to memorize lottery winning numbers? He did dabble in stocks later on, but he always entrusted the trading to professional brokers and had little direct engagement himself. Wang Quan sensed that Gu Bei's fearless demeanor was not a mere fade. He couldn't help but ponder this briefly. His ultimate conclusion, it must be love. After Gu Bei's failed confession to Lina, he experienced a profound emotional and spiritual blow, leading him to sudden enlightenment and a detachment from worldly concerns. This is how it is often portrayed in television dramas. Volume 1. Chapter 7. The final examination. In the 2 classes following the morning reading session, the English teacher organized an examination. In his words, these question types are essential. If they were not included last year, they will certainly appear this year. You can wager on it. The wager was, a calendar would suffice. Gu Bei completed the test with great confidence. If his estimations were correct, his English score should surpass 140. This was a remarkable improvement of over 40 points compared to his previous life, where he barely exceeded 100. After the second class, The boy who delivered breakfast to Lina that morning reappeared at the entrance of Class 4, Senior 3. Wang Jinyuan approached him and gestured towards Gu Bei, muttering, "Ning go." That's Gu Bei. He was the one who invited Sa out last night during self-study. I suspect Sa was irritable this morning because of him. Yan Ning followed Wang Jinyuan's finger and caught sight of the dashing Gu Bei. In the next moment, he swaggered into the classroom with an air of confidence. Gu Bei, preparing to leave for the restroom, found his path obstructed by the newcomer. Yan Ning, standing at approximately 175 centimeters tall, with slightly darker skin, scanned the more than 180 centimeter tall Gu Bei defiantly. What were you doing with Lina last night? Gu Bei met his gaze with a dismissive expression. In the evening, with a lone male and female on the playground, what else could we do? Of course, we indulged in what one might desire. Do you have any objections? If you wish to observe, I shall invite you next time. Yan Ning, witnessing Gu Bei's brazen demeanor, felt as though he was contending with an even wilder spirit than himself, the corners of his mouth twitching. His puzzled gaze shifted to Wang Jinyuan, as if to question, didn't you say he blushes when talking to others in class, that he is an honest student? Have you ever encountered a well-behaved student who speaks in such a manner? Wang Jinyuan appeared equally innocent. I have no idea. Perhaps he has consumed some miraculous elixir that has altered his disposition. Yan Ning, having witnessed many grand spectacles, maintained his composure despite being momentarily taken aback by Gu Bei. Yet, he still had to project the demeanor of a big brother. You have quite the audacity. Last night, you were fortunate to have escaped. Tonight, don't expect to run away. Gu Bei shrugged nonchalantly. I'll be waiting for you this evening. It would be best to bring more people along. As a prominent figure in the school, Yan Ning's presence naturally attracted the attention of his classmates. Gu Bei's exchange with him was not concealed from anyone. The students around them cast curious glances at Gu Bei's remarks. Lina was also quietly observing the conversation, but with Gu Bei and Yan Ning surrounded, she could not discern their expressions. Jia Yuan, with her keen ears, absorbed every word of their dialogue into her mental database. Especially when she heard Gu Bei asking Yan Ning to bring more people, a look of astonishment graced her face. Nana, what transpired between you and Gu Bei last night? Surely, doesn't he intend to provoke Yan Ning intentionally? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble? Lina remained silent, as she too was baffled by Gu Bei's intentions. Was it truly as Jia Yuan suggested, a reaction to her rejection of his confession? Had his mind become unhinged? The teacher has arrived. A voice echoed from the classroom entrance. Upon hearing this, Yan Ning swiftly departed with his entourage. The onlookers dispersed just before Li Yuhong stepped inside. Wang Quan hurriedly entered from outside, exhaling heavily once he confirmed Gu Bei was unharmed, taking a moment to regulate his breathing. When he noticed Yan Ning approaching Gu Bei, he maneuvered his substantial frame towards the office to find Li Yuhong. Are you all right? Gu Bei patted Wang Quan's back, assisting him in catching his breath. Speak only after you've composed yourself. No one is competing with you. Li Yuhong stood at the podium, her expression grave and her gaze penetrating. Instantly, the classroom fell into a profound silence. This was the imposing presence of a homeroom teacher. Just her mere presence and silence intimidated the students into holding their breath. The deeper the silence, the more terrifying it became. The calm before the storm was the most unsettling. Look at how few days are left. The more you learn now, the more points you can score on the exam. A single point can be the difference between a bachelor's and an associate degree. Are you still fooling around? Once the college entrance examination is over, you may do as you please. Nothing will concern me then. But for now, all of you need to behave. Li Yuhong crossed her arms and slowly approached Gu Bei, tapping her fingers lightly on his desk. You come to the office. Gu Bei set down his pen and rose to follow Li Yuhong out of the classroom. Sister Hong, I need to visit the restroom first. Li Yuhong waved her hand, indicating he could go. Watching Gu Bei turn the corner at the stairs, Li Yuhong raised her brows and made her way to the second-floor office. Since last night, she had sensed a change in Gu Bei. The once timid boy who barely spoke above a whisper now dared to approach her with questions, even referring to her as Sister Hong in her presence. Li Yuhong was aware that the students privately called her that. But Gu Bei was the first to address her directly in such a manner. Upon reaching the office, Gu Bei assured Li Yuhong that there was no conflict with Yan Ning, seeing no signs of deceit in his demeanor. She reminded him to inform her promptly if any issues arose before allowing him to return to class. The day's lessons unfolded much like any other, with the majority of the curriculum having shifted away from introducing new material as the college entrance examination approached. Beyond revision lies only practice. During the first evening self-study session, the English teacher distributed the morning's exam papers. This test's difficulty was nearly equivalent to the National College entrance examination. Some students who usually appeared diligent performed disastrously when confronted with actual examination. As I always say, you may feign diligence, but results won't partake in your charade. Naturally, certain classmates have made remarkable progress, their daily efforts evident. The entire class sat with bated breath, heads bowed in nervous silence. None could discern whether they belonged among the praised or the pretenders. After delivering her remarks, the English teacher employed a tactical pause before commencing distribution. Zhang Wei, 96. Li Chang, 110. She called names in ascending order of scores. The earliest recipients endured her razor-sharp gaze, as though undergoing some surgical purge of incompetence. Wang Quan, 130. Not bad this time. Maintain this. Soon only 3 papers remained on the podium. Lina, 141. Jia Yuan, 143. As English class representative, Jia seemed dissatisfied despite her high score. Had I not changed that answer, my initial choice was correct. Assuming hers was the final paper, the class's highest, she was startled to discover one remaining on the teacher's desk after collecting hers. Volume 1. Chapter 8. The Feeling of Accomplishment. Who achieved a higher score than I did? As Jia Yuan was still engulfed in confusion. The English teacher had already called out the name on the examination paper. Gu Bei, 145. What? A wave of incredulous murmurs rippled through the once quiet classroom. No one had anticipated that Gu Bei, who had previously languished at the bottom of the English rankings, would emerge as the top scorer in this assessment. Surely he must have cheated? Jia Yuan blurted out. She was not alone. The immediate reaction from her classmates upon hearing his score was a chorus of accusations of dishonesty. Lina also lifted her gaze to the podium where Gu Bei stood, her eyes filled with disdain. Could it be that he intended to demonstrate that rejecting his confession was a grave error? Was he deliberately attempting to attract my attention by achieving a good score through underhanded means? How utterly juvenile. Beyond this, Lina could fathom no other rationale for Gu Bei's alleged cheating. It was merely a routine test, not the Gaokao. There was no need for deceit. Wang Quan, who had shown remarkable improvement in English, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Gu Bei's score. However, unlike the others, Wang was entirely convinced of Gu Bei's integrity. Scanning the surrounding classmates, he noted that most had scored around 130. How could Gu Bei have copied anyone to attain a score of 145? Even if he had replicated all the multiple-choice answers, how could he possibly have replicated the English composition? Gu Bei ascended to the podium, accepting the examination paper from the English teacher with a demeanor that was neither exuberant nor despondent. Your progress is commendable. Maintain this momentum. Thank you. Gu Bei maintained a degree of respect for his teacher, regardless of the myriad rumors he had heard about educators in his past life. The fact remained that they were committed to imparting knowledge. Teacher, I report that Gu Bei cheated, Jia Yuan declared, brimming with indignation. Without waiting for Gu Bei to return to his seat, she launched her attack. It was one thing for her not to achieve a score of 145. But to have Gu Bei usurp the title of top English student was a bitter pill to swallow. Faced with such unfounded public slander, Gu Bei did not allow anger to cloud his judgment. Instead, he countered with poise. Upon returning to his seat and placing the examination paper down, he turned to Jia Yuan with a smile, addressing her directly. One must have evidence to make such claims. Be wary of my defamation suit. You're the one who is defaming. Jia Yuan retorted, her words sharp and incisive. Everyone knows your true capabilities. What good does self-deception do? When the time for the Gaokao arrives, your true colors will be laid bare. You want to even qualify for a second-tier university, and yet you aspire to pursue Nana? Dream on. The initial part of Jia Yuan's unfiltered tirade did not elicit a significant reaction from her classmates, but her final remark ignited a wave of curiosity. How did this involve Lina? The news of Gu Bei's pursuit of Lina descended like a heavy bomb into the tranquil waters of their lives. The previously inconspicuous Gu Bei now aspired to reach for the esteemed school bell, a notion that seemed almost laughable. Unfazed by the mockery of his peers, he calmly responded after Jia Yuan had finished her tirade. I truly cannot aspire to a second-tier university, nor do I intend to. My goal is to attend a first-tier institution. As for the rumors regarding my pursuit of Lina, they are nothing but baseless fabrications. What caliber could possibly catch my eye? As he uttered these words, his indifferent gaze swept across Lina's striking visage, devoid of any emotional upheaval. Returning to the matter of my English score, I would like to inquire how it is that I am the sole student to achieve a score of 145 in the class. Might I ask how I could have possibly cheated? His words, strikingly audacious, evoked a murmur of astonishment among his classmates. You still aim for a first-tier university? Do you not fear the wind might twist your tongue? Even the school bell looks down upon you? Has Beiyye lost his senses? Lina, enraged, clenched her fists. The echo of his earlier words resonating in her mind. What caliber could possibly catch my eye? Implicitly suggesting that she was of inferior quality. Was he truly so dismissive? Jia Yuanyu and seemed to realize that her words had flowed too freely, hastily preceding her thoughts and leading to an unfortunate misstatement. Why bring Lina into a discussion about English scores? Yet, some classmates found merit in Beiyye's claims, pondering who could have outperformed him when he held the highest score in the class. Seeing Jia Yuanyu and at a loss for words, Beiyye decided to bring an end to the farce she had ignited. Do you not believe my score? Shall we compare? Though reluctant to engage in such childish antics, he could not allow himself to be unjustly maligned. What shall we compare? With hands on her hips, Jia Yuanyu and tilted her body toward Beiyye. His gaze fell upon the English teacher at the podium. I see the teacher holds an English magazine. Might I request that the teacher selects 2 articles at random? Let us see who can read them aloud swiftly and convey their meanings. Beiyye recalled that many English comprehension exercises in the past had been derived from articles in English magazines. Such a challenge seemed reasonable. Without hesitation, Jia Yuanyu accepted Beiyye's challenge. She was well-versed in English literature and had watched numerous Western films. While she might not translate every single word, grasping the general meaning of the articles would pose no difficulty. The English teacher soon found a suitable article for high school students. Who will go first? I will. Jia Yuanyu declared, confidently taking the magazine from the teacher's hands. Beiyye sat upon a stool, resting his chin in a posture that conveyed, I am here to witness your performance. Behind him, Wang Quan stealthily poked his shoulder with a finger, murmuring softly, Brother Yi, do you think you can manage? I certainly cannot. How about you take my place? Beiyye, carefree and jesting, replied with a light-hearted banter. Wang Quan shook his head repeatedly, stating, If you cannot, I am even less able. My current performance is already beyond my usual capabilities. A man must not admit defeat. Even if one struggles, one must persist. Beiyye muttered something under his breath. The sound of Jia Yuanyu reading an English passage began to fill the air. Initially, her reading flowed smoothly, but soon it became halting. Although there were some mispronunciations at the end, she managed to complete it successfully. After finishing, it took her another 3 to 5 minutes to convey the essence of the article. In total, approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. Given the pace required for English reading comprehension in examinations, this duration was deemed acceptable. When it was Beiyye's turn, numerous classmates gazed at him eagerly, as if anticipating his potential blunder. Lina's eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam, as if she were ready to devour him whole. With a mischievous arch of his eyebrow directed at her, Beiyye disregarded her reaction and accepted the magazine handed to him by the English teacher. Without a hint of pressure, he began to read the article she had indicated. As he spoke, a chorus of wow erupted from the audience, followed by whispers of astonishment. His pronunciation was notably refined. Upon fluently completing the reading, Beiyye ostentatiously closed the magazine and returned it to the English teacher. In the next moment, under the incredulous gaze of his classmates, he proceeded to translate the article verbatim, without even glancing at the English text. It was no wonder that so many people relished in displaying their prowess. The feeling of impressing others was undeniably exhilarating. Volume 1. Chapter 9. The woman of the eldest brother is called the eldest sister-in-law. Beiyye displayed a remarkable fluency in English, effortlessly articulating his thoughts, while also translating the essence of the article with precision, all within a mere 10 minutes. His classmates, who initially harbored suspicions of cheating, fell silent, effectively receiving an impromptu lesson on the importance of refraining from baseless accusations. Jia Yuan, her teeth clenched in frustration, crumpled her English exam paper into a ball and forcefully hurled it onto the desk. With a perplexed expression, she turned to Lina, questioning how Beiyye had suddenly mastered English to such an extent. Lina shook her head, choosing silence, her face clouded with anger. Her concern was not with Beiyye's English proficiency, but rather with his recent remarks suggesting she was unworthy of his admiration. Throughout her life, countless boys had circled around her, praising her beauty and academic excellence. Beiyye's words had undoubtedly delivered a significant blow to her pride. The small competition in English between Beiyye and Jia Yuan concluded, and it was evident, even without the English teacher's confirmation, that Beiyye had emerged victorious. Brother Yi. That was impressive, exclaimed Wang Quan, his hand resting on Beiyye's shoulder, his astonished expression more animated than if he had won himself. See that? He's my brother. His victory is mine as well. We share the closest bond. Gu Bei maintained his composure, playfully pulling Wang Quan's head close and whispering in his ear. Is Jia Yuanyuan's family quite wealthy? Wang Quan, taken aback by the question, glanced at Jia Yuanyuan and responded, I'm not sure. You're not thinking of pursuing her, are you? Lina doesn't even catch my eye, let alone a mere servant, Gu Bei retorted. Then why the inquiry? Wang Quan pressed. I sense the Jia family must be rather affluent. Have you noticed how Jia Yuanyuan always seems to carry an airport with her? Gu Bei's gaze wandered mischievously. Following his line of sight, Wang Quan took a moment to comprehend, then slapped his forehead. Indeed, it is rather flat. As the words left Wang Quan's lips, he realized something was amiss. Gu Bei was no longer merely reserved. He had audaciously voiced such sentiments in class, although only Wang Quan could hear him. It still struck him as astonishing. Wang Quan felt that Gu Bei had transformed, not only in academic performance but also in demeanor. Once the English teacher departed, Gu Bei, clutching his mathematics paper, made his way directly to Li Yuhong's office. His mathematics score was pivotal for his aspirations to gain admission to his desired institution. Gu Bei remained in the office until evening study was dismissed, persistently posing questions that rendered Li Yuhong his dedicated tutor. Li Yuhong, far from being annoyed, diligently assisted him, recognizing the fortune of encountering an eager learner. In her words, as long as the mathematics examination paper for the college entrance examination has not been distributed, all learning remains valuable. Gu Bei returned to the classroom, where Wang Quan had already organized his backpack and was gazing toward him at the door. Upon spotting Gu Bei, Wang Quan hurried over, tugging at him insistently. Hurry, hurry. What's the rush? Did a rat bite your backside? Gu Bei replied nonchalantly as he accepted the backpack, unfastening the chain to stow the mathematics paper inside. Wang Quan adjusted his glasses and furtively glanced around. If we leave too late, Yin Ning and the others will block our way. We won't stand a chance against them. Gu Bei, with the backpack slung over his shoulders, walked calmly toward the exit of the teaching building. We can't avoid them. We must confront our problems head on. Do not be afraid. With me around, you will not suffer any losses. The more of them, the better. I worry they might not have enough people to cause real trouble. Wang Quan's lips twitched, his cheeks quivering as he stared at Gu Bei in disbelief. Then, recalling something, he lowered his voice. Have you mentioned this to Hong Jia? If Gu Bei informs the homeroom teacher about this matter, then there would be nothing to fear. The school authorities would surely intervene. This might also explain Gu Bei's fearless demeanor. In Wang Quan's expectant gaze, he observed Gu Bei shake his head dismissively, telling the teachers is futile. They will only downplay the situation to minimize its impact on the school. At best, they will call the parents to negotiate a settlement. For these troublemakers, a harmless resolution holds no weight. They will forget about it in no time and continue to bully other students. Wang Quan suddenly found depth in Gu Bei's words, a perspective he had never considered before. In truth, he had never even thought along those lines. When bullied, most often, they would endure in silence. Even the teachers were hesitant to intervene, fearing retribution from the big brothers later on. As Gu Bei pushed his bicycle out of the campus, he spotted the scout Wang Jinyuan waiting at the entrance. Gu Bei cast a glance at him before turning to a nearby shop. Boss, I'll have a pack of cigarettes. Wang Quan stood at the shop's entrance like a sentry, nervously surveying the surroundings. He was acutely aware that at any moment, Yin Ning and his crew could encircle them. Gu Bei emerged holding 2 bottles of mineral water, handing one to Wang Quan. They won't be here. The school gate is too crowded. It's not a good place for an ambush. If it were me, I would choose that alley up ahead. Gu Bei gulped down half a bottle of water with ease, then mounted his bike with flair. Let us go meet them. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still daring to venture into their lair, Wang Quan, bewildered, could only ponder Gu Bei's thoughts. However, as a steadfast brother who shares both joys and sorrows, he chose to keep pace. Not far behind them, Wang Jinyuan trailed at a measured distance, clutching a Motorola keypad phone, relaying real-time intelligence to his big brother. At that time, smartphones were merely beginning to gain popularity, and most ordinary high school students were still using hand-me-down keypad phones from their parents, allowing for the sneaky enjoyment of a game of Snake during class. Ninga. They are nearing the alley, Wang Jinyuan remarked as he directly dialed the other party's number to inform them of Gu Bei and Wang Quan's whereabouts. In the next moment, 5 or 6 boys, clad in civilian attire and not school uniforms, emerged from the alley. Nonchalantly, they obstructed Gu Bei and Wang Quan's path. The leader among them was none other than Yin Ning. Run, let us see where you think you can escape today. The group swiftly encircled Gu Bei and Wang Quan, shaking their legs and trembling in anticipation. Gu Bei was bewildered by their behavior, perhaps intended to showcase their audacity. Displaying a facade of fear, his fingers trembled nervously as he asked, "Classmates, what do you want from me?" "What do you mean, what do you want? You dare to touch Big Brother's woman, our sister-in-law?" Volume 1, Chapter 10, Did you bring paper? Gu Bei leaned against the wall, lowering his voice to whisper in Wang Quan's ear, "When I say to lie down, you must curl up and cover your head on the ground. Make sure to scream as loudly as you can. The more tragic, the better." The earnest and honest Wang Quan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably, completely devoid of independent thought. He nodded at everything Gu Bei said. Yin Ning, witnessing their utter lack of fear in his presence, felt a surge of humiliation wash over him. They were still engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly dismissing him, their so-called big brother. "I warn you, keep your distance from Lina from now on." Yin Ning pointed a menacing finger at Gu Bei. Exuding the authority befitting a big brother, Gu Bei raised his hand and swatted Yin Ning's finger away, glaring at him with a stern expression. "I detest it when others point their filthy fingers at me, especially men. Besides, I choose whom I want to be close to. It's none of your business." "Who do you think you are?" Yin Ning stood frozen. Even his little brother beside him was wide-eyed and at a loss. In school, he had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. It was Yin Ning who first realized that his finger had been swatted away, and he had been verbally rebuked by Gu Bei. How could he establish his authority in front of his subordinates now? "What are you all standing there for? Get him." Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted. 5 or 6 of his little brothers rushed over, surrounding Gu Bei. "Wait." Gu Bei raised his palm and shouted, "Think it through. Once you strike, there will be no turning back. Damn it, there is no need for so much talk. I'll take the blame if something goes wrong." Yin Ning was equally provoked. The fiery blood of youth could not bear to have his face publicly humiliated. At the command of their big brother, the others exchanged glances. Finally, a reckless youth surged forward. Gu Bei pulled Wang Quan behind him. "Quick, lie down. Scream loudly." Wang Quan glanced at the ground for any sharp stones, confirmed there were none, and then lay down. He hugged his head and completely let himself go, wailing dramatically. "My knee, my stomach, my thigh. I'm dying." Gu Bei stood protectively in front of Wang Quan and received a punch to his face. Not one to back down easily. He retaliated with a fierce punch to the opponent's stomach before resuming his position, covering his head on the ground. "Where are they?" Gu Bei muttered under his breath. Suddenly, the screech of sudden brakes echoed at the alley entrance. 2 police cars, blaring sirens and flashing lights, came to a steady stop. The doors swung open, and 5 or 6 uniformed officers rushed into the alley. Crouching with heads held low, Yin Ning stood in a daze, his companions equally at a loss. What to do? Wang Jinyuan's instinctive reaction was to flee. Yet, as he took a couple of steps, he was swiftly subdued by Uncle Hat, who pinned him to the ground. Yin Ning and the others were likewise surrounded by Uncle Hat, huddled together on the ground, motionless. "I've committed murder. My head is throbbing." Wang Quan continued to clutch his head, emitting anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Gu Bei had already received a punch to the jaw, and amidst the chaos, his shoulder was also kicked. Upon realizing Uncle Hat had taken control of the scene, Gu Bei scooped up some dirt from the ground and smeared it across his face, rendering him quite pitiable. "Stop wailing." Gu Bei patted Wang Quan's plump cheeks, producing a crisp sound. Hearing Gu Bei's reminder, Wang Quan finally closed his mouth, peeking through the gaps of his arms to survey the surroundings. Once assured of safety, he clumsily rose from the ground. "Am I all right?" As soon as Wang Quan uttered these words, Gu Bei covered his mouth. "You are not fine. You're in pain all over." Wang Quan was bewildered but understood that he would not suffer by heeding Gu Bei's advice. Along with Yin Ning and the others, Gu Bei was taken away in a police car. In the quiet alley, a figure watched from a second-floor window, witnessing the entire incident unfold. After everyone departed, she descended and rode her bicycle towards the police station. Inside the station, Uncle Hat separated Gu Bei and the others. After gathering the details, he grasped the situation. "Do we need to notify your parents?" "No need. I can make the decision." Gu Bei wished to spare his parents any worry and had no intention of informing them about the incident. Upon returning to the main hall, he found Wang Quan seated on a bench, clutching his stomach and feigning great pain. Gu Bei approached him, pinching his cheek. "With your acting skills, you wouldn't even be cast as a corpse in a low-budget film. It's far too unrealistic." Wang Quan glanced around to ensure no one else was present before quietly asking, "How did you know the police would come?" "When I was at the convenience store, I made a call." Gu Bei stretched his sore shoulders. They were just a bit slow, which resulted in me taking a couple of unnecessary kicks. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought tonight would be our last. Wang Quan lamented. I haven't even touched a girl's hand yet. To end up like this is too much of a loss. Wang Quan rubbed his hands together, resembling a survivor who had just returned from the brink of death. Filled with anticipation for the future. Amidst the shifting between illusion and reality, Wang Quan's gaze at the entrance was caught by a beautiful woman with long hair, who slowly walked in. A beauty. Gu Bei brushed his thumb against the bruised corner of his mouth, silently questioning, is there truly a beauty in such a place? Surely. You must be hallucinating from fright. As he raised his head, ready to jest at Wang Quan, a familiar figure caught his eye. The girl exchanged a few words with the hat-wearing man before being led deeper into the corridor. What is she doing here? Wang Quan retracted his gaze, removing his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Do you know her? He inquired, but after a prolonged silence without a response, he squinted and leaned over to take a look. Did you bring any paper? Large or small? Gu Bei rummaged in his pocket. Wang Quan rolled his eyes in exasperation. I need to clean my glasses. They're covered in dust. I don't have any, Gu Bei replied, momentarily speechless. He lifted the hem of his school uniform to wrap around the lenses and wiped them clean before putting them back on. The world, once shrouded in dust, suddenly appeared vibrant and clear again. What about that beauty just now? Gu Bei pointed towards the office in the corridor. If he was not mistaken, that girl had to be Xie Waner. However, she wasn't in uniform, nor did she have her hair tied up, leaving Gu Bei uncertain. As he pondered, several groups of middle-aged men and women rushed in through the doorway, immediately beginning to search for their children. Where's my child? A fight? Impossible. My child is the most well-behaved. He never gets into fights. It must have been someone else who provoked him. Is my child hurt? Who did this to him? I want to let this go. The hall of the police station instantly buzzed with commotion. Volume 1, Chapter 11. Money? A middle-aged couple hurriedly entered the police station, anxiously inquiring about the whereabouts of their precious son. Upon hearing from the officer in a hat that their child had been involved in an altercation, they were unwavering in their belief that their child was innocent. After all, it takes two to tango. Surely, the child who was assaulted bears no blame? Indeed. My child is quite timid, unable to even bear the sight of a chicken being slaughtered. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, clutching a limited-edition handbag, her attire more refined than that of others. Beside her stood a man with a neatly parted hairstyle, silently observing without a word, allowing his partner to voice her concerns. The officer in the hat, tasked with addressing the situation, looked at them with a sense of resignation. After they had expressed themselves, he slowly began, We have thoroughly investigated the matter. A student named Yin Ning, along with others, was involved in an assault on fellow classmates outside the school. Impossible. You are speaking nonsense. The woman, upon hearing Yin Ning's name, became particularly agitated. She was indeed Yin Ning's mother. The officer's expression darkened, and he fixed her with a stern gaze. Madam, please watch your language. Hearing the admonition, Yin Ning's mother attempted to argue, but was tugged by the arm by the man beside her. This is a police station. Temper your response. Realizing her outburst, she gradually calmed down. The officer shook his head and instructed for the parents to be taken to the mediation room. Before long, another couple rushed in, dressed plainly. The man wore camouflage and a hard hat typical of construction workers. Excuse me, could you please tell me where the child involved in the fight is? The man, donning the hard hat, cautiously inquired in a dialect reminiscent of his hometown. The female officer pointed towards a nearby room, and the pair hurried off. From a distance, Gu Bei observed the scene, feeling a sudden pang of emotion. He recognized the man's accent, which bore a resemblance to Wang Jinyuan's. They must be his parents. Wang Quan, initially easing into the atmosphere of the police station, suddenly felt the tension return. Brother Yi, what should we do? Should I call my dad to come pick me up? Gu Bei exhaled a deep sigh, looking at Wang Quan as if he were a foolish child. I will take you home. There is no need to be afraid. Wang Quan, still enveloped in anxiety, failed to notice the advantage Gu Bei had taken of him. Gu Bei patted his shoulder. Just follow my lead in a moment. In the mediation room, the officer in the hat briefly outlined the events to the gathered parents, stating with impartiality, altercations involving 3 or more individuals can be classified as a criminal organization. I have also perused the files of these children, and several of them have already reached the age of 18, with 3 or 4 facing the impending college entrance examination in 2 months. Should the parties involved choose to pursue legal action, and if the circumstances are grave, they may confront detention or even sentencing. The expressions of all the parents in the mediation room turned ashen upon hearing that their children might face incarceration. At 18, the completion of the college entrance examination signifies merely the commencement of a vibrant life. A conviction would leave a lifelong stain. May we meet the two children who were assaulted? Yin Ning's father appeared relatively composed, revealing that he was a person accustomed to significant events. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Hat slowly rose to exit. Observing this, Yin Ning's father followed suit, clutching his phone as he approached the door. He intercepted Uncle Hat, smiling as he said, "I am friends with your director. May I have a word with him?" "The director has left for the day," Uncle Hat replied before turning to stride towards the lobby. He intended to inquire about the opinions of Gu Bei and his companion. Should they refuse mediation, the matter would proceed through the appropriate channels. Gu Bei's response was that they could have a preliminary discussion. His inner thoughts leaned towards resolving the issue privately, opting for further action only if unsatisfactory resolutions emerged. "Shall we proceed to the mediation room?" Uncle Hat suggested softly. Gu Bei grasped Wang Quan, who was preparing to follow, and remarked with a smile, "We are a bit anxious. Let us visit the restroom first, and we shall join you shortly." As they reached the restroom entrance, Gu Bei raised his voice deliberately. "Have you called your father? Your own son has been assaulted, and he, as the director, can hardly remain indifferent." Wang Quan, puzzled by his words, murmured, "When did my dad become the director?" After finishing his call, they decided to enter. Gu Bei, indifferent to Wang Quan's confusion, nonchalantly made his way towards the mediation room. He had just seen Yin Ning's father making a phone call in the restroom. These remarks were intentionally directed at him. Indeed. After Gu Bei and Wang Quan departed, a middle-aged man with a neatly parted hairstyle emerged, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He had contacted several acquaintances, none of whom were familiar with the director here. Upon overhearing the conversation at the restroom door, he silently prayed that the so-called director's son was not the boy who had been assaulted. Upon returning to the mediation room, he discovered two rather disheveled boys. Their faces were covered in dust. The chubby one had disheveled hair, clutching his abdomen in agony, with one leg of his glasses broken. The other boy had a bruised lip and hung his arm limply, clearly in considerable pain. Gu Bei inhaled sharply, nearly wincing in sympathy. "Classmates, where are your parents?" A middle-aged woman sitting at the door softly inquired. Gu Bei squinted his eyes and weakly responded, "If there is something to discuss, please feel free to speak with us." They were still on their way. Upon hearing this voice, Yin Ning's father immediately straightened up. This voice belonged to the boy he had just heard speaking outside the restroom. His gaze fell upon Wang Quan, a chubby boy wearing glasses, with delicate skin, resembling a pampered young master. If his parents were indeed high-ranking officials, they would undoubtedly seek retribution for their son. At that point, a mere gesture from others could ruin his child's future. He was unaware of other circumstances. But Yin Ning had just turned 18 last month. Based on his understanding of his son, he was almost certain that his rebellious son was the mastermind behind this incident. While his son made a mess, he was left to clean it up. Yin Ning's father donned a smile and addressed Gu Bei and Wang Quan. Articulating his first words upon entering the room, "Dear students, as a parent, I sincerely apologize to you. It is our failure as parents that they have not been properly educated. I assure you that such incidents will not occur again in the future. How about this? I will have them come over one by one to apologize to you. Then, I can take you to the hospital for a checkup. Should there be any discomfort, we will cover the medical expenses. If you prefer, we can accompany you or provide you with some money to go on your own." He understood that children at this age often lacked money and were inclined to indulge in internet cafes and games. Volume 1, Chapter 12, Encounter as Destiny 1000. Yin Ning's father raised his index finger, directing his gaze towards Gu Bei. He had already discerned that the plump son of the director lacked any initiative and was merely heeding the advice of the boys beside him. Upon hearing the proclamation of such a lofty price, Gu Bei inwardly scoffed, thinking, with such a loud declaration, I presumed a modest target was forthcoming, only to be left disillusioned. Feigning innocence, Gu Bei slightly furrowed his brow and discreetly pinched the flesh on Wang Quan's thigh beneath the table. "Ah, it hurts." Wang Quan's unexpected exclamation startled the adults in the mediation room, almost causing them to leap from their seats. Concerned, Gu Bei approached to gently touch his abdomen, inquiring, "What is it? A stomachache? Or is there pain below as well? Surely it has led to any irreparable injury? Perhaps we should remove your trousers for a proper examination?" Wang Quan, utterly perplexed by Gu Bei's dialogue, was adorned with question marks on his large head. "I am clearly clutching my leg. What does this have to do with my second brother? Has yours been injured?" 10,000 Yin Ning's father raised his bid once more. Hearing Gu Bei's words sent a chill down his spine. If the little chubby boy were to be injured in such a sensitive area, the arrival of his director father would transform the matter into something far beyond monetary considerations. Beiyye lifted his head, his cunning and penetrating gaze sweeping across the faces of all the parents present. The implication was unmistakable. Is it 10,000 from each of you, or shall it be solely your contribution? Upon realizing his intent, Yan Ning's father immediately comprehended and turned to the other parents. Some expressed that the amount was excessive, while others felt it more imperative to resolve the situation swiftly and take their children home. I concur. Once all the parents reached a consensus, Beiyye gazed at Wang Quan with a troubled expression, seemingly seeking his opinion. The chubby boy nodded while clutching his abdomen. What? No bank card? Beiyye suddenly interjected, rendering Wang Quan utterly bewildered. When did I mention a bank card? Then it shall be cash. I will promptly withdraw it from a nearby ATM, Yan Ning's father stated, pulling his wife towards the exit. Beiyye immediately made a gesture to halt them. Wait a moment. We have one more request. With a single utterance, all the parents' attention was drawn back to Beiyye. Surely, you are not planning to backtrack or demand more money? Yan Ning's father was equally uncertain about Beiyye's intentions. Just as he was about to inquire, Beiyye preemptively articulated his demand. My friend insists that Yan Ning and the others must write a guarantee letter, pledging that they will never seek revenge. We are all good children and would never resort to fighting. We would even detour around ants relocating on the road. What if they were to assault us again upon returning to school? Beiyye spoke, his voice tinged with a quivering fear, as though he had been thoroughly intimidated by their previous actions. A guarantee letter? The parents exchanged hesitant glances. If it is not feasible, then let it be. We shall not demand compensation, lest they return to the alley and obstruct us once more. Beiyye, with a pitiful demeanor, reached out to support Wang Quan's arm, feigning an intention to depart. A middle-aged man immediately rose and waved his hand. All right, I will have him write it for you. The other parents echoed in agreement. The atmosphere had escalated to such a point that dissent was no longer an option. After all, it was merely a letter of guarantee, a trifling matter when compared to the promising future of their sons. Subsequently, those parents who needed to withdraw money did so, while others attended to their children. Half an hour later, 7 letters of guarantee lay before Beiyye. Uncle Hat stood beside them, handing over a document. Sign here, and you may leave. Beiyye accepted the neutral pen and inscribed his name, then casually passed it to Wang Quan. The alley lacks surveillance. Fortunately, there is someone to attest for you. Otherwise, you might have been classified as mutual combatants, Uncle Hat remarked as he took the signed document. Beiyye, wiping the dust from his face with a tissue, paused at his words. Who attested for us? A young girl, Uncle Hat replied, closing the document and preparing to depart, then nodded towards the door. There she is. Beiyye and Wang Quan simultaneously turned their heads, following Uncle Hat's gaze. The girl was walking through the courtyard, about to exit the gate. Is it her? Beiyye muttered to himself, expressing gratitude to Uncle Hat before hastily running outside. Wang Quan patted his backside and quickly followed suit. Uncle Hat remained in place, revealing an imperceptible smile. These two are quite the performers. It would be a shame if they did not pursue acting. Beiyye caught up to the girl at the intersection, abruptly blocking her path. Xia Wanner, what a coincidence. Are you passing by here too? Startled by the sudden appearance of the boy, Xia Wanner instinctively took 2 steps back. Beiyye, with an instinctive urge to reach out to her, halted his hand midair, altering its course to touch his hair before retracting it. As Xia Wanner discerned the sharply defined features of the youth under the streetlight, her tension began to ease. It is indeed a coincidence. What brings you here? Unbeknownst to her, her role as a witness had already been revealed. Beiyye had no intention of exposing this truth just yet. He tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the dark night sky, appearing both pretentious and profound. I came to assist Uncle Hat on a righteous mission this evening. Beside him, Wang Quan huffed and puffed, displaying a look of disdain. Almost got beaten up, and here he is acting all high and mighty. Noticing Wang Quan's dismal expression, Beiyye chose to ignore him and continued speaking to Xia Wanner. It is getting late. Our encounter is serendipitous. Allow me to escort you home. Beiyye urged Wang Quan to return first and, alongside Xia Wanner, proceeded in the opposite direction. Regardless of the circumstances, she had indeed assisted him this evening, and as a gesture of gratitude, escorting her home seemed a fitting reciprocation. Beiyye took the liberty of pushing Xia Wanner's bicycle as they crossed the intersection when, quite unexpectedly, he was met with a commotion emanating from the corner near the wall. A middle-aged man, his words thick with a regional accent, bellowed in anger. My son claims it was your son who instigated the attack. You must bear the cost. Gu Bei recognized the voice as that of Wang Jinyuan's father. Another voice chimed in, belonging to Yin Ning's father, who spoke with a tone of resignation. I can return half of the money, but not the full amount. Your son was, after all, involved. Gu Bei chose not to eavesdrop any further. Instead, he mounted Xiao Wan'er's bicycle and gestured for her to take a seat on the rear. Where do you reside? He inquired. Volume 1. Chapter 13. Adjusting to his changes after arriving at the back street of the school, Xiao Wan'er unreservedly hopped onto the back seat of the bicycle and declared her destination. The back street of Qizhou High School bustled with activity, transforming into a lively commercial hub as numerous vendors set up their stalls for the evening festivities. Gu Bei pedaled leisurely, with Xiao Wan'er perched behind him. The evening breeze wafted a delicate fragrance from the girl, which gently enveloped his senses. How delightful. Xiao Wan'er's porcelain-like hands gripped the back seat firmly, her long, lustrous black hair cascading in the wind. The sturdy, broad back of the boy before her imparted an undeniable sense of security. Are you not afraid of their retaliation if you come forward as a witness? Gu Bei suddenly inquired. Xiao Wan'er tilted her head to gaze at the back of his head, realizing he was already aware. I'm not afraid. They don't know I saw anything. Her words, undisturbed by the wind, resonated clearly in Gu Bei's ears. He had intended to offer some words of caution. Having witnessed too many incidents where bystanders remained indifferent, thinking, it's not your problem, why should you intervene? Yet, he swallowed his advice. Not because he benefited from the situation, but rather because he did not wish to become a moralizing figure. A society where everyone turns a blind eye is indeed a lamentable one. It is individuals like Xiao Wan'er, with their innate kindness, that contribute to a better world. With a playful smirk, Gu Bei slowed his pace and teasingly asked, did you come to testify simply because it was me you saw? Not at all. Xiao Wan'er promptly countered. Even if I saw someone else being bullied, I would still act, because her voice trailed off abruptly. Gu Bei, eager for her continuation, strained to catch her words, but was met with silence. Because what? He prompted. After a brief pause, Xiao Wan'er remained silent, leading Gu Bei to momentarily wonder if she had fallen off the bike. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed she was still there, allowing him to refocus on the road ahead. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. Because when I was bullied, no one came to my aid. I felt helpless. And I believe you must have experienced something similar. It was this personal history that compelled her to offer help on a rainy day? Gu Bei pondered silently, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject for her and thus refrained from pursuing it further. Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up, he declared, rising slightly and channeling all his strength into the pedals, causing the bicycle to surge forward with newfound vigor. The sudden acceleration made Xiao Wan'er grip the back seat even more tightly, just as Gu Bei was about to relish the thrill of speed. A black and yellow speed bump appeared abruptly in his path. With a screeching halt, a soft, cushioned sensation met him from behind. Immediately, two small hands explored his waist and clutched his clothing tightly. Unprepared, Xiao Wan'er was propelled forward by inertia, her cheeks and chest making intimate contact with Gu Bei's back. Gu Bei muttered a curse under his breath. Why is it that wherever I go, I cannot escape the hindrance of speed bumps? Who on earth invented this nuisance? He steadied the vehicle, glancing over his shoulder at the back seat. Are you all right? Xiao Wan'er nodded. I'm fine, just ride a bit slower. I'm in no rush. Unbeknownst to Gu Bei, the young lady behind him, while nodding in affirmation, proclaimed her well-being, prompting the speed of the vehicle to decrease. Reflecting on the sensation from moments ago, it was, surprisingly, quite pleasant. Gu Bei swore to the heavens that it had merely been an accident, entirely unintentional. Such a clutch tactic to gain advantage was beneath him. If he were to gain anything, it would be in a straightforward manner. In the school South Back Street, the usually tranquil thoroughfare was now aglow with vibrant lights. Streams of people flowed in and out, each clutching delectable snacks. Gu Bei inhaled the aroma of fried foods wafting through the air and turned to Xiao Wan'er, who stood at the entrance. Do you live around here? I reside in the alley where you were attacked. My mother runs a stall here, Xiao Wan'er replied, gesturing towards a nearby stand adorned with a sign reading Chuan Dong noodles. A woman in an apron busily attended to her customers. Would you like to try some? It's on me, she warmly invited. Gu Bei checked the time on his wrist. It's too late. Let us save it for another day. Xiao Wan'er did not press him further, a slight smile gracing her lips. I'll go help out now. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Gu Bei mimicked her wave. Suddenly struck by a thought, he called out to halt her departure. When you have time, perhaps we could study mathematics together? Sure, Xiao Wan'er agreed to Gu Bei's proposal. making her way towards the stall. Beiyye watched as she approached the stand, swiftly becoming engrossed in her tasks, before turning to leave himself. What was this talk of studying mathematics together? He merely sought to benefit from her, hoping that the young lady would lend her assistance with his homework free of charge. Upon returning home, Beiyye burst into the living room, calling out, "Mom, I'm back. You come home just to call for your mother. Yet I don't see you calling me." Gu Mingcheng, seated on the sofa with an air of authority, cast a disapproving gaze at his mischievous son, who had just entered. Noticing his father's scrutinizing stare, Beiyye grinned and said, "Let me try that again. Are you ready?" With that, he placed his hand on the doorknob, stepped outside, then re-entered, exclaiming loudly, "Dad, where is Mom?" Gu Mingcheng, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, expressionless, redirected his focus back to the news on television. A son like this? It was better to have none at all. Why have you returned so late today? I stayed at school a bit longer to study. Beiyye emerged from the kitchen, fervently satisfying his hunger before plunging into the bedroom to continue his studies. At midnight, a voice echoed from the doorway of the bedroom. "You should go to bed early. Do not stay up too late." "I understand. You may go to sleep first," came Beiyye's response, his eyes glued to the textbook. Li Wenjing lingered at the door for a moment before quietly retreating to her own room. "Old Gu, why has Xiao Yi suddenly become so diligent? Isn't it commendable to study hard? It's just a bit of an adjustment. It shows he is maturing." Gu Mingcheng sighed, looking at Li Wenjing. Boys typically mature later. Cramming at the last moment rarely yields good results. If he cannot get into a prestigious university, attending a decent second-tier or vocational program is still acceptable. I have inquired, if necessary, he could pursue nursing. Isn't nursing a field predominantly for young women? This is a unique path. If boys study nursing, they will be in high demand upon graduation, with no concern over employment. Besides, with nursing being female-dominated, given that boys inherited good looks from me, he is bound to attract a suitable partner. Xiao Yi's good looks are my achievement. What do you have to do with it? Without me, could you have given birth to him? Get lost." Li Wenjing kicked Gu Mingcheng playfully, turned off the bedside lamp, and slipped into slumber. Volume 1, Chapter 14, Love Turns to Hatred? The first rays of morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the bedroom floor. Beiyye awakened almost simultaneously with the blaring of his alarm clock. Swiftly, he silenced the device on his bedside table, leaping from his bed with remarkable haste, breakfast in hand, and dashed out of the house. This boy, in such a rush as if his behind were ablaze. Li Wenjing emerged from the kitchen, balancing a plate of fried eggs, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of Beiyye's retreating figure as he shut the door behind him. Suddenly, the door swung open once more, and Beiyye returned at a brisk pace. Li Wenjing, still holding the plate, looked up at him, forgot something again? With a sheepish grin, Beiyye darted back into his room. He snatched a set of keys from the dresser and slipped them into the pocket of his school uniform. Finally feeling at ease as he made his way to school, the ill-gotten gains he had acquired yesterday were stashed away in a small cabinet in his bedroom, concealed from his parents for the time being. 70,000 yuan was no trifling amount. If they discovered it, he would be at a loss for words. How could he explain that it was the result of enduring a beating that would undoubtedly invite a thorough reprimand from his parents? Perhaps even a dinner of leather belt stir-fry. Upon arriving at school, everything appeared as usual within the classroom, suggesting that the events of the previous day had not reached their ears. As he entered through the front door and made his way back to his seat, his gaze inadvertently met that of Wang Zhenyuan, who promptly lowered his head. Wang Zhenyuan had barely escaped a severe reprimand from his father last night, who nearly thrashed him with the sole of his shoe. Even now, the sting on his backside lingered. 10,000 yuan represented a month's wage for his father, laboring under the relentless sun at the construction site. His parents, reluctant to indulge in luxuries, saved diligently with the hope that he would excel academically, gain admission to a prestigious university, and secure a good job, bringing honor to the family during his annual visits to the village. However, Wang Zhenyuan had strayed from the path of diligence, engaging in brawls and even attracting the attention of the police. Perhaps this incident would serve as a lesson learned. Beiyye settled into his seat, and Wang Quan immediately leaned over, his characteristic chubby face peering in. "Hey, Brother Yi, how did it go with that beautiful girl last night? Did you add her on QQ?" Wang Quan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his glasses precariously perched on his nose. Seizing the moment while Wang Quan was distracted, Beiyye playfully snatched the glasses off his face. "The lady you speak of invited me to dinner last night, but I declined. Women only serve to distract from my studies. With a heart unburdened by romantic entanglements, my focus sharpens." Could he resist boasting? Wang Quan reached out to retrieve his glasses, but Gu Bei deftly evaded his grasp, inspecting the spectacles for any need of repair. The leg of Wang Quan's glasses had not been broken in a fight. Rather, it had been intentionally snapped by Gu Bei to enhance the appearance of misfortune. After a thorough examination, Gu Bei returned the single-legged glasses to Wang Quan's face. This afternoon, we shall replace your frame with a sturdier one. During the afternoon meal, Gu Bei accompanied Wang Quan to a nearby eyewear shop to replace his old glasses frame. On their way back to school, Wang Quan discarded the battle-worn frame into a trash bin and leaned closer to Gu Bei, playfully inquiring, "Brother Yi, how do you intend to spend your money? Share half with me." Gu Bei, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "However, you'll have to wait until after the college entrance examination." Wang Quan quickly waved his hand. "That's not what I meant. I don't want any money. I hardly contributed anything. You planned everything and even helped me get a new frame." He was acutely aware that when Yin Ning and the others charged at them in the alley, Gu Bei had stood protectively in front of him, absorbing several blows while he remained unscathed. Gu Bei habitually pinched Wang Quan's chubby cheek, teasing, "What S yours is mine, and what S mine is still mine. You'll see how we use it after the exams." He left the suspense hanging. Upon returning to the classroom, he picked up a math problem and headed to Li Yuhong's office, but she was absent that evening, and the office door was locked, forcing him to return to class. After the first evening self-study session concluded, Lina approached Gu Bei's desk, her haughty face raised, and declared, "Gu Bei, step outside with me." Gu Bei, pencil in hand, focused on solving the math problems on his draft paper, barely lifting his head, calmly responded, "Is there something you need? If you have something to say, don't waste my study time. If I can't get into a top university, will you support me in the future?" His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but enough for his classmates to hear, particularly the impatience lacing his tone, which seemed to convey disdain for Lina, who was revered among the boys as a school beauty. Lina clenched her delicate fist, stomping her foot in frustration. "You need to come out with me. I'll help you with your studies afterward." "Why should I go out with you?" Finally setting his pencil down, Gu Bei looked up into Lina's strikingly clear eyes, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "If it's not to sneak into the woods, I wouldn't have the time." His last words were whispered, audible only to Lina, while curious glances were cast from the surrounding classmates, bewildered by his audacity to reject Lina's invitation. Lina widened her bright eyes, her fair cheeks flushed with anger. "You, shameless. Just yesterday, he had declared himself not of high enough caliber, and today, he brazenly teased her with such directness." Enraged, she turned on her heel and returned to her seat, initially intending to confront Gu Bei about his audacious claim of not being up to par. In terms of looks, physique, and academic performance, she was among the elite in their high school, always receiving admiration and envious glances wherever she went. Gu Bei was the first boy to assert that she was not of high enough caliber. How dare he? Jia Yuan sat in place, having overheard Gu Bei's earlier remarks. It seemed that the illustrious He Xiaohua had been rejected. Lina returned to her seat, gripping her ballpoint pen tightly and scribbling furiously in her notebook to vent her emotions. It was only after the pages had been torn apart that she furiously tossed the pen onto the desk. Jia Yuan felt that Lina's reaction was excessively agitated. It was the first time she had witnessed such profound emotional turmoil stemming from someone else. Could it be that love had blossomed from hate? Jia Yuan began to connect this situation to the melodramatic television dramas she often watched, indulging in her imagination. Initially, the two would despise each other, only to become entangled through their animosity, ultimately discovering each other's virtues and embracing as they walked into the sanctity of marriage. Just as Jia Yuan was lost in her reverie, she turned to comfort Lina. "Nana, I believe Gu Bei was being deliberate. Do not be upset." Volume 1, Chapter 15. Here for revenge? After evening study sessions, an unusual silence enveloped the entrance of Class 4 in the third year. Yin Ning and his companions did not come to escort Lina home as they typically did. Yin Ning had not abandoned his pursuit of Lina. Rather, he had simply adopted a more discreet approach. Before the final bell had fully rung, Gu Bei swiftly pulled Wang Quan out of the classroom. "Brother Yi, a new internet CAF has opened on the back street. There is no need to rush for a seat. There are always new machines available." Wang Quan trailed behind Gu Bei, hastening to match his pace in the corridor. Every Friday after evening study, the two would visit the internet CAF behind the school to indulge in gaming, justifying it as a reward for their diligent studies throughout the week. With 10 minutes left in class, Wang Quan was already contemplating how to challenge Gu Bei using his new weapon, the fire qilin. This time, He resolved not to select the transport ship but to change the map instead, eager for a fierce contest. He suddenly noticed Gu Bei had halted at the entrance of Class 1. "You're hurrying so fast. Aren't you waiting for me to join you?" Wang Quan playfully patted Gu Bei's back as he passed and continued towards the exit of the teaching building. After taking 5 or 6 steps outside, Wang Quan casually turned back only to realize Gu Bei was no longer by his side, scanning the sea of students clad in uniforms. It took him a moment to spot Gu Bei leaning against the wall. Wang Quan navigated back through the crowd to rejoin Gu Bei, who stood tall at the entrance of Class 1, his bright eyes scanning the area as if searching for someone. Following Gu Bei's gaze, Wang Quan saw nothing of note. "Who are you waiting for?" "For the tutor," Gu Bei replied, his gaze steadfastly fixed within the classroom. Upon seeing Xiao Wanner approach with her backpack, he stepped out of the teaching building. Perplexed, Wang Quan followed closely behind. "When did you start seeking out the tutor? Are you really that good at gaming? Why aren't you waiting? Wait for me." After exiting the building, Gu Bei deliberately slowed his pace, and when Wang Quan caught up, he seemingly glanced back nonchalantly. "Let us hurry. If we take too long, there won't be any seats left for the joint practice." "Where are we going?" Gu Bei reached out to grasp the handle of Wang Quan's backpack, only to abruptly release it, playfully coaxing him to relax his shoulders before suddenly adding weight again. This mischievous trick was one he often played during high school. Wang Quan seemed accustomed to this routine. Cursing under his breath before glancing at the feigned innocence of Gu Bei, and irritably inquired, "Are we headed to the internet CAF? I heard there's a new map in the game, and I'm quite tired of the transport ship. Today, we could try something new." "No," came Gu Bei's icy reply, chilling Wang Quan's enthusiasm. If Gu Bei chose not to go, Wang Quan would certainly refrain from venturing out alone at night. He always felt the ominous presence of a woman in red, with cascading hair, trailing behind him on his solitary walks home. Yet, each time he turned around, he found nothing but empty darkness. Observing Xiao Wanner ahead, Gu Bei looked earnestly at Wang Quan and said, after the college entrance examination, "You'll have plenty of time for the internet CAF. For now, your studies take precedence. I've even arranged for a tutor for you." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Wang Quan's hair. "You needn't thank me. If you truly feel indebted, you may simply call me foster father, your uncle." Wang Quan shouted in anger, raising his foot to kick Gu Bei. Gu Bei dodged a couple of steps, only to accidentally bump into the girl walking ahead of them. He quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry." Xiao Wanner looked up, her gaze meeting Gu Bei's warm smile. "It's you? You know my name?" "Gu Bei," he replied with a subtle smirk. Xiao Wanner paused, taken aback by his unexpected comment. "Who would have a crush on you?" "There are many who harbor secret affections for me. If you have an inclination, I could arrange for you to cut in line," he teased. "I wouldn't bother," she retorted, turning away. The ponytail atop her head swung gently, brushing against Gu Bei's chest and leaving a faint scent of lavender in its wake. Gu Bei hurried to catch up with her, merging into the flow of students heading outside the school. "I have a math problem I can't solve. Could you explain it to me?" "Hand it over," Xiao Wanner said, extending her fair and delicate palm toward him, signaling for him to place the test paper in her hand. Gu Bei lightly poked her smooth palm with his index finger before quickly withdrawing it. "Go grab some food. You could spend a whole day at King Chicken just ordering burgers and fried chicken. Today's English entrepreneurs all began their journeys here," he remarked. Wang Quan stood at the entrance of King Chicken, gazing up at the circular sign, his earlier disappointment about not going to the internet CAF dissipating. After all, what could be more significant than good food? "Burgers, chicken nuggets, here I come." Gu Bei led Xiao Wanner to an empty table. Upon looking up, he noticed Wang Quan had already dashed to the counter to place his order. Clearly, this venue was not suitable for food enthusiasts. If he were to start a business here, he would soon find himself bankrupt before even beginning. Disregarding Wang Quan, Gu Bei laid out the accumulated math problems from his evening study session in front of Xiao Wanner and began to attentively listen to her explanations. The melodious voice of the girl, reminiscent of a lark, completely captivated Gu Bei's attention, immersing him in every mathematical formula she articulated. Any problem-solving method articulated by Xiao Wanner was indelibly etched into Gu Bei's memory. Even Wang Quan, who had devoured 2 colossal burgers in one breath, pulled out his math test papers and joined their study session. "Ninggu, aren't those the 2 rascals from last night?" The glass door creaked open as Yan Ning sauntered in with 2 underlings. One of the scruffy-haired boys spotted Gu Bei, and Wang Quan nestled in the corner and pointed in their direction. Upon realizing it was Gu Bei, Yan Ning swiftly slapped the boy's hand away, admonishing, "Don't point recklessly. We'll switch to another place." "Ninggu, you're not afraid he'll scare you off?" are you? The scruffy-haired boy scoffed. Yin Ning glared at him, his eyes ablaze with fury. What do you know? My dad said that the bespectacled fatso-ass father might be the police chief. If you're so tough, why don't you go? The boy immediately fell silent upon hearing this. Their audacity stemmed from a modest family business and a little wealth, having been spoiled by their parents since childhood. Yet, they were acutely aware of whom they should not provoke. As Yin Ning and his companions conversed, Wang Quan suddenly stood up, preparing to head to the restroom. Upon seeing them at the doorway, Wang Quan halted mid-motion and promptly signaled Gu Bei. They can't be here for revenge, can they? Gu Bei glanced up briefly before returning to his work, assuring they wouldn't dare. Noticing Gu Bei and Wang Quan's attention, Yin Ning and his crew hastily fled through the glass door. Volume 1, Chapter 16, Abandoning the Exam? Wang, please fetch a bucket of chicken and a hamburger. Gu Bei took out some cash from his pocket and handed it to Wang Quan, signaling him to purchase some food at the counter. Wang Quan, unreserved, accepted the money with practiced ease and hurried off to the bar. When he returned with a tray of food, Gu Bei promptly pushed the meal towards Xia Wanner, stating, You tutor me, and I shall treat you to a meal. Xia Wanner paused her actions of organizing her backpack, glancing at the bucket of chicken and the hamburger before her. Then at Gu Bei, she silently acquiesced. As she began to eat, she noticed that Gu Bei was still engrossed in the mathematics problems from earlier, seemingly indifferent to joining her for the meal. Are you not eating with me? She inquired. I have no fondness for fast food like hamburgers, Gu Bei replied, closing his notebook to meet her gaze. I still maintain that Chinese cuisine reigns supreme. At 18, he had shared the same enthusiasm for hamburgers, fried chicken, and cola as Wang Quan did now. However, he had since come to appreciate the significance of health and wellness. Burning the midnight oil and indulging in expensive supplements were now his priorities. Gu Bei was determined not to engage in the self-deceiving charades of his youth. Health would always take precedence. Holding a golden brown chicken nugget, Xia Wanner slightly nodded in agreement with Gu Bei's assertion that Chinese food is the best. I cannot finish this on my own, she said, taking small bites of the chicken while casting her gaze towards Wang Quan. You should eat some. Wang Quan rubbed his round belly. He had already consumed 2 hamburgers and a serving of fries upon entering. I suppose I can manage a bit more, he replied. As they exited the fast food establishment, Wang Quan cradled the unfinished bucket of chicken and leaned towards Gu Bei, whispering, This bucket isn't sufficient for a family. I could easily devour an entire one myself. Gu Bei flicked his finger against Wang Quan's forehead. The family bucket refers to the family of chickens, not for your entire family to share. This answer caught Wang Quan off guard. He had always assumed that a family bucket was meant for communal consumption. However, the number of servings in the bucket seemed quite inadequate. After escorting Xia Wanner home, Gu Bei and Wang Quan rode their bicycles towards their own neighborhood. Vehicles zipped past them with their headlights ablaze, while the bright streetlights illuminated their path ahead. Brother Yi, do you have feelings for Xia Wanner? Wang Quan inquired, pedaling vigorously to keep pace with Gu Bei. Gu Bei glanced at him sideways. At this age, it seemed that any private interaction between young men and women would lead to assumptions of mutual affection. Clearly, there was not enough homework. Nor was the academic pressure sufficiently intense. Can you focus on studying and making money instead of fixating on romantic entanglements? Such distractions will only hinder you. So, you are giving up on the campus beauty, Yi? I am solely focused on studying and making money. Education brings me joy, and wealth elevates my spirits. Romance will merely impede my financial pursuits. Gu Bei reduced his speed, extended his arm, and gently patted Wang Quan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Listen to me. As long as you excel, even the most unremarkable will seek you out. What do I need the unremarkable for? Wang Quan retorted. Because butterflies and flowers are mine. Gu Bei shamelessly declared, before riding off into the distance once more. Wang Quan hesitated for a few seconds, seemingly grasping the essence of Gu Bei's words, and called out defiantly to his retreating figure, I don't want the unremarkable, I want strawberry cake. However, his voice was whisked away by the evening breeze, failing to reach Gu Bei's ears. The next day, Gu Bei rose early as usual to attend classes, memorize lessons, complete exam papers, and engage in mathematics tutoring. During evening self-study, their homeroom teacher, Li Yuhong, entered the classroom to announce the upcoming monthly examination. For high school seniors, weekly minor tests and monthly major assessments were routine. This would be Gu Bei's first significant examination since his rebirth, yet he felt no overwhelming anxiety. Through regular assessments, he had already developed a fundamental understanding of his capabilities. Given his current tutoring pace, stepping into the college entrance examination hall and achieving a score above the line for first-tier universities seemed entirely feasible. As for the monthly test, Beiyye opted to forego participating. He intended to utilize the time others spent testing to continue bridging the gap in his mathematics knowledge. Planning to evaluate his learning outcomes during the final monthly exam, the monthly examination arrived as scheduled. In pursuit of replicating the atmosphere of the college entrance examination, the school rearranged the seating and classrooms for the students, while his classmates busied themselves preparing for the exam. Beiyye had already taken his backpack to a secluded corner on the second floor of the cafeteria for the next 2 days of the monthly examination. This would serve as his secret study base. Wang Quan stood beside Beiyye, his face a mask of confusion. Are you really not planning to take the exam? You scored first in the last English test. You should make some progress this time, even if you just try. Beiyye nonchalantly settled onto a plastic stool in the cafeteria. Those are just empty accolades. What I am concerned about is the outcome of the college entrance examination. In these 2 days, I can absorb a great deal of mathematical knowledge. Rather than tackling familiar questions in the exam hall, it is far more beneficial to focus on my most significant shortcomings. Wang Quan distinctly sensed a considerable change in Beiyye. Whether in mindset or in the way he approached matters, he seemed to possess a stronger sense of individuality. This unique approach, contrasting with the typical high school mentality of conformity and lack of opinion, was a hallmark of maturity and capability. As the monthly examination progressed vigorously, by sheer coincidence, Beiyye found himself placed in the same examination room as his class. After the completion of the morning sessions, Jia Yuan, who shared the examination room with him, noted his absence. During the lunchtime break, news of Beiyye's decision to skip the exam rapidly spread throughout the class. Nana, why do you think Beiyye didn't come to the exam? Could it be that he is afraid of embarrassing himself with poor performance? After all, he had aimed for first place in the last English examination. This time, realizing he could not achieve the same, he decided not to attend. Jia Yuan and Lina strolled along the path to the cafeteria, continuously discussing matters concerning Beiyye. Lina was also unaware of the reasons behind Beiyye's absence from the examination. During this period, she had not encountered him on her way to and from school. Previously, Beiyye would discreetly follow behind her in the mornings and evenings, ostensibly to protect her. As she listened to Jia Yuan's analysis regarding Beiyye's decision not to take the exam, Lina found her reasoning somewhat plausible. Volume 1. Chapter 17, 101st Confession? Lina's astute and spirited gaze swept across the cafeteria's first-floor window. Upon discovering that her favorite sweet and sour ribs had been sold out, she promptly ascended to the second floor. In contrast to the first, the second floor offered fewer open counters, predominantly featuring halal cuisine, a thoughtful provision by the school catering to the dietary preferences of minority students. Jia Yuan, with a playful grip on Lina's arm, chatted and laughed as they ascended the steps. When a passing boy cast a glance at Lina, she unabashedly shot him a glare, questioning, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty in the cafeteria?" The boy, caught off guard, refrained from retorting in her presence but muttered under his breath once she had walked away, "What a nuisance. Who would even care to look at you?" "Nana, Beiyye is coming over," Jia Yuan remarked as they reached the second floor, spotting Beiyye striding toward them with purpose. Lina, standing ahead of Jia Yuan, turned to follow her gaze upon hearing Beiyye's name. At that moment, he raised his right hand, a smile illuminating his face as he directed his attention toward Lina, seemingly greeting her. Jia Yuan whispered, "Skipping exams yet eager to eat. What a glutton." Lina noticed Beiyye waving at her and instantly turned her face away, muttering, "Ignore him," however. As she caught a glimpse of him approaching, she elevated her chin defiantly, resolutely avoiding eye contact, thinking, "Now you choose to greet me? I want to acknowledge you. If you intentionally provoke me without 100 apologies, I shall not forgive you. Why are you taking so long to retrieve your meal card? The braised beef noodles are nearly devoid of beef." Beiyye's voice resonated nearby. Wang Quan, panting heavily, reproached, "And who has to blame? You buried your meal card at the bottom of the bookshelf. I searched for ages and worked up a sweat. It's good to sweat. You ought to exert yourself more," Beiyye replied, seemingly oblivious to Lina and Jia Yuan's presence. As he casually draped an arm over Wang Quan's shoulder and moved to another counter. "Sister, I'll have 2 servings of braised beef noodles, with extra beef and less noodles." The cafeteria lady, focused on her task, initially thought she misheard when addressed as sister. She lifted her gaze to meet Beiyye's, stating, "Calling me sister won't change anything. While the noodles can be reduced, I cannot add more beef." Gu Beiye's attempt at charm had evidently backfired. After all, the television often claims that calling someone younger endears you to them, yet the outcome was unexpectedly contrary. Nearby, Wang Quan struggled to suppress laughter, the flesh on his face quivering with amusement. For reasons unknown, witnessing Gu Bei's humiliation struck him as entertaining. Serves you right for showing off what a failed takeoff. Gu Bei cast a sidelong glance at him, asserting that it was not his lack of handsomeness that was at fault, but rather the inadequacy of his teammate. It's all your fault, ah. Wang Quan stumbled under the sudden blame. I didn't say anything. Why am I being blamed? Clearly, Andy must think you are too plump and wants you to eat less meat. Hence I am also implicated. Wang Quan, is it a crime to be overweight? Unperturbed by his reaction, Gu Bei shouted towards the cafeteria lady, please add an extra serving of beef. Coming right up, the lady replied briskly, thank you, Auntie. Such is the nature of men. Just moments ago he called her sister, and now he turns around to refer to her as Andy. Wang Quan carried his tray alongside Gu Bei, stealing a glance at the lady who had just served them. Why didn't you call her sister anymore? Only those who eat meat deserve to be called sister, while those who do not are but mere passersby. Gu Bei found an empty seat and poured the additional serving of meat into Wang Quan's bowl. Wang Quan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. Aren't you going to eat? Eating beef won't make you gain weight. You should have more of it and eat less of those fried foods in the future. Gu Bei deftly mixed the noodles in his bowl with his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Wang Quan was so moved he nearly shed tears, nodding earnestly and lowering his head to feast. Gradually, classmates began to sit down with their trays, while some finished and departed. Not far away, Lina glared at Gu Bei, her bright eyes ablaze with indignation. Just moments ago, she had thought Gu Bei was unable to resist coming over to greet her. Yet he had completely disregarded her presence, as if she were invisible. Nana, it's our turn, Jiayuan reminded, noticing the vacant window ahead. Lina promptly turned and approached the same window where Gu Bei had just been served. She ordered a bowl of the same braised beef noodles and settled into an empty seat beside him. Gu Bei, our homeroom teacher asked me to inquire why you are not participating in the monthly exam. As the class monitor, she believed it was her prerogative to question the circumstances of her classmates on behalf of the teacher. Gu Bei did not raise his head, continuing to finish his beef noodles before wiping his mouth and responding nonchalantly. I already spoke with Hongji about it. Didn't the homeroom teacher inform you? He had mentioned to Li Yuhong before the exam that he would not be taking part in this monthly test, and she had agreed. Now, Lina was using the teacher's authority to question him, and he certainly would not indulge her. You are not my wife right now. Gu Bei turned to look at Lina's delicate, fair face, sporting a mischievous grin. Caring about my affairs so much now. Do you wish to be my wife? In your dreams, I wouldn't marry you even in a dream. What do you mean by that? Just last time in front of the whole class, you said I was beneath your standards, and now you say such things. Is it merely because I rejected you that you feel embarrassed and wish to make it seem as though you look down on me? Lina tightly gripped her chopsticks, her long eyelashes veiling eyes that sparkled with unbridled fury. Gu Bei shifted his seat to a spot further away from her, fearing she might jab her chopsticks into his mouth. You have already stated that you rejected me. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to no longer harbor feelings for you? It was merely a single rejection. Lina opened her mouth, but the remainder of her thought was swallowed back down. People typically confess their feelings 100 times before a girl finally agrees on the 101st. You give up after just one rejection? That lacks sincerity. Upon hearing her remark about just once, Gu Bei found it amusing and took Wang Quan away from this contentious place. A crackling sound echoed through the campus, signaling the commencement of the broadcasting station's duties. Every day, at noon and in the afternoon, the campus radio would broadcast punctually for half an hour, grandly claiming to enrich the vibrant campus life. Volume 1. Chapter 18. Notes borrowed. The campus radio station resonated with the impassioned voice of an amateur announcer. The first to speak was a boy with fairly standard Mandarin. Today marks the day of the monthly examination for our senior students. Amidst the tension and excitement of the test, we wish our high school scholars to sail through the waves. Following this, we enter the song request segment. The first song is dedicated by Yin Ning from Class 3 to Lina from Class 4, titled The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. We wish you soaring success in your exams. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear the lonely sighs from those who gaze upon you? The melody echoed across the campus, with familiar tunes prompting some students to hum along. The crowd's attention was less on the song's charm and more on the names Yin Ning and Lina. Someone has dedicated another song to the campus beauty. How enviable. Isn't this just too romantic? What is the big deal? Every day during the song request segment, There are always dedications made to Lina. The murmurs reached Lina's ears as she returned to the classroom from the cafeteria, yet she exhibited little reaction. As they said, she could almost hear boys dedicating songs to her daily. Back when she first entered high school, there was even someone who publicly confessed to her over the radio, reading a love letter. However, after the school became aware, such actions were strictly prohibited, though the song requests continued unabated. Beiyye sat at the edge of the playground, listening to the broadcast of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. This song, having been released 2 years prior, had indeed gained considerable popularity among the youth. Should he perhaps consider jotting down some lyrics to sell to a record company for a quick profit? Beiyye gazed into the distance, struggling to recall songs that would later become hits. He could barely name a few, but memorizing all the lyrics was unrealistic. He decided to set that thought aside for now. Beiyye refrained from pursuing thoughts of earning money, and instead stood up to head towards the cafeteria. His most pressing task remained the college entrance examination. After the exams, whether during summer vacation or university, he would have ample time to make money. As he stepped into the cafeteria, 2 boys walked out. One of them, sporting a sideswept fringe, complained in a crisp dialect to his companion, "Damn it. They always play Yining's song first. Next time, I'll tell the radio station to play the song I requested for Lina first. What taste is this? Is The Brightest Star in the Night Sky even better than My Cultivating Love? I'll have a chat with him in the restroom this afternoon." Listening to their conversation, Beiyye felt a twinge of nostalgia. He once envied such big brother figures, even fantasizing about becoming one. Having a posse of followers with dyed hair trailing behind, and being pursued by numerous girls seemed appealing. In hindsight, it appears rather juvenile. Not everyone is a gangster, nor is every big brother a Chenhaonan. The 2-day monthly examination finally concluded on Saturday afternoon. On Sunday, Beiyye and his companions finally welcomed a long-awaited day of rest. "Why are you up so early when there are no classes today?" Li Wenjing emerged from the kitchen, noticing Beiyye, who had already washed up and donned clean clothes. In the past, he would not stir from slumber until 11 or 12. His rising before 8 was quite disconcerting for Li Wenjing, who played the role of a mother. Is the sun rising from the west? Beiyye seated himself at the dining table, taking a delicate sip of the congee before him. "I'm going to study with some classmates. You need tea. Wait for me for lunch or dinner." Li Wenjing handed him a peeled tea egg and inquired, "I heard you had a monthly exam a couple of days ago. How do you feel about your grades?" Gu Mingcheng, who was shaving in the bathroom, leaned closer to the doorway to catch the conversation more clearly. Beiyye swallowed the tea egg his mother offered and mumbled, "I didn't take the exam, but I've worked through the questions. It shouldn't be a problem." Without waiting for Li Wenjing's response, he grabbed his backpack and strode toward the door. "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring back an admission letter for an undergraduate program." With that, he closed the door behind him, leaving his presence and voice to fade from the room. What did he say? Gu Mingxing emerged from the bathroom and asked Li Wenjing. She picked up her chopsticks and smiled. "Your son said he is going to get you an undergraduate spot." Gu Mingxing fell silent for a moment. And after finishing his breakfast, he finally spoke. "Let us hope he is not just boasting. My son wouldn't boast if he says he can get in." "He certainly can," Li Wenjing retorted, snatching the chopsticks from Gu Mingxing's hand and the egg poised at his mouth. "Stop eating and hurry to the shop. You've only got one bite left, and you want to let me finish it. Who told you to say my son is boasting?" As she spoke, she busied herself clearing the table and headed to the kitchen. Gu Mingxing looked down at his empty hands and shook his head helplessly. "I didn't even get to taste the egg. I'm his father." Unbeknownst to Beiyye, his words had nearly sparked a conflict between his parents. He rode his bicycle to a nearby KFC, perhaps due to the day of rest. The establishment was not crowded. Pushing open the glass door, Beiyye scanned the interior with keen eyes. There were only 2 tables occupied on the ground floor, and he could not see the person he was searching for. With a mindset of trying his luck, he ascended to the 2nd floor. As he stepped onto the final stair, he spotted Wana seated by the floor-to-ceiling window. She wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with linen wide-leg pants. The morning light streamed through the glass, illuminating her youthful and vibrant profile. Her dark hair cascading naturally behind her, and her fair skin radiating a peach-like blush. Beiyye reached for his pocket, but regrettably he had no camera. Otherwise, he would have captured this beautiful scene. "What brings you to the 2nd floor?" Beiyye approached and took a seat opposite Wana. Wana revealed a gentle and sweet smile. "In a moment, the 1st floor will become quite crowded and noisy. Here, there are fewer people, allowing for a peaceful study environment." As she spoke, Wana produced her notebook from her backpack and offered it to Beiyye. "This is my mathematics notebook. You may find it helpful." Beiyye accepted the notebook and flipped through a couple of pages. Aren't you going to use it? He inquired. I no longer need it. I've memorized everything, she replied, adorably pointing to her little head with her right index finger. Beiyye nodded, harboring no doubts. Through their recent study sessions, he had come to understand Xiaowanner's mathematical prowess. She was indeed a top-tier scholar capable of achieving perfect scores in mathematics. Volume 1. Chapter 19. Run swiftly. How well do you estimate your score for this month's examination? Xiaowanner extracted a blank English test paper from her backpack, which was hanging from the back of a chair, preparing to tackle the questions. The monthly examination, also known as a mock test, holds significant reference value for the forthcoming college entrance examination. Beiyye twirled the neutral pen in his hand and candidly replied, I did not participate in the monthly examination. Xiaowanner, with her peach blossom eyes framed by long lashes, displayed a look of confusion. Did you have something that required you to take leave during the examination days? Beiyye had not sought her out for math tutoring, and she had assumed he was diligently preparing for his other subjects, not realizing he had entirely skipped the exam. Beiyye shook his head, smiling as he revealed the math test paper from the monthly examination. I merely wished to supplement my math studies for a few more days. He then pointed to the paper bearing his name and looked up at Xiaowanner. I am currently working on math. Will you grade my work? Xiaowanner turned her head towards the cartoon clock hanging at the stairwell. I will start the timer now. Beiyye ceased any further conversation, lowered his head, and began to work diligently on the draft paper. Customers ascended and descended, and the youthful patrons seated before the floor-to-ceiling windows alternated between contemplation and fervent writing. Occasionally, as someone passed by, the soft sound of writing could be heard. It was only when Beiyye lifted his head, his gaze landing on the hour hand of the cartoon clock, that he paused and shook his weary wrist. I have finished. Xiaowanner also set down her ballpoint pen, declaring, I am done as well. The two exchanged their respective test papers and commenced the grading process. Half an hour later, Beiyye concluded his grading of Xiaowanner's English test paper. A score of 140. Little friend still has room for improvement. Xiaowanner handed over Beiyye's math paper, where the score was boldly inscribed in pencil as 132. You must continue to strive as well. Beiyye accepted the paper, displaying no signs of disappointment but rather a satisfied nod. Compared to his previous score of around 100, a 132 was quite gratifying. It appeared that his recent efforts had not been in vain. As the morning tutoring session concluded, Beiyye intended to treat Xiaowanner to a KFC bucket, only to be decisively refused. We shall dine out, Xiaowanner stated, rising first. Let us take the opportunity to breathe in some fresh air. She recalled Beiyye mentioning previously that he did not favor fast food. Thus, the two of them had enjoyed the air conditioning of the establishment without spending a single cent. It's your fault for serving fried chicken and burgers. Had it been meat-filled buns or noodle dishes, I would have insisted on devouring 2 large bowls. Beiyye had planned to take Xiaowanner to a restaurant, but she led him into a nearby fast food joint. At the peak dining hour, the tables were mostly occupied by patrons, predominantly middle-aged men, with the occasional young woman appearing as a striking sight amidst the crowd. Positioned at the rear of the queue, Xiaowanner enthusiastically introduced the delectable hot dishes she deemed worthy at the restaurant. Their braised eggplant is exquisite. You shall know it upon tasting. Do you frequent this place often? Beiyye inquired cautiously. Xiaowanner gently shook her head. My home is quite nearby. I have visited a few times in the past. The fare at the fast food establishment was prepared in advance and placed in cabinets, reminiscent of a school cafeteria. The distinction lay in the fact that while a school cafeteria utilized trays, the restaurant employed small bowls. I'll have one of this and one of that. Beiyye ordered 4 dishes in one breath, but was promptly halted by Xiaowanner. This is sufficient. You cannot consume that much. Ultimately, Beiyye settled for 4 small dishes and 2 servings of rice, and together they relished this lunch. Whether in his past life or the present, he had entered such fast food venues countless times. It was his first experience being actively invited by a girl. This young lady is rather intriguing. After lunch, the two returned to the tutoring center, yet their previous seats had been occupied by a couple engrossed in their affection. Beiyye and Xiaowanner found another vacant table, continuing their studies through the afternoon. It was only when the sky donned a black shroud that Beiyye took the initiative to offer to escort Xiaowanner home. Walking behind her on her left, he observed the youthful and vibrant girl ahead, a smile unconsciously creeping upon his face. Indeed, men possess a certain penchant for youth. Xiaowanner was headed to the back street to assist her mother at a stall, and Beiyye accompanied her to the entrance of the alleyway. Would you care to try my family's wonton noodles? Suddenly halting, Xia Wan'er turned with a radiant smile. You treated me to lunch. I shall invite you for dinner in return. Gu Bei leaned forward to glance at the small stall in the street center, nodding without hesitation. Perfect. I am also feeling hungry. Will you personally prepare it for me? Of course, no problem. I am quite skilled at cooking, she replied, waving her hand to signal him to follow. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out on the street. The city management is coming. Instantly, the vendors on either side sprang into action, hastily gathering their belongings. Within mere seconds, some had already begun to push their carts deeper into the alley. A young man in floral shorts shouted after a retreating stall owner. Hey, boss, my grilled squid. Wait for me, I will return. The owner's voice trembled amidst the chaos, leaving uncertainty as to whether the young man had heard. Some even abandoned their tables. Diners savoring their meals turned to find the proprietor vanished. What is happening? At the moment the shout echoed, Xia Wan'er dashed forward, heading straight for the wonton stall. The phrase "the city management is here" acted like a starting gun at a school sports event, setting the people on the street into motion. Observing this, Gu Bei hurriedly followed in Xia Wan'er's footsteps to assist. Forget about the table, let us leave first. Liang Xiaoshuang, with her somewhat inflexible physique, swiftly ascended to the driver's seat of the tricycle, gently calling out to Xia Wan'er behind her. Xia Wan'er lent her strength, pushing the cart as she hurriedly dashed in the opposite direction. They traversed a narrow alley, leading to a steep incline ahead. The tricycle was laden with numerous items, causing its movement to be sluggish, even teetering on the brink of reversing. As the uniformed personnel drew ever closer, beads of sweat began to form anxiously on Xia Wan'er's forehead, compelling her to grit her teeth and exert herself even more. Just as her strength began to wane, a pair of large hands suddenly appeared before her, alleviating the burden on her delicate arms, and the tricycle's pace quickened. Gu Bei tilted his head and offered her a rare smile, reassuring her, "Fear not, they will not truly pursue us." Xia Wan'er glanced back to see that the uniformed staff maintained a consistent distance, showing no genuine intent to catch up with them. Volume 1, Chapter 20, Educating Daughters. Not sons. Gu Bei assisted in pushing the tricycle up a steep incline, slipping into a narrow alley nearby. Once certain that no one was following, Xia Wan'er exhaled deeply, leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath. The streetlight illuminated her graceful figure, and with each breath, her chest rose and fell rhythmically. "Thank you, young man," Liang Xiaoshuang said as she approached from the front of the tricycle, her face adorned with a benevolent smile as she graciously expressed her gratitude to Gu Beiyao. This was the first time Gu Beiyao truly observed her visage. She was in her 40s, dressed simply, with an apron draped around her neck bearing the name of a soy sauce brand. "Auntie, there's no need for thanks," Gu Beiyao replied politely, displaying no signs of nervousness. Yang Xiaoshuang nodded, turning to inspect the contents of the tricycle's cargo. On a small stove, 6 tiny clay pots sat, one containing half-cooked wonton noodles. Yang Xiaoshuang rose on her toes to glance inside, realizing it was no longer usable. Although pained by the thought of wasted food, she picked up a pair of tongs, preparing to remove the wonton noodles from the pot. Seeing this, Gu Beiyao stepped forward to assist, but as soon as his hand brushed the edge of the pot, an intense heat caused him to retract it instinctively. "Do not touch it directly," Liang Xiaoshuang cautioned just as he reached out, but her warning came a moment too late. "Did you burn yourself? Quickly rinse it with cool water." She hurriedly retrieved a chilled bottle of mineral water from the thermal box, twisting it open and pouring the icy liquid over his burned fingers. The frigid water flowed over Gu Beiyao's skin, gradually alleviating the burning sensation, a refreshing relief spreading throughout his body. He had been careless, mistakenly believing that after running for some time, the pot's temperature would have diminished. He felt foolish, having been reborn, yet still acting so rashly. Xia Wan'er quickly approached, taking the mineral water bottle from Liang Xiaoshuang's hand and crouching down to rinse Gu Beiyao's fingers. "Silly, that pot is very hot. You cannot touch it directly. Rinse it with cool water, and later I will help you by burn ointment. Though, tomorrow you might develop blisters." "How do you know so much?" Gu Beiyao inquired, curious. "I have burned myself before. I have experience," Xia Wan'er replied playfully, lowering her voice as if to keep her confession a secret from Liang Xiaoshuang. At that moment, Gu Beiyao realized that although she had just called him foolish, she was not particularly wise herself. His gaze fell upon Xia Wan'er, who was merely 2 fists away. He could distinctly see her fluttering eyelashes, moist cherry lips, and fair neck. Unbeknownst to her, as she crouched before him, her loose collar revealed 2 rounded shapes, which caught his mischievous eye. "All right. I will take you to buy ointment. Once you apply it, it won't hurt anymore," she said, pouting as she blew gently on his burned fingers. Upon turning her head, she noticed the way his gaze wandered. Xiao Wanner lowered her gaze, immediately covering her collar with her hand as she stood up. Her handsome face suddenly flushed with crimson. I won't talk to you. What's wrong? Liang Xiaoshuang gently inquired after finishing tidying up the items in the car. Gu Bei shrugged innocently, his hands raised in a gesture of bewilderment. Appearing utterly unaware of the situation, Xiao Wanner walked over to a nearby trash bin. Disposing of the plastic water bottle in her hand while casting a sidelong glare at Gu Bei, "Go buy some ointment." Before Gu Bei could respond, Liang Xiaoshuang interjected, "Go ahead, just come back home afterward. I'll tidy up a bit and then head back." Xiao Wanner and Gu Bei exited the narrow alley one after the other, making their way to the pharmacy in the adjacent residential area. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wanner deliberately maintained a distance from Gu Bei, watching him warily and refraining from initiating conversation. It was Gu Bei who eventually broke the awkward silence, softly asking, "Did the city management officers come by every day?" Xiao Wanner intertwined her fingers, anxiously twisting them together as she shook her head slightly. "They usually don't come. Recently, they come down to announce something about city beautification, so they temporarily prohibited street vending. It should return to normal after a while." Upon entering the pharmacy, Gu Bei declined Xiao Wanner's offer to pay for the ointment, taking the initiative to settle the bill himself before stepping out with the burn ointment in hand. "Are you going to help me apply the medicine?" Xiao Wanner asked, receiving the ointment. Just as she opened the packaging, she recalled Gu Bei's earlier gaze and promptly handed it back to him. "You do it yourself." Gu Bei did not press the matter. Instead, he took the ointment and carelessly applied it to the burned area. Watching his rough application, Xiao Wanner could not help but take the ointment from his hand. "You can't apply ointment like that. It's quite foolish. Close your eyes." Xiao Wanner's bright eyes met Gu Bei's as she adorably commanded him. Gu Bei chuckled inwardly but obediently closed his eyes. This little girl was rather amusing. After applying the ointment, Xiao Wanner placed the remainder into Gu Bei's pocket, reminding him to apply it again the next day. Upon returning home, as soon as he opened the door, a familiar aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. "Mom, are you stewing ribs? You've got a nose like a dog." "Yours is the keenest," Li Wenjing replied, glancing into the living room. "Where have you been all day? Wang Quan came looking for you, but you weren't here." Gu Bei changed into his slippers, placed his backpack in his room, and then sat beside the sofa. "I went to study with a classmate." "Did Wang Quan mention why he was looking for me?" "He didn't say. He saw you weren't home and went back. You might want to give him a call to ask." "All right, I'll do that." Gu Bei picked up a clean peach from the coffee table and took a big bite. He instinctively checked his pocket, only to remember that he still didn't have his phone. Usually, he communicated with Wang Quan through his parents' phone. Seeing Gu Bei devouring the peach, Li Wenjing couldn't help but remark, "Dinner will be ready soon, and you're eating a peach. Are you going to be able to eat ribs afterward?" "Of course. I can manage 2 large bowls myself." Gu Bei rose with a cheerful demeanor, picking up the mobile phone that his mother had placed beside the television. He located the number for Wang Quan's mother and dialed it. After a few rings, the voice of Su Lan, Wang Quan's mother, came through the receiver. "Hello. Aunt Su, this is Gu Bei. Is Wang Quan home?" "Ah, Xiaoya, just a moment, I'll call him." Before long, Wang Quan's voice resonated on the other end of the line. "Brother Yi, what have you been up to today? Did you go to your tutoring session? Do you need something from me? I was hoping to ask you about studying English. At last, you've had an epiphany and realized the importance of education. However, my English lessons are exclusively for girls. Get lost." Volume 1, Chapter 21. Striving for first place next time the following day. Gu Bei arrived at school as usual, stepping into the classroom and immediately sensing an intangible pressure hanging in the air. Today was the day the results of the monthly examination would be announced. It seemed as if dark clouds loomed over the heads of every student in the class, akin to prisoners awaiting judgment, an atmosphere thick with tension and fear. In stark contrast, Gu Bei, who had not participated in the exam, wore a calm expression. After all, he had scored 0, leaving him with nothing to be anxious about. It was a well-known fact that absence from the examination equated to a score of 0. Shortly after Gu Bei settled into his seat, the homeroom teacher, Li Yuhong, entered the classroom, cradling the mathematics test papers and the report cards. The students, engaged in their morning reading, instinctively fell silent at the sight of her. Li Yuhong placed the test papers on the podium, her penetrating gaze sweeping across the room. Silence enveloped the classroom, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. After a few moments, Li Yuhong finally spoke. Representatives for each subject, proceed to the teachers' offices to collect the examination papers. As her words echoed, the representatives, seated at their respective positions, promptly rose and hurried outside the classroom. Li Yuhong, with an impassive expression, handed the mathematics test paper to the mathematics representative. Distribute it. Take a moment to reflect on whether you are satisfied with your own performance. She began by addressing the issues that had arisen in the mathematics paper, subsequently lifting the report card in her hand. Your total scores have been calculated. I initially did not wish to discourage you, but some students have indeed underperformed. Have you forgotten who you were after performing well on the last exam? It is still not the college entrance examination. Why the restlessness? Of course, some students had made progress. Once all the papers have been distributed, analyze your results carefully. At this rate, can you still aspire to attend university? As the representatives returned, the distribution of test papers commenced with great enthusiasm. Lina, Mathematics 139. Wang Pingping, English 142. Each time a high score was announced, the representative could not help but declare the results loudly, provoking waves of gasps from classmates. Some expressions bore envy, while others were tinged with jealousy. The students who received their papers eagerly began discussing their results with those seated nearby. What did you score? I also chose A. How could I have been marked wrong? Amidst the clamor of voices, Gu Bei remained detached, continuing to follow his own study plan. The current scores were not reflective of the college entrance examination. There was little need for discussion. Even after the entrance exams had concluded, there would be no necessity to deliberate over past results. What purpose did it serve to dwell on what had already transpired? The outcome was predetermined. It was far more prudent to learn from one's mistakes to ensure that one did not repeat them and to strive for improvement. Brother Yi, look, I've improved by over 30 points this time. Wang Quan exclaimed excitedly, bringing his test paper close to Gu Bei. If I can maintain this score, my chances of entering a second-tier university are secure. Gu Bei extended his hand to receive the exam paper from Wang Quan, glancing through it briefly. It appears you are also a specialist in selective subjects. Your English and Chinese are passable, yet your mathematics leaves much to be desired. I struggle with math, therefore. I intend to focus on improving my English, hoping to elevate my math scores through it. Wang Quan confidently articulated his plan. This was, indeed, the reason he sought Gu Bei's assistance with English tutoring yesterday. Gu Bei remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. The intention is commendable. However, one must not neglect mathematics. Practicing similar types of problems would be beneficial. In the future, join me for some tutoring sessions. Gu Bei, what score did you achieve in English this time? Suddenly interjected Jia Yuan with a mocking tone, having approached Gu Bei's desk without notice. You still have the audacity to critique Wang Quan's performance. You don't even dare to take the exam. What right do you have to comment on others' academic focus? Suggesting that others study with you is quite the jest. I assent it. As Wang Quan was about to defend Gu Bei, he was halted by Gu Bei's raised hand. In such verbal exchanges, one must take the initiative. A moment of retort brings immediate satisfaction, and prolonged confrontation brings ongoing delight. Gu Bei grinned, gazing intently at Jia Yuan, relishing the silence for several seconds. Jia Yuan, feeling uncomfortable under his unwavering gaze, retorted, "What are you staring at? I'm not looking at you. It's just that your face is rather round, and the areas that should be plump are as flat as an airstrip, while the areas that should be slender are as thick as my family's water tank, obstructing my view of the blackboard. Who are you calling round-faced?" Jia Yuan exploded with rage, wishing to leap up and strike Gu Bei's knee. "You resemble a barrel, and your entire family is a bunch of barrels." Gu Bei smiled serenely, observing Jia Yuan, who was stamping her feet in frustration, remaining silent. He chose to wait until her anger subsided. Should she continue her tirade, he would be ready to deliver another blow. In truth, Jia Yuan was not overweight. She merely possessed a hint of baby fat on her face. However, the modesty of her bust, which was less than 2 pounds, paled in comparison to Wang Quan's. "You infuriate me. You, the last in the class, are a disgrace to our 4th class." Jia Yuan fumed, elevating Gu Bei's perceived failures to the honor of the entire class. It was well known that after each examination, classes were ranked throughout the entire grade. Gu Bei's score of 0 would undoubtedly lower their class's average. Unbeknownst to Jia Yuan, Gu Bei had taken a leave of absence, and all his scores did not factor into the average. Gu Bei, with a calm demeanor, countered, "It seems you have secured the top position in the grade this time." "I am not first, but Nana is certainly at the top," Jia Yuan declared proudly, as if the achievement belonged to her. "What does it matter who comes in first? If you are not at the top, do not bother me." I fear your foolishness may taint the air I breathe, hindering my chances of achieving first place next time. You are the one polluting the air. You are barely passing, and yet you dare to speak. Jia Yuan's face flushed crimson with indignation, tears welling in her eyes. She had intended to mock Gu Bei with her recent English exam results, seeking revenge for the humiliation she suffered during the previous test. However, to her dismay, not only did her attempt fail to shame him, but it also left her in tears. When had he become so eloquent? Clenching her test paper tightly in one hand, Jia Yuan swayed her slender waist and returned to her seat. Where do you see me as rotund and foolish? What troubles you? Lina, noticing her close friend's distress, hurriedly inquired with concern. Jia Yuan recounted Gu Bei's words, her anger escalating with each recollection until she ultimately burst into tears. He even boasted that he would secure the first place next time. He truly has no awareness of his own limitations. Volume 1, Chapter 22, Eating 2 Drumsticks Wild Brother, you are amazing, Wang Quan exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment at the scene that had just unfolded. Gu Bei looked innocently at the test paper before him and replied, you saw it too. She provoked me first. I detest confronting others, especially girls. Aren't you afraid that school beauty will come looking for you? Jia Yuan is her good friend. Wang Quan inquired, concern evident in his voice. Gu Bei glanced toward Lina's direction and remarked, what I fear most is that she won't come. Lina did not seek out Gu Bei to defend Jia Yuan, as her own grades had slipped this time. The coveted top spot in the grade had been usurped by an unexpected name, Xia Wanner, who seemed to be from Class 1. She had previously been among the top 10 in her class and had achieved first place for the very first time. After the monthly examination concluded, the students of the third year once again entered a relentless cycle of reviewing lessons and practicing problems. Discussions regarding the recent results lasted only 2 days before the urgency of revision consumed their thoughts. Time slipped away swiftly, and the countdown to the college entrance examination on the blackboard of Class 4 was continuously updated, now resting at a mere 26 days. Simultaneously, the third-year students of Chizhou High School were preparing for their final mock examination, a significant event preceding the actual college entrance examination, and perhaps the last major mock exam they would take in their high school lives, barring any considerations for retaking the year. Gu Bei was confident he would not need to repeat the year, thanks to his relentless and dedicated study during this period. His mathematics score had finally risen to around 128, a figure that might seem modest to other high achievers, yet was commendable for him. The last mock exam served as a measure of his academic progress since his rebirth. Wild brother, which examination room are you assigned to? I will come find you after the test, Wang Quan said, organizing the 4 or 5 pins he clutched, fearing he would not have enough for the exam. Leisurely seated on his chair, Gu Bei glanced at his paper admission ticket and replied, Yifu Building, 3rd floor, last examination room. The seating arrangement had been organized based on the results of the previous monthly exam. Since Gu Bei had not participated in that exam, he was assigned to the last desk in the last room. Wang Quan pushed up his glasses and glanced at the admission ticket in Gu Bei's hand. I have to climb to the 3rd floor. I suppose I will wait for you in the cafeteria? He was the epitome of someone who would rather sit than stand. And lying down instead of sitting, climbing 3 flights of stairs felt like a death sentence to him. Gu Bei said nothing, choosing not to tease him for the moment. With the college entrance examination approaching, ensuring a good state of mind was paramount for achieving excellent results. As Gu Bei prepared to leave the classroom with his stationery, he was halted in his tracks by the approaching Jia Yuan. She regarded him with disdain and provocatively stated, Don't forget what you said last time. What did I say? He retorted, You said you wanted to come in first. Who heard that? How would I know? Gu Bei feigned ignorance, spreading his hands in a nonchalant manner. Whatever. Jia Yuan's lips twitched in disbelief. She had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. I heard it. What does it matter to me if you did? You. Scoundrel. What's wrong? Are you going to report me? Gu Bei shrugged nonchalantly, bypassing the fuming Jia Yuan as he exited the classroom. He relished the sight of her frustration, knowing she was powerless against him. In his mind, he mused, if it were Lina, she would fare even worse. Jia Yuan stood rooted to the spot, dazedly watching Gu Bei disappear from her view. It was only then that she snapped back to reality, violently hurling her belongings to the ground. With a sharp crack, she glanced down to find her examination stationery scattered about. She hurriedly picked it up, checking for any damage, and upon confirming it was unharmed, stormed toward the examination hall in a fury. Upon entering his examination room, Gu Bei was greeted by a familiar face. What a coincidence! I thought you were a top student. Yet here you are in the last examination room, just like me, bantered Yin Ning, lounging casually against the wall, a teasing glint in his eyes. When he noticed Gu Bei seated behind him, his grin grew even more audacious. Well, turns out you're not as well positioned as I thought. Did you forget to write your name on the last exam? Gu Bei, having organized his materials, slowly lifted his head. His deep-set gaze fell upon Yin Ning, imparting an unusual sense of pressure. Keep talking, and I shall submit your guarantee letter to the broadcasting station, allowing the entire school to appreciate your literary talents. Yin Ning, momentarily daunted by Gu Bei's piercing stare, turned away, silenced by the remark. Just you wait. Once the college entrance examination is over and we step out of the school, I hope you remain this arrogant. Yin Ning recalled his father's warning, that chubby kid's father is the director, don't provoke him. The chubby kid was off limits. But there was no mention of Gu Bei being untouchable. As the examination commenced, the invigilating teacher began distributing the papers in accordance with protocol. Gu Bei accepted his exam paper and commenced answering diligently, disregarding Yin Ning's earlier disdain. The exams progressed in succession, with a new paper replacing the previous one. From Chinese to mathematics and then English. Regardless of the subject concluded, there were always a few top students unable to resist the temptation to compare answers. Although the homeroom teacher repeatedly emphasized not to discuss answers before completing the exam, only those in the last few rows paid heed. The students seated at the back fell into various categories. Some were outright underachievers who, upon realizing they would not qualify for university, chose to abandon their efforts entirely. Others aimed for the arts. As long as they passed the art examination, they could secure a place in college, provided their grades were not dismal. There were also those who opted not to take the college entrance examination at all, choosing to study abroad instead, relying on their family's resources. This latter group was quite rare, with no more than 5 individuals in the entire senior class. The majority were ordinary individuals like Gu Bei, whose parents held the hope that their children would achieve a transformative milestone through the college entrance examination. With the final bell signaling the end of the last examination, the mock tests for the senior year have come to a close. What awaits them next is the monumental challenge of the college entrance examination. I believe I can score an additional 20 to 30 points this time, without a doubt. Wang Quan and Gu Bei walked side by side into the cafeteria. Gu Bei nodded, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Shouldn't you express some gratitude then? How should I thank you? 2 drumsticks? Gu Bei held up 2 fingers. Oh, is that too little? Then how about 3? 2 is sufficient. Wang Quan, no longer hesitating, thought to himself that otherwise it might turn into 4. Isn't that Xiao Waner in front of us in line? Volume 1. Chapter 23. Rapid progress. Gu Bei followed Wang Quan's gaze and indeed spotted Xiao Waner, who was lining up in another queue. Xiao Waner's home was not far from the school, merely a 5 or 6 minute walk away. It was rare for her to visit the cafeteria. She usually went straight home for her meals. After acquiring his food, Gu Bei approached the table where Xiao Waner was seated, balancing his tray carefully. You're like a little rabbit, eating so healthily, he remarked, observing the greens and scrambled eggs with tomatoes on her plate. He placed his own tray down across from her. Xiao Waner took small bites of her rice, and upon noticing Gu Bei, a sweet smile graced her face. I'm on a diet. A diet? Gu Bei echoed, his mind swirling with questions as his gaze flitted curiously over her. He thought to himself, with your figure, you're on a diet? How can anyone survive that? Although these thoughts crossed his mind, he refrained from voicing them aloud, wary of being chastised as a rogue. Sensing Gu Bei's lingering gaze, Xiao Waner promptly shot him a wary look, raising 2 fingers in a mock-threatening gesture. If you keep staring, I might just gouge your eyes out. At that moment, Wang Quan approached, his tray laden with 3 chicken legs. Gu Bei swiftly picked one up and placed it on Xiao Waner's plate before taking one for himself. Eating a chicken leg won't hinder your diet. Fill up before you slim down. Who said anything about dieting? Wang Quan mumbled through a mouthful of chicken, having devoured half of his leg. He had been studying math alongside Gu Bei for some time, thus growing quite familiar with Xiao Waner. If she were a stranger, he would not have dared to speak so freely in her presence. He was shy around unfamiliar faces, but open with those he knew well. Gu Bei merely smiled and remained silent, picking up disposable chopsticks to begin his meal. Meanwhile, at another table in the cafeteria, 2 pairs of eyes were already fixated on the trio. Jia Yuan, opening her disposable chopsticks, noticed one was longer than the other, and in frustration, she rushed to exchange them for a new pair, settling back across from Lina. Nana, who is that girl? She seems quite familiar with Gu Bei. Lina withdrew her gaze, her expression impassive as she replied, that is Sia Wano. During the recent monthly exam, Sia Wano had sat directly in front of Lina. Her impression of Sia Wano was that she spoke very little. Indeed, she had never seen her engage in conversation. However, Sia Wano was undeniably beautiful, a fact Lina had previously overlooked. The first time she heard Sia Wano's name was after the last monthly exam when her grades had soared to the top of the class. Jia Yuan turned her head to gaze at Sia Wano. Her curiosity piqued. How does Gu Bei know her? They seem quite close. Lina, gripping her chopsticks, jabbed at her rice twice and shook her head slightly. Jia Yuan picked up a piece of braised pork and suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming with excitement. Could it be that Gu Bei has feelings for Sia Wano, which is why he... As she spoke, she was abruptly choked, hastily grabbing a drink from the table and gulping it down. After patting her chest to ensure she was fine, she intended to continue her sentence. However, upon noticing Lina's displeased expression, she hesitated, her mouth opening slightly before she swallowed her words. Lina barely touched her food before she set down her chopsticks and exited the cafeteria, prompting Jia Yuan to follow suit. While Jia Yuan often felt overlooked among her peers, standing alongside Lina was a different matter entirely. Lina was the school beauty and an academic prodigy, attracting the attention of countless boys and girls as she walked through the campus. When others admired Lina, Jia Yuan felt a swell of pride, as if she too were basking in the spotlight. After finishing his meal, Gu Bei returned to the classroom to continue his evening study session. The teachers had already graded the papers from the previous day's exam. Just as the bell for evening study rang, the papers for the course subjects, English, mathematics, and Chinese, were placed on the podium. Li Yuhong stood at the podium with a cold demeanor, casually flipping through the papers, causing all the students to gasp in anticipation. Fearing that the first paper she turned over might belong to them, the class representatives will distribute the papers one by one, she announced. I will read out everyone's scores so that you may hear your own and see how others fared. After delivering her instructions, Li Yuhong stepped aside, allowing the 3 class representatives to take their places at the podium. They began to distribute the papers, calling out names as students approached to collect their results. Lina, English 138, Mathematics 136, Chinese 130. Gu Bei, English 142, Mathematics 130, Chinese 134. The once boisterous classroom fell into a brief silence upon hearing Gu Bei's scores. Wang Quan scratched his head in bewilderment. No way, did I hear that correctly? Is that really my bro's name? Jia Yuan, the English class representative distributing the papers, was equally astonished by the scores. Not only was the English score impressive, but his mathematics and Chinese scores were also remarkably high. Lina, holding her paper, found her hand frozen in midair, processing the information for a moment. It was only when she saw Gu Bei confidently stride to the podium that she realized the scores she had heard were indeed true. Given Gu Bei's scores in these course subjects, if he maintained similar performance in his other courses, his overall results could very well rival hers. Li Yuhong's gaze towards Gu Bei was filled with surprise. She was aware that he had made significant progress in mathematics, but she had yet to assess his performance in the other 2 subjects. Hearing these scores, she couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. As Gu Bei accepted his papers from the 3 class representatives, his eyes met Jia Yuan's, and he raised an eyebrow at her. Still think I cheated? This time, I was in the last examination room, and there was no one to copy from. Jia Yuan glared at him through gritted teeth, muttering to herself, what is so impressive? It's not the college entrance examination. Gu Bei picked up his test paper and turned back, noticing that Lina was also watching him. He flashed a flirtatious wink at her, exuding an air of nonchalance. Don't be infatuated with me. I am a man you can never possess. However, Gu Bei concealed his devilish smile and returned to his seat with an unhurried demeanor, only to have his test paper snatched away by Wang Quan. Dude, have you lost your mind? Are you even speaking coherently? Gu Bei understood his excitement. Here's your chance. Say it again. Wang Quan flipped through the test paper, seemingly searching for any flaws. He had improved by nearly 40 points this time, thinking he had achieved something remarkable, only to discover that Gu Bei was even more exceptional. With your score, getting into a first-tier university is absolutely within reach. Volume 1, Chapter 24. Take your time. No one is competing with you during the evening self-study session. The results of the 3 core subjects were announced, revealing that Gu Bei achieved an impressive score of 406. As for the yet-to-be-released score for the comprehensive liberal arts exam, Gu Bei felt confident that he would surpass 240. Thus, his total score for this mock examination would exceed 650, certainly sufficient for admission into a prestigious university. Gu Beiye calculated his results, everything unfolding according to his envisioned rhythm. However, not everyone shared his joy. In stark contrast to Gu Beiye, Lina found herself mired in self-doubt as she gazed at her exam paper. Her scores had been declining for 2 consecutive monthly tests. First, she lost her position as the top student in class, and now, with these results, she risked falling out of the top 10 in her year. Lina flipped through her test paper repeatedly, realizing that there were questions she could have answered correctly. She pondered what had been going through her mind at the time. As she inadvertently wrote down the wrong answers, she acknowledged that her concentration had indeed been lacking lately, with thoughts of Gu Beiye inexplicably intruding upon her mind. Why did it feel as though Gu Beiye had transformed overnight? The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. As usual, Gu Beiye encountered Xie Wanner outside the teaching building. "You fool, how much did you score in math this time?" Xie Wanner asked, her bright eyes sparkling as she regarded Gu Beiye with a cheerful demeanor. Ever since the last incident where Gu Beiye accidentally burned his finger, Fool had become her unique nickname for him. Walking slightly behind Xie Wanner, Gu Beiye observed her swaying ponytail and retorted, "What do you think I scored?" Xie Wanner adjusted the straps of her backpack and replied without hesitation, "A little over 120? The questions were a bit harder this time. Losing 10 points wouldn't matter." Seizing the opportunity, Gu Beiye inquired, "If I score above 120, will you, as my little teacher, have any rewards for your students?" Xie Wanner tilted her smooth chin up to look at Gu Beiye, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "What kind of reward do you want? A little red flower?" Gu Beiye chuckled, thinking she was treating him like a child in kindergarten. Without further ado, he pulled out his math exam paper from his bag and handed it to her. 130, quite impressive. "You truly are my student," Xie Wanner remarked, glancing at the paper illuminated by a nearby streetlight. Her gaze fell upon a significant question he had only scored 5 points on. "This type of question is in the notebook I gave you. Didn't you review it?" Following her line of sight, Gu Beiye stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I was careless on that one. I'll be more attentive next time." After Xie Wanner folded the math paper and returned it to Gu Beiye, she turned to Wang Quan, who was behind them. "How did you do?" Over this period, the three of them had been studying together and had become quite close friends. Wang Quan beamed, his chubby face lighting up with a smile. "I scored over 20 points more this time." Xie Wanner nodded in satisfaction upon hearing his response, a hint of accomplishment evident on her delicate face. The recent mathematics examination posed a certain level of difficulty for many. Yet Xie Wanner only faltered on a single multiple-choice question. The trio strolled out of the school gates as they customarily did, crossing the road to find a vacant spot at King Chicken to continue their analysis of the erroneous math problems. Gu Beiye, glancing at Xie Wanner's nearly perfect paper, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "With your score, you could certainly apply to Qi Bei, right?" Holding her pencil, Xie Wanner scribbled on Gu Bei's math test, inscribing the problem-solving formulas above. "I could apply to Qing Bei, but I wish to attend Jiangxing Huazhong University." Gu Beiye, well acquainted with Jiangxing from his previous life, recognized that the only institution that could rival the prestigious Qing Bei in Jiangxing was indeed Huazhong University, a national-level university. Its law program is particularly renowned across the nation. Among its faculty is Professor Luo, who often uses Zhang San as an example. If she were to attend Huazhong, the law program would undoubtedly be her foremost choice. Xie Wanner lifted her beautiful eyes, her long lashes framing her large gaze fixed upon Gu Beiye. "Which school do you plan to attend?" "I initially intended to go to Jiangxing University, but if you are heading to Jiangxing, I would opt for the Magic City instead." "Why is that? Are you trying to avoid me?" Xie Wanner furrowed her brows in puzzlement. Gu Beiye feigned seriousness, stating, "If you go to Jiangxing, and I also go there, it might seem as though I have ulterior motives." "Ulterior motives? Are we not friends?" Xie Wanner retorted. "Does this mean you wish for me to accompany you to Jiangxing?" Gu Beiy's strikingly clear eyes bore into Xie Wanner, causing her to shyly lower her head. Clutching her pencil tightly, Xie Wanner averted her gaze. "You may choose whichever path you desire. It matters not to me." Observing her bashful demeanor, Gu Beiye refrained from further teasing. After leaving King Chicken, Gu Beiye escorted Xie Wanner home before he and Wang Quan rode their bicycles back to their community. "Brother Yi, are you truly planning to attend university in the Magic City?" Wang Quan inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Gu Beiye tilted his head to glance at him and replied candidly, "I'm going to Jiangxing. Then I shall go to Jiangxing as well." Wang Quan, not particularly adaptable to unfamiliar environments, felt a sense of security in attending the same city as Gu Beiye. Gu Beiye was not surprised by this decision. As in his previous life, Wang Quan had also attended university in Jiangxing, albeit at a vocational school. With Gu Bei's encouragement, Wang Quan was now likely to secure admission to a second-tier institution. Gu Bei then suggested, Jiancheng University of Science and Technology has a commendable computer program. If you put in the effort, who knows, you might just make the cut. Gu Bei's recommendation for Wang Quan to pursue computer science was indeed part of his own agenda, but the specific reasons remained unspoken for now. Wang Quan expressed his agreement with Gu Bei's suggestion. Having sensed the recent changes in his good friend, Wang Quan's trust in Gu Bei had only deepened. Upon returning to the community, Gu Bei did not head straight home, but instead made his way to his mother's convenience store. He dismounted his bicycle and strode into the shop with long strides. With practiced ease, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of Waha, drinking it down in one swift motion. Take your time, there's no one here to snatch it away, Li Wenjing remarked, feigning reproach at her son. Though her heart brimmed with joy. After finishing the Waha, Gu Bei wandered over to the shelves in search of additional snacks. While other children often dreamed of having a convenience store at home, allowing them to indulge in whatever they desired, Gu Bei was different. His family actually owned one. This singular fact had drawn countless envious glances from his peers. Mom, are there any more pudding cups? Do we have any of the orange-flavored Wong Wong ice? You should eat less of those cold treats. If you get a stomach ache in the middle of the night, I wonder how you'll feel. Volume 1. Chapter 25. The approaching examination. How did the mock exams go? Li Wenjing inquired with genuine concern as Gu Bei emerged, a ham sausage clenched between his teeth. Gu Bei took a generous bite from the sausage and replied with a smile, I scored over 400 points combined in Chinese, mathematics, and English. While the results for the humanities comprehensive are still pending. However, I've already accumulated more than 240 points there, so it should total around 650 points or so. 650 points? Li Wenjing abruptly sprang from her seat at the cash register, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Gu Bei. She was well aware of her son's character. He would never deceive her. Perceiving his mother's skepticism, Gu Bei produced the 3 examination papers, placing them before her. See for yourself. I must return home to study. As he exited the store, he cast a lingering glance at the wooden rack behind his mother, where various cigarettes were displayed. He felt a twinge of longing for a pack, having learned to smoke in his previous life, but having abstained since his rebirth. With his mother guarding the cigarettes, he could only indulge in his thoughts. Once Gu Bei had departed, Li Wenjing cradled the 3 papers as if they were treasures, flipping through them repeatedly. Although she could not comprehend the questions, the scores marked in red were enough to bring her joy for several days. What good fortune has befallen you to be so cheerful? A middle-aged woman entered the store, diminutive in stature and slender in build, her features bearing a resemblance to Gu Mingqing. Upon hearing the voice, Li Wenjing looked up and waved the papers in her hand. It's my sister-in-law. The newcomer was Gu Bei's aunt, Gu Minglan. Upon noticing the examination papers, she stepped closer and glanced over them. These must be Xiaoya's mock exam papers. Not bad, although they fall slightly short compared to Arnese. There is still some disparity between Experimental High School and Qizhou High School. Gu Minglan's daughter, Cheng Ni, was also a senior student, but she attended Experimental High School, the most prestigious institution in Qizhou, boasting an annual university admission rate exceeding 90%. Every parent took pride in their child's acceptance into Experimental High School. Li Wenjing retrieved the papers from Gu Minglan, feeling a twinge of displeasure at her comments regarding Xiaoya, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Ever since Gu Minglan married a businessman, she had exuded an air of superiority over her 2 brothers, often indulging in comparisons. As the second son, Gu Mingqing typically refrained from engaging in such disputes. What brings you here today? Li Wenjing carefully organized the papers on the table, tucking them away with caution. Gu Minglan surveyed the store with a proud expression. Nizi scored over 640 points in this mock exam. I'm heading out to buy her some treats. I usually purchase imported snacks from Walmart. But it's too late today. I'll get some from you instead. With that, Gu Minglan entered the store, leaving Li Wenjing to observe her figure navigating the aisles, silently appreciating her demeanor. Over the years, she had grown fond of this very aspect of her. Gu Minglan returned to the checkout counter with a large bag of snacks. Glancing at Li Wenjing as she spoke, to my knowledge, Xiaoya's grades barely qualify him for a second-tier university, correct? If he underperforms in the examination, he may not even secure a spot there. If it comes to that, do let me know in advance, and I can have Yuan Shan pull some strings. At the very least, we can ensure he gains admission to a second-tier institution, which would facilitate his job prospects. These days, even a diploma from a technical college may not suffice for factory jobs. Li Wenjing accepted the shopping bag from her, swiftly scanned the items. and then repack them. That'll be 165. You can give me 150. Gu Minglan appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at the bag in her hand, and then back at Li Wenjing. Sister-in-law, we are family. Must you charge me? At that moment, Gu Mingqing entered through the door. Gu Minglan, as if seeing a savior, quickly turned to him with a complaint. Second brother, look at sister-in-law. Nizi just wants a few snacks, and she insists on charging. Gu Mingqing surveyed the shopping bag in Gu Minglan's hand and then directed his gaze at Li Wenjing. Although Li Wenjing had never been particularly fond of Gu Minglan, she had never asked for money before. What was different today? Gu Mingqing waved his hand at Gu Minglan. Isn't Nizi at home? Hurry back. Gu Minglan snorted and swayed her way out of the convenience store with the shopping bag. Li Wenjing coldly watched her retreating figure. Glaring at Gu Mingqing, you are so generous. I've never seen her offer anything to Xiaoyi. Gu Mingqing approached his wife with a smile. What's the matter? Did she irritate you again? I'm not particularly bothered by her, Li Wenjing replied, sitting angrily on a stool, wielding a fly swatter as she fumed. She claims our Xiaoyi is inferior to her daughter, which I find unacceptable. I can say whatever I wish about my own son. Who is she to judge? When Xiaoyi was young and I asked for her help to look after him for a couple of days, she was unwilling. Why bring it up again after so many years? Hearing his wife resurrect the old grievance, Gu Mingqing swiftly changed the subject. Knowing that it was a sore point for Li Wenjing, one that stirred her frustration every time it was mentioned. Our Xiaoyi scored over 650 this time. What does her 640 mean? Although Li Wenjing was reluctant to engage in comparisons, she despised anyone belittling her son. Watch over things here. I'm heading home to prepare something delicious for Xiaoyi. With that, she tossed a remark at Gu Mingqing and departed for home. Gu Mingqing stood at the doorway, watching her enter the community, shaking his head in resignation. He then slipped behind the counter and discreetly pocketed a pack of Nanjing cigarettes. He usually only smoked Hongtao Mountain, indulging in the occasional treat. Upon returning home, Li Wenjing noticed the light on in Gu Bei's bedroom but chose not to disturb him, instead making her way to the kitchen. Gu Bei, hearing the soft footsteps in the living room, glanced at the clock before returning his focus to his studies. The hands of the clock on the wall incessantly oscillate, as time slips away like grains of sand that one cannot grasp. Accompanying this, the countdown to the college entrance examination on the blackboard of Class 3 and Class 4 remains steadfast at the numeral 1. The annual grand spectacle of the examination has arrived as anticipated. Gu Bei leans against the railing of the classroom corridor, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant high school campus, igniting within him an inexplicable desire to compose a poem. Just as he immerses himself in this creative contemplation, a pair of chubby hands rest upon his shoulders. Wang Quan adjusts his glasses with a sense of profound emotion, exclaiming, "By my uncle, we are finally about to be liberated." The poetic verses that Gu Bei was on the verge of articulating are abruptly swept away by this remark. Though he aspired to craft a poem, his cultural prowess fell short, leaving him with no choice but to express himself with a mere exclamation of "What the heck?" Volume 1, Chapter 26. No need to be nervous. Please rise. Teacher, good day. The final evening study session of their high school years. As the homeroom teacher, Ms. Li Yuhong, entered the classroom, all the students of Class 34 stood in unison. They bowed solemnly to the teacher who had accompanied them for the past 3 years. Standing at the podium, Miss Li gazed at the 38 students in matching uniforms who bowed in greeting, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Over the span of 3 years, she had watched these children grow, and memories flooded her mind. Ms. Li felt a tightening in her chest and a lump in her throat, realizing the difficulty of parting after having shared so much with these kids. Wiping away her tears with her thumb, she smiled at all her students, encouraging them to rise. Ms. Li, you have worked so hard. We will miss you dearly, but we must inform you that we must leave. We are off to take the college entrance examination, to attend university, to experience love, and to strive forward. This is our mission, and it is your most fervent expectation of us. The future belongs to us. Please accept our final greetings before we depart. Ms. Li, we love you. The classroom of Class 34 reverberated with their heartfelt declaration, echoing throughout the building. Ms. Li's tears flowed even more freely, and she discreetly turned away to dry her eyes with a tissue, her voice trembling as she replied, "You are absolutely right. My dear children, the future is yours. I must tell you, the college entrance examination is merely a beginning, not your conclusion. Let me impart one final piece of advice. If you encounter difficulties or make mistakes during the exam, do not be anxious or overly concerned. For one day, you will realize that the questions you answered incorrectly were, in fact, a perfect fit for your journey. Everything is part of a greater plan. As Ms. Lee's words resonated, the classroom was filled with sobs and wails. Close friends embraced tightly, promising to keep in touch, while even those who had previously held minor grievances found solace in their impending separation. Beiyye observed this scene with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of emotional upheaval. The outpouring of tears felt like a mere reflection of the bittersweet atmosphere of farewell. Within 3 months of stepping into university, their minds and thoughts would undergo a profound transformation. This is the stark contrast between society and school. Wang Quan wrapped his arms around Beiyye, weeping uncontrollably, his tears soaking into Beiyye's uniform. Beiyye pushed him away with mild disdain. "I'm still here, and you're already crying like it's been 100 years? We're parting ways soon. Are you not upset? What is there to be upset about? Once the exam is over, we are free. There will be ample time for romance, making money, and living recklessly. Shouldn't that be a cause for celebration?" Beiyye packed his belongings into his backpack with remarkable composure, adding, "I suppose the one you will miss the most is Ms. Lee, right? Do you want to?" Beiyye's words were abruptly silenced by Wang Quan's pudgy hand covering his mouth. "Enough." Wang Quan's shifty eyes furtively glanced toward the podium before diverting his gaze. Beiyye wore a knowing smile. He had often pondered why, during their high school years, Wang Quan had never mentioned any romantic interests, despite the inevitable fantasies adolescent boys harbor towards girls. Even the class beauty, Lina, failed to elicit any response from him. Eventually, during an evening of drinking together, Beiyye learned that Wang Quan had been harboring a secret crush on their homeroom teacher, Hongjia. After all the commotion, it turned out that he did not lack affection for girls. Rather, he preferred women of a more mature disposition. Li Yuhong composed herself and addressed the class, offering final words of encouragement. "During the exam, try not to feel anxious. Treat it as you would any regular test. Make sure to write as much as you can without leaving blanks, and ensure your handwriting is neat. Most importantly, do not forget the time for entering the exam hall and your admission ticket." Concluding her address with well wishes, she proclaimed, "May you all achieve great success and a bright future." Applause erupted once more, and with a chorus of goodbyes, their high school days came to a definitive close. Beiyye, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, stood on the flag-raising platform, gazing out over the campus that had been the backdrop to his youth. "Beiyye, is your exam also at experimental middle school?" Lina's voice called out from behind. Turning to look, he saw Lina and Jia Yuan, both with backpacks, gazing up at him. "You're also at experimental middle school?" "Indeed. Unfortunately, it's too late to request a change of examination venue," Beiyye muttered, somewhat displeased, as he pulled Wang Quan away from the school grounds. Lina, not quite grasping the implications of his words, felt an inexplicable sensation as she watched his departing figure. Jia Yuan leaned in close to Lina and, with curiosity, inquired, "Nana, why do I feel like you've been paying more attention to Beiyye lately? You used to keep your distance from him, but today you even initiated a greeting." Lina hesitated, defensively retorting, "Did I? It's normal to say hello before graduation." Jia Yuan pouted in disbelief. Well aware of Lina's temperament, Beiyye was the first boy who had prompted her to approach him. Upon returning home, Beiyye found his father seated on the sofa, engrossed in television, with an unfolded qipao beside him. Noticing his son, Gu Mingxing turned to the kitchen and called out to Li Wenjing, "Your son is back." Li Wenjing peeked into the living room before retreating to the kitchen to bring out milk and some light snacks. "Have a light breakfast and then rest. Tomorrow, your father and I will accompany you to the exam." Beiyye instinctively wanted to decline, yet he understood that refusing would only cause them to worry. Thus, he decided to acquiesce. After drinking the milk and hastily consuming a couple of slices of bread, he returned to his bedroom. In the past, he might have been so anxious that he couldn't sleep a wink throughout the night. However, after his rebirth, his mental fortitude had become remarkably resilient. Beiyye experienced no insomnia, yet Li Wenjing and Gu Mingxing were restless, unable to find solace in sleep. The following day, as Beiyye rose from slumber, a sumptuous breakfast, customary to his taste, awaited him on the dining table. Mrs. Lee had adorned herself in a meticulously chosen qipao. "Mother, you look absolutely stunning in that dress," Beiyye remarked, hastily finishing his meal while showering praise upon his beloved mother. "I merely bought it on a whim after hearing others speak of it," she replied modestly. After breakfast, Gu Mingxing quietly reviewed Beiyye's examination permit and stationery, ensuring all was in order before heading downstairs to prepare the car. "Xiaoyi, there's no need to feel anxious about the exam," she encouraged. "Mother, I'm not anxious." "It is you who seems to be trembling," he retorted playfully. Volume 1. Chapter 27. The examination concludes the thoroughfare before the experimental middle school was utterly congested with vehicles delivering examinees, adorned with green ribbons that rendered them immobile. Uncle Hat stood on site directing traffic, simultaneously erecting a traffic control sign. Beiyye, alighting from the car a considerable distance from the examination entrance, declared, "Dad, please park a bit further away and accompany Mom to a mall for some air conditioning. I will seek you out once I have completed the exam." Without waiting for his parents' response, he closed the car door and strode towards the school gates. Enduring the sweltering heat for over 2 hours outdoors was arduous for the youth, and even more so for their parents. Beiyye stepped confidently through the gates of the experimental middle school, where a crimson banner caught his eye, proclaiming, "Congratulations on a successful 2013 Gaokao." Following the seating arrangement detailed on his examination admission ticket, Beiyye located his designated classroom and seat. The bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the exam, as the invigilator elucidated the necessary protocols and distributed the test papers. Beiyye, gripping a gel pen, inscribed his name on both the answer sheet and the examination paper. In the hushed examination hall, the only sounds were the gentle scratching of pens against paper. Inside the classroom, students were immersed in their tasks, while anxious parents outside gazed intently at the blazing sun, awaiting their children's emergence. The brief 2-day Gaokao served as a testament to the 12 years of diligent study endured by these students, marking a pivotal juncture in their youthful lives. Suddenly, parents sheltered in the shade brightened as they spotted the entrance of the school. A bespectacled, refined youth was the first to emerge from the building, making his way towards the exit. Observing the first examinee's departure, the media, who had been waiting with bated breath, surged forward with cameras and microphones in hand. "Dear student, as the first to exit the examination room, what are your thoughts? The Gaokao has concluded. What are your plans? How did you find the examination questions?" The 2-day Gaokao had finally drawn to a close, ushering in new challenges. Beiyye emerged from the examination hall with a relaxed demeanor, navigating through the throngs of people to locate his father's old black Passat parked at the roadside. Gu Mingxing and Li Wenjing noted their son's arrival in the back seat, appearing much like he had after yesterday's exam. Li Wenjing opened her mouth, intending to inquire about his performance, but the words caught in her throat. "Let us head home," Gu Mingxing remarked, casting a glance at Beiyye through the rearview mirror. Refraining from further comment as he drove towards home, Beiyye reclined against the back seat, turning to his parents in the front, and slowly stated, "Rest assured, everything went smoothly. I should have no trouble surpassing the cutoff for university admission." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingxing and Li Wenjing exchanged a glance, silently relieved. They had no reason to doubt Beiyye's honesty. Their son had never been one to deceive them regarding such matters. Li Wenjing turned to Beiyye in the back seat, her face alight with a smile. "What would you like for dinner tonight? I shall prepare it for you. Your fondness for pig's trotters is well known. Perhaps you should buy a few more when you pass by the market." Beiyye is acutely aware that his mother, who is always eager to fulfill his requests, genuinely cares for him. Yet, in time, he realizes that her patience may wear thin with his constant presence. The longing in her absence contrasts sharply with the irritation that arises from prolonged companionship. This encapsulates the current predicament of university students in relation to their parents. Upon returning home, Beiyye savors a watermelon he purchased along the way, indulging in its sweetness when a sudden knock interrupts his solitude. "Who is it?" he calls out. "It's me," comes the reply from Wang Quan outside the door. Beiyye approaches, hand poised on the doorknob, teasingly inquiring, "And who might that be?" "It's Wang Quan." He responds candidly. No longer in the mood for jest, Beiyye opens the door and permits Wang Quan to enter. In the kitchen, Li Wenjing, busy preparing a meal, glances over upon hearing the commotion. "Is Xiaoquan here? Help yourself to the watermelon on the table," she says. "Thank you, Auntie," Wang Quan replies, feeling at ease in the familiar environment as he often visits Beiyye's home. Seated on the sofa, Wang Quan leans in closer to Beiyye, whispering conspiratorially, "Shall we go out all night? Since the college entrance exams are over, it's time to unwind." The true man's way of relaxing is in a foot bath establishment. Beiyye discards the remnants of his snack, quietly imparting his wisdom on the topic of masculinity to Wang Quan. Intrigued, Wang Quan gazes at Beiyye, recalling the various foot massage signs he has seen on the streets but never contemplating stepping inside. The notion of having someone else wash his feet strikes him as rather peculiar. To his understanding, a foot bath establishment is merely a place for foot washing. Who would willingly visit such a place if not for a lack of other engagements? Gu Bei recognizes that Wang Quan is not yet ready to grasp the genuine pleasures of manhood and refrains from elaborating further. Wang Quan remains somewhat naive. Opening his eyes to new experiences might expose him to temptations that could lead him astray. Rising to change his attire, Gu Bei informs his mother before departing with Wang Quan. Upon reaching the back street of their school, Gu Bei spots Xia Wan bustling about at her stall. Dressed in her signature white t-shirt and loose linen trousers, she sports a red apron emblazoned with the words "Good Wife Soy Sauce." Approaching her stall, Gu Bei finds a vacant seat and calls out to the preoccupied Xia Waner, "Boss, 2 bowls of wonton noodles, and add 2 poached eggs." "Coming right up," she replies, wiping the table. The familiarity of the voice prompts her to glance back, and upon recognizing Gu Bei and Wang Quan, a smile brightens her busy countenance. "What brings you two here?" Gu Bei looks up at her approaching figure, stating, "Last time you mentioned treating me to wonton noodles, and I feared you might forget. So I came by myself." "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Xia Waner lets out a playful huff as she stands before Gu Bei, casting a glance at Liang Xiaoshuang, who is occupied with food preparation. "Just wait a moment for me." Wang Quan, observing Xia Waner as she attends to her food cart, turns to Gu Bei and asks, "Should we lend a hand? If you feel guilty, then lend a helping hand. And what about you?" "I possess a thick skin," Gu Bei candidly admitted. Wang Quan shot him an exasperated glare. "It's not that you have a thick skin. You've completely lost your sense of shame." As they conversed, Xia Waner approached, holding 2 bowls of wonton noodles. Upon noticing her, Gu Bei immediately stood up to take them from her. Gazing at the steaming bowls of wonton noodles, he couldn't help but swallow hard and fixed his gaze on Xia Waner, asking, "Did you make this yourself? If you didn't make it yourself, I won't eat it. You can eat with peace of mind. If it's not enough, I'll make more," Xia Waner replied, deftly breaking apart the disposable chopsticks and handing them to Gu Bei. Volume 1. Chapter 28. The dazzling headlights. Gu Bei reached for the vinegar contained in a screaming, empty bottle on the table and abruptly squeezed it into the bowl before him. How could one enjoy noodles without vinegar? After stirring it a couple of times with his chopsticks, Gu Bei began to eat heartily. Xia Waner sat across from him, resting her chin on one hand, her sparkling eyes gleaming with curiosity. "You can consume that much vinegar?" She had just witnessed Gu Bei pouring a copious amount into his bowl. She had seen many customers who could handle spicy food, but someone who could consume vinegar like Gu Bei was a first for her. Swallowing his food, Gu Bei met Xia Waner's gaze. "Have you ever heard the saying sour men and spicy women? Do you enjoy spicy food?" Xia Waner nodded, albeit a bit bewildered. "I can eat a little." "That's good. Daughters are quite lovely, while boys can be quite mischievous," Gu Bei murmured softly, returning his attention to his meal. Xia Waner, puzzled by his inexplicable remarks, furrowed her brows. What on earth was he talking about? Not lingering on her confusion for long, she redirected the conversation towards the college entrance examination. "How do you think you did? Have you estimated your score?" "No need for estimation. It's definitely above 650, he replied confidently. "So much confidence." "It's mainly because you taught well." After finishing the bowl of wonton noodles, Gu Bei reached for a napkin to wipe his mouth. He had come to the back street primarily to inquire about Xia Waner's exam performance. Observing her demeanor, which was no different from usual, he was assured without needing to ask that she had performed splendidly. High school students do not conceal their emotions. If she were dissatisfied, it would surely reflect on her face. Clearly, there was no disappointment on Xia Waner's face, only joy. Not wishing to linger too long, Gu Bei pulled Wang Quan along and departed from the wonton stall, heading towards the exit of the back street. Xia Waner stood still, watching Gu Bei's figure vanish into the crowd, suddenly realizing something. She did not have his contact information. Previously, they had encountered each other by chance at school. But now that they had graduated, how would she find him? Was she to wait for Gu Bei to come looking for her? Wang Quan followed Gu Bei out of the back street, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Bro, aren't you going to stay out all night? I can take you to a foot massage place to see the world," Gu Bei teased. Wang Quan's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, widened in surprise, then filled with hesitation. "I'm not ready yet. Perhaps next time. Next time, I'll prepare a new pair of shoes and socks beforehand." The recently graduated, pure-hearted male high school student was still somewhat concerned about appearances. In reality, he did not have that many spectators. Anything that seemed embarrassing was merely a figment of his own mind. Being overly concerned about others' opinions could lead to wearing invisible shackles, hindering one's ability to enjoy life. Gu Bei was not surprised by Wang Quan's response and readily agreed to his suggestion. Upon returning to the entrance of Wang Quan's residential complex, Gu Bei arranged to go out together the following day before cycling back to his own neighborhood. I longed to be as free as the wind, as grounded as the earth. Gu Bei hummed a tune, relishing the caress of the evening breeze while contemplating his future endeavors. Seizing the opportunity of summer vacation, he aimed to obtain a driver's license and to amass some wealth. Speaking of wealth, he had a vague direction in mind, yet his financial resources seemed somewhat limited. Suddenly, the shrill sound of screeching brakes pierced Gu Bei's ears. A white SUV unexpectedly barreled out from a side street, colliding intimately with a bicycle. The bicycle fell upon Gu Bei, and the glaring headlights momentarily blinded him. Sitting on the ground, scenes from his previous life flashed through his mind. Goodness, am I to experience rebirth once more? Excuse me, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? An anxious female voice broke through his thoughts. Gu Bei looked up to see a girl, approximately in her 20s, emerging from the vehicle. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, she donned a black, knee-length dress and pristine white sneakers, her long, wavy hair cascading gracefully. As Gu Bei's gaze traveled upward, the bright light illuminated her face, revealing her sparkling, expressive eyes beneath thick lashes, alluringly moist red lips, and flawless, fair skin that accentuated her elegant figure. Her expression was devoid of emotion, exuding a cool demeanor that rendered her somewhat distant. At that moment, a delicate hand extended toward Gu Bei, poised to assist him. Can you get up? I should probably call for an ambulance. The girl, upon uttering these words, retracted her hand and reached for her phone, preparing to dial emergency services. Gu Bei instinctively halted his outstretched fingers midair and quickly waved his hand. No need. I'm fine. Please just turn off the headlights. They're too bright and making me dizzy. Hearing his assurance, the girl ended her call, opened the driver's door, and switched off the headlights. After taking a moment to collect himself, Gu Bei gradually rose to his feet, conducting a thorough self-assessment. Aside from a slight abrasion on his elbow, he found no other injuries. My apologies, I was overly anxious just now, the girl remarked, her tone lacking any emotional inflection. She turned back to her vehicle, retrieved her backpack, and extracted several red bills, pressing them into Gu Bei's hands. Please go to the hospital for a checkup. If anything arises, give me a call. She then produced a sticky note from her bag, inscribed her phone number, and handed it to Gu Bei. I must take my leave now. Remember to call me. As she returned to her car, she accidentally dropped her phone while attempting to enter. Unfazed, she picked it up and climbed into the vehicle. Gu Bei recognized it as the latest model of a popular smartphone. Driving an SUV and owning such a phone, she appeared to embody the essence of a young heiress. Indeed, watching the car fade into the distance, Gu Bei glanced down at the sticky note. Beneath the string of numbers, the girl's name was inscribed. Xiaomuqing? Is there a lack of water in her fate? Gu Bei tucked the note into his pocket and counted the red bill she had just placed in his hands. 10 crisp notes in total, amounting to 1,000 yuan. Gu Bei extracted a single banknote, tucking the remaining 9 into his pocket. He propped up the bicycle that lay on the ground and strolled to the pharmacy located outside the community, spending a few coins on a box of adhesive bandages. Were it not for the concern of his parents noticing the abrasions on his arm and inquiring incessantly, he would have neglected to treat the wound altogether. Had the pharmacy not been conveniently close, the injury would have scabbed over by the time he visited 2 other stores. Upon returning home, Gu Bei plunged into his bedroom, unlocking the small wooden cabinet beside his bed with a key, from which he retrieved 7 stacks of red banknotes. This represented his first earnings, acquired through considerable toil. Of course, Wang Quan also played a role in this endeavor. Gu Bei intended to allocate a portion of the funds for purchasing a mobile phone and a computer, one for himself and one for Wang Quan. The remainder he planned to deposit into a bank account the following day, ensuring it would be available for future needs. Volume 1, Chapter 29. Becoming the first friend the following day, Gu Bei arrived at the bank early, adhering to the time agreed upon with Wang Quan. The name of the bank, Aitsuan Bushuan, exuded an air of affluence. Since Gu Bei arrived early, there was not much of a queue ahead of him. After half an hour, he received his very first bank card. Wang Quan, holding the card, examined it with curiosity. He had initially thought he was merely accompanying Gu Bei to open an account, unaware that he could also obtain one. Gu Bei understood his sentiment well. Reminiscent of his own feelings when he first acquired his identification card, it was a symbol of maturity, a sign that he now possessed something that adults had. He recalled that his first thought upon receiving his ID was that he could finally visit an internet CAF. Wang Quan cherished his bank card as if it were a treasure, having deposited 100 yuan, thus becoming a person with assets at the bank. After deducting the issuance fee, he still had a 2-digit balance. The thought of securing a modest sum of money with a 6-digit password was both amusing and nerve-wracking. Observing Wang Quan's pronounced dark circles and his constant yawning, Gu Bei could not refrain from commenting, "Although the college entrance examination is over, you mustn't indulge yourself too much. You should give your fingers a break. If necessary, take a day off." Wang Quan stifled a yawn, casting a forlorn glance at Gu Bei. "It's your fault. I hardly slept well last night." "What do you mean it's because of me? You'd better clarify your words. I'm a man, you know. Be careful. I might accuse you of slander." "Slander, indeed." Gu Bei instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from Wang Quan. Wang Quan, like a thief, glanced around to ensure no acquaintances were nearby before leaning closer to Gu Bei. "I thought about it all night and believe it was wise for you to abandon Lina in pursuit of Xiaowaner. Upon analysis. Look, Lina is the school beauty, adored by many boys. I heard that after the exams, several boys confessed to her, all of whom she turned down. Compared to them, you certainly cannot compete. Xiaowaner, however, is different. She is more low-key at school, even more beautiful than Lina, and has a pleasant disposition. If you pursue her, it might actually work." After his analysis, Wang Quan noticed Gu Bei staring at him as if he were a fool. "Did I not get it right?" "To you, you big-headed fool," Gu Bei retorted, playfully tapping Wang Quan on the head. "You spent all night contemplating such matters and couldn't sleep? Moreover, who said I was going to pursue Xiaowaner? Aren't you planning to chase her?" Wang Quan faltered, having witnessed the interactions between Gu Bei and Xiaowaner firsthand. He had assumed Gu Bei was intentionally getting close to her. Gu Bei placed his hand on Wang Quan's shoulder, reflecting, "You worry too much. Here's a piece of advice from someone with experience. Women are not meant to be chased. When you lower yourself to pursue them, you risk becoming a mere sycophant. Remember this saying, when you bloom, butterflies will naturally come." Wang Quan, upon hearing his words, gazed at Gu Bei with astonishment. Unable to refrain from scratching the back of his head, remarking, "My head aches a bit. It seems I am beginning to think." Gu Bei, noticing his reaction, involuntarily revealed a smug smile, pleased with his successful display of wisdom. Strangely enough, the quotes he had encountered while scrolling through videos in his past life proved to be somewhat useful, and here he was, putting them to good use. Wang Quan was still pondering the meaning behind Gu Bei's earlier statement when he looked up and realized they had arrived at the entrance of the Huaqiang electronic market. "What are we doing here?" "To buy a phone and perhaps see if there's a suitable computer to put together a setup," Gu Bei replied, stepping into the market without waiting for Wang Quan's response. The Huaqiang electronic market is a veritable hub of flagship stores, authorized dealers, and direct sales outlets for various brands of mobile phones and computers. Any product launched across the ocean the previous night would invariably appear on the market's counters the following day. Relying on his memory, Gu Bei confidently entered a relatively spacious store, casually taking a stroll as if he were not there to shop. A young woman in the store's uniform, stationed near the counter, noticed them and approached with a bright smile. "Hello, are you looking to buy a phone?" Her voice was melodious, and a small name tag hung on her prominently developed chest, reading Chung Rong. Gu Bei widened his eyes, taking in the name on her tag, and nodded slightly. Chung Rong appeared to be around 18 or 19, and upon sensing Gu Bei's gaze, she did not show any signs of disdain, but rather revealed a subtle smile. As a young woman who had entered the workforce early, she never perceived her ample figure as a disadvantage. It was, after all, part of her allure. Moreover, the young man before her was quite handsome, standing over 6 feet tall with well-defined features, embodying the very essence of attractiveness. "What price range are you considering?" Chung Rong eagerly invited Gu Bei to the counter, enthusiastically introducing a new smartphone that she believed to be quite impressive. "This is our company's latest model, favored by the youth today. It's exceptionally stylish." As she spoke, she retrieved a palm-sized, full-screen phone from the glass display case and handed it to Gu Bei. He accepted the device, inspecting its exterior before powering it on and deftly swiping across the screen in various directions. While today's smartphones were not as responsive as those that would emerge a decade later, they still represented a significant technological advancement compared to traditional button phones. "How much is it?" Gu Bei casually returned the phone to Cheng Rong, enjoying the pleasantly smooth texture of the device under his fingertips. Assuming Gu Bei was uninterested in this particular model, Cheng Rong placed it back in the display case and replied, $2,400. Upon hearing the price, Gu Bei maintained his composure. This phone, at its current price, could indeed be considered a value champion. "I'll take a look at some others," he said, pulling Wang Quan along and requesting Cheng Rong to present additional models for his consideration. After a thorough examination, he concluded that the first model offered the smoothest user experience. Do not inquire why I refrain from purchasing a fruit phone. My budget is insufficient, and I must make do with rice. I shall be frugal where necessary and spend where warranted, pedaling my bicycle to the bar. Gu Bei instructed Cheng Rong to produce the first model of phone they had just reviewed, smiling as he inquired, "We require 2 units. Are there any discounts available?" "Currently. A purchase includes complimentary headphones and a power bank. If not, then we shall take our business elsewhere." Before Cheng Rong could finish her sentence, Gu Bei turned and prepared to depart. Observing this, Cheng Rong, unable to exit the counter in time, reached out to grasp Gu Bei's arm, preventing his departure. After all, these 2 phones could very well make the difference between her becoming the sales champion by the end of the month. "I can offer you an internal price of 2,100. What do you think?" Cheng Rong cast a captivating glance at Gu Bei. Fortunately, Gu Bei was seasoned and discerning. Had Wang Quan witnessed that look, he would have been utterly enraptured. Gu Bei turned back to Cheng Rong, meeting her gaze directly. "In addition to the headphones, you must provide me with something extra." "What is that?" "Become my first friend on WeChat." Volume 1. Chapter 30. A phone number with 1 digit short. Cheng Rong did not anticipate that the youthful young man before her could be so charming. With a cheerful disposition, she readily acquiesced to Gu Bei's request to add her on WeChat. Gu Bei purchased 2 mobile phones from Cheng Rong, concurrently gifting her 2 SIM cards. He promptly applied for WeChat, making Cheng Rong the very first person on his friend list. Gu Bei recalled that during this period, most young individuals were still utilizing QQ. He himself had only acquired a WeChat account after entering university. Gu Bei disposed of all the boxes of his new phones, retaining only the devices and some accessories like the earphones, which he casually pocketed. In contrast to Gu Bei, Wang Quan held onto the tote bag given by Cheng Rong, carefully placing his newly acquired phone back into its box. He intended to cherish it at home before bringing it out for use. Until he personally took possession of the phone, Wang Quan had not anticipated that Gu Bei would buy him one. "Brother Yi, I'll repay you for this phone later," Wang Quan exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he admired his new device. After parting ways with Cheng Rong, Gu Bei threw his arm around Wang Quan's shoulder as they exited the mobile phone store. "Who said you had to pay me back? This phone is for future business needs." "What business needs?" Wang Quan inquired, increasingly perplexed by Gu Bei's intentions. Gu Bei merely smiled nonchalantly. "You'll be at my beck and call in the future." The two continued to meander through the electronics market, with Gu Bei seizing the opportunity to install all the trending applications on his new phone. He logged into his long-established QQ account, where most of his contacts were high school classmates. The pinned chat was a dialog box labeled Lina. Without hesitation, Gu Bei opted to unpin it. Ridiculous. In his realm, aside from making money, no one else warranted his special attention. Upon completing these tasks, Gu Bei returned the phone to his pocket and lifted his gaze to see a fruit store directly ahead, striding purposefully inside. Wang Quan quickened his pace to catch up and questioned, "Are you buying another phone? Why purchase so many? I'm not in wholesale. What are we entering for then?" Wang Quan asked, bewildered. Gu Bei glanced back at him, who decreed that entering a store necessitates buying something. "I could simply enjoy a complimentary experience. They can't force me to purchase." Gu Bei and Wang Quan entered the fruit phone specialty store one after the other. Naturally, the store encompassed a range of products from the fruit company, including computers. "Nana, look, isn't that Gu Bei and Wang Quan?" Jia Yuanyu and exclaimed upon spotting Gu Bei's silhouette from a distance, pulling Lina's arm in surprise to direct her attention toward the store entrance. Lina followed Jia Yuanyu's gaze but did not see Gu Bei's figure. He had already stepped inside, arriving shortly thereafter. Yan Ning noticed Lina's gaze fixed on the entrance of the fruit phone specialty store. Assuming she desired to purchase a fruit phone, he suggested, "The owner of this shop is my relative. Whichever model you fancy, I shall gift it to you." Lina and Jia Yuanyu walked side by side, still discussing whether they had indeed seen Gu Bei. She retrieved her phone and opened her QQ account, gazing at Gu Bei's gray profile picture. In days gone by, every Saturday and Sunday, Gu Bei would invariably send her a message. Even if she chose not to reply, he persistently greeted her without faltering. Yet now, the last message in the dialogue box dates back over 2 months, precisely after Gu Bei confessed his feelings to Lina. Since then, he has not once taken the initiative to contact her. "Gu Bei, it has been over 2 months. Surely, you have made enough of a fuss?" Lina mused quietly as she guided Jia Yuanyuan into a mobile phone store. The shop was bustling with patrons, many of whom were parents accompanying their freshly graduated children to purchase new phones. Lina's dark lashes framed her eyes as they swiftly scanned the interior, quickly landing on Gu Bei standing at the counter. Upon spotting her target, she took a few steps forward, only to notice a stunning beauty standing beside him. Although she could not see the girl's face directly, Lina discerned from her profile and attire that the stranger's beauty and poise surpassed her own. Particularly striking were her graceful figure and legs that seemed to stretch endlessly, embodying a goddess-like presence. Initially, Lina assumed Gu Bei was merely coincidentally examining the same computer as the girl. However, the next moment revealed them engaged in conversation. "Hey, Nana, do you know who that girl talking to Gu Bei is?" Jia Yuanyuan remarked, having also noticed the enchanting woman beside him. "I don't know her," Lina replied candidly. "She must be a store employee, given her beauty," Jia Yuanyuan conjectured. Upon hearing this deduction, Lina's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. How had she not considered that? Perhaps she was indeed an employee, introducing Gu Bei to the computer products. With this thought, Lina's spirits lifted considerably. Yin Ning trailed behind Lina, having been preoccupied with messaging others on his phone, oblivious to the conversation between Lina and Jia Yuanyuan. "Did you not mention that your friend knows the owner of the fruit phone store at Huaqiang Electronics Market? Please provide me with their contact information," Yin Ning requested. "My friend's acquaintance ISNT at Huaqiang Electronics Market, but on Dongfeng Street," replied a passerby. "Could you check if anyone here knows the owner?" Yin Ning continued. "Also, could you transfer me some money? I'll repay you once my allowance comes through. I don't have much on hand either. My family has stopped giving me money since the last fight," the passerby replied. "Please think of a way. Whether I can win Lina over this summer depends on today." Gu Bei remained unaware of the trio that had just entered. While browsing the store, he spotted a familiar face. It was Xia Muqing, the very person who had knocked him down with her vehicle the previous night. Xia Muqing had come to replace the shattered tempered glass screen protector on her phone. By sheer coincidence, she encountered Gu Bei while wandering about. "How's your injury? Have you been to the hospital?" Xia Muqing asked in a cool tone, her expression inscrutable. Initially, Gu Bei did not recognize her until his gaze fell upon her long, elegant legs, which instantly ignited his memory. "Is it you, the domineering sister? You bumped into me last night and just ran away. Didn't Uncle Had inform you?" Gu Bei didn't actually call the police. He merely intended to frighten her. This person is so cold and emotionless, not even offering a smile after hitting someone. Upon hearing Gu Bei refer to her as domineering sister, Xia Muqing furrowed her brows. No one had ever addressed her in such a manner before. "I left you my number. Why didn't you reach out if you had a problem?" Gu Bei remarked, pulling a sticky note from his pocket and thrusting it into Xia Muqing's hand. She calmly accepted it and glanced down. It was only then that she realized, in her haste yesterday, she had written only 10 digits of the 11-digit number, omitting one. Volume 1, Chapter 31. "Add another for me." Xia Muqing gazed at the phone number in her hand, now missing an Arabic digit, her expression devoid of emotion. Calmly, she borrowed a pen from the staff at the counter and filled in the missing number. Once she completed the task, she extended her hand, returning the sticky note to Gu Bei, stating, "It is now complete." Gu Bei cast a cursory glance before dismissively waving his hand, exuding an air of defiance as he remarked, "Keep it for the next person. I don't just collect anyone's contact information." Xia Muqing felt a surge of surprise within her, her gaze cold and assessing as she regarded the boy before her, distinct from others. Countless boys had made concerted efforts to obtain her contact details. Yet here was one who appeared almost disdainful. Maintaining her aloof demeanor and pride, she resolved not to insist. If he did not want it, she would not impose. Opening her handbag, she stowed the sticky note with her number and casually retrieved a stack of red bills, presenting them to Gu Bei. "Here, this should suffice for your injury." Gu Bei counted with his eyes, noting the 2,000 yuan, which, when combined with the 1,000 from the previous night, amounted to 3,000. The domineering lady, indeed, was demonstrating her power. Was this the sensation of being inundated with money from a wealthy patron? Although Gu Bei desperately needed the funds, he refrained from accepting the 2,000 yuan. With so many witnesses in the shop, preserving his dignity was paramount. If she had the audacity, she could offer it privately, and he would see if he accepted. Declining Xia Muqing's generous offer, Gu Bei turned to the adjacent counter, continuing to examine the laptop from the fruit company. Xia Muqing watched as he walked away, her hand with the money lingering in midair. Had she been rejected once more? Returning the money to her bag, she noticed the many onlookers in the store now gazing in her direction. A sudden realization struck her. Boys were sensitive about their pride. Her previous actions might have led him to feel disrespected or humiliated by her monetary gesture. Xia Muqing felt a pang of regret for her earlier behavior and discreetly stole another glance at Gu Bei's retreating figure. Wang Quan leaned closer to Gu Bei, unable to suppress his critique. When did you become so flirty, bro? What is going on? Gu Bei tapped a couple of keys on the laptop in front of him, turning his head quizzically towards Wang Quan. When have I ever been flirty? I've always been this way, all right. If you think I am, perhaps you should examine your own behavior. Wang Quan unabashedly rolled his eyes at Gu Bei, adding a store clerk on WeChat while purchasing a phone, and then rejecting the contact information of a seemingly aloof goddess. He believed such actions were beyond him. Recalling Gu Bei's earlier words sent a shiver down his spine. In a teasing tone, he mimicked, the first person to be added to my WeChat. Ah, but I don't just collect anyone's contact info. Quite the flirt. Aren't you? Gu Bei regarded Wang Quan, who was playfully echoing his previous statements. Surprisingly, he had imitated him quite well, though Gu Bei wondered when he had ever spoken in such a high-pitched manner. Like a eunuch. You've learned well, but don't bother next time. Speak to me in a normal tone. Do you still want the computer? Gu Bei's ability to send cash caused Wang Quan to revert to his usual self. Upon hearing that Gu Bei intended to buy him a computer, Wang Quan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bro, are you really going to buy me a computer? He gaped in astonishment at the laptop priced over 8,000. Gu Bei raised his hand to push Wang Quan's eager face away. If you don't want it, then forget it. I do want it, but I have no money to pay you back. Wang Quan felt as though he were in a dream. Last night, he pleaded with his parents for hours, but they refused to buy him a computer or a phone. Yet today, Gu Bei unexpectedly purchased one for him. This was not merely an older brother. He was akin to a benevolent father. Observing Wang Quan's expression of disbelief, Gu Bei patted his shoulder. No money? Then you can pay me back with your flesh. Suddenly, Yan Ning's voice emerged from behind Gu Bei, accompanied by Lina and Jia Yuanyuan. Gu Bei and Wang Quan turned to glance at the familiar voice. Yan Ning cast a disdainful look at the two, intentionally raising his voice to address Lina. Lina, what do you think of this latest model phone? The boss fetched one for me. No, make it two. We'll each have one. Lina and Jia Yuanyuan had just heard Gu Bei mention buying a laptop for Wang Quan. Lina had seen the fruit laptop while accompanying her father to buy a computer yesterday. Even the cheapest model was over 8,000. In the end, she only managed to purchase a fantasy brand for over 5,000. Gu Bei casually claimed he would gift Wang Quan one, but such boasting seemed excessive. Where did he acquire such wealth? Lina was unaware of the conflict that had transpired in the alley outside school, which had netted Gu Bei a considerable sum. Yan Ning had certainly not mentioned this to Lina, as it was a source of shame for him. How could he confess his embarrassment in front of the woman he admired? Gu Bei remained unfazed by their presence, continuing to examine the laptop before him. Once he had scrutinized it sufficiently, he slowly addressed the staff at the counter. I'll take two. His voice was not loud, yet everyone around could hear his declaration. Initially, the staff assumed Gu Bei was merely showing off in front of his friends, a situation they had encountered frequently. It was not uncommon for the young and reckless to boast in front of their peers. Are you sure you want them? The staff asked Gu Bei for confirmation. If there are no issues with the machines, then yes, Gu Bei replied. After hearing this, the staff said nothing further and turned to retrieve the new devices from the back room. Xia Muqing, having just received her repaired phone, cast a glance toward Gu Bei. She had witnessed the entire scene. A boy accompanied by two girls requesting two of the latest model phones, followed by a request for two computers. Was he acting out of spite? It seemed to reflect the childish mentality of playing house. Indeed, boys could not escape the law of showing off in front of girls. The desire for face is truly insatiable. Gu Bei's words reached Yan Ning's ears. And to Yan Ning, it felt as though Gu Bei was deliberately challenging him. He had purchased two mobile phones, each costing over 5,000, totaling more than 10,000. Yet, you immediately demanded two computers, each priced at 8,000, amounting to over 16,000. Is this not a blatant provocation? Yan Ning cast a glance at the nearby Jia Yuanyu and before turning back to the shop assistant and said, add one more for me. And ensure they all possess the highest specifications. The red bills in his hand were rather few. The previous two had already stretched his limits. Volume 1. Chapter 32. Has she regretted it? While the attendant stepped away to retrieve a mobile phone, Yan Ning hastily produced his own device to urgently seek assistance from friends and his contacts. Unfortunately, his former subordinates offered him no response. Yan Ning turned to Lina and Jia Yuanyuan, stating, I have no cash on hand. Perhaps you could lend me some for now. and I shall repay you once I withdraw from the bank. Jia Yuanyu simply shrugged, dismissing him with 2 words. I have no money. Ridiculous. She had accompanied Lina solely to enjoy the food, drinks, and entertainment, with no intention of parting with her own funds. Even if she had money, she would never lend it. She would not benefit from a bargain, nor would she be coerced into spending. Lina held Yan Ning's attempts to feign wealth in utter disdain. How shameless to expect money from a girl. I do not need an Apple phone. I appreciate your kindness, but shall decline. Lina tactfully refused. Yan Ning stood there, his expression akin to that of someone who had just committed an egregious faux pas. Before him lay 3 unopened phones on the counter, and the attendant gazed at him with an expectant look. Why not produce the funds? In contrast, Beiyye had already accepted 2 new devices handed to him by the attendant, keeping one for himself and pushing the other toward Wang Quan. Open it and give it a try. Beiyye purchased this computer in preparation for his upcoming entrepreneurial ventures, not for gaming. As long as it operated smoothly and served its purpose, that was sufficient. His choice of the Apple brand was driven by trust in its quality and after-sales service. Boss. A man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt entered the store with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing him, the staff greeted him warmly. The man nodded slightly, his sharp gaze scanning the establishment until it landed on Xia Muqing, who stood at the counter. His hands dropped from behind his back as he briskly approached her, smiling. Miss Xia, are you here to change your phone? Xia Muqing's attention had been focused on Beiyye, but she turned to the man upon hearing his voice. Who are you? She inquired, having no recollection of him and wondering how he knew her. Noticing her confusion, the man respectfully introduced himself. I am Lihai. When I visited Jiangxing last year, you and General Xia were present at the banquet. He continued, are you in Qiuzhou for a specific reason? If there is anything you need assistance with, please feel free to let me know. Xia Muqing did not recall him, having attended numerous banquets with her father, Xia Guofeng, and few had left a lasting impression. She had come to Qiuzhou due to a friend's sudden illness, arriving in haste the previous night. Her friend, having been hospitalized, was now out of danger, and she had brought her damaged phone to replace the screen. Currently, Xia Muqing was a second-year student at Jiangcheng University, and with classes still in session, she needed to return that afternoon. Not far away, Lina observed the store owner conversing with the beautiful young woman, noting the respectful demeanor he exhibited towards her. What connection did they share? Jia Yuanyuan directed her gaze towards his eyes, cautiously inquiring, did you not mention that a relative of yours is the owner of this establishment? I seem to have overheard the staff referring to that individual as the boss. Why not greet him and retrieve your money later? Perhaps you might even secure a discount. Yan Ning's expression darkened as his mind raced, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. His fierce glance inadvertently drifted towards Beiyye. It's your fault, you wretched being, for leaving me without any face. Hurry up, Jia Yuanyuan gently urged. Yan Ning cast a glance at the shop owner and resolutely stated he might be the deputy manager. I have never seen him before. Please hold on a moment, I will call my relative. With that, he made no further delay, departing outside with his phone in hand. Jia Yuanyuan observed Yan Ning's departure, only to soon witness the shop owner approaching Beiyye. Nana, look, the shop owner is proactively conversing with Beiyye. Even without Jia Yuanyuan's prompt, Lina had already noticed. Her gaze had not strayed from Beiyye. After Beiyye and Wang Quan inspected their laptops, confirming that the new machines were functioning well, Beiyye produced his bank card and presented it to the staff at the counter. Please process the payment. Also, wrap them for us. Certainly, please hold on, the staff member replied with a beaming smile as he took the card and began operating the card reader. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lihai approached, waving his hand to halt the staff's actions. The staff's cheerful demeanor faltered, and Beiyye and Wang Quan exchanged puzzled glances at the unexpected interruption. Lihai, with a jovial smile, gestured to the staff, offer them a discount and include some extra accessories. Hearing this, the staff member exhaled in relief. I thought you were going to refuse the sale? This is all part of my performance. After recalculating the prices, the staff member re-entered the amounts into the card reader. The originally near 17,000 price for the 2 laptops was reduced by over 1,000. After Beiyye completed the transaction, he curiously turned to Lihai, asking, do we know each other? Lihai smiled as he glanced towards Xia Muqing's direction. Then replied to Beiyye, you are a friend of Miss Xia, and therefore, my friend as well. A discount is only fitting. Lihai, being quite astute in the commercial realm, recognized that this small favor might ensure that the Xia family remembered him, which could prove advantageous in the future. Beiyye never anticipated that it was Xia Muqing who had interceded on their behalf. He raised his eyes to meet Xia Muqing's bright, enchanting gaze, his thoughts momentarily captivated. After a few seconds of mutual observation, Xia Muqing was the first to avert her eyes. What is happening? Why does his gaze seem imbued with a maturity and depth that belies his age, tinged with a hint of rebelliousness? Xia Muqing, having encountered many remarkable individuals, found herself momentarily perplexed by this graduating senior. Hello, your computer has been successfully set up. The staff handed 2 packaged laptops to Gu Bei and added, "We are currently running a summer lottery event. Upon reaching a certain amount, you may enter the draw. You are eligible to participate now." Gu Bei passed the laptop in his possession to Wang Quan and followed the staff towards the lottery area. Jia Yuan gazed at the laptop Wang Quan was holding, her eyes widening in astonishment. Nana, Gu Bei actually bought 2 laptops at once. He even gifted one to Wang Quan. Is his family really that affluent? Lina shook her head, then nodded in contemplation. From her limited understanding, Gu Bei came from an ordinary household. How could he possibly afford such extravagant purchases to gift someone? Lina even pondered whether, had she accepted Gu Bei's confession, the laptop gifted to Wang Quan would have belonged to her instead. Regret washed over her. At that moment, Yin Ning, who had been outside on a phone call, finally returned to the store. Volume 1, Chapter 33, Whispering Secrets. Gu Bei stood upon the raffle stage, the merchant wielding a microphone to ignite the fervor of spending among the crowd. He announced Gu Bei's expenditure with zeal, proclaiming that the grand prize would grant 5 years of usage rights to a vehicle parked outside. The staff, brimming with excitement, extolled the virtues of the raffle, urging everyone to indulge in lavish spending. Indeed, there were no empty rewards. Every draw yielded a prize. While this was true, the majority of prizes were mere participation awards, consisting of 2 bottles of cola each, stacked high in the storeroom. Yin Ning returned to the store, casting a glance at Gu Bei on the stage, his countenance dark enough to drip with resentment. He had managed to procure some funds, yet they were only sufficient to purchase 2 low-end smartphones, which would, nonetheless, allow him to partake in the raffle. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he approached the counter and purchased the 2 devices. As the balance in his bank card plummeted to 0, his heart ached with regret. However, when his gaze fell upon Lina, a flicker of solace enveloped him. Now, he could finally pursue a romance with her. He began to envision the sweet, affectionate moments they would share in the future. Am I eligible for the raffle? Yin Ning inquired, holding the smartphones and directing his gaze at the staff. The attendant nodded politely. Once he finishes, it will be your turn. Yin Ning, brimming with pride, cast a disdainful look at Gu Bei in the raffle area, smirking, what does it matter if you win? When I present these smartphones to Lina and hold her hand, you shall be left to console your chubby companion. With a grin, Yin Ning approached Lina, declaring, these phones are for you. My relatives have said that if you don't like them, you can return them at any time. Jia Yuan gazed intently at the fruit-themed smartphone Yin Ning gifted to Lina, her eyes wide with envy. She longed to ask, what about mine? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, vowing to find a man who would gift her a fruit-themed smartphone as well. In the raffle area, Gu Bei had already plunged his hand into the draw box. He was acutely aware that winning the grand prize was highly improbable and held no great expectations. His hand casually rummaged through the contents before he retrieved a slip of paper. The staff member, taking the paper from Gu Bei, enhanced the suspense, casting a dramatic glance at the onlookers and elongating his voice. Could it be the grand prize? It must be said, he possessed a knack for stirring the atmosphere. Gu Bei remained remarkably composed, even more so than the spectators, appearing as an indifferent outsider. Xia Muqing observed him from the sidelines, captivated by his steady demeanor. Unperturbed by praise or blame, could this truly reflect the poise of a high school student? The staff member, having built the anticipation, unveiled Gu Bei's drawn ticket and read aloud the contents, a Dior women's makeup gift set valued at $19.99. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, their astonishment palpable. What incredible luck! I've been eyeing the gift set, but it's typically so hard to acquire. Some girls clapped enviously. Gu Bei, however, maintained his calm demeanor, replying, a makeup gift set? Do you truly think I would find it useful? He was still pondering the $19.99. Now, he simply wished to inquire if it could be exchanged for cash. The staff swiftly presented the gift box, placing it into Gu Bei's hands. Leaning closer to the staff member, Gu Bei whispered, is it possible to convert this into cash? The response was a firm no. He could either gift it to a girlfriend or sell it to someone else. Upon hearing this, Gu Bei muttered to himself, did I need your guidance for that? The real dilemma is to whom should I bestow this sole gift? He remarked with an air of superiority, I'm not one to show favoritism. The staff member stood frozen for a few seconds, bewildered. What do you mean? Do you have several girlfriends? Ignoring the bewilderment, Gu Bei exited the lottery area, heading outside with Wang Quan. Behind them, the staff continued the lottery, calling for the next participant. Yan Ning strode confidently onto the stage, mirroring Gu Bei's actions as he reached into the lottery box. After a meticulous selection process, he finally retrieved a slip of paper. The staff member took the slip, maintaining suspense before revealing the prize. 2 bottles of Beiyye Cola, wishing you a delightful mood every day. The sudden drop from winning the 1999 grand prize to merely 2 bottles of cola was disheartening. Yan Ning's expression soured as he exited the lottery area. Grappling with the stark disparities between individuals, he felt a surge of frustration. In contrast, Lina and Jia Yuanyuan exhibited little reaction to Yan Ning's lottery outcome, as their attention was entirely focused on Gu Bei. After Gu Bei descended from the stage, he approached Xia Muqing directly, fixing his gaze on her striking features, and said, "Thank you for persuading the boss to grant us a discount. Consider this a token of gratitude." Xia Muqing glanced at the item in his hands, feeling somewhat dismissive. To be precise, she had no need for cosmetics. She rarely used anything beyond lipstick. Her natural beauty was already enough to overshadow any other woman, and applying makeup would only serve to diminish their allure. Though she instinctively wanted to refuse, the gazes of those around her compelled her to accept it, responding coolly with a simple, "Thank you." Having already made him feel awkward by paying him earlier, she realized that rejecting him again would only exacerbate his discomfort. For reasons she could not fathom, when their eyes met, she felt inclined to grant him this favor, perhaps due to a sense of guilt for having bumped into him. As Gu Bei turned to leave, he cast her a gentle smile, saying, "If you don't like it, feel free to toss it. There's a trash bin over there, and I'm not headed that way." Xia Muqing watched Gu Bei's retreating figure, glancing down at the gift box on her phone, internally grumbling, "Does he think I'm a trash bin? That brat. I hope I don't encounter him again." Lina witnessed the entire exchange, having initially seen Gu Bei approaching her with the gift box, only to realize he merely brushed past her. Without hesitation, Lina hurried after him as he exited the specialty store. By the time Jia Yuanyuan realized what was happening, Lina had already arrived outside the door. Lina called out to Gu Bei at the intersection, directly stating, "Gu Bei, where did you acquire such a fortune?" Gu Bei turned back, casting a glance filled with disdain. "None of your business. How can you speak to me like that?" Lina's eyes instantly glistened with tears, brimming with emotion. Upon seeing this, Gu Bei recognized her ploy. Lina's tears had deceived countless men before. Whenever she wept like a delicate flower in the rain, it would invariably tug at the heartstrings of many. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered the reborn Gu Bei. He stepped closer, extending a finger to gently wipe away her tears, softly reassuring her. "What is it? Do you expect me to say it to you face to face? Or perhaps you could teach me how?" Volume 1, Chapter 34. The money snatcher Lina deftly evaded the outstretched finger of Gu Bei, her teeth clenching around her silver molars, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded the youth before her. During their last confession, he had dared to touch her chest, and now he was poking her cheek with his finger. Lina sensed a profound transformation in Gu Bei. He bore no resemblance to the person she once knew. "Gu Bei, you rogue." With a teasing glimmer in his eyes, Gu Bei stepped closer, chuckling softly. "Is this truly being a rogue? I possess far more audacious antics if you're willing to indulge." He extended his index finger, lifting a strand of hair from Lina's forehead, scrutinizing her figure and features as he remarked, "You are, without a doubt, the least impressive girl I know. I cannot fathom how I once harbored feelings for you. I shall no longer pursue you. You may tread your own path while I traverse mine, and let us remain untroubled by one another." This was the first time Lina had ever been openly criticized. She had always been synonymous with academic excellence, striking beauty, and a steady stream of admirers throughout her high school years, relishing the attention that made her feel like the center of the universe. The more suitors sought her affection, the higher her chin rose. Suddenly confronted with such blatant disdain ignited her competitive spirit. "On what grounds do you cease your pursuit?" Lina swatted away Gu Bei's finger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she declared, "You give up after a single rejection, while others endure multiple refusals and still persist. If you cannot withstand this minor test, how could I ever trust you to be with me?" Gu Bei found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to her rationale. Was it truly wrong for him to withdraw his affections? Just as he contemplated a retort, Jia Yuanyuan rushed over. Upon seeing Lina's tear-filled eyes, her fierce gaze locked onto Gu Bei. "You may have neglected to gift Nana a laptop and a present, but now you've made her cry. Gu Bei, do you still wish to pursue her? Jia Yuan's voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. With her hands on her hips and her neck arched defiantly, she confronted Gu Bei with an air reminiscent of a scorned woman. Avoiding confrontation, Gu Bei had no desire to be the center of public scrutiny and exchanged a glance with Wang Quan, both swiftly turning to vanish into the crowd. On the outskirts of the gathering crowd, Xia Muqing observed Gu Bei's hasty retreat, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. To make a young lady cry and then flee, what a cad. Glancing at the gift box in her hands, she cast a fleeting look at the trash bin 2 steps away. The box was rather charming. It would serve splendidly for storing socks upon her return. As she contemplated her next move, a hurried figure rudely jostled past her, making a beeline for the 2 girls in the throng. Ning, having emerged from a raffle at the store, had not spotted Lina and Jia Yuan and had pursued them eagerly. Nana, what is the matter? Who has wronged you? Tell me, Ning inquired anxiously beside Lina. Without a moment's hesitation, Jia Yuan began to speak. It's just that. Yuan, Lina suddenly interjected, interrupting her friend's words. Jia Yuan swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, nearly choking herself in the process. The surrounding onlookers, realizing there was no drama to witness, gradually dispersed. Lina pulled Jia Yuan away from Ning, heading in a direction of her own. Nana, are you upset because of Gu Bei? Jia Yuan inquired with concern, noticing Lina's low spirits. There are so many boys who like you. Why dwell on him? Even if none of them are your type now, once you enter university, you are bound to encounter even more exceptional young men. With your beauty, you will undoubtedly be a campus belle. Despite Jia Yuan's incessant chatter ringing in her ears, Lina absorbed none of it. For reasons unknown, her mind was occupied solely with the image and voice of Gu Bei from earlier. I won't pursue him anymore. You are the most disappointing person I've ever met. Did he fancy another girl? Lina pondered, convinced that Gu Bei must have feelings for someone else, Xia Wanner? Or perhaps that girl from the phone store? No. I refuse to lose. Lina muttered to herself, if you won't chase after me, you certainly can't like anyone else. Meanwhile, Gu Bei and Wang Quan strolled leisurely on their way home. Wang Quan alternated between fiddling with his phone and checking the computer he was carrying. He was brimming with excitement over their fruitful day. Brother Yi, we really didn't need to buy such an expensive computer. I heard that ordinary models only cost a little over 5,000. Gu Bei remained calm, casually manipulating his phone as he replied. This will be a mobile shop in the future. A better one is more reliable, sparing us the hassle of repairs later on. Mobile shop? Wang Quan had never heard the term before. Brother Yi, are you planning to open a store yourself? Rent isn't cheap. Have you figured out what you want to sell? If you're short on funds, I can lend you some of the red envelopes I receive after my graduation party. Wang Quan transformed into a fountain of questions, voicing his curiosities in rapid succession. Gu Bei set his phone down, tilted his head to regard Wang Quan, and replied with a smile. An online store doesn't require rent like a physical one. As long as you pay a deposit and have an ID, you can start a shop. The most crucial aspect is the supply chain. Wang Quan nodded, somewhat understanding, though his thoughts were primarily focused on returning home to install a game on the computer. Eager to dominate later that evening, upon returning to Wenjing convenience store, Gu Bei placed the computer on the counter and went in search of ice cream. Where did you get this computer? Li Wenjing inquired, eyeing her son with concern, worried he might have engaged in some illicit activity. Gu Bei took a bite of an old popsicle, the icy sensation flooding over him. He leisurely approached the counter, looked at his mother, and deliberately said, I bought it with money from robbing a bank. I think you're asking for trouble, Li Wenjing responded, raising her hand in a mock gesture, lightly tapping Gu Bei on the shoulder. Be honest. To alleviate his mother's worries, Gu Bei candidly replied, I bought it with my usual pocket money. You saved up that much? Li Wenjing had a fair understanding of laptop prices. Glancing at the one in her hand, she estimated it must cost around 6,000. Gu Bei could not possibly have saved that much money, especially since all the red envelopes from the new year were with her. Anticipating his mother's inquiries, Gu Bei calmly explained, the store is running a promotion. If you present a senior year examination admission ticket, you receive a 20% discount. I also won a raffle, which further reduced the price by several hundred. All things considered, it's manageable. Li Wenjing was aware that stores indeed organize activities for students during the summer. It seemed he had not lied. I also bought you a new phone and left it at home. You can check it out when you return. Volume 1. Chapter 35. Where to collect the eggs? I am certain that I will adore what my mother has purchased for me. Thank you, dear mother. Gu Bei raised an old popsicle in his right hand while lifting the computer from the counter with his left. After exchanging pleasantries with Ms. Li Wenjing, he made his way home. Upon returning, he found, as expected, a phone identical to the one in his pocket resting on the living room table. The reason Gu Bei chose this particular model was that in his previous life, it was indeed the phone his mother had gifted him. He picked up the completely unopened device, weighing it in his hand, pondering where he might sell it to recover a bit of cash. Once in his bedroom, he set up the computer and began searching for relevant entrepreneurial information. The largest consumers in the marketplace are women and children, so he resolved to focus initially on women's products. Having had prior exposure to this industry in his past life, he possessed a fair understanding of its inner workings. His first online store would specialize in facial masks. Leveraging his memories from the previous life, Gu Bei planned to visit Jiangsheng to discuss potential collaborations with some cosmetic companies. Given his current limited scale, he intended to approach smaller firms, ideally startups with promising futures. While researching online, he recalled a cosmetic company in Jiangsheng that had been established at the beginning of this year. Currently modest in size, but poised to become a notable domestic brand within 2 to 3 years. In his past life, he had encountered their owner at a social gathering. Though their interaction was rather superficial, it seemed prudent to expedite his plans for a trip to Jiangsheng. Having completed his research, Gu Bei glanced at the time and exited his bedroom, making his way into the kitchen. In his previous life, his parents would always have meals prepared for him upon his return home. Now, with ample free time at his disposal, he decided to allow his parents a taste of his culinary skills. Ah, what a delightful aroma wafts through the air, whose cooking is so fragrant that it drifts into our home. As Li Wenjing pushed open the door and was greeted by the enticing scent of food, she turned to her companion, Gu Mingxing, to share her surprise. Gu Mingxing sniffed the air, convinced that the delicious aroma originated from their own kitchen. At that moment, Gu Bei emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad, bearing a platter of exquisite dishes. Esteemed sponsors, please take a seat. Li Wenjing turned back, her expression one of incredulity upon seeing Gu Bei carrying the food. Her gaze fell upon the table laden with dishes, prompting her to whisper to Gu Mingxing, "Did we mistakenly enter the wrong house?" "You must be mistaken. Your son cannot possibly be cooking in someone else's home," Gu Mingxing replied, calmly closing the door and changing his shoes. As Li Wenjing was halfway through changing her shoes, she hurriedly rushed to the kitchen door, her face filled with concern. "Please don't tell me you've made a mess of the kitchen." Seeing the kitchen intact and spotless, Li Wenjing let out a sigh of relief and turned to Gu Bei. "From whom have you ordered takeout? It looks rather impressive. Could it be possible that your beloved son has personally prepared this meal?" Gu Bei responded, his gaze shifting from the table of dishes back to Li Wenjing's face. "Within a 10-kilometer radius, no one's takeout can rival the deliciousness of my cooking." "You made this?" Li Wenjing looked in astonishment at the dishes on the table before turning her gaze to her son. Eventually, she dashed into the kitchen, surveying the surroundings. Vegetable leaves, potato peels, and remnants of a used pot. It resembled a crime scene. No, rather a cooking scene. Li Wenjing, still skeptical, glanced again at Gu Bei. "Is this truly your handiwork? When did you learn this?" "I learned it just by watching you cook every day." Gu Bei removed his apron, gently pushing his mother's shoulders as he walked to the dining table. "Come, taste how I fared. It looks quite promising." Gu Mingxing emerged from the bathroom, having washed his hands, and promptly sat down at the dining table, picking up chopsticks to begin eating. As his own son, Gu Mingxing understood him well. Though he seldom spoke, his practical skills were quite remarkable. He had long mastered the art of self-sufficiency. Li Wenjing was taken aback, having never seen Gu Bei prepare so many dishes at once. Typically, he only made scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Li Wenjing approached the table, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat, offering praise as she savored the meal. "Delicious, well done. It truly has the flavor of a fine restaurant." Seeing them enjoy the meal brought Gu Bei joy, and he too indulged heartily. Midway through the meal, Gu Bei slowly spoke. "I want to get my driver's license." All right, go ahead and take it." Li Wenjing mumbled a response, her mouth full of food. "I need you to sponsor me," Gu Bei stated bluntly. Sponsor? Oh, what did you say?" Only then did Li Wenjing realize, putting down her bowl and chopsticks to look at Gu Bei. No wonder he had called himself a sponsor as soon as he walked in. He had personally prepared such a grand feast with ulterior motives. Gu Mingxing seemed to have anticipated this, calmly continuing to eat his meal. After all, the family finances were not in his hands. His word did not hold sway. Gu Bei cheerfully reiterated his request to his mother. Since he would need to learn eventually, it was better to seize the moment and start now. There were discounts available with the examination admission ticket. "How much?" Over 3,000. Gu Bei replied. Li Wenjing pondered for a moment, then glanced at Gu Mingxing, who was engrossed in his meal. What do you think? I believe Xiaoyu has a point. A family member of my colleague works at a driving school. I will inquire tomorrow. Gu Mingxing responded. Li Wenjing nodded, unanimously approving Gu Bei's proposal to pursue his driver's license. The next afternoon, Gu Bei received a call from Gu Mingxing and headed to the driving school for a medical examination and registration. The driving school was not far from his high school. And after completing the enrollment process, Gu Bei and Wang Quan went directly to the back street of the school. At the entrance of the supermarket, Xia Wana stood holding a thick stack of flyers, smiling as she offered them to every passerby under the scorching summer sun. We're having a promotional event for our anniversary. Please take a look. Xia Wana handed flyers to 3 or 4 pedestrians, all of whom declined with a wave. Yet, her face bore no trace of complaint as she politely approached the next passerby. Gu Bei strolled over and accepted the leaflet handed by Xia Wana, his gaze falling upon the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, which dampened her wispy hair, causing it to cling to her skin. Why aren't you wearing a sun hat? Xia Wana tilted her head back, catching sight of the tall figure of Gu Bei, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her eyes sparkled with a pure, crystalline clarity, and though her cheeks had darkened from the sun, they could not eclipse her exquisite beauty. I forgot to wear my hat. Gu Bei took the leaflet from Xia Wana's hand and divided it into 3 portions, one for himself and one each for Wang Quan and Xia Wana. Let us distribute them together. Come, take a stroll, take a look, visit the supermarket, and grab some eggs. No sooner had Gu Bei spoken than the surrounding elderly folks immediately gathered around. Young man, where can we get the eggs? Volume 1. Chapter 36. The same model phone. Gu Beiyao pointed to the promotional flyer featuring discounted eggs and informed the gathered elderly folk that they could enjoy the offer simply by bringing the flyer into the store. Upon hearing of such a delightful opportunity, the flyers, still warm in their hands, were swiftly distributed among the 3 individuals. Xia Wana observed how, after tirelessly calling out for half the day, she had only managed to distribute 1/3 of the flyers, which were now snatched away at the mention of Gu Beiyao's words, a glimmer of joy flowing in her bright eyes. I'll treat you to ice cream, she declared, her steps light and cheerful as she approached the shop entrance, gesturing towards the ice cream in the freezer while looking at Gu Beiyao and Wang Quan. You may choose for yourselves. Wang Quan hesitated, glancing shyly at Gu Beiyao before finally selecting an old popsicle, feeling that it was quite normal for boys to treat girls to food. Yet, he found it peculiar to encounter a girl treating a boy to ice cream for the first time. Gu Beiyao, however, had no such reservations. He would gladly accept a meal from a girl, and even a wealthy woman's patronage would not dissuade him. After all, how long had gender equality existed? Why cling to outdated notions of masculinity? The rise of the licking dog economy was merely a consequence of such indulgences. He lamented the naivety of youth, regretting not having sought out a wealthy benefactor sooner. Gu Beiyao selected the most expensive ice cream and raised it to inquire with the shopkeeper seated inside. Wang Quan, seeing this, immediately tugged at Gu Beiyao's sleeve and whispered, how much can they possibly earn in a day? That ice cream costs 450. Gu Beiyao cast a sidelong glance at him but remained silent, merely asking if it was available for purchase. His primary concern lay in avoiding an overpriced treat. In a few years, he mused, an ice cream might cost 4 or 50, leading one to wonder if it contained gold. He set down the ice cream and opted for a small pudding instead, a familiar delight he had savored since childhood. Xia Wana reached for the ice cream that Gu Beiyao had just placed down, returning it to him with a confident smile. I can afford it. She assumed Gu Beiyao had chosen a less expensive option to spare her expenses. Gu Beiyao took the ice cream back only to return it once more, glancing around with a conspiratorial air before remarking, this one's not good. It causes flatulence. I once saw Wang Quan eat it, and he nearly burst his pants. Xia Wana looked at Wang Quan with wide, curious eyes, suppressing a smile. She herself picked up an old popsicle and headed inside to settle the bill with the shopkeeper. Wang Quan unwrapped his popsicle, scratching his head in confusion. What did you say to her? It feels a bit strange. I merely told her that she's quite adorable and that if any attractive girls come into your life, she should introduce them to you. Gu Beiyao savored a bite of the pudding, reveling in its familiar flavor. Wang Quan's chubby face flushed to deep crimson at the thought of being introduced to girls. Feeling bashful on the outside, he was already imagining how he would behave if a girl were to join him, contemplating how to leave a favorable impression. Gu Beiyao, ignoring Wang Quan's inner musings, turned to Xia Wana and asked, why are you out distributing flyers? Shouldn't you be at home helping your mother? Each day, She works for just a few hours, which does not interfere with her evening visits to the night market. Xia Wanner delicately licks her ice cream, her voice refreshing. Aware of the financial burdens that accompany university life, she aspires to alleviate some of Liang Xiaoshuan's responsibilities through her own efforts. Over the years, the two have relied on each other, granting her a deeper understanding of life's challenges than her peers. Gu Bei holds her optimistic spirit in high regard, despite the hardships. He has never heard a complaint escape her lips. As Xia Wanner strolls beneath the shade of the trees, she retrieves her button phone from her pocket, tilting her chin upwards to gaze at Gu Bei. I still don't have your contact information. It's always you seeking me out. I never know how to reach you. Gu Bei looks down at the Nokia 1110 in her hand and takes it from her. Once a revered device, it has succumbed to the rapid passage of time, becoming a relic of the past. Its sole source of entertainment lies in the classic game Snake that it contains. Initially, Xia Wanner feared that Gu Bei might disdain her antiquated phone, but his focused expression while inputting his number reassured her. Gu Bei deftly unlocks the phone, navigates to the contacts, and begins entering his number. However, as he concentrates on the device, he inadvertently steps off the curb, losing his balance and causing both the phone and ice cream to fly from his hands. The sound of the phone striking the ground resonates sharply, its sturdy frame bouncing apart as the battery and body separate, with the latter tumbling into the drain's opening. Xia Wanner, still holding the half-eaten ice cream, reaches out to grasp Gu Bei's arm, her concern evident. Are you all right? She inquires. Wang Quan, who had been walking behind, hastens forward to assess the situation. What happened? Such a wide road, and you still managed to step off the curb. I seriously suspect it was intentional. Gu Bei steadies himself after a moment of wobbling, flexing his ankle to ensure he is unharmed before waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just lost my footing. He takes a couple of steps forward to collect the scattered battery, plastic back cover, and dislodged SIM card from the ground, bending down to peer into the drain. He spots the blue casing, but realizes it is beyond retrieval. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he meets Xia Wanner's gaze. I swear it wasn't on purpose. Do you believe me? I do, she replies. Although a twinge of regret lingers, her concern dissipates upon confirming that Gu Bei isn't scathed. The phone belonged to Liang Xiaoshuang previously, and though its loss is unfortunate, she ponders how she might contact Gu Bei in the future without it. Would she have to wait for him to seek her out again? Gu Bei steps into a nearby shaded area and pulls out a smartphone from his pocket, offering it to Xia Wanner. You can use this for now. Consider it my compensation. No. I don't want compensation, she quickly declines, instinctively stepping back. That old thing isn't worth much. If it's broken, so be it. Gu Bei had anticipated her reaction and replied nonchalantly. This smartphone was mine before. I won a new one in a raffle a few days ago, so I no longer need this one. I cannot take it back and explain it to my parents, so I will leave it with you for now. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wang Quan. Gu Bei signaled Wang Quan with his gaze. Wang Quan immediately nodded, stating, I also obtained one from the Huaqiang electronic market. As he spoke, he produced his own identical phone to demonstrate to Xia Wanner. Seeing that Xia Wanner was still hesitating, Gu Bei seized the moment and said, without a phone, if I need to reach you in the future, I would have to travel a great distance. Just look at how hot the weather is. What if I suffer from heat stroke? Xia Wanner stammered, uncertain of how to respond. In the meantime, Gu Bei had already inserted her SIM card into the new phone. Good friends should always be well coordinated. See. All three of us have the same model of phone. Volume 1. Chapter 37. Summer Retreat. Xia Wanner cautiously held the mobile phone that Gu Bei had pressed into her hand, examining it with utmost care before gently placing it into her pocket. Thank you, she said, her voice soft yet imbued with warmth. Gu Bei gazed intently into her clear eyes and, in a tone meant solely for her, remarked, Is that all you wish to say? What more do you desire? Xia Wanner, puzzled by Gu Bei's intentions, blinked her long eyelashes in confusion. Gu Bei, feigning a mischievous glint in his eyes, licked his lips and lowered his voice. How about a kiss? Their whispered exchange left Wang Quan bewildered, feeling like an intruder among them. He strained to catch their words, utterly lost in the moment. You rogue. Xia Wanner's crisp voice rang out, causing Wang Quan to quickly retract his ear in surprise. I did nothing. I merely wished to understand your conversation. How am I a rogue? Wang Quan's face reflected his bewilderment, his mind swirling with questions. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Wanner's words were not directed at him, but were intended for Gu Bei. As Gu Bei watched the fuming Xia Wanner stride ahead, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. The way she angrily uttered the word rogue was oddly charming, stirring something within him. Wang Quan sidled up to Gu Bei, his expression innocent as he protested, "I truly did nothing." Gu Bei, momentarily taken aback by his words, then patted Wang Quan on the shoulder, solemnly advising, "I heard there's a lottery event in Crossfire today, featuring your favorite gear. Shouldn't you return to await the results?" "Really?" Wang Quan's spirits lifted at the mention of the game, yet he cast a wary glance at Xia Wanner, who seemed upset. "I'll walk her home. You can go ahead." Gu Bei cleverly redirected Wang Quan, following closely behind Xia Wanner as they made their way to the small alley beneath her apartment. The alley was flanked by two 7-story old buildings, and even in daylight, little natural light penetrated the windows and doors. Upon reaching her building, Xia Wanner abruptly halted. Her flushed cheeks lowered in embarrassment. In a whisper, she instructed, "Wait for me here." "Wait for you?" Gu Bei echoed, bewildered. "I'll go up and change. Then come right back down." Her voice echoed in the stairwell as she dashed upstairs. The old 7-story building lacked an elevator, and Xia Wanner lived on the 7th floor. She sprinted to the corner at the 6th and 7th floor staircase landing. Peering down through the window, she spotted Gu Bei still waiting below before making her way back home. In the living room, Liang Xiaoshuang was busy organizing the tools for her evening market stall. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up to see her daughter, drenched in sweat, entering. "You've worked up quite a sweat. Come and have some water." Xia Wanner slowed her pace, walked into the living room, and after downing a glass of water from the table, she retreated to her bedroom. "What is the matter with this child today?" Liang Xiaoshuang murmured softly, observing her daughter's unusual demeanor. Despite her curiosity, she refrained from probing like other parents would. A few minutes later, Xia Wanner returned to the living room in a dress, bid farewell to Liang Xiaoshuang, and stepped out of the house once more. The fan beside the sofa whirred with a gentle breeze. Liang Xiaoshuang remained seated, watching her daughter in the flowing dress, her wrinkles at the corners of her eyes relaxing with delight. Has she encountered something joyous? Typically, Xia Wanner's attire leaned towards a more neutral style. In her wardrobe, there were only a few dresses, which she rarely wore except at home. Initially, Liang Xiaoshuang assumed her daughter disliked the dress. It later became clear that Xia Wanner wore a school uniform during school hours, spent her afternoons studying at home, and assisted at a local stall in the evenings, leaving her little opportunity to don a dress. Another significant reason was that she had no other friends. Liang Xiaoshuang rose and approached the kitchen window, peering down to the street below. The boy she had seen at the night market was sitting under the awning of a small shop at the alley's entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Gu Bei, noticing Xia Wanner ascend the stairs, purchased cigarettes and gum from a nearby store, then settled beneath the awning to enjoy the shade. The young girl had asked him to wait, so he thought he might as well linger for a bit. After all, waiting wouldn't cost him much. But he ought to collect some interest for his time. Gu Bei occasionally glanced towards the staircase, and soon, Xia Wanner's figure appeared in his line of sight. Her light blue dress fluttered in the breeze, and beneath her thick lashes, her clear eyes brightened upon seeing him, prompting her to stride toward him. Whether it was the heat or her hurried pace, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, and tiny beads of sweat formed on her elegantly shaped nose. Stopping before Gu Bei, Xia Wanner shyly said, "We can go now." Gu Bei's gaze unabashedly appraised the girl before him. The pale blue attire accentuated her fair complexion, and the fitted waist of the dress highlighted her graceful figure. Dressed so beautifully, was she off to meet someone? This was the first time Xia Wanner received a direct compliment from a boy, and her cheeks flushed deeper as she intertwined her fingers. Looking at Gu Bei with a lively demeanor, "It's not a date. I'm taking you to a place where we can escape the heat." Having grown up in this city, Gu Bei had experienced the sweltering summers and frigid winters, while the fleeting seasons of spring and autumn barely made their presence known. He had never heard of any place designated for respite from the heat. He wondered if such a retreat was discreet, perhaps akin to a bomb shelter, where they could sit on a bench and engage in profound conversations about life. Traversing 2 streets, they descended the steps by a bridge and approached the banks of the moat. As they set foot on the stone path by the river, a refreshing breeze met them. Was there truly such a stark temperature difference in the mere span from bridge to riverbank? Along the riverbank, several elderly individuals gathered to play cards, while young couples strolled leisurely, chatting as they went. The gentle flow of the river indeed offered a soothing effect, alleviating the heat and lifting one's spirits. Gu Bei surveyed his surroundings and turned to Xia Wanner, inquiring, "Is this truly the summer retreat you spoke of?" Xia Wanner nodded and led Gu Bei to a nearby arched bridge, pointing to the underside. There, an array of hand-painted graffiti and impromptu verses adorned the surface, cartoon figures, anime characters, and some rather melodramatic expressions. In the past, Beiyye would have found this to possess a certain individuality. Now, he could only silently mutter to himself. This is the absurdity of youth. Volume 1, Chapter 38. Friends should stay a while longer. Do you enjoy these? Beiyye inquired with keen interest. Observing the young lady before him, mistakenly assuming she was another anime enthusiast. Xiaowana shook her head, expressing her disinterest. I thought you would like them. I've seen many boys come to see these. They discuss how this is Naruto. As she spoke, she gestured towards the anime characters painted on the adjacent wall. Beiyye followed her gaze, noting the impressive artistry, though he had little knowledge of the subject. If it were Ultraman or the Racing Brothers, he might have recognized them. Continuing eastward along the moat, they came across a moderately sized park, where a central area featured a track constructed from skating cones. On a nearby stone bench sat an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s, surrounded by an assortment of roller skates laid flat before him. As Beiyye approached, he noticed a sign scrawled in black marker on a piece of cardboard that read, Roller Skating Timed Competition, Win Prizes, Rent Roller Skates, and Toy Sales. His gaze fell upon an array of toys positioned to the right of the elderly man. Xiaowana walked over to the old man. Bending down slowly to reveal her vibrant, animated smile, and extending a finger she said, Grandpa Son, I want to skate once. Upon hearing her voice, Grandpa Son gradually lifted his head, the wrinkles on his face softening into a warm smile. Ah, little Bull? Go ahead, choose your skates. His voice, the line with the weight of years, radiated kindness. It was evident that Xiaowana frequented this place, and they shared a familiarity. Xiaowana produced 20 yuan and handed it to Grandpa Son, who promptly waved his hand in refusal. No need. You never take the toys you win. This time, it's on the house. Xiaowana, however, insisted, firmly pressing the money into his hand while gently stating, Grandpa Son, I brought a friend today, and I want to win a gift for him. The friend she referred to was Beiyye. Grandpa Son tilted his head slightly to glance at Beiyye standing behind Xiaowana, then smiled and nodded, no longer objecting. Xiaowana joyfully selected a suitable pair of roller skates and moved to the nearby bench to change. Beiyye surveyed the crowd of skaters around him, primarily comprised of children, with a few young adults like himself, though they were few in number. There were also several older gentlemen, clad in stable four-wheeled roller skates designed for balance and ease of use. Once Xiaowana had donned her skates, she noticed Beiyye seemed quite intrigued by roller skating and eagerly offered, Would you like to skate? I can teach you. She glided slowly beside him in her pink skates, acclimating to their comfort. Beiyye observed her graceful form and gently shook his head. I'll enjoy watching you skate. Allow me to admire your dance. I cannot dance, but I skate swiftly, he added. Xiaowana, brimming with confidence, patted her chest and proclaimed, I hold the record for the fastest time here. Wait for me to win a prize for you. As the words fell, Beiyye observed Xiaowana gliding gracefully on her skates towards the meticulously arranged track. Upon witnessing her intention to challenge the timer, a crowd of fellow skaters gathered around, some of whom had previously encountered Xiaowana and took the opportunity to introduce her to their companions. I've seen her skate. She is bound to win. Isn't she stunning? One remarked. Hey, she is still a high school student. What are you thinking? Another teased. I was merely complimenting her. Where did your mind wander? The conversation, initially focused on skating technique, veered off course, a typical reaction from boys when confronted with a beautiful girl. From a distance, Beiyye gazed at Xiaowana, the setting sun casting a warm glow on her elegant profile, her gentle smile radiating youthful vibrancy. Standing at the starting line, Xiaowana adopted a serious stance, poised for the race. Grandpa Son held a stopwatch, ready to press the timing button at any moment. Are you ready? He inquired. Yes, Xiaowana responded brightly. Ears perked for the starting command. On your marks. Go. At Grandpa Son's command, all eyes shifted to the swift figure of the young girl. Like a swift azure arrow, Xiaowana shot forth, her skirt billowing in the wind, yet failing to hinder her momentum. Go, go, cheered the children watching, clapping and exuberantly rallying for her, finding the competition even more exhilarating than participating themselves. Beiyye positioned himself at the finish line, his gaze following Xiaowana's swift movements. In an instant, a jubilant figure appeared before him. A faint, fresh fragrance wafted past Beiyye as Xiaowana came to a halt at the finish line. Challenge successful, Grandpa Son's aged voice resonated. The onlookers erupted into a fervent applause. Excited little ones rushed to Xiaowana, encircling her in celebration of her victory. Auntie, you're amazing. Can you teach me? A chubby child exclaimed. A nearby bespectacled girl quickly corrected. Why call her Auntie? She is obviously an older sister. Right, an older sister, the others chimed in. but my dad says only those with small chests are called sisters. The little one continued, but was swiftly silenced by an adult who whisked him away. Gu Bei looked at the group of children, their innocent laughter surrounding the beautiful older girl, and couldn't help but join in their mirth. Xiaowana then led Gu Bei to the prize display, pointing at an array of toys on the ground. "Which one do you like?" she inquired. At that moment, Gu Bei realized her intention was to win a gift for him. She had mentioned that a phone was a prize drawn, and now she aimed to win a toy for him. Such a girl was indeed intriguing. Observing the assortment of plush toys, plastic guns, and miniature cars, Gu Bei chose a small red remote-controlled car without hesitation. "This one looks quite nice. I'll take this," he declared. Xiaowana joyfully accepted the remote-controlled car from the box, inspecting it thoroughly before waving at Grandpa Sunday. "Grandpa-san, I want this one." "All right, take it," Grandpa-san replied with a smile, his demeanor warm and gentle, reminiscent of a conversation with his own granddaughter. After exchanging her roller skates for regular shoes, Xiaowana bid farewell to Grandpa-san and departed. Previously, she would visit frequently to assist him with his business. He was the one who taught her to skate. However, with the demands of her final year in high school, her visits had become less frequent. Upon exiting the park, she glanced at the time and realized it was already time to help Liang Xiaoshuang set up her stall. Quickening her pace, she turned to Gu Bei and said, "I'm off to the back street to help my mom." "I'll accompany you," Gu Bei replied, fiddling with the toy in his hands. Although Xiaowana initially intended to decline, she ultimately agreed, wishing to spend more time with this friend. Volume 1. Chapter 39. Boasting for him. After Gu Bei escorted Xiaowana home, he returned to his own residence around 8 o'clock. Mr. Gu and Ms. Li Wenjing were both absent, most likely still at the shop. Upon entering his bedroom, Gu Bei placed the remote-controlled car on the shelf above his desk, a sight easily visible upon entering. In his memory, this seemed to be the first gift he had ever received from a girl. A subtle smile graced Gu Bei's lips as he opened his computer to browse various forums. Suddenly, his phone, resting in the corner of the desk, vibrated. Gu Bei checked and found a message from Xiaowana on QQ. "Xiaowana, are you home?" "Gu Bei, already missing me after parting?" "Xiaowana, go away." Even though they communicated through the screen, Gu Bei could vividly imagine Xiaowana's cheeks blushing upon reading his words. To her, the phrase "go away" felt particularly rude. He chose not to respond further, allowing his gaze to drift back to the computer screen. On the forum of Jiangxing University, many prospective freshmen were eagerly seeking assistance from upperclassmen. Although the results of the college entrance examination had yet to be released, the youth were unable to suppress their yearning for university life and began to fantasize about campus experiences. As Gu Bei perused the forum, he noticed the name Xiaomuqing appearing with remarkable frequency. Jiangxing University's aloof campus beauty, the goddess of the School of Management. Such labels frequently emerged, igniting anticipation among prospective freshmen, particularly the boys, for the International Management School at Jiangxing University. The subsequent period was spent by Gu Bei practicing driving and gathering information, until the day the exam results were announced. On the afternoon of June 25th at 2 p.m., Gu Bei sat behind the counter at Wenjing Convenience Store, with a computer and phone before him. Li Wenjing appeared calm, yet her clasped hands, silently praying, were already damp with sweat. Gu Mingxing maintained a facade of composure, oblivious to the cigarette in his hand that was nearing his fingers. Gu Bei tirelessly clicked the mouse, refreshing the page repeatedly and re-entering his examination number. Yet he could not access the results. The overwhelming number of candidates attempting to check their scores caused the system to overload, rendering it inaccessible. "Make a call," Gu Mingxing suggested. Gu Bei dialed the inquiry number and activated the speakerphone, the repetitive prompt of "please wait" echoing in the background. This tedious cycle persisted for over 40 minutes, with Gu Mingxing and Li Wenjing anxiously awaiting Gu Bei's news, having forgotten the passage of time. A lady entered to purchase salt, but Li Wenjing, too preoccupied, allowed her to leave without completing the transaction. "It's in," Gu Bei whispered, drawing attention. Li Wenjing immediately leaned forward, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the computer screen. Name, Gu Bei Chinese, 135 Mathematics, 128 English, 138 Comprehensive, 246 total score, 647 Mr. Gu, come quickly. My son scored 647. Li Wenjing exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion as she grasped Gu Mingxing's arm, incredulously squeezing it twice. Indeed, Gu Mingxing felt the pain radiating from his arm as he slowly stepped forward to scan the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. His gaze shifted to Gu Bei. "You certainly make me proud." Observing the joyful expressions on his parents' faces, Gu Bei revealed a smile of contentment. Perhaps this was one of the significances of Rebirth, given his current scores. Applying to the International Management School of Jiangcheng University for a degree in finance should pose no challenge. The finance program at Jiangcheng University ranks among the top 5 in the nation. After checking his results, Gu Bei was poised to close the window on his screen when Li Wenjing hurried back, phone in hand. "Let me take a photo." After capturing the moment, Gu Mingqing leaned in closer to her ear and whispered, "Send me a copy." In that instant, they were the proudest and happiest parents, reveling in their son's achievements. As Gu Bei closed the computer window, his phone rang. It was Wang Quan. "Hey, how did you do?" 647. "Wow, impressive," Wang exclaimed. "I only scored 554. But I should be fine for the Technology Institute." After ending the call with Wang Quan, Gu Bei sent a message to Xia Wan'er, inquiring if she had checked her results. Almost instantly, she replied, "I did okay, just 702. Gu Bei regarded the number. If it were anyone else, he would have jested. "I D-rate this performance a 9, leaving 1 point to avoid arrogance." However, with Xia Wan'er, such a score was hardly surprising, given her usual performance was around 710. For her, this score was indeed average. Nonetheless, gaining admission to the law school of Huajing University was certainly within her reach. As classmates gradually discovered their scores, the previously quiet group chat for senior class 4 erupted into lively conversation once more. Jia Yuan announced, 616. "I'm unsure whether to apply to Jiangcheng University or Beiyye University. Any suggestions?" Zhang Shan, the sports representative, replied, "Wow, Yuan, that's impressive. Go for Jiangcheng." "I'm planning to apply there too." Jia Yuan countered, "What is impressive about me? Nana scored over 650. Now that's truly remarkable." Wang Jinyuan added, "Lina must be the top of our class." Jia Yuan corrected, "Top of the entire school." Upon her statement, several boys chimed in, agreeing. Believing that flattering Lina would leave a favorable impression, Zhang Shan suggested, Yuan, why don't you ask the class leader when we might organize a gathering? Other classes are already planning theirs." Lina replied, "We can discuss it when we return to school to collect our admission letters." Her contribution to the chat sparked further excitement among the group. She had been attentively following the conversations, noticing that nearly everyone had participated except for Gu Bei. Concerned that he might have left the group, she checked the member list and was relieved to see his profile picture still present. Lina then addressed the group. "All members, please report your scores so I can compile them for the homeroom teacher." Jia Yuan, 616. Zhang Tao, 585. Wang Quan, 554 in a class of 38, only 37 reported, with only Gu Bei's name and score absent. Lina repeatedly mentioned Gu Bei in the group 3 or 4 times, yet received no response. This moment ignited discontent among several boys. "Wang Jinyuan, what is up with Gu Bei? Did he perform poorly and is now too afraid to reply?" Zhang Shan, "We're all classmates. No one would mock him." Jia Yuan, "Scoring so high in the mock exam. He has been showing off, and now he is too scared to speak. Is he even a man?" Zhang Tao, "Does he think he is some important figure, making the class leader mention him repeatedly?" Zhang Wei, "I believe he is doing it on purpose to attract the class leader Yi's attention." Wang Quan, "Who says my brother Yi has done poorly? He is just occupied with other matters, and doesn't he have time for you all?" Jia Yuan, "Probably busy sulking, huh? Haraha." Wang Quan, "My brother scored 647. If anyone should be crying, it's you." Zhang Shan, "Wang Quan, you're bragging for Gu Bei again." Volume 1. Chapter 40. Envious of your body, Gu Bei opened the group chat on QQ and cast a glance. The mocking voices within were incessant, yet he chose to remain unresponsive. Engaging in verbal sparring held no merit. To those who harbor disbelief, even when presented with screenshots of achievements, their immediate reaction is to dismiss it as fabrication. The most effective rebuttal lies in allowing facts to speak for themselves. Upon seeing Gu Bei's results, Gu Mingqing promptly returned to work. His workplace was filled with many others, much like him, who had children preparing for college entrance examinations. His son's scores were sufficient to enable him to stand tall among peers, actively participating in discussions. "Old Gu, how did your son fare?" One colleague inquired. "I recall you mentioning he should consider nursing school. Did you pull any strings? You ought to plan ahead." Unlike my son, who scored 600 and could easily enroll in an ordinary undergraduate program. As Gu Mingqing entered the office, his neighboring colleague, Old Wang, cast a boastful glance his way. "Xiaoyu didn't perform well, only scoring 647. He wishes to go to Kyoto, but I think Jiang University is closer. The child is grown. He should voice his own opinions. Old Wang's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup, and the smile on his face gradually stiffened. Was he bragging? He had assumed that scoring 600 was an exceptional achievement for his child. He had intended to show off, only to find that Gu's boy had made such significant progress. Previously, in discussions about their children's academic performance, Gu Mingcheng had often been the one with the least authority. Now, he walked with his back straight, eager to inquire of others, "How did your child perform?" Old Wang recognized that he had brought this upon himself. At the Wenjing convenience store, Gu Bei held a small pudding, his gaze fixed on the computer screen before him. He had initially planned to indulge in a leisurely sleep at home, preparing to embark on a journey to Jiang City the following day to meet with a partner company. With the results of the college entrance examination now available, it was time to commence his entrepreneurial endeavors. Gu Bei surveyed the store but found no sign of his mother. She was likely next door chatting with Aunt Zhang. "Xiaoyi Gij." A familiar voice called from the entrance. Gu Bei needed no guesswork to know it was Cheng Ni, his aunt's daughter. Among all those around him, only she referred to him in such a manner. Although his aunt, Gu Minglan, was somewhat bothersome, her daughter Chang Ni was particularly endearing to Gu Bei. As another examinee, Chang Ni must have rushed over upon checking her own results. "Xiaoyi Gij, have you checked your scores?" she asked, leaning on the counter, her feet swinging in the air, a bright smile illuminating her face. Gu Bei looked up at his younger sister, who revealed a charming dimple when she smiled, and succinctly relayed his score, 647. "Xiaoyi Gij, how impressive. That's even higher than mine." Cheng and I exclaimed excitedly before inquiring, "Which university are you planning to attend?" "I haven't decided yet. I'm considering Jiang City University," he replied. As she spoke, Chang Ni's feet touched the ground as she dashed to the nearby freezer to retrieve a chocolate ice cream, unabashedly enjoying it. "Xiaoyi Gij, why not also attend Jiang City University? Then you can look out for me." In her childhood, Cheng and I was often bullied, with Gu Beiyye always coming to her defense. However, at that time, Gu Beiyye was still rather gentle, frequently on the receiving end of the blows. Gu Beiyye fixed his gaze on the ice cream in Chang Ni's hand and bluntly stated, "250, pay up." "Oof, I have no money. My mom will be here soon. You can ask her," Cheng and I replied. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Minglan indeed walked in from outside. Upon entering, she habitually scanned the store before settling her gaze on Gu Beiyye. "Xiaoyi, where's your mother?" "Not here. Do you need something?" Gu Beiyye responded calmly. "Xiaoyi, have you checked your college entrance exam results? How did you do?" Gu Minglan said with feigned concern. "I told your mother last time to have your uncle find you a school in advance, but she didn't agree. It'll be harder to find one now. If your results aren't good, don't be disheartened. You can always repeat a year." Chang and I, enjoying her ice cream with a smudge of white cream at the corner of her mouth, chimed in, "Mom, Xiaoyu scored 647, even more than I did. He need to repeat. I just invited him to apply to Jiangsheng University." "What?" Gu Minglan's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched on her face as she turned to Gu Beiyye, then back to Chang and I. "Did you see the score report?" "No, Xiaoyi told me himself." "He wouldn't lie to me," Chang and I said innocently. Gu Minglan teased Gu Beiyye, "Are you making fun of Xiao and I again?" "What joke?" Gu Beiyye replied. "If you want to see the score report, I have it here." Li Wenjing walked in, raising her phone screen to Gu Minglan. "Can you check this for me? Also, verify the exam number, just in case there's another Xiaoyi." Gu Minglan took Gu Beiyye's exam card to compare carefully, and once she confirmed its accuracy, she accepted the reality. "How could this be? How did your scores suddenly improve so much?" "Luck. I knew all the questions on the test. The ones I didn't know weren't on the paper. I got everything right." "Even the guesses," Gu Beiyye replied nonchalantly, causing Chang and I to giggle beside him. Li Wenjing looked at Gu Minglan, who seemed somewhat deflated, feeling secretly pleased. "They always said my Xiaoyu wasn't smart, and now his exam score surpasses your Xiaoni's. What do you have to say now?" "Xiao and I, go grab whatever you want. Today, it's Annie's treat," Li Wenjing said, pinching Chang Ni's cheek and gesturing to the snacks in the store. Chang and I beamed with joy. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll report that Xiaoyu just asked me for ice cream money. Then next time he eats, make sure to ask him for money too," Li Wenjing said, smiling at Gu Beiyye. Chang and I nodded and pulled Li Wenjing toward the snack area, leaving Gu Minglan standing there with a displeased expression. Her intentions weren't malicious. She simply loved comparisons, always wanting her affairs to be the best. Gu Beiyye closed his computer and picked up his phone to send a message to Wang Quan, informing him to join him in Jiangsheng the next day. Without the company of adults, Wang Quan experienced a sense of trepidation as he ventured alone to another city with his peers for the first time. Wang Quan inquired, "Yi Ge, what mode of transportation shall we take tomorrow, a bus or a train?" Gu Bei replied, "A rickshaw." Wang Quan responded, "The kind pulled by a camel, like in Camel Xiangzi? I have never seen one in Qizhou." He continued, "Why didn't you speak up in the class group when they were discussing grades? I told them you scored 647, and they didn't believe me." Wang Quan added, "Yi Lina and Jia Yuan have added me on my QQ. Expression, shy." Gu Bei teased, "They might be after you, so be cautious of your figure and don't let them take advantage." Volume 1. Chapter 41. See you in 7 days the following day. The air was thick with the sultry essence of summer as Gu Bei and Wang Quan boarded the train bound for Jiaqing. "Brother Yi, how long will we be traveling?" Wang Quan, embarking on his first train journey, was brimming with curiosity about his surroundings. "What if I need to use the restroom?" he inquired. "It's a 2.5-hour ride to Jiaqing, and there are restrooms at the connecting points of the carriage," Gu Bei replied, engrossed in his phone without lifting his gaze. Wang Quan shifted in his seat, glancing toward the connecting area before returning to sit beside Gu Bei, causing their shared seat to tremble slightly. "Who is Cheng Rong?" Wang Quan asked, adjusting his glasses and peering at Gu Bei's phone screen. Gu Bei abruptly looked up, pushing away Wang Quan's inquisitive face. He suddenly realized that the later invention of privacy screens was likely inspired by the presence of such overly familiar friends. Gu Bei's phone dimmed as he turned to face the grinning Wang Quan, who resembled a little piglet wearing glasses, attempting to appear scholarly. Nevertheless, Gu Bei had no intention of keeping secrets from Wang Quan and calmly clarified. She asked the salesperson from the mobile phone store. "You saw my chat content?" Wang Quan queried. "No, I just glanced at the notes," he replied, possessing a sense of boundaries. His earlier peeking had merely been a playful tease directed at Gu Bei, and he had not genuinely scrutinized the conversation. Gu Bei was unbothered. After all, the messages were merely flirtatious exchanges, and given Wang Quan's youthful innocence, he would only turn crimson upon reading them. "Brother Yi, what could you possibly discuss with her? She obviously seems like a streetwise girl," Wang Quan remarked, perplexed, recalling how he had witnessed Cheng Rong's tattoos when they had gone to purchase phones together. Who says that having tattoos makes one a bad girl? Besides, she has her charms. Gu Bei defended his stance with conviction. Wang Quan found himself increasingly bewildered by Gu Bei's perspective, just as he was about to probe further. His phone buzzed with a notification from QQ. He leaned forward, retrieving it from his pocket, and upon seeing a message from Lina, he quickly presented it to Gu Bei. "It's Lina asking if I'm with you." Gu Bei paused for a moment, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Tell her you're with me." Wang Quan, not fully grasping Gu Bei's intent, complied and sent the message. Shortly thereafter, Lina responded, inquiring about their whereabouts. Gu Bei instructed Wang Quan, "Inform her that we are traveling to Jiangsheng for a vacation." After sending the message, there was a prolonged silence from the other end. Wang Quan stared at Gu Bei with a perplexed expression, as if scrutinizing a stranger. "Brother Yi, who exactly are you intending to date? Even love-struck dogs do not engage in such behavior." Gu Bei blurted out candidly. "And you were chatting with Cheng Rong without informing Lina of your location? Just a few days ago, you were out with Siawana? By your logic, I should be romantically involved with any girl who appears nearby." No," Wang Quan stammered, nodding in confusion before shaking his head vigorously. "That's just too many. You should choose one. Only children make choices." Gu Bei murmured softly, just as the sound of street vendors echoed in the train aisle. Wang Quan only heard fragments of their cries: sunflower seeds, mineral water, foot massages. With no ill intentions and a rather honest disposition, his greatest pleasure lay in secret infatuations. This is also the reason he remained unmarried for a prolonged period. However, amidst a restless society, he possessed a rare virtue that others lacked: steadfastness. Just like his physique, he stood firm in front of others. No matter how fierce the winds blew, they could not sway him. Gu Bei reached out and playfully poked the flesh on Wang Quan's stomach. "What happened to your diet?" "I was just thinking about enjoying a few days of freedom after the college entrance exams before starting to lose weight," Wang Quan chuckled, promptly forgetting the question of who Gu Bei likes. Gu Bei did not return his smile but pinched the flesh on his belly. "If you can't lose it, then return my laptop. When you finally lose the weight, I'll give it back." Wang Quan's face displayed a mix of reluctance. Having stayed up late gaming and leveling up, he was certainly unwilling to part with his laptop now. Gu Bei seized this opportunity to instill some self-discipline in him. In today's society, people are often judged by their outward appearances first. if one's external image fails to meet expectations. No matter how profound their inner qualities may be, opportunities to showcase them could be scant. Gu Bei persistently encouraged Wang Quan to lose weight, hoping that even if he were not strikingly handsome, he would not be turned away merely because of his physique. Next stop, Jiangxing Station. The train's announcement signaled the arrival. Passengers prepared to disembark, gathering their belongings and queuing in the aisle, awaiting the opening of the carriage doors. Stepping out of the station and onto this familiar yet alien land, Gu Bei surveyed his surroundings, whispering to himself, I, Gu Bei, have returned, but this time. It is certainly not to start delivering takeout or to follow in the footsteps of any woman. Everything is for myself. Young man, looking for a hotel? A middle-aged woman approached Gu Bei and Wang Quan, holding a sign that read accommodation, enthusiastically inquiring. We have showers, hot water, and free Wi-Fi. Is your establishment legitimate? Gu Bei casually asked. What are you saying, young man? Absolutely legitimate. If it weren't, we wouldn't charge a penny. Who would go to an illegitimate place? Gu Bei sauntered confidently out of the station square. Behind him, Wang Quan, visiting Jiangxing for the first time, was curiously gazing around when he was encircled by 4 or 5 women holding accommodation signs. Young man, accommodation. Oh, we have fun activities. Come and try. One woman in her 40s leaned in close to Wang Quan's ear, whispering as if afraid of being overheard. Wang Quan, puzzled by her insinuation, looked helplessly toward Gu Bei, who was walking ahead. We are together. Together? As in both of us? Young people are indeed playful. When two engage in the activity, an additional fee is required. It is advisable for each to partake individually. Gu Bei glanced back, took 2 steps, and firmly grasped Wang Quan's arm, pulling him away from the crowd. Uncle Hat, hey, over here. Gu Bei suddenly shouted towards a nearby patrol booth, causing several approaching aunties to scatter in alarm. Those rascals have no sense of decorum. Watching them blend back into the throng, Gu Bei revealed a mischievous grin, hastening his departure with Wang Quan. Remember, in the future, avoid staying at hotels near the station, particularly those that solicit customers. Also, refrain from entering nearby restaurants unless absolutely necessary. Inquire about prices before dining if hunger strikes. Why? For the sake of your well-being. Brother Yi, Wang Quan remarked. Lina asked how many days we would be staying in Jiangxing. He glanced at the new message on his phone. Tell her 7 days. Volume 1. Chapter 42. A place to go. Why hasn't Lina sent you a message? She keeps asking me. Wang Quan replied to Lina's messages while walking beside Gu Bei. I've deleted her from my QQ friends. Gu Bei responded nonchalantly, hailing a taxi and sliding into the back seat, heading towards the hotel he had booked in advance. No wonder she took the initiative to add me, Wang Quan mused, resolving a lingering curiosity. Lina was the belle of Qizhou High School, and countless boys had been ruthlessly rebuffed when attempting to connect with her on QQ. Why, then, did she choose to reach out to him? Initially, Wang Quan thought that perhaps his charm had finally garnered the attention of the school beauty. However, as their brief exchange unfolded, it became evident that Lina's interest in him was merely to inquire about Gu Bei's whereabouts. Gu Bei's intent in having Wang Quan relay his news to Lina was to keep her in suspense, much like she had done to him in a previous life. Some girls operate on this principle. While you cherish them and treat them like treasures, they remain indifferent, believing you owe them even more. Yet, when you suddenly withdraw your attention, particularly in the presence of other admirable females, they become acutely aware of your actions, vying for your focus, convinced that no one compares to them. This might also stem from a competitive spirit. Why did he pursue me so ardently only to suddenly lose interest? What does she have that I lack? Lina had always been the center of attention. Being ignored, suddenly rendered insignificant, left her feeling quite unsettled. The taxi came to a halt outside a budget hotel, and Gu Bei led Wang Quan inside. After checking in at the front desk, they retreated to their room, where Gu Bei began to shower and change. After a grueling 2.5 hours on a hard-seat train, his body ached, and his skin felt greasy. With an afternoon meeting at a mask manufacturing factory to discuss collaboration, it was imperative that he present himself impeccably. Otherwise, he risked being turned away at the door due to his lack of proper appearance. His financial situation was far from robust. If only he had a substantial sum at his disposal, he would approach the endeavor with confidence, demanding 50,000 worth of goods. Money could indeed open doors that otherwise remained shut. Until he established his strength, maintaining a facade of professionalism was essential. After all, an entry ticket was vital. If he couldn't even gain entry, how could he demonstrate his worth? Exiting the budget hotel, Gu Bei sought out a nearby print shop. where he printed several sheets labeled contract on A4 paper. The contents were arbitrary, yet the headers were boldly emblazoned with phrases like XYZ Cosmetics Company, presenting an appearance of formality and professionalism. Under the scorching summer sun, the asphalt shimmered with heat, and the air became stiflingly humid after a water truck passed by, akin to a sauna. Clutching a bag containing the contracts, Beiyye stood by the roadside, contemplating whether to take a bus partway and then hail a taxi or to simply take a taxi directly. The manufacturing facility lay over 10 kilometers away from his current location. In the moment he lowered his head to retrieve his phone, a passing vehicle splashed water from the ground onto his freshly changed attire. Beiyye's bewildered expression was filled with confusion. Whom have I offended? Standing by the roadside, I still get caught in the crossfire. He resolved to consult the almanac before venturing out in the future. Damn it, Quan cursed, pointing at the rear of the car that had just sped past. However, before his tirade could conclude, he noticed the vehicle reversing back. Upon seeing this, Quan immediately fell silent, redirecting his gaze to Beiyye. Beiyye also observed the car slowly returning. He found it rather familiar. Could it be mere coincidence? Wasn't that the vehicle belonging to Sister Xia? The silver SUV halted before them, and the passenger window descended. Upon recognizing Beiyye's face, Xia Muqing revealed a barely perceptible astonishment. It's you? How is it you again? Beiyye felt exasperated, his eyes reflecting his displeasure. Why must I encounter misfortune whenever I meet you? You are truly a harbinger of bad luck. Xia Muqing felt a twinge of guilt for having splashed him with muddy water earlier. Hearing Beiyye bluntly label her a harbinger of bad luck ignited her indignation. Why can't you find someone else to blame? Why have you come to Jiangxing when you could be in Qizhou? Beiyye nonchalantly opened the passenger door and huffily bent down to sit inside. He gestured to Quan to take a seat in the back. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Muqing eyed Beiyye warily as he settled into the passenger seat, her fingers subtly reaching for her phone, prepared to call for help. Who invited you into my car? You got my clothes dirty. Shouldn't you buy me a new one? Beiyye initially intended to return home to change, but time was of the essence. If he delayed, the factory manager might have already left for the day. Xia Muqing had never encountered such a thick-skinned young man before. Yet, upon seeing the mud stains on his clothing, she decided to start the car, intending to find a men's clothing store. Why must I always be the one to spend money on this guy? She mused. The last time, he had knocked her down. This time, he had her splashed with dirty water. Beiyye stole a glance at Xia Muqing, who gripped the steering wheel, exuding an air of sophistication in her white short-sleeve top paired with black loose-fitting suit pants. Let us go to that store up ahead. Beiyye pointed to a men's clothing shop adorned with a sign reading men's wardrobe. Xia Muqing pulled the car to the side and glanced over. She had presumed Beiyye would opt for a high-end brand at a mall, considering that his current outfit was not inexpensive. Xia Muqing was correct. Beiyye had purchased this shirt specifically for this collaboration, aiming to showcase his capabilities. Beiyye exited the car, leading Quan directly into the store. He swiftly selected 2 suitable outfits, changed in the fitting room, and emerged holding his old clothes. Just as Xia Muqing intended to proceed to the checkout, the shopkeeper informed her that the bill had already been settled. This left her even more perplexed. She turned to see Beiyye and Quan comfortably seated back in her car. What on earth was happening? Xia Muqing returned to the driver's seat, turning her head to look at Beiyye, awaiting his explanation. Beiyye mimicked her posture, facing her directly, their gazes intertwining. Xia Muqing's gracefully arched eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her eyes, shimmering with the brilliance of stars, radiated a serene coldness, her extraordinary aura unapologetically emanating. Truly enchanting, Beiyye mused inwardly. Particularly captivated by the strikingly aloof demeanor she possessed, one that could not possibly be a mere product of nurture. Xia Muqing regarded the tall, somewhat rebellious young man before her, standing over 180 centimeters, who showed neither signs of inferiority nor retreat during their prolonged eye contact. In her experience, few could maintain such composure. Many boys would avert their gaze upon meeting hers, revealing a lack of confidence, yet Beiyye did not waver. Please take us to this location, she requested. Volume 1, Chapter 43, Driving in. Do you take me for a taxi? Xia Muqing's voice was frosty, her bright eyes devoid of emotion as she glanced at the address Beiyye had provided. Cosmetics company? What on earth would a grown man want at a cosmetics firm? Beiyye, with an unperturbed expression, raised the paper bag containing his soiled clothes. You've dirted my clothes. A ride from you will settle our accounts. In truth, Beiyye had taken a liking to the luxurious vehicle Xia Muqing was driving. Having just been splattered with mud, He had altered his plans upon recognizing her car. He intended to leverage this opportunity to bolster his own image. Professionally speaking, one might call it capitalizing on a situation. A graceful beauty driving a premium vehicle to a business meeting would undoubtedly command respect, rather than being mistaken for a mere high school graduate. Xia Muqing despised being indebted to others, and she shot Gu Beiyao a glare, starting the engine and steering towards the location he had indicated. It must be said, the sight of an icy beauty in a fit of anger was undeniably captivating. Had Gu Beiyao not been of a higher caliber, he might have been overwhelmed with excitement. Seated quietly in the back, Wang Quan remained utterly silent, lacking even the courage to speak. He sat with a careful posture, feeling as if he had returned to the days of being before their stern high school teacher, Li Yuhong, who commanded such authority that one dared not meet her gaze for fear of trembling. As the car halted at the entrance of the cosmetics company, Xia Muqing's cold voice pierced the air. "We have arrived. Exit the vehicle." Gu Beiyao, surveying the relatively modest establishment, ignored Xia Muqing entirely, his tone carrying an air of command. Although Xia Muqing maintained a facade of calm, her inner fury flared, wishing she could forcibly eject this man from the passenger seat. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. "Do not put your luck," she thought. Sensing her displeasure, Gu Beiyao quickly shifted his demeanor, donning a disarming smile. "Beautiful sister, please help me. Drive in, and after we exit, you can turn around and leave. I assure you, I wouldn't take up even a minute of your time." Just as Xia Muqing was about to unleash her ire, Gu Beiyao's sudden change of heart left her momentarily speechless. "You must have a background in theatrics, haven't you?" Noticing her silence, Gu Beiyao cast a sorrowful glance at Wang Quan in the back seat and continued with exaggerated sincerity. "The truth is, my brother here has injured his foot. His parents work at this factory, and I want to bring him to see them one last time." "What?" Xia Muqing interjected, incredulously. "Oh, he misses his parents, and I'm just helping him out. My brother has had a tough life, raised as a left-behind child. Dear fairy, could you please assist us?" "Stop." Xia Muqing interrupted, unable to bear the charade any longer. If she continued to listen, she might end up being portrayed as the villain who turns a blind eye to suffering. Wang Quan, his head filled with cawing crows, lacked the courage to speak up. He feared that, in Gu Beiyao's narrative, he might find his own life at stake. Ultimately, Xia Muqing acquiesced to Gu Beiyao's request, pressing the accelerator as she prepared to drive into the factory. As for the reason, it is certainly not due to the fabricated tragic backstory concocted by Gu Bei. With her astute intelligence, Xia Muqing was well aware that it was all a fabrication. What truly captivated her was his endearing terms, fairy sister and beautiful sister. For reasons unbeknownst to her, hearing Gu Bei refer to her as sister made her heart inexplicably swell with rosy bubbles. "What brings you here?" inquired the security guard, peering out from his booth beside the barrier. As Xia Muqing lowered the driver's side window, preparing to respond, a little head from the passenger seat suddenly popped into her view. Gu Bei addressed the guard outside, stating, "I have an appointment with Manager Peng to discuss some matters." As he spoke, he deftly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it accurately into the security booth, adding, "Or perhaps you could make a call to confirm." The guard covered the incoming cigarettes with his hand and discreetly tucked them into his pocket, his previously stern demeanor softening considerably. "Just a moment, let me check," he replied. "I'm the Xiaogu who called him a few days ago to place an order," Gu Bei clarified. The guard nodded and began dialing the phone. Xia Muqing sat up straight, daring not to move, acutely aware that any relaxation on her part would bring her chest perilously close to the young man's face. "What is your name?" the guard shouted into the car, holding the phone aloft. "Gu Bei," he replied with a smile, retracting his upper body and settling back into the passenger seat. "Gu Bei?" Xia Muqing silently repeated to herself. This was their third encounter, and it was only now that she learned his name. "Weren't you supposed to bring a friend to meet your parents? How did it turn into a business order?" She pointedly exposed Gu Bei's deception. Turning to look at the security booth, Gu Bei chuckled and explained, "Primarily, I brought him to see my parents, and I thought I might place an order while I was at it. You may enter. Just turn left at the upcoming intersection to reach the office building," the guard instructed as he hung up the phone and used a remote to lift the barrier, gesturing towards the factory's path. "Thank you," Gu Bei replied as the vehicle slowly entered the factory premises. The current size of the factory was modest, consisting of merely a simple workshop and a 6-story office building. However, the actual area was substantial, indicative of a manager with long-term vision who had already secured the land necessary for future development. Gu Bei chose this particular factory because of its smaller scale. which allowed for smaller orders. Otherwise, with the clinking coins in his pocket, he would have been dismissed by larger factories that typically required orders in the hundreds of thousands. In an office on the second floor of the cosmetics company's building, Pang Kuan stood by the window, observing the imposing vehicle entering the factory. His mind raced, trying to recall when he had received an order from anyone with the surname Gu. Had he perhaps forgotten a call he received during a recent drinking spree? Alcohol truly muddles one's affairs, he mused as he adjusted his clothing and hairstyle, swiftly exiting the office to greet his esteemed customer. In the parking lot below, Gu Bei opened the door and stepped out of the vehicle. Pang Kuan, clad in a white polo shirt and black trousers, with his shirt tucked neatly into his belt, approached with a beaming smile on his face, extending his hand in greeting. Hello, hello. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Gu Bei politely reciprocated, shaking Pang Kuan's hand. Hello, Mr. Pang. I hope I am not causing you any trouble. The two exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, Wang Quan stood at a distance, resembling a startled secretary, clutching a black handbag and furtively observing the unfolding scene. How could Gu engage in light-hearted banter with such an imposing figure, displaying confidence without a hint of trepidation? It was remarkable, considering he had once been someone who would shy away from teachers, and now he exuded an aura of dominance. Volume 1, Chapter 44, A Leaf of Three Purities. Xiaomuqing remained seated in the driver's seat, unwilling to exit the vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, she observed Gu Bei's demeanor, her gaze imbued with an indefinable hue. He is a high school student? Xiaomuqing would never have believed it had she not witnessed it firsthand. An 18-year-old high school graduate, yet exhibiting such a distinct approach to handling matters. You may head back now. Gu Bei's voice resonated gently in Xiaomuqing's ear. I will call you once I conclude my discussions. With a soft huff, Xiaomuqing ignited the engine and drove away. Does he genuinely consider himself my chauffeur? As she exited the factory premises, she directed the vehicle towards Jiangcheng University. Accidentally glancing to the side, she noticed a bag of clothing left on the passenger seat by Gu Bei. The car halted at a traffic light. She pondered whether to return it to him. When the green light illuminated, she pressed the accelerator and continued forward. She would dispose of it in a nearby trash bin. In the manager's office on the second floor of the research and cosmetics company, Gu Bei sat across from Pang Kuan. Pang Kuan deftly arranged the tea set on the table, his gaze seemingly casual as he appraised the youthful figure before him. Were it not for Gu Bei's commanding presence upon entering the factory, coupled with his eloquent demeanor and unique insights, Pang Kuan would have undoubtedly dismissed him as unreliable. Beside them, Wang Quan was so anxious that his legs trembled. He had been striving to maintain composure, yet the urge to weep persisted, compounded by worries of jeopardizing Gu Bei's affairs, leaving him to suppress his emotions. Are you feeling unwell? Pang Kuan's gaze eventually shifted towards Wang Quan. As Wang Quan opened his mouth to respond, he found his lips stiff and unyielding. It was his first time in such a formal setting, and he felt utterly unprepared. Thankfully, Gu Bei, with poise and grace, took over the conversation, smiling as he spoke. My friend has long admired your esteemed reputation. It is only natural that he feels a bit overwhelmed in the presence of his idol. Is that so? I possess no such fame, Pang Kuan replied modestly. I merely run a small factory, striving to ensure that my brothers do not go hungry. His gaze returned to Gu Bei. Gu Bei regarded Pang Kuan and continued, Mr. Pang, you were recognized as Jiangqing's industrial star at the age of 30, a figure worthy of emulation for us young people. He had done his homework before arriving. Having thoroughly researched Pang Kuan's past and present, nearly delving into the ancestral lineage, Pang Kuan was taken aback that Gu Bei would bring up this matter. Receiving the title of industrial star at 30 had garnered significant media attention in Jiangcheng, marking him as the youngest recipient in history. However, an unforeseen financial crisis subsequently brought his illustrious rise to a halt. Fortunately, he was now gradually recovering. Pang Kuan lifted his teacup, gesturing to Gu Bei, taking a delicate sip before speaking. Are you considering wholesale or retail? Gu Bei paused for a moment, contemplating the classification of his industry. He believed the most fitting definition would be direct from manufacturer. However, rather than hastily answering Pang Kuan, he inquired, is there a difference in pricing? In retail, acquiring goods in smaller quantities invariably incurs higher costs, whereas wholesale purchases benefit from significant discounts due to larger volumes, and manufacturers often provide complementary transportation. For Gu Bei at this juncture, engaging in wholesale transactions is simply unfeasible. It necessitates stockpiling, warehouse rentals, labor costs, and a myriad of other expenses that are prohibitively high for him. He risks exhausting his initial capital even before the goods leave the factory. Nevertheless, he still needs to procure products at wholesale prices, or even lower, ideally on a pay-after-sale basis. Calmly sipping his tea, Gu Beiyao spoke languidly. Mr. Pang, I would like to station one of our employees at your company. Mr. Pang Kuan, somewhat perplexed, sought clarification. In essence, Gu Beiyao proposed that once the products are manufactured, their on-site employee would directly package and ship them without requiring assistance from Pang's company for transportation. Gu succinctly outlined his strategy. The factory would provide a small room for his personnel. As long as they receive orders online, the products could be dispatched directly from the factory to the customers via courier. This arrangement would eliminate the need for warehousing and significantly reduce labor costs. Of course, should the factory decline to offer space or if order volumes rise in the future, he would rent a nearby residence dedicated to packaging and shipping. Upon grasping Gu Beiyao's concept, Pang Kuan's calm and profound gaze flickered with surprise. He had never encountered such a business model before. Even with his own brand, he sold through a separate company. Direct sales from the factory indeed promised substantial cost savings. In the brief pause of Pang Kuan's contemplation, Gu Beiyao's phone began to ring from within his bag. With an air of composure, he retrieved it, deliberately revealing a corner of the previously printed contract. Glancing at the alarm on his phone under Pang Kuan's scrutiny, he ended the call. Though fleeting, Pang Kuan inadvertently caught a glimpse of the bag's contents, where the words Kelly Cosmetics Company were clearly inscribed. This suggested that the recent call was likely from another cosmetics firm, indicating that Gu Beiyao's options were not limited to just his own. I can provisionally offer you a space, but the price cannot be further reduced, Pang Kuan tactically probed. Gu Beiyao feigned hesitation, raising his teacup and draining it, deliberately checking the time as he prepared to depart. Mr. Pang, please contemplate this further, and we shall reconnect afterward. As Gu Beiyao truly seemed poised to leave, particularly after glancing at his phone as if eager to return a call, perhaps from another factory expressing interest in collaboration, Pang Kuan found himself increasingly restless. Their factory was not vast, and foregoing such an opportunity would indeed be a regrettable loss. How many units does Mr. Gu intend to order for the first batch? Under which brand name? Upon hearing this, Gu Beiyao sensed a glimmer of hope, his heart brimming with joy, yet he maintained an exterior of tranquility as he gestured with his fingers to indicate 10. I shall require 100,000 units for the initial batch, with a deposit of 20,000, and the remainder to be settled within a month after production commences. Gu Beiyao spoke with unwavering confidence, though he only possessed 50,000 at present, making a full upfront payment of 100,000 unrealistic. Pang Kuan expressed his satisfaction with the quantity, fully aware of the cost associated with a single mask. He was open to orders of not just 100,000, but even 50,000 units. What brand name should we print? He inquired. Yes, Sanqing. Additionally, I would like to review the quality inspection certificates for your products. Gu Bei remained cautious. Although he was confident in the factory's quality, the proper procedures had to be followed. Any oversight could lead to skin allergies for the end users, which would tarnish his brand's reputation. This is not an issue. I will provide you with the copies, he replied. Their collaboration concluded with a handshake as Gu Bei and Pang Kuan signed the formal contract. Volume 1. Chapter 45. I have arrived. Gu Bei had initially planned to visit several cosmetic companies for comparison. However, after successfully signing the contract with Yin Zhuang, he saw no need to pursue other manufacturers. Upon returning to the hotel, he swiftly launched his online store, Yi Sanqing, and also applied for a trademark. Brother Yi, is it really happening? Wang Quan inquired as he settled beside Gu Bei, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles and eagerly shoveling them into his mouth with a plastic fork. Gu Bei closed the windows on his computer screen, rose, and moved to the nearby table to drink from a bottle of mineral water, downing nearly half of it. With a piercing gaze, he spoke slowly. This is merely the beginning. He took out his phone from his pocket and continued messaging Cheng Rong. Through their recent conversations, Gu Bei had garnered a basic understanding of her. She was a year older than him, 19 years of age, having left school midway through her sophomore year to enter the workforce, taking on various jobs. When asked about her reasons, she claimed it was due to her aversion to studying and her desire to earn money early. However, Gu Bei suspected there was more to it. Her rebellious demeanor perhaps stemmed from being led astray by a boy with bleached hair, compelling her to abandon her academic pursuits. When Cheng Rong learned of Gu Bei's arrival in Jiangcheng, she expressed a desire to explore the city together. Young women of her age are often filled with curiosity about the world beyond their immediate surroundings. Gu Bei typed a message in the chat and hit send. Regarding the position of business supervisor in Jiangcheng that we discussed earlier, have you given it any thought? Almost instantaneously, Cheng Rong replied, You're not pulling my leg, are you? After reading her message, Gu Bei set his phone aside and leisurely finished his noodles over the next 5 minutes before picking up his phone to respond. If you decide to come to Jiangxing tomorrow, your train ticket will be reimbursed. Along with the message, he sent a photograph featuring the sign of Yinzhuang Cosmetics Company, Limited. The following day, around 10 o'clock, Gu Bei was busy packing his belongings in the hotel room in preparation for checkout when his phone rang. Upon recognizing Cheng Rong's call, he set down his computer and moved to the window to answer. Cheng Rong's playful and lively voice chimed in through the receiver. Gu Bei, I've arrived at Jiangcheng railway station. Wait for me at the exit. I'll come to pick you up. After hanging up, Gu Bei grabbed his backpack, checked out of the hotel, and hailed a taxi to the railway station. Wang Quan slouched in the back seat, removed his glasses to rub his still sleepy eyes before putting them back on. He glanced at his phone screen. Brother Yi, are we picking someone up at the railway station? How did you know? Gu Bei, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to glance at him. He had merely told the driver to head to the railway station. Wang Quan had no way of knowing the purpose of their visit. Had spending a night in Jiangxing stimulated his intellect? Wang Quan opened the messaging app on his phone. Waving it in front of Gu Bei, Lina just messaged me, saying she and Jia Yuan are at Jiangxing railway station. The message had been sent over 20 minutes ago. But Wang Quan had only just seen it, coinciding with the time Cheng Rong called Gu Bei. It appears they arrived in Jiangxing on the same train. Gu Bei cast a glance at the dialogue between Wang Quan and Lina. The exchange was brief, consisting merely of Lina's inquiries and Wang Quan's responses. They seemed to have arrived rather swiftly. Gu Bei muttered quietly to himself before addressing Wang Quan. You're not going to pick her up. Oh, then, how should I respond to her message? Wang Quan sat up straight, eagerly awaiting Gu Bei's reply. Gu Bei replied in a rather indifferent tone, don't reply. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan's hand, poised to type on the phone screen, fell limp. The words Buhui appeared in the input box, and Wang Quan realized something was amiss, promptly pressing the delete key and exiting the chat. The taxi halted at the roadside of the square in front of the station. Gu Bei opened the door and alighted, shouldering his bag as he walked toward the exit. Nana, look, it's Gu Bei and Wang Quan, exclaimed Jia Yuan, her voice brimming with excitement. You were right. He knows you're in Jiangxing and has come specifically to meet you. Jia Yuan and Lina stood at the entrance of a chicken shop, spotting Gu Bei and Wang Quan as they disembarked. Jia Yuan, with a beaming face, tugged at Lina's arm, her admiration for her friend elevating to new heights. Lina had intentionally sent a message to Wang Quan about her arrival in Jiangxing, fully aware that he would relay the information to Gu Bei. Given Gu Bei's previous attentiveness towards her, it was only natural he would orchestrate a chance encounter. Deleting me as a friend and deliberately ignoring me. This is merely your ploy of desire and restraint, isn't it? This test has revealed everything. Lina mused to herself. I knew you couldn't let go of me. Shall we go over now? Jia Yuan inquired, her gaze fixed on Gu Bei as he approached the exit. Lina, with a haughty tilt of her chin, replied, It's so hot outside. What if I get sunburned? I'll message Wang Quan to have them come find us. With that, she took out her phone and began composing a message to Wang Quan. On a bench beneath the white awning of the square, Cheng Rong, clad in a gray crop top and denim shorts, swung her fair legs back and forth, her curious gaze darting among the passers-by. It was only when she spotted Gu Bei making his way through the crowd that she uncrossed her legs, joyfully standing up to greet him, pushing her suitcase forward. Gu Bei, I'm here. Gu Bei extended his hand to take Cheng Rong's suitcase, their hands brushing momentarily before quickly parting. You must be exhausted from your journey. Are you hungry? I am. Cheng Rong, not one to stand on ceremony, nodded emphatically as she sidled closer to him. A fragrant, fruity scent wafted into Gu Bei's nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat as he thought. At such a young age, she is already using a charm-inducing fragrance? Wang Quan, hiding off to the side, gripped his phone, observing Gu Bei with an expression of hesitation. Cheng Rong waved at Wang Quan, offering a greeting. Wang Quan shyly waved back, a hint of bashfulness crossing his face. His thoughts lingered in the realm of high school, where he believed that girls who dyed their hair, wore earrings, or sported tattoos were not the epitome of good character. Cheng Rong, adorned with golden tresses, sported silver earrings and bore a tattoo upon her arm, the design of which he could not discern, all while donning a midriff-bearing outfit. Everything about her appearance was a far cry from that of a diligent student. Gu Bei, indifferent to the spectacle, led them towards the nearby restaurant, Kongguji. To ensure the horse runs swiftly, one must first satiate its hunger. One cannot allow the canvas to remain unpainted while the artist departs in hunger. Wang Quan. Perceiving Gu Bei's trajectory, wore an increasingly displeased expression. He approached several times, attempting to convey the message from Lina, but found no opportunity to speak before Gu Bei pushed open the door and entered the establishment. Volume 1. Chapter 46. Settling into the factory as Jia Yuanyu and spotted Gu Bei entering with a suitcase, she promptly tugged at Lina's sleeve and whispered in a hushed tone, "Nana. Gu Bei is here." Lina, exuding an air of confidence, felt a surge of self-satisfaction and mused, "How about that? He couldn't resist coming to find me, could he?" While she envisioned Gu Bei feigning an accidental encounter before her, he had already approached the ordering counter, engrossed in selecting food. Gu Bei stepped aside, directing his gaze towards Cheng Rong. "Order for yourself. Just save me some," he instructed. "I prefer not to," Cheng Rong retorted, scanning the menu to pick her favorite dishes before finding a vacant seat. After placing their orders, Gu Bei and Wang Quan soon joined Cheng Rong at her table, their trays laden with food. "Gu Bei, where are we headed afterward?" Cheng Rong inquired, biting into a fried chicken leg. Gu Bei took a couple of sips of cola, then calmly replied while pushing the drink towards Wang Quan, "First, we will purchase a computer, and then I will take you to the company." "Do I have my own office?" Cheng Rong asked eagerly. "Yes," Gu Bei confirmed. "Where will I be staying?" "At the company." "How many people will I be managing?" "There will be many in the future." "And now?" "Currently, there are 3, including you, and both of us are under your supervision." "Am I to be left alone then?" Cheng Rong quickly retorted, realizing that Gu Bei and the others would soon return to Qizhou, leaving her in the company all by herself. Gu Bei, casting a glance in her direction, continued, "We are still recruiting. In a couple of days, there will be more. Can I invite a friend to join?" Cheng Rong asked with anticipation. "You may, but they must be competent. Rest assured, if any issues arise, you can count on me," she declared, patting her chest, nearly toppling the tray on the table. "Competence is all that matters," Gu Bei muttered, devouring a burger in a few bites. Unintentionally, he glanced at Wang Quan, noticing that he seemed somewhat uncomfortable, his gaze drifting towards Gu Bei's rear. Not far behind him, Lina and Jia Yuan were fixedly observing the scene. Lina, having waited in vain for Gu Bei to approach her, finally looked up and saw him dining with an unfamiliar girl. The girl's attire exuded a rather questionable style, suggesting she was not of good character. "Nana, who is that girl?" Jia Yuan asked, her admiration for Lina gradually evaporating. What happened to the supposed accidental encounter? Why is Gu Bei dining with another girl? It seemed that each time they met, he was accompanied by a different female companion. Lina's expression darkened. As if a storm was brewing, she crushed her burger into a flat patty. Suddenly abandoning her makeshift bun, she rose with determination and approached Gu Bei. Casting a disdainful glance at Cheng Rong, she glared at Gu Bei, her voice laced with indignation. "If you send her away now, I might just forgive you." Upon hearing her, Gu Bei lifted his gaze to meet Lina's chestnut brown eyes, instantly grasping the meaning behind Wang Quan's earlier expression. He chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes slightly, and remarked, "You seem to be acting rather irrationally. Why did I drive my friend away? Moreover, I did not provoke you, so why should I ask for your forgiveness?" Gu Bei's 3 questions left Lina momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, she choked out, "Can we not return to the way things were?" "Return to the way things were?" "To be just one among your countless admirers. Only to become the one left picking up the pieces after you grow tired of being pursued in college? Am I to be that person, the devoted one who follows your every whim?" Gu Bei, contemplating this in his heart, replied with a seemingly indifferent demeanor, "Sure. As long as there are no other boys around you, I will pursue you again." He knew that Lina cherished the feeling of being adored by boys, which was precisely why she felt distressed upon realizing that Gu Bei was not pursuing her. The presence of another suitor indicated an increase in her allure. "Where are there other boys around me?" Lina retorted cleverly. Gu Bei merely scoffed and fell silent, noticing Cheng Rong gazing at him with bright, sparkling eyes. He smiled gently. "Once we're full, shall we head to the company?" "Okay," Cheng Rong replied, shouldering her small bag and skillfully pushing her suitcase towards Gu Bei as they left the shop together. "Was that little beauty your girlfriend?" Cheng Rong inquired curiously. Gu Bei shook his head expressionlessly. "I am single." "Humph, trying to hide it from me? I know everything," Cheng Rong proclaimed with an air of sophistication, as if nothing could escape her notice. Gu Bei chuckled inwardly, half-jokingly saying, "Oh, you understand now? Of course, I can see through your boy's little schemes," Cheng Rong replied proudly, flipping her golden hair. Gu Bei chose not to pursue the topic further and hailed a taxi by the roadside, getting in directly. They first visited the computer market in Jiacheng to purchase a custom-built computer before heading to the Yin Cosmetics Company. The security guard at the entrance greeted Gu Bei warmly and opened the door for him. Pang Kuan had already arranged for a storage room on the first floor of the office building and thoughtfully set up a table. Gu Bei assembled the computer in the room and then familiarized Cheng Rong with the factory environment. Once everything was in order, Gu Bei made his way to Pang Kuan's office on the second floor. He informed Cheng Rong that there was accommodation available, though he had yet to discuss this with Pang Kuan. "How's everything arranged?" Pang Kuan asked, his enthusiasm apparent. Gu Bei sensed that Pang Kuan's attitude seemed even more favorable than when they signed the contract the day before. "Is this what they call the customer is king?" Gu Bei, feeling at ease, directly expressed his desire for a dormitory. To his surprise, Pang Kuan agreed without hesitation, immediately summoning the relevant personnel to take Cheng Rong to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to Gu Bei, Pang Kuan's warmth was not merely a result of their contract signing. Given the volume of Gu Bei's orders, it was not substantial enough to warrant such meticulous service. The true reason for Pang Kuan's enthusiasm was that he had conducted a little investigation into Gu Bei after he left the previous day. Regarding Gu Bei, he found little information about him. However, he did uncover details regarding the imposing vehicle that had brought him yesterday. The car is registered under the name of the Xia Group. Although the nature of Gu Bei's relationship with the Xia family remains unclear, the fact that he was personally delivered by their vehicle suggests he holds some significance. After ensuring Cheng Rong was comfortably settled, the following day marked the time for his return to Qizhou. The online store had officially opened, and in comparison to other facial mask vendors, his primary advantage lay in the competitive pricing. Naturally, to ignite consumer interest, he planned to employ certain strategies, and he had his own calculations in mind. As for the customer service of the online shop, he opted to recruit part-time workers directly through the internet, welcoming stay-at-home mothers and university students to join his endeavor. Volume 1, Chapter 47. I am a man of integrity. Upon returning to Qizhou, Gu Bei stepped out of the train station, feeling the oppressive heat of the midday sun, and hastily made his way towards the bus stop. Wang Quan, laden with a backpack, struggled to keep pace with Gu Bei and could not help but inquire, "Brother Yi, why aren't we taking a taxi?" During their time in Jiacheng, they had predominantly relied on taxis for transportation, a convenience Wang Quan had grown somewhat accustomed to. Unwavering, Gu Bei continued his brisk stride without turning back, dismissively retorting, "What a waste. Why take a taxi under these circumstances? It is simply out of the question. Now that we are back in Qizhou, what purpose would a taxi serve? It would be extravagant. The bus is spacious and comfortable. Does that not appeal to you?" In truth, he had an additional unvoiced thought. It was primarily economical. His recent journey to Jiangcheng had significantly depleted his finances, and he was in urgent need of a way to replenish his funds. After just a few steps, Wang Quan was already drenched in sweat, yet he bore no complaints. Accompanying Gu Bei on this trip to Jiangcheng had broadened his horizons. He had even taken a photo of his train ticket and shared it on his social media, garnering numerous likes from his classmates. In the heart of youth, there exists an innate desire for validation and recognition, a sentiment Wang Quan was no stranger to as he yearned to share his experiences from Jiangcheng and bask in the admiration of his peers. At the bus stop, Gu Bei's gaze was fixed on the bus route map, searching for the way home. A delicate hand, pale and youthful, appeared before him. Holding a flyer, "Take the 117 bus." "Thank you." Gu Bei recognized the voice as somewhat familiar and turned his head to behold the charming visage beneath a sun hat. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to distribute flyers," Xia Wana replied cheerfully, lifting her head to reveal a sweet smile. Gu Bei, puzzled, scanned the vicinity. "You came to the train station to hand out flyers? What kind of employer employs such an unconventional promotional strategy?" Though the train station sees considerable foot traffic, it merely serves as a transit hub. Is the hope that the flyers will be distributed quickly? Of course. There was another possibility. Xia Wana may have deliberately come here, well aware of Gu Bei's return. She handed him a flyer. Brushing a few beads of sweat from her forehead, "A grand opening sale at the supermarket 2 kilometers away. When will you finish distributing them?" Gu Bei inquired. Xia Wana glanced at the few remaining flyers in her hand, waving them before him. "This is all I have left. Once they are gone, I can clock out." Gu Bei reached for the flyer, glancing at the nearby trash bin, initially inclined to discard it. He ultimately retracted his hand and swiftly distributed the flyers to the passers-by at the bus stop. He could afford to lose face, but he did not wish to subject the young woman to any reproach. The 117 bus arrived, and the 3 of them boarded in succession, with Gu Bei and Xia Wana sitting together, while Wang Quan took a solitary seat at the back of the bus. He observed the figure of Gu Bei ahead and suddenly pondered a question. When did so many girls start to surround Gu Bei? He yearned for the same. Perhaps he should inquire about the secret. As Wang Quan contemplated this, he perked up his ears to catch the conversation between Gu Bei and Xia Wanner. Alas, the cacophony on the bus made it difficult for him to hear. He lacked the extraordinary hearing of a supernatural being. Xia Wanner, seated by the window, rummaged through her small bag and handed a wet tissue to Gu Bei. Tomorrow we have to fill in our college applications. Which university are you planning to apply to? Qingbei University. That's simply unattainable, Gu Bei replied, deliberately gasping for breath, which drew an intrigued gaze from Xia Wanner. With a playful grin, he flicked the brim of her cap and said, how about Jiangxing University? It's closer to you, and I can ask you questions when I encounter difficulties. The subjects differ in university, and I am uncertain about what major I wish to pursue. I might not be of much help, Xia Wanner replied, her eyes downcast, avoiding the mischievous glint in the boy's gaze. Gu Bei nodded as if convinced. You make a valid point. Since the courses vary, I shall forego Jiangxing and opt for Modu University instead. I've heard Modu is teeming with beautiful girls. So your criterion for selecting a university is, wherever there are beauties, you shall go? Xia Wanner mused, though an inexplicable sense of unease crept into her heart. Just a moment ago, she had been full of enthusiasm, but Gu Bei's response caused her smile to wane. Gu Bei patted her shoulder lightly and joked. I've heard that the girls at Jiangxing University are also quite attractive, and it's close to home. It's a good option as well. When his hand made contact with her shoulder, Xia Wanner froze for several seconds, as if a master had immobilized her. This was the first time a boy had been so intimate with her. It was still summer, and her thin white t-shirt offered little protection against the warmth radiating from Gu Bei's hand. The weather was hot, yet his palm bore a slight coolness. Xia Wanner had seen Gu Bei pat Wang Quan like that. Was he accustomed to such gestures? After all, she was a girl. She had yet to decipher whether Gu Bei's actions were intentional or inadvertent, but the flush on her cheeks had already spread to her fair neck. It's so hot. Gu Bei too realized that his earlier action might have been misconstrued, and he quickly withdrew his hand, ruffling his hair. He was not one to take such petty advantages. The incident was purely accidental. If he were to take advantage, he would do so openly. I am a gentleman, he declared. His gaze shifted to the window, watching as the tall buildings receded into the distance. Xia Wanner alighted before her stop, and after 3 more stops, Gu Bei and Wang Quan finally reached their residential area. After waving goodbye, Gu Bei strolled leisurely to the quiet convenience store at the entrance of the complex. Ms. Li Wenjing was fanning herself while leaning on the counter, calculating. 98,121. Boss, a bottle of Maodai, please, Gu Bei called out, feigning the demeanor of a customer, raising his voice. Upon hearing the arrival of a guest, Li Wenjing promptly lifted her head, only to see it was her own son. She immediately lowered her gaze once more, sighing, where was I in my calculations? After contemplating for some time, she realized that the moment she had lifted her head and then lowered it again, she would have to start over. Oh, you actually remembered to come back? I've lost track of my calculations, so I might as well stop trying, she lamented, letting out her frustration on her son. Look at you. You've tanned like a piece of charcoal. After being out for so many days, you couldn't even bother to give me a call. You've really grown up. Gu Bei set down his backpack and quickly moved behind his mother, eagerly offering to massage her shoulders. No matter how much I grow, I will always be your son. As Li Wenjing felt the soothing sensation from her son's hands on her shoulders, her fatigue gradually began to dissipate. Truth be told, his massage was quite delightful, far surpassing that of Gu Mingqing. Volume 1, Chapter 48. Receiving the notification the following day, the application portal opened, and Gu Bei diligently filled in 4 universities according to his plan. During this period, the college entrance examination applications operated on a cascading basis. If 1's scores did not meet the requirements of the first-choice university, the application would proceed to the next institution, and so forth. Of course, there were students who fancied showing off, knowingly applying to prestigious schools like Tsinghua or Peking University, even though their scores only qualified them for a junior college. When queried later, they would audaciously claim, I was just a hair's breadth away from being admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University. What a pity. Conversely, some students miscalculated entirely, failing to gain admission to any of their 4 choices, resulting in a disheartening situation where tears were the only solace. Without hesitation, Gu Bei selected Jiangxing University as his first choice, and for his second choice, he felt no need to fill in anything else. His scores guaranteed his acceptance. After closing the application system on his computer, Gu Bei noticed that the high school class group chat had once again become lively, sparked by the question, "Which university are you applying to?" This ignited a flurry of discussions. A cursory glance revealed nothing of interest to him, prompting him to silence his phone and continue researching on his computer. With his online store just starting out and requiring substantial funds in the future, he had contemplated for an entire night and finally devised a way to recoup his investment. As a reborn individual, he was aware that certain avant-garde product designs had yet to emerge in the current timeline. Although Gu Bei lacked design skills, he could provide creative concepts for a company. By selling his ideas, he could earn a fee. For instance, the concept of a full-screen smartphone would not materialize until 2016, which was still 3 years away. Selling this idea now might attract the interest of smartphone manufacturers. Determined, Gu Bei began locating email addresses of mobile phone companies online, expressing his concepts to see which company would respond first. Deep down, he fervently hoped that Rice Mobile would embrace his idea, as this company was the pioneer of the full-screen concept. With everything in place, he was left to patiently await a reply. In the month that followed, while Gu Bei awaited his admission notice, he spent the majority of his time at the driving school. Although he possessed 10 years of driving experience from his previous life, he had still failed the second driving test once. Indeed, the second subject was quite challenging. Fortunately, Gu Bei ultimately acquired his driving license, officially becoming a licensed driver. During this time, the sales of his online store, Cherishing, also experienced exponential growth. Following Gu Bei's directives, Cheng Rong reached out to her friends and family, helping to increase the store's transaction volume, a practice colloquially known as playing orders. Cheng Rong's friends were relentless in their efforts to promote the store in the comments section. What was initially a cosmetics shop nearly transformed into an adult product store, with various suggestive posts and images proliferating. When applying face masks, instead of simply adhering to the basic application, they opted for playful antics, showcasing 2 big thunder masks on either side of their faces, all while lamenting that his masks were too small. It is essential to note that the primary purchasers of face masks were not exclusively women. Men constituted a significant portion of the market. Various holidays, such as Valentine's Day, Singles' Day, and Children's Day, were predominantly celebrated by women. The young gentleman must indeed prepare gifts. Presently, they are ensnared by the notion that if he is reluctant to spend money on you, he surely does not love you. However, years later, when discerning women implore men to open their eyes to the world, the men will have awakened to a new reality. Cheng Rong, Gu Bei. A friend of mine is involved in microbusiness and wishes to procure our goods. Gu Bei pondered for a moment upon reading Cheng Rong's message. The current microbusiness landscape is still rife with chaos, lacking established rules and regulations. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a carnival of confusion. Yet it is indeed lucrative. Gu Bei's fingers danced across the keyboard as he replied to Cheng Rong, "I can supply the goods, but please refrain from engaging in the specifics." Cheng Rong promptly responded with a playful gotted emoji. "Cheng Rong, when will you come to Jiangqing?" Gu Bei, "Why? Are you missing me?" This time, Cheng Rong did not reply immediately. 3 minutes later, a voice message emerged on Gu Bei's phone. He casually tapped it open and held it to his ear. A voice, laden with allure, resonated. "Missing you? I miss you dearly." At the sound of this, Gu Bei felt a shiver run down his spine. The air conditioning seemed to be particularly effective today. He was relieved that it was he who heard this voice. Had it been Wang Quan, he might have collapsed on the spot. Perhaps, with that brief snippet of audio, he would have had to cooperate with the 5-fingered maiden. Gu Bei was not one to be easily seduced. "Who do you think I am? Do you dare to test me with such words?" Gu Bei's fingers flew across the keyboard. "Stop that nonsense and speak properly. If you can't do your job well, just see if I want to spank you." Cheng Rong sent a shy emoji in response, just as Gu Bei was about to reply with an emoji of a stick ready to spank. A call from an unfamiliar number interrupted him. The caller ID indicated Kyoto. Gu Bei answered the phone, and a man with impeccably standard Mandarin greeted him. "Hello. Is this Mr. Gu?" "I am. May I ask where you are calling from?" Gu Bei anticipated the nature of the call but remained composed until the caller revealed his identity. "Hello, Mr. Gu. This is the headquarters of Beiyye Technology. We received your email from a month ago and would like to know if you have time to meet. We wish to discuss further." "I have time," Gu Bei replied calmly. "Would the Lonting Hotel in Chizhou work for you the day after tomorrow?" The caller inquired politely. "That works for me." "Great. I will make the arrangements. Mr. Gu, see you the day after tomorrow." After the call ended, Gu Bei listened to the busy tone on his phone, sensing opportunity beckoning. Since a face-to-face meeting was arranged, The other party must have thoroughly examined the concept he proposed. He could not be foolish enough to disclose all the core details in an email and rely solely on that for a return. Gu Bei contemplated what price would be appropriate. If it were too high, they would surely decline, and given time, his team would develop a full-screen product as well. While he was deep in thought, a message from Pang Kuan arrived. Pang Kuan, the newly launched skincare production line at the cosmetic company, is ready. Would you like new products at the lowest price? Without hesitation, Gu Bei replied, yes. He is now open to any product that promises profit. The day swiftly passed. The appointed day with Beiyye Technology Company arrived as scheduled. Gu Bei rose early, washed up briefly, donned a fresh outfit, and prepared to head out. Just as he reached the entrance of the community, he encountered Wang Quan approaching him. Brother Yi, I was just about to look for you. What do you need me for? Gu Bei recalled that he had not invited Wang Quan to join him. Are you forgetting? Today, I am going back to school to collect my admission notice. Volume 1. Chapter 49. Going their separate ways, it was only upon the reminder from Wang Quan that Gu Beiyao recalled the WeChat group chat for Class 34 had long been set to Do Not Disturb mode. He had not perused the messages within for the past couple of days. After all, retrieving an admission notice was hardly a momentous event. Glancing at the clock, he noted that his appointment with Beiyye Technology was at 10 o'clock, and it was already past 9. Please retrieve it for me. I have matters to attend to. Hongjie suggested. It is preferable for you to be present in person. Wang Quan adjusted his glasses, his expression imbued with seriousness. Having just exited the campus, he still struggled to shake off the notion that his homeroom teacher's words were tantamount to edicts. Gu Beiyao reached into his pocket, producing his identification card and handing it to Wang Quan. Take my ID. It is equivalent to my presence. I shall take my leave now. Contact me by phone if necessary. With that, Gu Beiyao raised his hand to hail a passing taxi, jumping into the vehicle as soon as it came to a stop. To Loaning Hotel, he instructed. Wang Quan, holding Gu Beiyao's identification card, watched the taxi's rear vanish into the distance until even its taillights were out of sight. He carefully cradled the ID, fearful of misplacing it, before mounting his bicycle and heading towards Qizhou High School. Upon returning to the familiar high school campus, Wang Quan felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Following the notification in the group chat, he made his way directly to the classroom of Class 34. Li Yuhong stood at the podium, surrounded by 5 or 6 classmates who were searching for their admission notices. Jia Yuan, Jiangxing University of Finance and Economics. Zhang Shan, Jiangxing University of Finance and Economics. Ah, Yuan, you and Zhang Shan are attending the same university? A female classmate, holding her admission notice, gazed at them with curiosity. Jia Yuan shot Zhang Shan a disdainful glance. I chose the Finance University because Nana is at Jiangxing University. It's nearby. It's just one bus stop away. What does that have to do with him? I filled it out randomly, she retorted as Zhang Shan hastily returned to his seat with his admission notice in hand. Seeing Wang Quan enter the classroom, Lina eagerly glanced behind him, awaiting the arrival of Gu Beiyao. A minute passed without his appearance. Where is he? He must be in the restroom. He wouldn't miss such an important moment, she mused to herself, when suddenly a figure stepped in front of her. It was her classmate, Zhou Zedong, standing at approximately 1.78 meters tall, consistently ranking second in class. His admission notice was also from Jiangxing University. Lina, which major are you pursuing at Jiangxing University? Zhou Zedong inquired with a beaming smile. Throughout their high school years, he had sat behind Lina, relishing the moments spent discussing problems with her. Now, finally realizing his wish to attend the same university as her, he envisioned the sweet scenes of strolling hand in hand across the campus. When Zhou Zedong learned that Lina would also be attending Jiangxing University, he began to fantasize about their future together. Lina, momentarily distracted from her thoughts, responded nonchalantly, the School of Arts. I'm in the Mark School, Zhou Zedong replied, his heart brimming with joy. Lina, however, remained indifferent, her enthusiasm lacking. On the podium, Wang Quan received his admission letter, Jiangxing Technology Institute, which was quite commendable. He cherished the letter and remained by the podium, quietly asking Li Yuhong, I will collect Gu Bei's admission letter for him. Why hasn't he come himself? Li Yuhong spoke in her usual teaching tone, such that the entire class heard her words. Upon hearing Gu Bei's name, the chatter in the classroom fell silent for several seconds. Gu Bei's usual exam scores were mediocre, yet his college entrance examination score was 647. A remarkable achievement that stood out not only in their class but also throughout the school, naturally piquing many people's curiosity. Following Gu Bei's instructions, Wang Quan produced his identification card, stating, He has something to attend to today. Li Yuhong glanced at the ID in Wang Quan's hand and did not inquire further. She took out Gu Bei's admission letter and handed it to Wang Quan. Gu Bei, Jiangcheng University, School of International Management, Finance. So, Gu Bei is also attending Jiangcheng University? A murmur arose from the audience. Is this his comeback? Indeed, Gu Bei's previous scores were only sufficient for a second-tier university. And now he stands on equal footing with Lina. Upon hearing that Gu Bei was going to Jiang University, Jia Yuanyuan immediately leaned closer to Lina and whispered, Nana, do you think Gu Bei applied to Jiang University because he knew you were going there? It seems he was telling the truth. He still intends to pursue you. Lina listened quietly, offering no verbal response, yet she silently agreed with Jia Yuanyuan's words. Sitting behind them, Jose, upon hearing Jia Yuanyuan's remark, couldn't help but clench his teeth, muttering to himself, Gu Bei, do you think you can compete with me? On what grounds? Nana, since the admission letters have been distributed, shouldn't we organize a class reunion? Jia Yuanyuan reminded Lina. Lina quickly reacted. As the class monitor, she stood up to quiet everyone. Classmates, today may be our last gathering in classroom 34 of Senior 3. After today, we will all be heading our separate ways. As we part, I have booked a room at Lonting Hotel, and I hope everyone will join this reunion if time permits. Let's head out now. Jia Yuanyuan called out enthusiastically. Soon, several students began to echo her sentiments, making their way outside in small groups. Lina approached Wang Quan and calmly said, Please let Gu Bei know to come if he has the time. Wang Quan glanced up at her and nodded. Lonting Hotel? The name sounded somewhat familiar. After Lina left, Wang Quan quickly recalled that when Gu Bei took a taxi, he had mentioned going to Lonting Hotel. Wang Quan took out his phone to message Gu Bei, but he did not receive an immediate reply. In a private room on the second floor of Lonting Hotel, Gu Bei sat across from two men clad in polo shirts. The man in black, around 30 years old, named Hong Jiang, looked at Gu Bei with an expression of disbelief. How can this possibly be a high school student? Did he truly conceive those advanced conceptual designs in his email? Classmate, what prompted you to choose our company? I have utilized your products and found them to be remarkably innovative. Additionally, I have researched your esteemed company online. I believe you possess a keen understanding of fashion. Concepts such as full-screen displays, curved screens, and even foldable screens are readily embraced by you, as you are willing to explore new frontiers. Furthermore, your primary user base comprises predominantly young individuals who are likely to appreciate such novel creations. Gu Bei spoke eloquently, not revealing that it was solely your company that reached out to him. Upon his conclusion, the two representatives from Dammy Technology exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual agreement. Gu Bei presented them solely with the notion of full-screen displays, while also alluding to curved and foldable screens. Should they truly adopt these innovations, their sales would undoubtedly surpass those of fruit-themed smartphones. Volume 1, Chapter 50, What is your price? Hong Jiang, ever straightforward, preferred not to engage in unnecessary back and forths. Being a man of science and engineering, he believed that if something was beneficial for the company's development, it should be acquired without hesitation. This was also Gu Bei's first venture into the business of selling creativity, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied to Hong Jiang, It depends on your company's sincerity. He intended to let the other party make the first offer. After all, if he asked for too little, he would incur a loss. As Gu Bei pondered this, his phone abruptly rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from Wang Quan, an idea struck him. He grasped the phone with an air of mystery and excused himself, saying, I need to take this call. Hong Jiang smiled and gestured for him to proceed. Gu Bei slowly rose, opened the door, and stepped out. Just before the door closed completely, he purposefully answered the call, saying into the receiver, Hello, President Yu. Hong Jiang and his companion exchanged glances at this title, suspecting that Gu Bei's call might be from a rival. In the corridor, Wang Quan, puzzled, furrowed his brow. Which President Yu? This is Wang Quan. We are at Lonting Hotel, and the entire class is here for a reunion. Before he could finish, he spotted a familiar figure approaching him, speaking on the phone. Hey, Brother Yi, over here. Wang Quan waved his phone and called out to Gu Bei. Hurriedly, Gu Bei approached and covered Wang Quan's mouth, leading him to the side. What are you doing here? Not just me, our entire class is here. It's a reunion organized by Lina, Wang Quan quickly explained. Gu Bei had little interest in this alumni gathering. Yet, as he glanced at the admission letter for Jiangcheng University that Wang Quan handed him, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. The first task upon his rebirth had been accomplished. Brother Yi, what brings you here? Wang Quan couldn't help but ask, intrigued by Gu Beiye's mysterious demeanor. Gu Beiyye, not wishing to conceal the truth, casually replied, I am discussing a collaboration with someone. Which room are you in? Wang Quan pointed to the private room labeled May Hall at the entrance. It's right here. Lina asked me to tell you to come over. Gu Beiyye declined outright. I'm not free. As they conversed nearby, several classmates heading upstairs spotted Gu Beiyye and greeted him warmly. He merely nodded politely in acknowledgement. Noticing that the time was right, Gu Beiyye returned to the depths of the corridor and the private room. I apologize for the wait, he said as he entered, deliberately projecting an air of happiness. Yet, once seated, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor, intending to send a misleading signal to Hong Jiang. He had just been enjoying a cheerful conversation on the phone. Hong Jiang remained composed, exuding the maturity of a seasoned figure. Yet he did not exert excessive pressure on Gu Beiyye. Where were we? Gu Beiyye inquired, feigning ignorance. Hong Jiang, no longer holding back, directly stated his offer, 15. As the words fell, an unusual silence enveloped the private room, so still that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The cold air from the air conditioning unit seemed particularly jarring. Gu Beiyye remained silent for a moment, lifting his teacup and sipping half of its contents. Then leisurely extending 2 fingers. He was not making a peace sign, but rather indicating a figure of 2. Gu Beiyye distinctly recalled that later on. Dami Technology had spent 2 million merely to have someone design a logo, which involved transforming a square icon with sharp corners into a smooth one by simply rounding off its edges. Observing Gu Beiyye's quotation, Hong Jiang exchanged glances with the man beside him and nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this exchange, Gu Beiyye felt a sense of relief within. After all, with each mobile phone priced around 8 or 9,000, this modest sum would soon be recouped. However, Gu Beiyye did not feel envious. Had he been reborn a bit earlier, he might have ventured into the mobile phone market himself. But now, it was somewhat late. The market's embryonic form had already taken shape. Without substantial capital, entering the fray now would be akin to a pig caught in the wind, easily crushed to pieces. Within the confines of the May Hall private room, a young man who had seen Gu Beiyye in the corridor turned to Wang Quan and inquired, wasn't Gu Beiyye here just now? Where did he go? Wang Quan lifted his gaze, noticing that all eyes were on him, waiting for his response. He discussing a collaboration with someone, and doesn't he have time to come over? Collaboration? What could he possibly be negotiating? Zhang Shan's tone dripped with sarcasm. Perhaps he just handing out flyers? Jose remarked seemingly casually, I saw him distributing flyers at the supermarket last time I went. Laughter erupted as Zhang Shan unabashedly mocked. Handing out flyers is what he calls a collaboration? How absurd. Earning 50 or 60 a day and thinking himself a boss. He barely makes more than a scavenger. Listening to the derisive comments, Lina clenched her chopsticks tightly, her expression darkening as if she could weep. Gu Beiyye was utterly embarrassing himself by resorting to handing out flyers. For a meager 40 or 50 a day, he seemed to have lost all dignity. How could he audaciously proclaim that he would reject all the boys around her, urging them to pursue him? Such daydreaming. Wang Quan glanced at the group mocking Gu Beiyye, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Even if he were to reveal that he had accompanied Gu Beiyye to Jiangcheng for collaboration talks not long ago, they would not believe him. Their realms of understanding were disparate. The current Gu Beiyye was not someone these novices could comprehend. Contemplating this, Wang Quan chose to remain silent, focusing on his meal instead. I'll eat my fill and then leave. Seated beside Lina, Jia Yuan scoffed. Gu Beiyye, buying fruit, a computer, and even traveling to Jiangcheng. Does he think he is a rich second generation? Turns out it was all a facade. Now that he is out of money, he can only resort to handing out flyers. Lina furrowed her brows, finding merit in Jia Yuan's words. He had indeed pretended to be affluent just to impress her. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and all eyes were drawn to it. Anticipating Gu Beiyye's return from his collaboration, Jia Yuan's mocking words were poised on the tip of her tongue, ready to be unleashed. Wang Jinyuan leaned halfway into the room, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, and inquired with suspicion, what happened? Am I late? No, I thought it was Gu Beiyye, Zhang Shan replied, somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to assert his presence in front of Jia Yuan by mentioning Gu Beiyye, only to be met by Wang Jinyuan instead. Wang Jinyuan took a seat in an empty spot, remarking, didn't Gu Beiyye leave? I saw him downstairs getting into a Mercedes with 2 men. Wang Jinyuan still felt apprehensive towards Gu Beiyye due to their previous encounter and had breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him depart. You mean he left in a Mercedes? Indeed, those 2 men appeared to be successful individuals, and they even shook hands with Gu Beiyye. The atmosphere in the private room fell silent as all eyes turned towards Wang Quan. Ignoring them, Wang Quan rose and gracefully departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Volume 1, Chapter 51. The villain. On the morning of September 1st, Gu Beiyao meticulously reviewed the admission notice and various other documents in his backpack. After confirming he had everything, he set out for the train station. The long-awaited day of school had arrived. Li Wenjing and Gu Mingcheng had initially planned to personally escort Gu Beiyao to Jiacheng, but they were unable to secure train tickets. And Gu Mingcheng's older model Passat was deemed unsafe. Ultimately, Gu Beiyao managed to refuse their offer through various excuses. Gu Mingcheng and Li Wenjing accompanied Gu Beiyao to Qizhou Station, watching as he vanished into the throng of passengers burdened with bags before they drove away. Upon arriving at the ticket collection hall, Gu Beiyao retrieved his ticket from the self-service machine but did not rush to leave. 5 minutes later, Xia Wano appeared at the entrance of the ticket hall, pulling her suitcase. She was also starting her term at Huazhong University, which coincidentally opened over the next couple of days, and Jiangxing University was merely 3 stops away, allowing them to travel together. As for Wang Quan, his technological institute had commenced a week prior and was currently undergoing military training. Gu Beiyao approached Xia Waner, taking her suitcase in hand. "You go get your ticket," he instructed. Xia Waner, undeterred, retrieved her ID and made her way to the self-service ticket machine. Gu Beiyao stood by, observing as she struggled with 2 machines before finally obtaining her ticket. The train station was crowded during the back-to-school season, and with the sweltering heat, even the machines seemed to protest. "Where's your luggage?" Xia Waner inquired, returning to Gu Beiyao's side, noticing the backpack slung across his chest. Aside from her suitcase, he carried no additional belongings. Gu Beiyao patted his backpack, indicating that it contained all he needed. "Is that all you have?" Xia Waner asked, bemused. Gu Beiyao replied, pushing her suitcase along. "The school will provide dormitory supplies, and I sent the rest by courier." He disliked the burden of carrying multiple bags while traveling, finding it quite cumbersome. Xia Waner glanced at her suitcase in Gu Beiyao's hand and softly suggested, "Shall I take it?" "What? Do you have contraband in there?" Gu Beiyao teased. "No, just take a break." Xia Waner extended her delicate hand, attempting to reclaim her suitcase from him. Gu Beiyao smiled subtly, fully aware of the young lady's intentions. She believed Gu Beiyao was avoiding carrying luggage due to its weight, yet he was now shouldering her burden, which was equally tiresome. As Xia Waner reached out, Gu Beiyao swiftly switched hands. "Don't worry, I won't charge you. I'm helping you for free. If you feel guilty, later." His words trailed off as his mischievous gaze fell upon Xia Waner's moist cherry lips. Xia Waner shot him a glare and abruptly turned her gaze towards the ticket gate. Recalling his previous attempt to coax a kiss from her, she would not be fooled again. Upon checking tickets and boarding, Gu Beiyao had purchased a high-speed train ticket this time, offering a more comfortable ride compared to the green train. Following the seating arrangement on the ticket, he exchanged seats with an older gentleman next to Xia Waner, allowing them to sit together. Xia Waner sat by the window, while Gu Bei occupied the middle seat, adjacent to a boy who bore the appearance of a student. He wore frameless glasses and was engrossed in his phone, seemingly preoccupied. In reality, his fixation on the screen was merely a facade. Gu Bei had observed him stealing glances at Xia Waner, who sat at the far end. Draped in her flowing black hair and clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with loose-fitting trousers, her unadorned face showcased exquisite features, making her a paragon of beauty within the university, a natural allure that was unforgettable. "Classmate, are you also attending university in Jiacheng?" The bespectacled boy initiated the conversation. Having noticed Gu Bei's gaze upon him, the embarrassment of being caught covertly observing someone would be heightened if he pretended nothing had occurred. Gu Bei nodded slightly, maintaining a warm demeanor as he engaged him. "Which university do you attend?" "I am from Huazhong University, just starting my 2nd year." "Isn't the 2nd year supposed to commence earlier?" "I had some matters to attend to. I just returned to campus today." "Are you also from Huazhong?" The boy, noting Gu Bei's familiarity with the academic calendar, assumed they were fellow students. "Yes, I am in my 3rd year," Gu Bei fabricated casually. In the outside world, one's identity is often self-conferred. Upon hearing Gu Bei claim to be a 3rd-year student, Xia Waner turned her gaze from the window to glance at him. "Are you beginning to deceive people again?" The boy, catching a glimpse of Xia Waner's face, wore a delighted expression. "What a beautiful girl, so pure and flawless. How wonderful it would be if you could be my girlfriend." He approached Xia Waner without hesitation, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Zhang Chobua, from the Law School of Huazhong University." "And you?" Xia Waner cast a sidelong glance at Gu Bei before softly responding, "Hello. After uttering those two gentle words, the conversation fell silent. Zheng Qiubo waited eagerly for several seconds, but Xie Wan'er did not divulge her name or university. Nevertheless, he quickly adapted, pulling out his phone to propose. You must be from Qizhou too. Let us create a group. We can coordinate our travels home during holidays. If we can't secure train tickets, we can arrange carpooling. Gu Bei regarded Zheng Qiubo with newfound respect after witnessing his initiative. The lad might possess some skill after all. He had a certain charm about him. Gu Bei retrieved his phone, opened the QR code, and casually remarked, "Just add me. I am her half-brother." After Zheng Qiubo successfully scanned the code, he heard Gu Bei declare, "I am her brother," while completely disregarding the half part. Not having acquired Xie Wan'er as contact information did not faze Zheng Qiubo. After all, they would inevitably cross paths at Huajing. Upon hearing Gu Bei refer to himself as her brother, Xie Wan'er pinched the flesh at his waist, applying pressure discreetly. "You shouldn't say such things." Gu Bei suppressed the urge to turn around, grasping her small black hand at his waist. To his surprise, the girl could pinch quite painfully. The crux of the matter lies in her delicate grasp, pinching a mere morsel of flesh between her two slender fingers, perhaps a skill acquired from watching Mr. Yu's comedic performances. Gu Bei seized Xie Wan'er's soft and supple little hand, gently squeezing it twice. It felt quite warm and amusing. Xie Wan'er, realizing her petite hand was enveloped in a larger one, blushed profusely, the rosy hue spreading from her cheeks down to her neck, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach. "Let go," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation, as she struggled to free herself from Gu Bei's grip. The strength of a girl is invariably somewhat lesser. Yet Gu Bei still loosened his hold slightly, allowing her delicate hand to escape. "You rascal," she murmured, turning her gaze to the window. Not a single word was exchanged between them until the train arrived at Jiacheng Station. Volume 1, Chapter 52. He is indeed quite commendable. As they exited the Jiacheng Station, Gu Bei grasped Xie Wan'er's luggage and boarded the shuttle bus designated for Huajing University, which had come to receive the students. Just as the vehicle was about to depart, Zheng Qiubo, whom they had encountered on the train, stepped aboard, dragging his own luggage. Being a sophomore, he technically had no right to board the reception bus, yet he seemed to know the students in charge of the welcoming, securing a ride nonetheless. What a coincidence! Zheng Qiubo greeted Gu Bei, yet his gaze lingered on Xie Wan'er. "You're both from the law school. This bus is specifically for new students of the law faculty. And the students here are all from the same student council as I am." Gu Bei pulled the curtain hanging on the bus window to shield against the slanting sunlight and replied with a smile, "Yes, from the law school. Which class are you in, as a junior?" Zheng Qiubo took a seat across the aisle from Gu Bei. "I know most of the juniors in our major. I don't believe we've met before. I'm quite low-key, so it's perfectly normal for you not to recognize me." Gu Bei inwardly lamented, realizing he should have claimed that Xie Wan'er was from the law school while he was from a different faculty. He had underestimated Zheng Qiubo. But it was not a significant issue. He could still manage to navigate the conversation. "I've heard your name from my roommate. They say you're quite impressive. And many girls are fond of you." Though Gu Bei was unfamiliar with him, he flattered Zheng Qiubo, hoping to inflate his ego momentarily. Zheng Qiubo indeed beamed with pride, feigning humility while his gaze frequently darted towards Xie Wan'er, seemingly gauging her reaction. "There are indeed many girls who fancy me. However, I am quite devoted. Prior to meeting a girl I truly adore, I choose to remain single. The best love is reserved for those who are truly deserving." Upon hearing this, Gu Bei could only think, "Wow, you really can be so cheesy." Unlike him, who only knew how to make bold remarks and act directly. Zheng Qiubo's attention remained fixated on Xie Wan'er until the bus halted at the entrance of Huajing University. "Would you like me to find a classmate to help carry your luggage?" he offered before departing, still trying to impress. Throughout the ride, Gu Bei had been extolling Zheng Qiubo's virtues, making him feel as though he were the president of Huajing University, floating on cloud 9. Gu Bei, shouldering his bag and pulling Xie Wan'er's luggage, politely declined. "You go ahead. This minor task we can handle." He watched as Zheng Qiubo walked away with an upright posture, leading Xie Wan'er into the campus. They found themselves beneath a red tent where upperclassmen donned in red vests were welcoming new students. Immediately, someone approached them to inquire, "Which college are you from?" "The law school." "Law school, follow me." Gu Bei and Xie Wan'er proceeded to the registration area. Not far off, within another tent, a group of girls had their eyes on Gu Bei. "Woman, that guy is somewhat handsome. Isn't he? Do you like him? If you do, go ahead and ask for his contact information. That's how your story begins. His companion is so beautiful. She must be his girlfriend." On the other side, The male students from the School of Science were fixated on Xiaowaner. Indeed, it was the law school, which boasted a plethora of beautiful girls. When would the science school be graced with such company? At last, one had arrived. Upon hearing of a new girl, the despondent male student's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Where is she? Over there. Following the gaze of the speaking student, they indeed spotted a girl approaching. She was undeniably a girl, albeit one more robust than he. After completing her enrollment procedures, Xiaowaner declined the offers of several upperclassmen to escort her to the dormitory and instead accompanied Gu Bei to the entrance of the female dormitory. Which floor? Gu Bei inquired as he wheeled his suitcase into the lobby. 212, Xiaowaner replied, glancing at the note in her hand. Without hesitation, Gu Bei hefted his luggage and ascended the stairs. An array of parents, both male and female, had come to see their children off, and the dormitory had temporarily abandoned its rule prohibiting male entry. The door to room 212 stood wide open upon seeing newcomers. The two girls who had already arrived greeted them. Hello. Greetings to these two lovely ladies, Gu Bei said as he entered with his suitcase. Hello, I am Xiaowaner. She politely introduced herself. One girl, with shoulder-length hair, widened her eyes in surprise at Xiaowaner. Hello, I'm Yang Lele, and this is Lu Ping. And who might this be? Yang Lele's gaze shifted towards Gu Bei. Given his age, he did not appear to be a parent. Could he be her boyfriend? With a smile, Gu Bei replied, I am her older brother. If you don't mind, I could also serve as your big brother. Upon hearing this, both girls beamed with delight, finding his demeanor far more engaging than that of their peers. Yang Lele, approximately 165 meters tall, spoke with clarity and confidence. Her fair complexion and short hair complemented her striking features, making her quite charming. She looked up at Gu Bei and asked brightly, which school are you from? Jiangxing University. Gu Bei responded, turning to assist Xiaowaner in arranging her bedding. We shall help as well, Yang Lele offered. Noticing Gu Bei's efforts and joining in to assist Xiaowaner, Gu Bei felt reassured that Xiaowaner's dormitory mate seemed amiable and unlikely to bully her. The tales of discord among roommates were numerous, yet he hoped they would not unfold in this instance. Once they had finished tidying up, Gu Bei departed for Jiangxing University to report for duty. Wana, does your brother have a girlfriend? Yang Lele inquired. Pulling a chair closer and settling beside Xiaowaner in room 212, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xiaowaner, clutching her phone, hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Should she claim he was not her brother? Would that imply Gu Bei had just been dishonest? Noticing Xiaowaner's silence, Yang Lele continued, He is not your brother. Is he? Is he your boyfriend? He is neither my brother nor my boyfriend. We are merely friends, Xiaowaner replied softly. Yang Lele, perceptive and astute, quickly deduced that Gu Bei was not Xiaowaner's elder brother. This girl possessed a certain wisdom. How many individuals harbor secret affections for one another under the guise of friendship? Yang Lele articulated a profoundly philosophical statement. Nonetheless, I observe that he treats you rather well. Indeed, he is quite admirable. This time, Xiaowaner did not refute the notion. Such words were uttered in a manner that ensured Gu Bei remained oblivious. Were he to overhear, he would undoubtedly deliver a sharp reprimand to Xiaowaner, loudly cautioning her, Do not mistake me for a benevolent soul. I am no virtuous character. Beware, for I might sell you out, and you'd be the one counting the proceeds. Gu Bei arrived at Jiangxing University, where the throngs of new students congregated, rendering the entrance utterly impassable. The grand archway emblazoned with the words Jiangxing University seemed on the verge of bursting from the sheer volume of bodies pressing against it. Volume 1, Chapter 53. Is my name not here? Gu Bei adjusted his backpack, now resting on his chest, as he joined the throng of eager students. The hot water is here. The hot water is here. Be careful not to get burned. Any injuries are not my responsibility. The students and parents in front, upon hearing the warning, instinctively parted to the sides. Consequently, a clear path opened up for Gu Bei, allowing him to advance directly to the welcoming area of the International Management College, specializing in finance. He had successfully maneuvered to the front, but soon, a chorus of irate voices erupted from those who had just cleared the way for him. Cunning fellow, I should have employed that tactic as well. Standing before the registration desk, the boy seated there barely lifted his gaze and asked, What is your major? What is your name? Finance, Gu Bei, he replied. Upon uttering his name, he failed to notice a girl under the blue tint behind the red one suddenly lift her head from her phone and glance in his direction. She whispered something to a nearby boy, who, after hearing her, approached the boy at the registration desk and murmured a few words. The boy checking the list looked up at Gu Bei and slowly remarked, I couldn't find your name. Please wait aside for a moment while I make a call to inquire. He then waved dismissively, signaling the next person to step forward. What does this mean? Gu Bei was left bewildered, having finally squeezed to the front only to be told his name was missing. In this sweltering heat, he felt abandoned, fearing he would soon be left to dry like jerky, the kind that retains its chewiness. The girl sitting behind him was none other than his old rival, Xiaomuqing. Upon hearing the name Gu Bei, her first instinct was to assume it was a coincidence, but upon recognizing his features, she secretly reveled in the thought. How fortuitous. You've finally fallen into my grasp. Let us see how I deal with you. Xiaomuqing was a student majoring in business administration at the International Management College and served as the student council president, a role she would relinquish in 2 months. If not for her position, she would never have ventured out in the sweltering summer heat. Stealing a glance at Gu Bei standing under the sun, a slight smirk emerged on her otherwise frosty visage. You think of me as merely a tool, do you? Xia, what are you looking at? Her good friend Beiyye inquired, noticing Xiaomuqing's gaze. Following her line of sight, she exclaimed, Oh, he is quite handsome. A charming rogue. Do you fancy such types? Should I fetch his WeChat for you? With a teasing demeanor, Beiyye made to approach Gu Bei. However, before she could take more than 2 steps, Xiaomuqing yanked her back. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just checking to see if there are fewer people around. I have matters to attend to. Beiyye settled back beside Xiaomuqing, her rosy cheeks adorned with a sweet smile. I've already done some reconnaissance. Several of this year's freshmen are quite attractive. Are you interested? I can send you their photos. Xiaomuqing had long since grown accustomed to Beiyye's demeanor. She would speak of having no principles, yet took no action, rejecting every boy who dared to confess his feelings without hesitation. Some boys even resorted to spreading rumors that she favored girls after being spurned. Gu Bei stood at the registration desk for a while, unable to resist leaning in to inquire once more. Gu Bei, have you found anything? The boy at the desk, preoccupied with his tasks, nearly forgot about him. Upon seeing Gu Bei approach again, he hesitated, wondering if he could now process his paperwork. Noticing the boy's reluctance to speak, Gu Bei took matters into his own hands, seizing the documents on the table and beginning to sift through them. He was not like those newly admitted students who had just completed their college entrance examinations, still holding on to the demeanor of a student and respectfully addressing upperclassmen. The boy at the registration desk was taken aback, and the fellow students nearby were equally stunned by Gu Bei's sudden action, momentarily at a loss for words. What are you doing? The boy finally reacted, his voice laced with anger. While processing paperwork, every new student had greeted him politely. None had dared to snatch the roster. Xiaomuqing, who had been trailing behind, was equally surprised by Gu Bei's audacity. Her bright, clear eyes reflected a moment of astonishment as she approached. The surrounding new students and their parents stared wide-eyed at this reckless newcomer. His defiance reminded them of the troublemakers from their high school days. Xiaomuqing walked over with a calm demeanor, each of her steps captivating the attention of everyone around her. The beauty of Jiang University is indeed not a myth. They whispered, Look at those legs, they're longer than my life. Beiyye, too, attracted attention with her fair, long legs peeking from beneath her pleated skirt. Gu Bei had already located his name on the roster and pointed it out, ready to confront the boy at the desk. Can you read? Let me help you. Xiaomuqing's gentle voice interjected as she extended her hand to take the roster from Gu Bei. Upon seeing her, Gu Bei quickly pieced together the earlier events. It was her mischief at play. You were indeed playing with fire, he thought. As Xiaomuqing assisted Gu Bei with the paperwork, he saw no signs of surprise on her face. Did he already know I was at this school? Gu Bei was indeed unfazed. He had encountered Xiaomuqing's name numerous times while browsing Jiang University's forums and bulletin boards. Your dormitory is in Building 7, Room 311, Xiaomuqing said, extending her slender, jade-like fingers towards him. Gu Bei accepted the paperwork, his gaze fixed intently on her eyes, utterly still. What? Do you wish to linger here a while longer? Xiaomuqing remarked, her tone slightly annoyed. Gu Bei smiled nonchalantly, glancing at the crowd in the distance. I am unaware of where the dormitory is. I would appreciate it if you would escort me. I wouldn't want to get lost. I don't know anyone else here, and I fear being deceived. Gu Bei anticipated her next response, taking the initiative to speak first. Upon his words, the new students instantaneously reacted, realizing their familiarity was solely with Xiaomuqing. It turned out they had known each other for quite some time. Beiyye, concealed beneath the tent, wore an expression of intrigue. Although she was unaware of when Xiaomuqing and Gu Bei had first met, she had prepared herself to relish the unfolding drama. The phrase "the more the merrier" aptly described her disposition. "Xia Xia, put on the sun hat," Beiye said, placing the hat upon Xia Muqing's head. "And don't forget the sunscreen." "No need," Xia Muqing replied, for she had already applied sunscreen before leaving her abode. She felt as though she could market her dear friend. "Let us go," Xia Muqing said coolly to Gu Bei. "Where are your belongings?" "At the courier station," he responded. Volume 1, Chapter 54. The university dormitory. Accompanied by Xia Muqing, Gu Bei retrieved a package from the express station and proceeded towards the male dormitory. Along the way, the two became the focal point for countless male and female students. The newcomers were particularly captivated by Xia Muqing's breathtaking beauty and her aloof demeanor, which radiated an aura that discouraged intrusion. Her long legs, elegantly concealed beneath wide-leg trousers, sparked the curiosity of many young admirers. It would indeed be a pity not to ride a bicycle. However, the attention of the senior students was primarily directed at Gu Bei. Who was this young man seen in the company of the school's enchanting beauty? Such proximity was astonishing. They walked so closely together. "Stay away from my goddess. I wouldn't dare to approach her so closely." Perhaps he was a relative of Senior Xia? Not to mention, the young man was quite handsome, suggesting a harmonious pairing. What nonsense are you uttering? Take this opportunity to rephrase. Muqing is a goddess for us all. Unfazed by the peculiar glances of those around him, Gu Bei soon arrived at the foot of the male dormitory. "Here we are, room 311 on the 3rd floor. Xia Muqing halted, her expression indifferent as she regarded Gu Bei. The gazes of the passing boys lingered on her, causing a few to collide before they finally turned away. The rate of attention they garnered was unparalleled. Glancing at the luggage in his hands, Gu Bei looked up towards the 3rd floor of the dormitory. "If you accompany me to my room, I'll treat you to dinner as a thank you." Initially inclined to refuse, Xia Muqing's heart softened upon meeting Gu Bei's earnest gaze. She had noticed that the other freshmen were accompanied by their parents, with their belongings being assisted by family. Gu Bei, however, was alone. Upon hearing his request for help, she hesitated to decline. "All right, I suppose I can assist him just this once. After all, he is a junior." With that thought, Xia Muqing grasped the backpack atop Gu Bei's suitcase and elegantly strode towards the dormitory. Her entrance into the corridor sparked quite a commotion. Wow, a beauty. I think I'm in love." Gu Bei followed closely behind, quickly reaching room 311. Inside, 2 boys and a parent were busy organizing their belongings. They froze for a moment upon seeing Xia Muqing, and soon after, Gu Bei entered as well. The boys gazed at Xia Muqing with the same nervousness as students would exhibit in the presence of a teacher. One of the parents stepped forward to greet her. "Hello. Are you their teacher?" "She is my sister, not a teacher," Gu Bei interjected, averting any potential awkwardness as he turned to take his backpack from Xia Muqing's hands. "Don't you have something else to attend to? You should go ahead and take care of it." Xia Muqing's bright eyes flashed with a sharp glimmer, piercing through Gu Bei's brow. "Who is your sister? Stop mislabeling people." With that thought, she silently turned to leave. "By the way, didn't you say you'd treat me to dinner?" "Uffed. I wouldn't care for a meal from him. I hope I don't have to see him again." Gu Bei stood at the door, watching as Xia Muqing descended the stairs before returning to the dormitory to continue unpacking. Once he finished making the bed, the parents of the other 2 boys had already departed. Gu Bei observed the somewhat reserved duo and took the initiative to introduce himself. "I am Gu Bei, hailing from Qizhou. What about you?" The taller boy, standing around 1.8 meters, responded with a hearty voice. "I'm Zhao Jiachuan from Gangqing. Let us look out for each other." The shorter boy, Lin Lishuan, with a slight accent that rendered his speech quite distinctive, added, "I'm from Shanxing." The trio engaged in a brief conversation, predominantly discussing the culinary delights and scenic spots of their hometowns, much like ambassadors promoting tourism. "Is that your biological sister?" "She is truly beautiful," Lin Lishuan remarked enviously at Gu Bei. "Not biological, but could be close." The first part of Gu Bei's words was comprehended by the two, while the latter part eluded their understanding. Nevertheless, it did not hinder their grasp of the sentiment. Lin Lishuan then produced 2 glass jars of chili peppers from his bag, placing them on the table with enthusiasm. "A specialty from my hometown. I can't eat without chili. If you like, let us share." Zhao Jiachuan promptly waved off the offer, stating, "I can manage raw scallions and garlic cloves, but the chili from Shanxing is simply unbearable." Through their casual chit-chat, Gu Bei gleaned a basic understanding of his roommates' personalities. Zhao Jiachuan was straightforward and sincere, while Lin Lishuan was articulate, somewhat clever, and not malevolent. They were merely awaiting the arrival of the final roommate, who had yet to make an appearance. 311 is right here. Let us put our things inside." Before they could proceed, a confident voice resonated down the corridor. Moments later, two men in their 30s entered the dormitory carrying luggage, followed by a meticulously dressed young man adorned in brand-name attire. He stood at the entrance, instinctively flicking his side-swept bangs. His gaze swiftly scanned Gu Bei and the others. And like an adult, he produced cigarettes from his pocket and began to distribute them. Here, guys, have one. I'm Kong Yifan, a local from Jiangcheng. We'll be roommates from now on. The cigarettes were accepted by all three, and as Kong Yifan lit one for himself, he tossed the lighter to Gu Bei, who was closest. Gu Bei weighed the lighter in his hand. It had some heft, and he casually glanced at it, a gold-plated Zippo, worth around 500. In his previous life, he had been a frequent smoker, but since his rebirth, he had indulged far less, with the rare purchases made solely for gifting. Life experience told him that regardless of his smoking habits, one should always have cigarettes on hand, for a single cigarette could forge connections when necessary. Gu Bei struck the lighter and took a tentative puff, exhaling a faint smoke ring. Noticing Gu Bei's appraisal of his lighter, Kong Yifan beamed with pride. Clearly, someone recognized quality. Zhao Jiachuan retrieved his own 2-yuan lighter and expertly lit his cigarette, demonstrating his familiarity with the habit. Only Lin Lishuan set his cigarette aside, refraining from lighting it immediately. Gu Bei returned the lighter with a quiet expression of gratitude. Kong Yifan accepted it with a smile, saying, "You seem to know your stuff. I'll get you one later." He spoke with an air of grandeur, exuding an impression of affluence. Once the two men had tidied up the bed and departed, Kong Yifan continued, "The family business is exceedingly busy. My father can only send his personal assistant to escort me. Unlike you, who have your parents to accompany you. I truly envy that." Gu Bei silently mused to himself, "This act you're putting on, I can only grant you 9 points. Leaving one to prevent you from becoming too arrogant. Are you certain that flaunting such ostentation in public won't lead to repercussions? If you find yourself attracted to any girl in the future, I shall serve as your bridge." Kong Yifan, brushing aside his flamboyant bangs, confidently proclaimed. If one cannot secure a partner in their freshman year, the chances only diminish thereafter. Therefore, you must seize the opportunity if there is someone you can't handle. Do let me know, as I possess ample experience. Volume 1. Chapter 55. Surgeon orders. This was the first time Gu Bei encountered Kong Yifan's unabashed display of arrogance. It was no wonder that the term average male emerged later. Gu Bei could hardly bear to listen any longer. He changed his clothes and prepared to leave the dormitory. Where to? A stroll around the campus? Kong Yifan confidently ventured a guess. To find my sister. As Gu Bei's words fell, he was already in the corridor. Kong Yifan's large eyes reflected small perplexity. Who is his sister? She is an exceptionally beautiful woman of refined elegance. Lin Lishuan breathlessly employed several adjectives to convey the beauty of Gu Bei's sister. Have you seen her? His sister accompanied him to the dormitory. Both of us witnessed it and thought she was a teacher. Is it really that exaggerated? Just by looking at you too. It's evident you have never encountered true beauty, Kong Yifan remarked unabashedly, exuding his sense of superiority. He pulled out his phone, accessed the Jiangcheng University forum, and displayed a photograph to Zhao Jiachuan and Lin Lishuan. Look at this. This is what true beauty looks like. This is elegance personified. Zhao Jiachuan and Lin Lishuan exchanged glances at the photo. Isn't this the sister who came with Gu Bei? How about that? Stunned, are we? Gaining some perspective, I hope? This lady is the aloof goddess of Jiangda. Gu Bei's sister cannot compare to her grace, Kong Yifan continued, retracting his phone and elaborating. During the summer vacation, when my father and I were on a business trip, I had the chance to meet her. We shared a brief encounter. When I invite her to dinner, I shall include you both as company. I wouldn't dream of enjoying good fortune without considering my brothers. Zhao Jiachuan scratched his head. Speaking in a straightforward manner, the sister who accompanied Gu Bei looks exactly like her. The cola Kong Yifan had just sipped erupted from his mouth, splattering all over Zhao Jiachuan's face. What did you say? Are you face blind? You think everyone looks the same? Gu Bei's surname is Gu, while this one is called Xiamuqing. They are worlds apart. How could she possibly be his sister? Indeed, I saw it too. It is her, Lin Lishuan, who had remained silent until now, affirmed. Kong Yifan suddenly found the cola in his hand to be bitter, feeling as if he had stepped into a large pile of misfortune that had landed squarely upon his head. Who exactly was Gu Bei? Though they shared no surname, he referred to Xiamuqing as his sister. Another possibility emerged. They might be familiar with the term sister in this era, which is quite trendy among friends, classmates, and lovers alike. This implied that Gu Bei and Xiamuqing had known each other for quite some time. Unbeknownst to Gu Bei, events had unfolded in the dormitory. After departing from room 311, he took a taxi directly to the cosmetic factory at the campus gate. Following the success of Cherishing's products on the Maobao platform, Beiyye subsequently launched a store on the Dogdong platform. Last month, Maobao's revenue reached over 300,000, and Dogdong also generated more than 200,000. Combined, the revenue from both platforms exceeded 500,000. With the current momentum, Beiyye could begin to formulate his next plan. Arriving at the entrance of the factory, he casually offered a cigarette to the security guard and engaged in a brief conversation before striding confidently inside. At the entrance of the office building, several neatly stacked delivery boxes reached 5 or 6 layers high. Inside the room, Cheng Rong was crouched on the floor, diligently packing items. Beiyye glanced into the room from the doorway and spotted a girl of similar age to Cheng Rong, presumably her friend Jiang Xiaocha, whom she had previously mentioned. Additionally, 2 middle-aged women who had been hired to assist this month were present, appearing to be in their 50s or 60s, packing with efficiency. Seated opposite Cheng Rong, Jiang Xiaocha was the first to notice Beiyye. Having never seen him before, she discreetly exchanged glances with Cheng Rong. A handsome man has arrived at the door. Could he be yet another factory worker come to see you? Recently, the factory had become aware of the presence of 2 beautiful women, and boys frequently sought various excuses to engage them in conversation. Jiang Xiaocha assumed Beiyye was also a worker from the production line. Cheng Rong, unimpressed, quietly remarked, "All the good-looking guys have already come by. Where is there a handsome one now?" Upon recognizing Beiyye standing at the entrance, her eyes instantly brightened like the moon in the night sky. "Beiyye, you're here?" she exclaimed, rising too abruptly and nearly tripping over her own feet. Fortunately, Beiyye swiftly reached out to steady her arm, preventing her from stumbling. Cheng Rong was dressed in a cropped, form-fitting top, and the curves of her figure were quite pronounced, prompting Beiyye to maintain a respectful distance. "This big bun is enough to last me several days without needing meat," he jested. "But since it's not a holiday, I haven't prepared any gifts for you." Cut it out. Cheng Rong's cheeks flushed slightly as she inadvertently brushed against Beiyye's arm while steadying herself. "I'm older than you. If we're exchanging gifts, it should be you giving me one." Beiyye glanced down at her chest, thinking to himself that she indeed was older. "Do gifts come with money? If so, I might just bankrupt the bank," he replied. The harsh realities of life had taught him that appearances could never be traded for currency. When one's pockets are filled, respect and esteem naturally follow. Cheng Rong perceived Beiyye as somewhat of a miser, fixated on making money and exceedingly frugal. "Just a few days ago, you mentioned that train tickets were too expensive and that you wouldn't come to Jiangcheng. What changed today? Did you claim to miss me? If you miss me, I must drop everything to see you." Beiyye lowered his voice deliberately, as though sharing a secret between them, a notion only they were privy to. Cheng Rong frowned slightly, pouting as she replied softly, "I don't believe you. You're just trying to deceive me." Despite her words, her heart felt a swell of happiness, fully aware that Beiyye had indeed come to attend university. Rong, is he your boss?" Jiang Xiaocha stepped forward, her innocent face betraying a glimmer of allure in her gaze. Cheng Rong took a step closer to Jiang Xiaocha, enthusiastically introducing, "This is Beiyye. He owns this company. My dear friend, Jiang Xiaocha, is also from Qizhou, as I mentioned before." "Hello." Beiyye nodded slightly, preparing to check the order status on the computer. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocha unexpectedly extended her delicate hand, making a gesture as if to shake hands with him. "Hello, Boss Gu." Beiyye reached out, merely brushing against her hand in the air before striding into the room. He settled at the computer desk and clicked the mouse to open the store. "How have the order volumes been these past few days?" "They have been steadily increasing, especially since we supplied goods to the micro-businesses recently. Their order quantities have significantly risen," Cheng Rong replied earnestly, leaning closer to Beiyye. Setting aside other matters, Cheng Rong's work ethic was commendable. Beiyye glanced at the sales figures, nodding in satisfaction before turning to instruct, "If you're overwhelmed, consider hiring a few more part-timers." "I understand." Cheng Rong thought Beiyye was being considerate towards her, while in truth, he merely sought to enhance efficiency. Volume 1. Chapter 56. Protecting oneself. Jiang Xiaocha observed the somewhat ambiguous interaction between Cheng Rong and Beiyye, her lips curling slightly in a mixture of amusement and discontent. She and Cheng Rong had been classmates since middle school, seemingly inseparable as close friends. Yet, deep down, she relished the competition with Cheng Rong, first in academics during their middle school years, and later, in high school, vying for the affections of their male peers. After Cheng Rong dropped out, Jiang Xiaocha followed suit, seeking employment to prove that she could earn more than Cheng Rong. Cheng Rong remained oblivious to Jiang Xiaocha's sentiments, believing they were simply good friends. Hence, when Gu Beiyao offered them a job, she invited Jiang Xiaocha along, especially since the remuneration was quite generous. While Gu Beiyao was known to be frugal in certain aspects, he was notably generous with his employees. After surveying the room, Gu Beiyao prepared to ascend the stairs to discuss their upcoming collaboration with Pang Kuan. Just as he set foot on the staircase, Cheng Rong hurried after him. "Is there something you need?" Gu Beiyao inquired gently, his gaze softening as he regarded her. After all, a young girl had traveled from Qizhou to Jiangxing to work for him, and it was only right to treat her with kindness. Furthermore, despite having entered the workforce at an early age, Cheng Rong was still a child of less than 20. Cheng Rong lifted her smooth chin, the delicate contours of her neck subtly catching Gu Beiyao's attention. He couldn't help but suspect that her actions were somewhat intentional. "I haven't had the chance to explore yet. Would you take me out?" Cheng Rong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meeting her gaze, Gu Beiyao felt no valid reason to decline. "Sure, I'll message you once I finish my discussions." "Great. I'll just change into something else. And it'll be just the two of us," she replied, turning to head back to her room on the first floor. Gu Beiyao watched her retreating figure, lingering in place for a few seconds. "Just the two of us?" he pondered. Was she trying to hint at something? Shaking his head slightly to dismiss the errant thoughts, he proceeded directly to Pang Kuan's office. "Pang, I noticed the factory is expanding with new buildings," Gu Beiyao said enthusiastically as he took a seat opposite Pang Kuan, pouring him a cup of tea. Pang Kuan gazed at Gu Beiyao's familiar tea-brewing technique, momentarily lost in thought. It was rare for someone of his age to possess such skills. Most young people preferred soda or milk tea. Moreover, Gu Beiyao's movements were so practiced. It was evident he was not a novice. After taking a sip of the tea Gu Beiyao had prepared, Pang Kuan's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. "This is quite good," he remarked, setting the cup down casually. "It's all thanks to your support. The sales of the skincare products have been impressive. We're rolling out new items and preparing to open another production line. Are you planning to expand and achieve even greater success, Pang? Don't forget your little brother when that happens." Gu Beiyao humbly sought to ingratiate himself. With a serene smile, Pang Kuan replied, "Collaboration leads to mutual prosperity. We shall all thrive together." "Then I must extend my gratitude to you, big brother." Gu Beiyao unintentionally shifted his form of address from Pang to big brother, narrowing the distance between them significantly. Pang Kuan also recognized the change in how Gu Beiyao referred to him, finding the newfound familiarity quite endearing. However, if we consider their ages, he is nearly the same age as Gu Bei's father. Is this appropriate? Perhaps each to their own. After all, they are just children of the same generation, and there is no need for excessive scrutiny. Pang Kuan looked at Gu Bei, engaging in casual conversation. "A few days ago, I gathered with several directors from within the industry, and they mentioned that recently, some individuals are attempting to open stores using a model similar to yours." "That sounds promising," Gu Bei replied, unfazed. Regardless of the time, one must have faith in the imitative capabilities of the Chinese people. Once a new model emerges, it will proliferate across the nation within 3 months. This is precisely the outcome he desired. Observing Gu Bei leisurely sipping tea without a hint of worry, Pang Kuan initially assumed he was merely feigning calm. In reality, Gu Bei was already strategizing his next move. After more than an hour of discussion in Pang Kuan's office, Gu Bei exited the factory premises. Not far from the factory, he sent a message to Cheng Rong and then lit a cigarette, lost in thought. He needed to recruit a team and personnel, and he was racing against time. Procrastination was not an option. This all required funding. Minutes later, Cheng Rong approached leisurely from a distance. She had changed into a French-style floral sundress, covered by a light-colored sun-protective jacket that concealed her upper body. On her feet were black round-toed shoes, complemented by white socks that reached her ankles. With a light-hearted stride, she arrived at Gu Bei's side. "Let us go? Where do you plan to take me?" Cheng Rong teased, deliberately raising her voice, prompting Gu Bei to shift slightly away from her. Gu Bei glanced at her and said, "Speak respectfully to your boss." Cheng Rong pouted, extending her backpack toward Gu Bei. Ignoring her gesture, he strode purposefully to the road to hail a taxi. "I can't even be bothered to carry my own bag. Why should I carry yours?" Cheng Rong's request was dismissed, and while she shot him a sidelong glance, she chose not to press the matter further. Such a personality. Gu Bei took a taxi with Cheng Rong to the city center of Jiangxing, a vibrant area with a bustling commercial street and a well-preserved ancient town, which is among the most distinctive locales in Jiangxing. Observing the lively crowd, Cheng Rong could not help but let loose. This was the mindset of a young girl, As long as there were delicious treats and fun activities, she was easily satisfied. Moreover, she seemed drawn to crowded places, gravitating toward the bustling excitement. "Gubei, take a picture of me," Chungrong said, handing him her phone and striking a peace sign. Following this, she pouted, acted coy, and made various poses before moving on to the next spot. "This smells delicious." She pointed at a stinky tofu stall. Gubei reached for his wallet to buy it for her, but Chungrong preempted him, pressing his hand down. "You need to save money for university. I'll treat you." Hearing her words, Gubei paused, taken aback at her small shoulders. Did she actually think to save money for him? In truth, he had merely intended to treat her to stinky tofu. If they were to indulge in anything else, Gubei had planned for Chungrong to pay for herself. After all, he could not afford to compromise his frugal persona. Chungrong held a small bowl of stinky tofu, savoring each bite with delight. She picked up a piece and offered it to Gubei. "I won't eat it. Otherwise, our kisses would be tainted with its odor." "Kiss? Who would want to kiss you?" Chungrong's face bore no trace of embarrassment. Retracting her hand from the air, she shoved the entire box of stinky tofu into Gubei's embrace and inexplicably began rummaging through her bag. Gubei distinctly saw the items she retrieved: a charger, an identification card, a hair tie, and finally, a pack of gum. Goodness, she is well prepared, Gubei thought to himself, realizing that he had caught her interest. A young man must always safeguard himself when out in the world. Volume 1. Chapter 57. The monastic cleaner of Jiang University accompanying Chungrong on a leisurely stroll around Jiang City, Gubei returned her to the factory district as dusk descended. After hailing a cab back to campus, he entered dormitory 311, where the collective gaze of his three roommates fell squarely upon him. Kong Yifan, with a playful flick of his flowing bangs, spoke up with a teasing tone. "Gubei, when is your birthday? What, are you planning to celebrate it with me?" Taking his seat, Gubei nonchalantly gestured as if handing over money, stating, "Whether or not we celebrate is inconsequential. It is the thought that counts." Internally, Kong Yifan scoffed, labeling him a miser, fixated on finances. "Fortunately, I'm left with nothing but money. I was merely assessing who among us has the earliest birthday. Turns out it's me, in February. If yours is after February, I shall be the elder here." Gubei held no aversion to this hierarchy. He had heard that many male dormitories and universities adopted such titles, fostering a sense of camaraderie and warmth. However, he was bound to disappoint Kong Yifan. Producing his identification card, he tossed it onto the table and remarked casually, "I wonder if anyone has a birthday on January 18th. We could form a brotherhood." Kong Yifan's mouth twitched, skepticism evident as he glanced at Gubei's ID. "I thought my February birthday made me the oldest, but you're in January. Fine. You shall be old Gu. I'll be old too." "Old too, huh?" Gubei murmured, tucking his ID back into his pocket, recognizing its potential utility for future reference. "You may not need it often, but it's essential to have it on hand for critical moments." Kong Yifan felt a hint of mockery in being dubbed old too, yet it was an undeniable truth. "Then I shall be old 3, and Li Xian will be old 4. Zhao Jiachuan interjected with a deep voice. "Old Gu, I don't have your contact information. Let us exchange." "Indeed. Let us create a group chat," Li Xian added. The four retrieved their phones and established a chat group. Zhao Jiachuan, adhering to decorum, named it Dormitory 311. Kong Yifan found the title too mundane, unworthy of his flair, and promptly renamed it The Man Known 900 Million Girls Can Chase. Upon seeing this flamboyant title, Li Xian hastily deleted his own less inspired suggestion, "Me and my children." This fellow was clearly a reserved yet flamboyant type, already contemplating a paternal role for Dormitory 311 at the start of the semester. Observing the group name in silence, Gubei took a towel and retreated to the shower. "Old 4, I heard the girls over there like to say, laborious paths lead to Shu. Is that true?" Kong Yifan inquired, perched on his bed with curiosity directed at Li Xian. Sitting on his bed with his legs dangling in the air, Li Xian nodded slightly, very spicy indeed. Zhao Jiachuan listened quietly to their banter, choosing not to interject. Before long, Gubei emerged from the shower, joining the conversation. When the lights were extinguished, the four lay in their beds, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, one must adapt. Moreover, most of them are leaving their hometown for the first time, arriving in a strange city. "Are you all asleep?" Lin Lishuan inquired languidly. Zhao Jiachuan turned over and whispered, "Not at all. I'm counting the girls from high school who have turned me down." Kong Yifan couldn't resist showing off. Gubei, with his hands clasped behind his head, resting on his pillow, remarked, I wonder what the gender ratio in our class is like. I've heard that the girls in our cohort are quite impressive. I even know one from the forum. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? I didn't realize you were already making moves before even arriving at school, joked Kong Yifan. It was merely adding a QQ account and chatting for a few days. When the topic of girls arose, the boys' dormitory was filled with endless conversation, especially at night. Gu Bei introduced a subject, instantly drawing the four closer together. Jiachuan, why are you so quiet? Gu Bei noted the animated discussion between Kong Yifan and Lin Lishuan. Although Zhao Jiachuan had contributed little, he was attentively listening, a good listener. I've never been in a relationship, Zhao Jiachuan said with a smile. That's nothing to be ashamed of. I'll introduce you to some lovely girls later, Kong Yifan declared, showing commendable camaraderie without a hint of mockery. Neither have I. Lin Lishuan confessed, sensing the absence of derision towards Zhao Jiachuan. The atmosphere in dormitory 311 relaxed significantly, fostering open and honest dialogue. What about you, Gu? How many have you been with? Kong Yifan mused, considering Gu Bei to be the only one in the dormitory who could rival his looks. Gu Bei, without pretense, replied calmly, I intend to reserve my innocence for my 73rd, 74th, 75th. Girlfriends. Are you presenting a parade here? Kong Yifan couldn't help but tease. Quickly shifting his demeanor. You regard Xia Muqing as your older sister. You must know Beiyye, right? Could you share her contact information with me? Beiyye? Gu Bei thought to himself, having never heard that name before and unsure where to find her contact. He didn't even have the contact details for Xia Muqing. The older sister mentioned by Kong Yifan. Wasn't he supposed to ask her out for a meal? A man must keep his word. He would mention it the next time they crossed paths. As Gu Bei listened to their banter, he gradually drifted into slumber. Feeling quite exhausted after a day of bustling activities at the start of school, the other three in the dormitory were likely caught in a state of fatigue and exhilaration, making it quite normal for them to remain awake. The following morning, Gu Bei was awakened by the urgent sound of an alarm clock. Blinking in confusion, he saw Zhao Jiachuan turning off the alarm and immediately springing out of bed. You're up so early? Gu Bei softly asked. Did I wake you? Zhao Jiachuan replied apologetically. Gu Bei slowly sat up, waving his hand dismissively. I usually wake up around this time as well. What are you off to do? Morning run. Zhao Jiachuan said, changing into his workout clothes and preparing to head downstairs. Gu Bei observed him with great interest. At the onset of university, students are often brimming with enthusiasm and aspirations, eagerly participating in various clubs and joining the student council. The real challenge lies in how long they can maintain this fervor. Glancing at the time, Gu Bei decided that since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well take a stroll. He had yet to explore the campus of Jiangda in earnest. After getting up, he and Zhao Jiachuan made their way to the playground. There were indeed quite a number of morning joggers, although most of them were seniors. The freshmen would soon have military training, and apart from someone like Zhao Jiachuan, it seemed unlikely that many would come out for a morning run. Gu Bei's attention was drawn to an elderly man practicing Tai Chi on the playground, evoking a distinct impression reminiscent of Zhang Sanfeng. What a surprise, Jiangda even has its own monk sweeping the floor. Volume 1. Chapter 58. Astonishment. An elderly gentleman clad in a white Tai Chi outfit possessed deep, penetrating eyes. His movements, a harmonious blend of softness and strength, exuded a serene composure reminiscent of the reclusive masters depicted in Jin Yang's literary works. Curiously, Gu Beiyao approached and stood beside him, mimicking the elder's graceful postures by raising his hands and extending his legs. While the elder's practice appeared elegant, Gu Beiyao's attempts resembled a clumsy, multi-legged creature floundering on the ground, flailing its limbs. The elder, noticing this unexpected young visitor, maintained an impassive expression, continuing his routine unaffected by Gu Beiyao's exaggerated awkwardness. After half an hour of this exchange, the elder wiped the sweat from his brow with a nearby towel, took a sip from his water bottle, and finally turned to Gu Beiyao, speaking in a leisurely manner. You are the new student who reported yesterday? You possess quite the discerning eye. Gu Beiyao, in no hurry to depart, maintained a casual conversation with the elder from a comfortable distance. He understood that anyone present within the confines of Jiang University was certainly not an ordinary individual, especially someone of the elder's distinguished demeanor. Undoubtedly a figure of professorial or administrative stature. Will you return tomorrow? The elder inquired nonchalantly while tidying his belongings. Gu Beiyao nodded before shaking his head. Tomorrow we have military training. The elder offered no further comment and turned to leave. Observing the elder's commanding gait, Gu Beiyao felt a twinge of envy. He mused that if he could achieve such physical vitality at that age, He would surely attract the attention of many charming elderly ladies. As Gu Beiyao surveyed the playground, he spotted Zhao Jiachuan still jogging, appearing quite professional. Not bad. You really have it together, huh? He thought. Having a disciplined roommate like him would be advantageous. Exercising together could foster a more active mind. Lost in his thoughts, Gu Beiyao meandered to the second cafeteria. I'll have a pie, and a bun as well, please. A bowl of salted pork porridge and 2 eggs. Excuse me. A serving of salted pork porridge and 1 egg. A familiar voice resonated behind him, prompting him to turn instinctively. What a coincidence. Summer Mooching, donning a baseball cap, spotted him as she prepared to navigate around him with her tray in pursuit of boiled corn. Good morning, sister. Gu Beiyao greeted her with a playful tilt of his head. Upon hearing his mischievous tone, Summer Mooching slowly lifted her gaze. Oh, it's you? I mentioned treating you to a meal, so consider this breakfast my treat. Gu Beiyao eagerly swiped his campus card. Summer Mooching's expression remained cool. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead from her recent run, and she cast a fleeting glance at the boy before her. It was perplexing enough to be addressed as sister, but to be treated to a mere breakfast? This boy was either eccentric or simply not thinking straight. Gu Beiyao understood that no one typically invited others for breakfast, especially not when it was so inexpensive. Yet, he found charm in his unconventional approach. No need to question the reason, simply comprehend, he thought. Summer Mooching made her way to a corner, selecting an empty seat to settle down. Gu Beiyao, with an audacious spirit, took a seat opposite her uninvited, undeterred by the social norms. The second cafeteria is conveniently located near the female dormitory and the graduate student apartments. Thus most diners are young women. There are male patrons as well, predominantly accompanying their girlfriends. Xia Mooching delicately sipped her porridge, deliberately ignoring Gu Bei's presence. A crisp shudder sound suddenly resonated in Gu Bei's ears, followed by a fleeting flash of light before vanishing. My apologies. A girl sitting at a table across the aisle hurriedly tucked her phone away, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stuck out her tongue. She had intended to sneak a candid shot of Xia Mooching dining with a boy, only to realize that her flash had not been turned off since last night's photos in the grove, nor had she silenced the shutter sound. The girl, flustered, retreated with her tray, not daring to glance back at Xia Mooching. Unfazed, Xia Mooching continued her meal, having long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Gu Bei wore a nonchalant expression, thinking to himself that too many were enamored by his charm for him to be deterred. He popped a peeled egg into his mouth and, after finishing, looked up at Xia Mooching across the table. Is my shirt with you? He asked, coughing lightly. Xia Mooching nearly choked on her porridge. The tone of Gu Bei's voice suggested an implication that felt rather scandalous, reminiscent of a scenario where a female superior and her disinterested male subordinate, having both indulged in drink the previous night, awakened together in bed. Upon returning to the office, the man discovers his shirt missing and discreetly inquires in his superior's office, "Did my shirt end up on your bed?" Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Xia Mooching met Gu Bei's gaze with icy indifference. What shirt? She replied coolly. That day, you spilled on me, and I left my clothes in your car. Gu Bei, with a sense of pragmatism, admitted, I thought it was trash and disposed of it halfway. My brand. Gu Bei felt as though his heart was bleeding. That shirt had been purchased with his New Year's money. This ethereal woman, so detached from worldly concerns, flaunted her superiority. Is it really that impressive? Well, never mind. I can be magnanimous. You needn't compensate me, he added, returning his attention to his meal. Xia Mooching retrieved her phone and, with a tone devoid of warmth, commanded, Open your phone. Just open it. Who are you ordering around? Gu Bei muttered under his breath but complied, accessing the QR code. Ding. Xia Mooching has requested to add you as a friend. Indeed, what Gu Bei had opened was not a payment code but a business card QR code. He promptly accepted the request. How much? Xia Mooching inquired. Gu Bei remained silent, clutching his remaining egg, and stood to leave. As he exited the cafeteria, he noticed a record of her transferring 10,000 yuan. Truly a little affluent lady? Gu Bei chose not to accept it, allowing her to automatically retrieve it after 24 hours. The girl who had just captured the candid shot sat at a distance, watching as the two departed. One after the other, she immediately lowered her head, eagerly uploading the photos she had taken to the university forum with a caption that read, Shocking. The ethereal goddess of Haida has shared a breakfast with a young man, and within just an hour, the post has surged to the top 3 trending discussions. Who is this young man? Yesterday, I witnessed the enchanting Mooching escorting him to the freshman dormitory. The scheming frog has been incessantly touching your belly. They must be relatives, revealed an insider. It appears that Mu Qing is indeed the young man's sister. Upon returning to his dormitory, Gu Bei promptly opened his laptop, glanced at the shop sales figures, and swiftly scoured the comments section. A flawless online store is a myth, as evidenced by remarks such as, "The facial mask is remarkably effective. After using it for a month, my African boyfriend has transformed into this." Accompanied by a picture of a European man. "Why have I seen no results after 3 weeks of oral intake? Do I need several more courses?" Volume 1. Chapter 59. The first lesson of the semester. Xiaomuqing does not reside in an ordinary dormitory but inhabits a double room in the graduate student apartment, sharing it with Beiye. Upon arriving at the base of the apartment, she opens the trunk of her imposing vehicle, her gaze landing on a long-forgotten makeup gift box and a blue tote bag. The makeup gift box was given to her by Gu Beiyao during their last visit to a mobile phone store in Qizhou, and she had carelessly tossed it into the trunk at that time. The blue tote bag contains the garments Gu Beiyao had just mentioned. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaomuqing retrieves both items and takes the elevator upstairs. "What are you carrying, Xia?" Beiyao, still enveloped in slumber, squints at Xiaomuqing as she enters. Unable to discern the specifics of her haul, Xiaomuqing casually opens the cabinet and stows the items away, nonchalantly responding, "Nothing." With that, she strides toward the bathroom. The morning's jog has left her drenched in sweat, and a shower is a necessity before venturing outside. Water cascades from the shower head, gliding over her fair skin. As Xiaomuqing tilts her head back, allowing the warm droplets to envelop her face, an image of the boy from earlier inexplicably surfaces in her mind, his mature eyes, his mischievous grin, and his illogical demeanor. Gu Beiyao certainly possesses a wild streak, she muses to herself. Old Gu. The class group chat mentioned a meeting at the teaching building this afternoon to distribute military training uniforms. Zhao Jiachuan remarks while glancing at his phone. Great. Military training is indeed upon us, Lin Lishuan replies, clearly discontented with the idea, particularly given his slight frame, which would struggle to endure such rigors. Kong Yifan, lounging with his legs crossed as he fiddles with his phone, offers Lin Lishuan a rather dubious suggestion. A friend of mine recently underwent a circumcision and thus was excused from military training. Circumcision? Lin Lishuan looks down at his own attire, quickly shaking his head. No thanks, I'd rather endure the military training. Gu Beiyao suspects that Kong Yifan is fabricating this story, though he lacks the evidence to prove it. However, Kong Yifan's subsequent declaration serves as confirmation. I am unlike you all. I do not require military training, such as the privilege of a handsome man. The other three are not oblivious and promptly realize the source of his so-called handsome privilege. As the afternoon approaches, with 2 hours remaining until class, Kong Yifan, Lin Lishuan, and Zhao Jiachuan begin to shower and change into fresh attire, filling their dormitory room with an inexplicable air of flamboyance. To those who know, you're going to school. To those who don't, it seems as though you're preparing for television. Gu Beiyao quips while they preen themselves. Seizing the opportunity during their grooming, he posts an announcement on the university forum, seeking ambitious computer experts, those interested in a discussion. Please contact me at 188xxxxxxxx, WeChat available. After sending the message, he also notices the forum's most popular post, where a familiar handsome face catches his eye. Isn't that me? Did someone just post my photo without compensating me for the copyright? Goodness, old Gu, is that not you? Kong Yifan's voice suddenly erupts behind him, full of astonishment. He held a black can of hair gel, applying it liberally to his hair, as if it were free, rendering even flies unable to land. Kong Yifan gazed at the photographs in the forum, then glanced at the title, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he remarked, "So you really know Xiaomuqing? And you even went out to dinner together?" Zhao Jiachuan and Lin Lishuan joined him to witness the spectacle. Surprisingly, the old Gu had been captured quite handsomely in the photos, Lin Lishuan complimented as he adjusted his lapel. Zhao Jiachuan nodded in agreement. As the time approached, Kong Yifan waved his hand, urging his roommates to set off early in search of a good spot to admire the beauties. Gu Bei checked the time, shut down his computer, and casually donned a shirt from the cupboard, preparing to leave. Old Gu, are you really going like that? Kong Yifan kindly reminded him. First impressions matter. They could influence your romantic prospects for the next 4 years. Gu Bei picked up his shoes and replied with a nonchalant smile. I don't have that many spectators. With that, he left the dormitory alongside his roommates, heading towards the lecture hall. The afternoon campus buzzed with a palpable sense of desire and an intense hormonal atmosphere. Beautiful girls of varying shapes captivated the attention of male students, who found it difficult to tear their eyes away. Look at those legs, so fair and long. It would be a pity if the wind doesn't blow through that little skirt. Upon arriving at classroom 204, they found a significant number of students already seated, most gathered by dormitory groups. Kong Yifan strolled in with his hands in his pockets, chest out, surveying the room with satisfaction, while others were watching him. He was also observing them in return. Zhao Jiachuan and Lin Lishuan followed closely behind, feeling as if countless eyes were fixated on them, making them quite uncomfortable. Nonetheless, they feigned calmness and found a 4-person seat to settle into. Beiyye ambled in last, casting a casual glance over the classroom. From the current mix of males and females in attendance, the ratio appeared fairly balanced. Lin Lishuan nestled beside Zhao Jiachuan, exuding a delicate, bird-like demeanor. Her round, sparkling eyes were darting around, fixated on every newcomer at the door, regardless of gender. Look at that girl. She's quite attractive, but she's too tall, around 170. Taller than me, not suitable. The one with the ponytail is nice, but she's rather flat. Beiyye listened to his remarks, feeling exasperated internally. This fellow was still being picky. Before long, no one else entered the classroom, and over 30 students had taken their seats. Zhao Jiachuan turned to Lin Lishuan, who was obscured by him, and asked, "Has the girl you were chatting with online arrived?" Lin Lishuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Yes." "Which one?" Kong Yifan leaned in, scanning the room filled with several girls. Before Lin Lishuan could respond, Beiyye noticed a man in his late 20s entering through the classroom door. "Hello everyone, my name is Meng Dakue, and I am the advisor for our financial class 1. Meng Dakue wrote his name on the blackboard with chalk, along with his contact information. Since we are all of a similar age, there is no need to be overly formal. It is my inaugural experience as a counselor, and together, we shall strive for progress." A resounding applause erupted from the audience. Meng Dakue, with a smile, motioned for silence by pressing his palms down. He articulated several points of caution and subsequently assigned individuals to distribute military training uniforms to everyone. The training commences tomorrow and will last for 1 week. Those with health concerns may request leave, yet they are still required to observe on site. I am astounded. Upon hearing this news, Kong Yifan could not help but express his discontent. Such an arrangement renders his comrade's sacrifices futile. His voice was not loud enough for the counselor at the podium to hear. Meng Dakue continued, inviting the classmates to introduce themselves to one another and encouraged anyone interested in becoming a class officer to put themselves forward. Volume 1. Chapter 60. Approaching Greetings, everyone. My name is Zhang Shui, hailing from Yunqian. Wang Chang. The student at the podium introduced himself and then stepped down. Kong Yifan, tugging at Lin Lishuan and Zhao Jiachuan, inquired about their thoughts on the girl who had just presented herself. What do you think? On a scale of 10, how would you rate her? She has a nice figure, though there are quite a few acne scars on her face. Beiyye listened to their discourse with an indifferent demeanor. Was there a magnifying glass in Kong Yifan's eyes? He could discern every blemish on her face with such clarity. Hello, everyone. I am Kai Shanshan, a local from Jiangxing. Throughout my 3 years in high school, I served as the class monitor, and I hope to have the opportunity to serve you all in our upcoming university life. On stage, Kai Shanshan, with her neatly tied ponytail, picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed her name on the blackboard, attempting to ensure that everyone would remember it. Kong Yifan observed her with a dismissive flick of his lighter. It seems we have a competitor. This is going to be interesting. What is up, old two? Do you also wish to run for class monitor? Lin Lishuan whispered. Kong Yifan, who had been critiquing the girls moments ago, suddenly grew serious, prompting Lin Lishuan to sense that something significant was about to unfold. Kong Yifan, clutching his lighter, nodded slightly and began to outline his ambitions to the trio. We all reside in the same dormitory. We must distinguish between proximity and distance. Once I become class monitor, there will be benefits for all of you. Beiyye remained silent, disinterested in the role of class monitor or any class officers. Besides, the counselor had merely requested self-introductions. An election was not yet in sight, and campaigning felt premature. The self-introductions continued, and soon it was the turn of the 311 dormitory. Kong Yifan took the initiative to step onto the stage, boldly waving his hand as he wrote his name on the blackboard. Kong Yifan is my name. Feel free to approach me regarding any matters, he proclaimed, for minor issues. Mention my name. For significant matters, I shall handle them. Once I am elected class monitor, I will ensure that none of you suffer losses. His speech came across as rather audacious in front of the freshmen, almost transcendent in its boldness. What a statement. For minor issues, mention my name. For significant matters, I shall handle them. Are we certain he won't be interrupted by an unfortunate accident? Kai Shanshan was momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Was there truly such hubris among university students? The other boys and girls in the class were also notably impressed by Kong Yifun's words, particularly the girls, who found him somewhat handsome. Combined with his commanding statements, it caused their hearts to flutter. They had initially assumed that only dull, bookish types could gain admission to Jiang University's finance program. Yet here was someone so intriguing. For those wishing to connect with me, simply add my QQ number in the group. The wayward youth is none other than myself. Kong Yifun concluded his introduction with an air of confidence as he descended from the podium, even taking a moment to toss his bangs casually. Counselor Ming Dakwai observed silently from the side, harboring his own thoughts. I am Zhao Jiachuan, from Port City. In contrast to Kong Yifun's domineering declaration, Zhao Jiachuan adhered to a more conventional introduction, following the template established by previous classmates. Though he appeared honest and unassuming, he was far from socially anxious. He confidently surveyed the audience, his voice resonant, his words succinct and impactful. His robust physique also attracted the attention of several young women. What a man! Lin Lishuan, from Shanqing. Lin Lishuan appeared somewhat bashful, swiftly introducing himself before descending the stage. Once all three roommates had completed their introductions, Gu Bei ascended the platform with an unhurried demeanor. His gaze bore a slight air of intimidation as it swept over the 30-odd classmates below. Gu Bei, an ordinary individual, spoke fewer than 10 words before promptly stepping down from the podium. Some students were still processing the abrupt conclusion. Meng Dakuei widened his eyes, watching the boy who had left only his name return to his seat. Not only he, but the girls in the class frequently stole glances in Gu Bei's direction. Handsome. Indeed, he is arguably the most handsome in our class, and he possesses character. I believe Kong Yifun is more attractive. Among 4 girls from the same dormitory, opinions had already divided into 2 camps over the 2 boys whose names they barely knew. After a round of self-introductions, Meng Dakie reapproached the podium to restore order. Gu Bei, seated on his stool, detached himself from the proceedings, engrossed in his phone. Chang and I, Xiaoyi Gu, I'm at the medical school. Do come visit me when you have time. The message was from his younger cousin, who was studying at Jiangxing University's medical school. The medical school is situated apart from the main campus of Jiangxing University, necessitating a crossing of the road at the campus entrance to reach it. Gu Bei tapped on the screen, replying to Tan and I, why don't you come see me? Cheng and I can't find my way. Goodness. She had forgotten that her younger cousin was directionally challenged. On stage, Meng Dakie designated 2 leaders for the military training period. One was the male Kong Yifun, and the other the female Kai Shanshan. He urged classmates in the group to pull in those who had not yet joined, and once they did, to change their names accordingly. Meng Dakie concluded with some military training reminders, marking the official end of the freshmen's first meeting. Hey, which girl are you chatting with online? Lin Lishuan had previously mentioned encountering a new female student in the same major on a forum before the semester started. They had been enjoying a pleasant conversation. As they entered the dormitory earlier, the 3 had been assisting him in locating this girl, preparing for an in-person meeting. It's that Zhang Shui. Lin Lishuan shyly glanced at the girls sitting a bit behind. The girls from Zhang Shui's dormitory were also leaning over their desks, whispering among themselves as they gazed in their direction. Gu Bei had thought Zhao Jiachuan might be the most reserved in their dormitory, but it turned out to be Lin Lishuan. I invited her out for dinner tonight. She said she'd bring her roommates and asked me to invite you all as well. Lin Lishuan glanced at Kong Yifun, then his gaze fell on Gu Bei. What does that look mean? You're the leader of the dorm. It's up to you to decide whether to go or not. With girls involved. You're not going? Are you even a man? Gu Bei was perplexed. What was there to hesitate about? For girls? Could they possibly devour the 3 of you men? Observing Zhao Jiachuan's physique, it is evident that even 4 or 5 young men might not be his match. Upon hearing Gu Bei's consent, Lin Lishuan promptly messaged Zhang Shui. Once the recipient received the message, she departed with her dormitory companions. Shall we take our leave as well? Gu Bei stood up, preparing to exit. Wait a moment. Lao Gu, Kong Yifun swiftly grasped Gu Bei's wrist, urging him to sit back down. There are some girls approaching. During the meeting, I noticed that one of them had been glancing at me. She must be here to request my contact information, so let us linger a bit longer. Gu Bei cast a sidelong glance and observed 2 girls walking over. Excuse me, may I add you on QQ? Inquired the taller girl, named Jiang Yujia, while her slightly shorter companion, Chen Huiru, stood beside her. Kong Yifun, with a flourish, tossed his hair back and nonchalantly extended his phone towards Jiang Yujia. Would you like to scan my code? Volume 1, Chapter 61. Adding a height increase. Jiang Yujie paused for a moment, her gaze shifting towards Gu Bei. She had intended to add Gu Bei, yet when she saw Kong Yifan extending his phone towards her, she hesitated to undermine his pride. After all, they would be classmates. And it was vital to make a good impression on the first day of school. Jiang Yujie added Kong Yifan's QQ number but showed no intention of leaving. Her strikingly clear eyes met Gu Bei's handsome face. May I add your QQ number? Gu Bei, unfazed, retrieved his phone and presented his QR code. Meanwhile, Kong Yifan wore an expression of embarrassment, acutely aware of the situation through his extraordinary intellect. It was evident that she had initially intended to add Gu Bei's QQ. He felt a sting of self-reproach. Lin Lishuan and Zhao Jiachuan remained silent, sensing an air of mystery surrounding Gu Bei. Don't worry, she's not my type, Kong Yifan remarked, attempting to maintain his composure in the face of the reality that she seemed to be precisely his type. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Bei powered on his computer and discovered replies to his recruitment post on the forum. Simultaneously, he received 7 friend requests on WeChat, all marked with computer science. Without hesitation, Gu Bei accepted them all. The Computer Science Institute at Jiangcheng University was a nationally recognized discipline, and the caliber of students produced there should be commendable. Gu Bei composed a message to filter potential candidates. He sought individuals who were genuinely committed. Those with dreams who were indifferent to financial gain would undoubtedly be the ideal choice. As he typed in the dialog box, someone could not contain their excitement and messaged him first. Empty city, senior, can freshmen apply? Freshman? Gu Bei stared at the message, momentarily taken aback. Just after registering, someone was already eager to work. Could this person be a prodigy, adhering to his principle of not overlooking any talent? He responded to the freshman with a query. What language do you use? Empty city, Chinese, and I have some understanding of English. I plan to take the CET 4 and CET 6 in my freshman year. Gu Bei fixated on the dialog box, muttering to himself, Are you trying to tease me? I curse you to take the CET 4 for 4 years, missing the mark by 1 point each time. He subsequently added 4 or 5 more self-proclaimed computer seniors. In the end, he shortlisted 3 reasonably reliable technical candidates and decided to meet them that evening. After reviewing his post, Gu Bei noticed that the pinned thread still featured a photo of him dining with Xiaomu Qing. One had to wonder, did this woman hold such significant sway at Jiang University? Fortunately, no one had unearthed any information about Gu Bei in the thread. As a freshman, he was merely an invisible presence, apart from the few in his dormitory who could possibly recognize him. Gu Bei returned to his online store, concurrently browsing similar stores for comparison. Old Gu, why are you always looking at facial masks? What is the point of running a cosmetics store? Are you planning to gift something to a girl? Kong Yifan's voice echoed behind Gu Bei. Have you already set your sights on someone? I must emphasize that when presenting gifts to a lady, they should undoubtedly be of considerable value. Such a gesture will surely leave her in awe, making subsequent interactions considerably easier. Gu Bei glanced back and noticed that Kong Yifan and Lin Lishuan were standing behind him, while Zhao Jiachuan sat at a distance. Observing the scene, which girl are you planning to pursue? Lin Lishuan inquired eagerly, awaiting Gu Bei's response. Is it that Jiang Yujie? She is quite remarkable. Certainly among the top 3 in our class. However, I still believe Lu Xingyue is the most beautiful, with her fair skin, striking features, and long legs. She should be crowned the class beauty. Although Lu Xingyue initially appears captivating, Jiang Yujie possesses a more enduring charm, as Kong Yifan promptly contested. Zhao Jiachuan listened silently, appearing even more inconspicuous than Gu Bei. Observing their animated debate, Gu Bei mused that they were still too young. Only children make choices, adults embrace all possibilities. With this thought in mind, he earnestly proclaimed, as contemporary university students, we ought to be proactive, unyielding in our pursuits, maintain our physical health, engage in extensive reading and practical experiences, cultivate interpersonal relationships, enhance our efficiency, bear responsibilities, and face challenges with resilience. We should strive to be the successors of our society in this new era and work diligently for the rejuvenation of our nation. Upon concluding his speech, the 311 dormitory fell into a sudden silence, with only the sound of their collective breaths echoing in the stillness. After a few seconds of quiet, Kong Yifan raised a thumb in approval. Impressive, but you should just get out of here. Constantly indulging in romance will only sap your will and squander our youth. As Gu Bei attempted to continue his discourse, a large hand forcibly silenced him. When we head out to dine with the ladies, you can keep this up in the dormitory. Once Kong Yifan was assured that Gu Bei would not resume his speech, he released his grip and turned to change clothes. That evening, They had arranged to get to know the girls from Zhang Shui's dormitory, and the preparations for grooming had begun. Kong Yifan and Lin Lixuan washed their faces and changed outfits. Zhao Jiachuan approached Gu Bei, lowering his voice. Are you also planning to take the civil service exam after graduation? Huh? We can prepare together. Zhao Jiachuan felt as though he had found camaraderie. The sentiments Gu Bei had expressed echoed the discourse he had encountered in his civil service study materials, leading him to believe that Gu Bei was also aiming in that direction. Gu Bei patted Zhao Jiachuan on the shoulder, nodding earnestly. Let us work hard together. Old Gu, how do I look in this outfit? Kong Yifan paraded around the dormitory in his new attire. Gu Bei nodded. Although it's slightly inferior to mine, it suffices. Hey, you have no shame, Kong Yifan retorted. What about this? I suggest you add another layer to increase your height. Lin Lixuan heeded the advice, removing his shoes to add a lift. The trio, now adorned and resplendent, checked the time and called out to Gu Bei as they prepared to leave. I have an appointment. Please take extra photos for me. Gu Bei had no intention of going, which is why he had arranged to meet with the students from the computer science department at the second canteen. Zhao Jiachuan, seeing Gu Bei's reluctance, also wished to decline, yet he was still persuaded by Kong Yifan and Lin Lixian to step outside. Gu Bei's hesitation stemmed from another concern. What if his own charm overshadowed Lin Lixian's presence? Lin Lixian, Kong Yifan, Zhao Jiachuan, and Zhang Shui had decided to convene at a milk tea shop located off campus. After the three of them ordered their milk teas at Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop, Zhang Shui entered the establishment with her three roommates. Is your dormitory comprised of only 3 people? Volume 1. Chapter 62. A chance encounter in the cafeteria. Zhang Shui gazed at the trio from dorm 311, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Earlier in class, she had distinctly seen Gu Bei alongside them. Old Gu had something to attend to. He asked me to bring this for you, Kong Yifan assured. With our handsome Lin here, are you still dissatisfied? He clapped Lin Lixuan on the shoulder, nudging him toward the front. The purpose of this gathering was primarily to accompany Lin Lixuan. As Zhang Shui entered, he had already mentally categorized his roommates as unsuitable for me. Nevertheless, as classmates, Kong Yifan warmly greeted them and offered milk tea. Once military training concluded and the class monitor election approached, their votes would be of considerable significance. Zhao Jiachuan remained a mere observer, watching Kong Yifan engage in lively conversation with 4 girls, continually providing support to Lin Lixuan. Have you seen this post? Zhang Shui raised her phone, presenting it to the group. Isn't the boy in the photo Gu Bei? Lin Lixuan glanced at it and replied without hesitation, that's old Gu. Is this girl Gu Bei's girlfriend? Inquired roommate Wang Zhu with curiosity. Old Gu calls her sister. So the aloof goddess from Jiangda is Gu Bei's sister? No wonder he's so handsome. It runs in the family. Do you have Gu Bei's WeChat? Please share it with me. I added the QQ number in the group, but it didn't go through. Achoo. Gu Bei inexplicably sneezed while on his way to the second cafeteria. It was too hot for a cold. Surely, some girl was thinking of him. He retrieved his phone and opened the chat with Xia Wanner, whimsically typing, Did you speak ill of me? Xia Wanner promptly responded with a cute emoticon of a head with a questioning gesture. Gu Bei refrained from replying further and arrived at the second cafeteria, where he made a phone call. Over here. A girl with glasses waved at him from a nearby table. Why is it a girl? Gu Bei muttered to himself. Assuming she was a boy due to her avatar depicting Zhu Beiji, he had anticipated finding a male programmer, less hassle and more capable. Girls, with their makeup routines, often consumed half their time on meals. Fortunately, there were still 2 others. They must be boys. Approaching the girl, he noticed her simple white t-shirt and shorts, complemented by black flip-flops. Her large black-rimmed glasses obscured half her face, rendering her an ordinary girl. She adjusted her glasses and scrutinized Gu Bei unabashedly. Are you working on a website and an app? It's me, Gu Bei. Oh, I'm Tan Yusin. What year are you in? I'm a senior. Preparing for the graduate entrance exam. After briefly assessing her background, the 2 other boys arrived. One, a sophomore named Tian Zhuang, and the other, a junior named Luo Yuan. Upon hearing that Gu Bei intended to create a website and app similar to Cat Treasure, Tian Zhuang immediately dismissed himself. He perceived that Cat Treasure and Dog Dong had reached a considerable level of maturity, rendering such endeavors devoid of any real value. Ultimately, they were destined to meet with untimely demise. Luo Yuan found himself somewhat swayed, yet he sensed potential in the venture. He spoke infrequently, mostly listening while Gu Bei articulated his thoughts, occasionally scratching his head in contemplation. Tan Yusin, however, gazed intently into Gu Bei's eyes as he spoke, nodding in deep agreement. I can do it. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Gu Bei turned his gaze towards Luo Yuan, hopeful for his agreement as well, seeking a form of dual assurance. Gu Bei remained uncertain of their capabilities, fearing a prolonged effort might yield no results, ultimately wasting his time. After much deliberation, Luo Yuan finally nodded in agreement. How long will it take? Gu Bei inquired. 15 days. 20 days. Tan Yusen and Luo Yuan provided differing responses. What if you both collaborated? Gu Bei suggested, looking between the two. They exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. We have not collaborated before. We are unsure. Very well, then communicate privately. Gu Bei expressed his understanding. I require both time and quality. The trio reached a preliminary consensus on their collaboration. Gu Bei softly shared his ideas and requirements with the two. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Lina entered alongside her high school classmate, Jose. Nana, your College of Literature has military training on the East Playground tomorrow, and we will also be at the East Playground. Jose, with a face full of flattery, sought to initiate a conversation. The weather is sweltering. I have sunscreen here. You should take it. Thank you, but I have my own. Lina replied as she strode purposefully toward the window. Had it not been for the commencement of the new semester and her unfamiliarity with her classmates, she would not have allowed Jose to accompany her for a meal. Jose, perceptive to her needs, assisted her with her tray, paid for the meal, and seated himself at an adjacent empty table. Even though Lina declined, he insisted on placing the sunscreen in front of her. Adhering to the notion that when a girl says no, she actually means yes, as he had read online. While reveling in his cleverness, he glanced up to find Lina's gaze drifting to a familiar face behind him, one he least wished to see. Gu Bei, what is he doing here? Jose instinctively spoke, but he quickly remembered that Gu Bei had also taken the entrance exam for Jiang University. Jose was lost in the joy of attending Jiang University alongside Lina, having long forgotten that Gu Bei was also part of that equation. At that moment, Gu Bei wore a serious expression, his eyes reflecting a mature complexity as he engaged in conversation with a man and a woman before him. Lina, carrying her tray, approached the neighboring table, intrigued to overhear their discussion. Gu Bei instinctively looked up as someone approached, and upon recognizing Lina, his expression remained unchanged, as though he were encountering a stranger. All right then, you may proceed with your preparations. Gu Bei concluded the conversation, signaling for Tan Yusen and Luo Yuan to depart. After taking a couple of steps, Tan Yusen suddenly turned back to inquire, Are you a freshman? Does it not seem so? Gu Bei replied, No. I simply fear you might be a fraud. You are not entirely wrong, Gu Bei teased. I do have a penchant for deceiving young girls, so do exercise caution. Tan Yusen adjusted her glasses, and a nonchalant expression flickered in her eyes as she peered through the lenses. As long as you don't swindle my money, I have no qualms. Even if you were to deceive me, evasion would be futile. As long as I possess your contact information, I shall locate you from the ends of the earth. My dear, a few thousand yuan is hardly a concern for me. We are destined for a long-term collaboration. Gu Bei assumed that Tan Yusen was merely worried about his intentions towards her beauty, only to realize that her concern was rooted in the fear of not receiving her due payment. What a joke, he thought, though I may exploit my employees, I would never default on their wages. Meanwhile, Lina, listening intently to their exchange, wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by the conversation. What are they discussing? It's incomprehensible. One moment it's about a scammer, the next about money. Volume 1, Chapter 63, Strolling through the campus. Gu Bei. Who is she? Lina stood before Gu Bei, questioning him with an air of authority. She could not comprehend why, after rejecting Gu Bei, the number of girls surrounding him seemed to multiply. Gu Bei, seated on a bench, gazed up at Lina, her cheeks flushed, and replied nonchalantly, She is a new employee I have interviewed. We are merely discussing some matters. Am I interrupting your date? His insinuating gaze fell upon Zhou Zitong, who was seated nearby. Lina followed his line of sight, and for reasons unknown, a sense of urgency washed over her, fearing that Gu Bei might misconstrue her relationship with Zhou Zitong. She hastily clarified, What nonsense are you talking about? Who is dating? We merely ran into each other on our way to the cafeteria. We are high school classmates, just having a meal together. Is that so? Gu Bei's tone dripped with skepticism as his meaningful gaze swept over the two of them. Of course, Lina affirmed without a hint of hesitation, completely disregarding Zhou Zitong's presence. Zhou Zitong, feeling like a child abandoned mid-journey, sat in silence, inwardly cursing Gu Bei. How is it that you are everywhere? Gu Bei found amusement in Lina's flustered explanations. The more agitated she became, the more confident he felt. What do you mean by saying she is your new employee? Lina perceived a noticeable softening in Gu Beiyao's demeanor compared to the day of the college entrance examination, which inexplicably brought her a sense of joy. Gu Beiyao pretended to sip from a bottle of mineral water, casually stating, I am embarking on a small business venture and require employees. He could maintain a low profile and conceal his ambitions from others, but he was determined to let Lina in on this news, embellishing it further. Pfft. You were just boasting, Zhou Zedong finally interjected, unable to contain himself, his voice laced with disdain. You probably haven't even explored the university campus yet. Yet you audaciously claim you want to start a business. What gives you the audacity? Lina also harbored doubts about Gu Beiyao's claims. However, she soon recalled what Wang Quan had mentioned during the summer break, that Gu Beiyao was negotiating a collaboration with someone. She had later heard that the person had come to pick him up in a Mercedes, reflecting on his summer purchase of a computer and his trip to Jiacheng. Lina began to believe that Gu Beiyao was not lying. Moreover, she distinctly remembered hearing that girl cautioning Gu Beiyao not to owe her wages. Gu Beiyao glanced at the time, wondering how the three fellows in the dormitory and the girl were faring with their conversation. They had promised to send photos but had yet to do so. Lost in thought, Gu Beiyao stood up, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Lina stepped closer. Lifting her chin and batting her eyes, her lips parting slightly, Gu Beiyao, shall we explore the campus together? Zhou Zedong, who had been calmly seated at the table, could no longer remain composed upon hearing her words. He furrowed his brow and stood up abruptly. Did we not agree that I would accompany you to explore the campus? Now, what am I to you? He silently prayed that Gu Beiyao would decline, for otherwise, he would harbor resentment for a lifetime. Gu Bei cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Zedong, comprehending the young man's current sentiments. Years ago, he had stood in that very spot. Suddenly, a soft notification chimed from his phone. It was Kong Yifan sharing photos in their group chat. Gu Bei fixed his gaze on the screen, then hesitantly looked up at Lina, saying, I have a little matter to attend to. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lina's eyes as she faced yet another rejection. Meanwhile, Zhou Zedong let out a sigh of relief, remarking, At least you still have some conscience. However, his joy was short-lived as Gu Bei continued. You need to pick up the pace while exploring the campus. Zhou Zedong's eyes could have pierced through flesh if looks could kill, the daggers in his gaze aimed straight at Gu Bei. Lina, already disheartened, suddenly felt a spark of hope at Gu Bei's words. Shall we go now? Let us go, Gu Bei replied, pocketing his phone and stepping out of the cafeteria. Lina followed closely behind, seemingly forgetting her original intention of dining. As for Zhou Zedong, he was left behind, feeling discarded. He stood there, his eyes vacant as he watched the two walk out, one after the other. Gu Bei, you bastard, he muttered, violently tossing aside the chopsticks he had been grasping, consumed by impotent fury. Why had he chosen to come to the second cafeteria? If he had gone to the first, perhaps he would not have encountered Gu Bei, and he could have spent the evening with Lina instead. How infuriating it was that he had said something so foolish. Claiming Gu Bei had never roamed the campus. At that moment, Zhou Zedong had yet to consider that the issue lay with Lina. He still believed the fault rested with himself, and that Gu Bei should not have appeared. The tranquil night at Jiangda University was infused with the vibrancy of youth. As students strolled beneath the streetlights in a continuous flow, the Lover's Lake served as a sacred rendezvous for couples, with robust willows swaying gently in the breeze, and shadows flitting beneath the corner gazebo. In the northeastern corner, the ecological garden teemed with dense foliage during the day. It served as an experimental base for the College of Landscape Architecture, transforming into a paradise of spring waters by night. Gu Bei ambled through the campus, absorbing the surrounding scenery. Occasionally, the rustling of leaves hinted at mice burrowing within the underbrush. Lina trailed slightly behind him, her demeanor a mix of eagerness and hesitation. As she spotted a couple holding hands nearby, an impulse surged within her to reach out for Gu Bei's hand. Are you dating Zhou Zedong? Gu Bei inquired suddenly, startling Lina from her reverie. No, we just happened to meet on the road. Oh, I saw you dining together and assumed you were already a couple. I don't like him, Lina replied, her gaze shifting away from a couple on a nearby bench. Gu Bei abruptly halted, lowering his gaze to meet her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lina's heart raced wildly. The proximity so intimate that she could feel Gu Bei's breath against the tip of her nose. She sensed that he could lean in to kiss her at any moment. Is this what it feels like to be enamored? So, do you like me? Gu Bei's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as his resonant voice broke the silence. Lina blinked her lashes, momentarily frozen in place, overwhelmed by uncertainty. During the 2 seconds of contemplation, a large hand suddenly lifted her chin, compelling her to meet Gu Bei's piercing gaze beneath the dark night. Lina's fists tightened slightly, her breath quickening, before she bashfully uttered, I do not like you. Upon hearing this response, Gu Bei's lips curled into a smirk as he swiftly withdrew his hand from her chin, his expression darkening abruptly. Then why did you ask me to accompany you around the campus? Go away. His voice resonated loudly, startling the young men and women exercising in the bushes, who hastily adjusted their trousers and prepared to flee. Without a backward glance, Gu Bei turned and departed. Damn. Who the hell is making such a ruckus? It's enough to make anyone lose their nerve. Volume 1. Chapter 64. During military training, Gu Bei returned to the dormitory and entered to find his roommate, who had gone to a gathering with the girls. Trying on military training attire. This one is too big for me. Let's swap, Lao San, Lin Lishuan remarked, his camouflage pants nearly reaching his neck. Zhao Jiachuan tossed his camouflage uniform aside, saying, try it on yourself. Approaching his own desk, Gu Bei noticed a cup of milk tea still sitting there. Old Gu is back. Here's your milk tea, Lin Lishuan cheerfully reminded him. Gu Bei, not one to be polite, inserted a straw and took a sip. It's a bit sweet, but tolerable, he commented. How's the conversation going? Any chance of winning her over? Lin Lishuan asked. I think it's quite promising. He replied with a grin. But I believe in love blossoming over time. Love blossoming over time? I believe in that too, Gu Bei responded. At that moment, Kong Yifan emerged from the bathroom, unabashedly stating, I can only be classmates with them, nothing beyond that. Gu Bei glanced at him, finding his choice of words amusing. The use of be was quite apartment. Through their conversation, Gu Bei gathered that they thought Zhang Shui was quite agreeable, primarily because she conversed more with Lin Lishuan. Zhang Shui's 3 roommates seemed to lack any notable qualities. After freshening up, Gu Bei lay on his bed, noticing nearly 10 friend requests in his notifications. 6 of them were from Lina, conveying her sentiments that she did not mean anything by it. Gu Bei chose to ignore them and sent a few messages to Xia Wanner, inquiring about her adaptation to Huazheng. Xia Wanner assured him that her roommates were friendly, and she felt no discomfort. Gu Bei had no concerns about her adaptability. She was not a sheltered princess, but rather an independent young woman. He also messaged Wang Quan, but received no reply. Given his weight, it was likely that he had succumbed to sleep after the military training. The following morning, new students donned in camouflage uniforms surged from all directions. On the campus of Jiang University, the open areas, outdoor basketball courts, and the 2 playgrounds were awash in green hues. To an unsuspecting observer from above, it would appear as though a military assembly was taking place. The finance major gathered at the eastern playground. The 4 from dormitory 311 arrived simultaneously at the playground and spotted the sign for finance classes 1 and 2 from a distance. Seizing the opportunity before the military training instructor arrived, Gu Bei made his way to the restroom. At the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered the elderly man from yesterday's Tai Chi session. Today, the man was dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt instead of his Tai Chi attire. It's you. The elder recognized Gu Bei at once and greeted him. This surprised Gu Bei. How could he remember so well? He even recognized him immediately. Gu Bei offered a polite smile. Good day, sir. How did you know I was a leader? The elder asked, puzzled. Gu Bei replied with a calm smile. Since there will be a mobilization meeting shortly, your formal attire suggests you are to participate. What is your major? The elder inquired. Finance, class 1, Gu Bei answered. After the military training, an elderly man invited, come, let me teach you Tai Chi, before turning to leave. Gu Bei, perplexed, contemplated asking, sir, can you perform the lightning 5 whips? If not, I shall not proceed with the lessons. Returning to his class, he found Kong Yifan and Kai Shanshan organizing everyone into rows based on height. Their instructor, Meng Daqiye, had also arrived, occasionally glancing at the podium. The school leaders and departmental heads were all present, preparing for the forthcoming mobilization assembly. As Gu Bei joined the ranks, he spotted the elderly man he had encountered earlier in the restroom, now seated on the stage, with the name Shang Shufeng displayed on a placard before him. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, run in formation. The crowd instinctively turned to look. Wow, so handsome. I want that, some girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with infatuation, openly displaying their admiration. A few even daydreamed about embarking on a unique romance with the instructor. The instructors, clad in military training uniforms, appeared in a well-organized formation at the podium, standing with an air of nonchalance. What followed was the age-old routine of speeches from leaders, representatives, and a collective oath. As this series of events unfolded, the students basking in the sun began to mutter their discontent, with some of the less physically capable girls already collapsing on the ground. Observing this, the leaders on stage reminded everyone, those who feel unwell must promptly inform the instructor. They understood that military training was a mandated process, and ensuring safety was paramount. The morning session of military training commenced, with Beiyye's class, Finance Class 1, merging with Class 2 under the guidance of the same instructor. Stand at attention for half an hour. If anyone moves, we add 3 minutes for everyone. While their classmates suffered under the sun, Kong Yifan, lounging in the shade of a tree, sipped a cola and waved a cardboard fan with a smug expression. The school mandated that even students excused from military training must be present at the training site, barring serious exceptions. Clearly, Kong Yifan did not fall into that category. He regretted cutting his hair so early, wishing he had waited until after the semester began, as it would have made his appearance less pitiful. Stand at attention, relax, and enjoy 10 minutes of free activity. At the instructor's command, a collective groan of exhaustion escaped the group, relieved to finally have a break. Beiyye moved to the nearby shade, lifted his cup, and took a refreshing gulp. He had the option to avoid military training, but he desired to experience a complete university life, a wish unfulfilled in his previous existence. Beiyye, here's some water for you, Jiang Yujie offered, her delicate hand holding out a bottle of sports drink. Beiyye raised his own bottle of plain water with a smile, replying, I'll stick to plain water, thank you. Unfazed by the rejection, Jiang Yujie sat beside him and asked, could you help me open this? Ah, yet another little ploy, Beiyye thought. Understanding her intentions without needing to vocalize them, he readily took the drink from her, twisted open the cap, and returned it to her. Strangely enough, some girls can effortlessly lift a water jug with one hand yet struggle to unscrew a bottle cap. Is that cap welded on? The students from Finance Class 1 and 2 gathered beneath the shade of the trees, and the atmosphere around them became lively. You are from the ancient city. Just like me. Are we not fellow townsfolk? Kong Yifan sat between Lin Lishuan and Zhao Jiachuan, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Beiyye. Did you see that? Just now, Jiang Yujie offered water to old Gu, and he refused, even unscrewing the cap for her. This fellow is certainly not as simple as he appears. Indeed, just observe how he speaks to the girls without a hint of embarrassment. Come on, I don't blush either. It seems like you're the only one in our dorm who does. That was just sunburn, Lin Lishuan adamantly denied. Volume 1, Chapter 65, My Tirelessly. Do take a look at Jiang Yujie. She presents herself in such a trifling manner. How shamelessly she throws herself at the boys, completely devoid of dignity. Jin Fei whispered into Lu Xingyue's ear, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yujie, who was engaged in conversation with Beiyye. They shared the same dormitory. And merely 2 days into their school life, they had already divided into opposing factions. Jiang Yujie maintained a close camaraderie with Chen Huiru, frequently seen together. Jin Fei held the belief that Lu Xingyue was far more attractive, hence her eagerness to befriend her. Lu Xingyue, gazing in Beiyye's direction, replied innocently to Jin Fei. Let us not speak so harshly. We are all dorm mates and classmates, and should assist one another. I find Yujie quite beautiful as well. You are undoubtedly the most exquisite in our class. Just observe the group chat. Several boys are vying for your attention. Perhaps you shall become the belle of our class. Nay, the entire school, Jin Fei exclaimed, her words bringing joy to Lu Xingyue's heart. Gathering. The instructor's command signaled the continuation of military training. Beiyye remained dutifully in line, not daring to deviate from the order. The instructor maintained an impassive expression, as if a smile would cause Beiyye to lose his composure entirely. The morning's military training finally concluded amidst a chorus of grievances. Lin Lishuan, resembling a limp shrimp, leaned against Zhao Jiachuan as they trudged back to their dormitory. Kong Yifan had thoughtfully prepared their meals, neatly arranged on the dormitory table, allowing Beiyye and his companions to dine immediately, thus bypassing the queue at the cafeteria. It seemed having a sick roommate had its advantages. As Beiyye savored his meal, he unlocked his phone to check the notifications. Wang Quan had replied in the morning, stating that he would be undergoing military training for 2 weeks and had already shed several pounds. Beiyye promptly responded in the chat, congratulations. I suggest you train for another month. As he continued scrolling through his messages, he was taken aback to find a message from Xiao Muqing. Why did you refund the money? Yesterday, she had transferred funds to Beiyye as reimbursement for some clothing, but he had not accepted it. The funds were automatically returned after 24 hours. The message had been sent at 8:37 a.m., and now, 3 hours later, Beiyye had yet to respond. While she had refrained from sending further messages, likely aware of his military training. Disregarding her message, Gu Bei continued to peruse other notifications. He noticed that a request from Jean Fei had appeared in his friend list. Without hesitation, he accepted it. After all, he welcomed all friend requests, except for those from Lina and unidentified males. Is Jean Fei from our class? Kong Yifan suddenly inquired. Given the numerous faces in their class, it was only natural not to remember everyone. Some students, after 4 years, could only recall the names of their dorm mates. Zhao Jiachuan, munching on his food, nodded slightly. I believe so. Why do you ask? Gu Bei inquired casually. She added me as a friend. I shall ask her. If she isn't from our class, then it's no matter. Kong Yifan replied. On the surface, Gu Bei appeared unchanged, yet inwardly he mused. So, it turns out he is merely casting a net. You aspired to run for class president, yet you cannot even remember the names of your classmates. Who would cast a vote for you then? There is some merit in that reasoning. Old Gu, why don't you run? I have no interest in such matters. Gu Bei held little enthusiasm for endeavors that bore no financial reward. However, he found it somewhat peculiar that Zhao Jiachuan had also refrained from campaigning. If he intended to pursue a career in public service, holding the position of class leader or youth league secretary would undoubtedly confer advantages. After finishing his meal, Gu Bei did not rest, but instead opened his computer to check the sales performance of his online shop. With the introduction of new skincare products, there had been a slight uptick in sales, yet it still fell short of his expectations. He needed to devise a strategy to attract more traffic. Contemplating this, Gu Bei navigated to the official website of Jiang University and entered the name Shang Shufeng into the search bar. The dean of the Computer Science Research Institute and vice president. Quite an impressive figure. It would be wise to cultivate a connection with someone of such stature. Not only would I engage in Tai Chi, but I would even learn swordplay if necessary. Gu Bei pondered. Addressing such a person as Big Brother would be inappropriate. Perhaps grandfather would suffice. Though it might render me akin to a character from a children's story. Perhaps teacher would be more fitting? Once a teacher, forever a father. The afternoon military training resumed. But to avoid the scorching midday sun, the instructor, in a rare display of kindness, led them to practice turning in place beneath the shade of trees. This student, if you cannot distinguish left from right, what does it mean when I instruct you to turn backward, yet you turn to the right? Is there gold or silver on the right? Or perhaps a pretty girl? The boys, with their sharp tongues, elicited bursts of laughter from the ranks, followed by curious glances from some of them. Lo and behold, there truly was a girl. Instructor, we were sent here to deliver water and help everyone cool off. A clear voice chimed in, inciting the restless boys to stir. What a beautiful senior. I feel as though I have seen her before. Whenever you see a girl, you always claim to have seen her before. This one I have truly seen, on the forum. Their gazes, however, were not fixated on the boy and girl carrying water before them, but rather on the 2 girls behind them, adorned with sun hats and sun protective clothing. Old Gu. Isn't that your sister? Lin Lishuan exclaimed excitedly, patting Gu Bei on the shoulder. Did she come specifically to see you? Gu Bei knew in his heart that it was impossible for her to have come for him. It was more likely a coincidence. Kong Yifan, seated on the platform, observed with keen interest, nearly bursting with excitement. This woman, truly enchanting. Summer mooching exuded an icy demeanor, imparting an inexplicable sense of detachment. Yet her extraordinary beauty was undeniably alluring. It was the kind of allure that, though one knew it was unattainable, still ignited a sense of exhilaration. The instructor, glancing at the water on the ground, waved his hand, granting everyone a 10-minute break. Earlier in the day, several students had fainted during the drills, which made him wary. The physical fitness of these university students was far below what he had anticipated. He feared an incident and dared not push them too hard. Gu Bei did not go to fetch water, but instead walked to the side, lifting his own cup for a gentle sip. The gazes of both the boys and girls in the class were fixated on Xiaomuqing. Such a goddess-like senior was adored not only by the boys, but even more so by the girls. Earlier in the morning, Jean Fei had proclaimed Lu Xingyue as the school belle, yet now she stood with her mouth agape, rendered speechless. It was evident that her experiences were limited. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiaomuqing gracefully approached Gu Bei. Not only the students from the finance classes 1 and 2, but also others participating in military training nearby were drawn to this scene. Why haven't you accepted the transfer? Xiaomuqing inquired coldly. Gu Bei raised his gaze to meet the strikingly beautiful face hidden beneath the brim of his cap. I want clothes, not money. The dialogue between the two left those nearby perplexed, while Lin Lishuan wore an expression that suggested he was in the know, instantly attracting more onlookers. Volume 1. Chapter 66. Unable to afford? You claim that Xia Muqing is Gu Bei's sister? What an international joke, as they do not even share the same surname. Is it conceivable that one takes the father's surname while the other takes the mother's? Indeed, it is plausible. No wonder Xia, the esteemed flower of the school, earlier mentioned sending money to Gu Bei and even spoke of purchasing clothes. Lin Lishuan transformed into a little trumpet, igniting a fervent discussion among the surrounding classmates. I even spotted a photograph of the two dining together on the forum. It appears to be true. Their whispers were hushed, yet some reached Xia Muqing's ears. She refrained from offering an explanation, merely gazing at Gu Bei before her. Will you not elucidate? The moment I clarify. They will soon proclaim that we are in a romantic relationship. You may accept it, but I have no desire to do so. After hearing Gu Bei's words, Xia Muqing lost interest in further debate and turned to leave. Was she just dismissed? A mere child, yet he does not wish to engage in rumors with her? Upon returning to her apartment, she found Beiyye busily packing to head out. Xia, did you not go to deliver warmth to the younger students? Why are you back so soon? Delivering coolness, just a few boxes of water. It did not consume much time. Were there any handsome young men? Did not pay attention. Xia Muqing removed her sun hat and shed her sun-protective jacket, revealing her fair and delicate neck. For some inexplicable reason, when Beiyye inquired about handsome young men, Gu Bei's visage immediately surfaced in her mind. He is not handsome at all, quite irksome, in fact. Xia Muqing suppressed her thoughts and, noticing Beiyye dressed and ready, inquired, "Are you heading out?" "Yes, I have an elective class. I suggest you apply extra sunscreen. It is scorching outside today." I knew my dear Xia would take care of me. Beiyye's voice was sweetly coy, sending shivers down one's spine. As she watched Beiyye depart the dormitory, Xia Muqing approached the door, locked it, and stealthily opened her wardrobe. She retrieved a blue tote bag and took out the mud-stained garment, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. Perhaps I should wash it after all. Xia Muqing proceeded to the balcony and tossed the clothing into the washing machine. As she observed the garment swirling within, she found herself engulfed in indecision. She had already informed Gu Bei that the clothing had been discarded. If she washed it and presented it to him afterward, would it not confirm her deceit? While waiting for the laundry, Xia Muqing unwrapped a Dior makeup gift set. Inside were a commemorative lipstick, a small bottle of perfume, and an eyebrow pencil, the design quite tasteful. Beep beep. The washing machine signaled that the cycle was complete. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to hang the boy's clothing on the balcony. Let it dry first. Otherwise, when Ziyu returns, she would not know how to explain. On the east playground, after Xia Muqing's departure, a male student from finance class 2 approached Gu Bei with an air of secrecy. "Classmate, was that senior really your sister?" Gu Bei set down his cup, casting a cool glance at him, neither confirming nor denying the inquiry. Silence equates to acquiescence, Chen Xiaolong pondered, unable to suppress the uncontainable joy that radiated from his inconsequential visage. "Could you possibly share your sister's contact information with me?" He felt a twinge of apprehension within, deeming it impolite to directly request such personal details from her brother. Yet, she was none other than Xia Muqing, the aloof goddess of Jiang University. One must occasionally be audacious, to love someone or to scale a mountain. Such endeavors are the essence of a vibrant university life. Upon hearing his audacious request, Gu Bei internally commended him. "I thought I was audacious, yet you surpass even me in shamelessness." Under Chen Xiaolong's earnest gaze, Gu Bei smiled and effortlessly uttered 2 words, "Certainly." The roommates seated beside Gu Bei, along with other male students, displayed expressions of disbelief upon hearing this response. Goodness. I intended to approach her first, yet he has beaten me to it. Had I known, I would have acted sooner. A chorus of regretful remarks, lamenting the futility of hindsight, echoed among the group of boys, blustering loudly but taking no action. They watched as Chen Xiaolong was on the verge of acquiring Xia Muqing's contact information, their hearts brimming with envy. However, Gu Bei's subsequent statement left them utterly flabbergasted. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, preparing to add WeChat, and turned to Chen Xiaolong. "I can provide you with her WeChat. However, should my sister discover that I gave you her contact information, she would certainly kick me." Laughter erupted among Gu Bei's roommates at his words. "Kick you?" It appears even Gu has someone he fears. Chen Xiaolong chuckled amiably, his previously anxious heart now at ease. He patted Gu Bei on the back generously. "I'll treat you to a meal later." That later might very well be postponed until February 31st, an eternity away. Gu Bei chuckled in response, casually stating, "As for the meal, let's skip that. I prefer something more tangible." He pinched his fingers together, mimicking the act of collecting money. Chen Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback. "Well, You certainly have a knack for profiting from your school flower sister's contact information. Impressive. For the sake of his impending romance, he was willing to go all out. How much? Gu Beiye grinned, raising a single finger and waving it before Chen Xiaolong's eyes. 100? Chen Xiaolong gritted his teeth. His monthly living expenses barely exceeded 1,000, so 100 was no small sum. Gu Beiye, with understanding, shook his head. Chen Xiaolong continued to speculate, uncertainly suggesting 10. Gu Beiye shot him a disbelieving look. People typically increase the price. Why are you bargaining with yourself? A small target, he replied. What does a small target mean? Chen Xiaolong inquired. At this time, the phrase a small target had yet to become a common metric. Gu Beiye explained nonchalantly, 100 million. Goodness. Are you jesting with me? Chen Xiaolong felt as though he were being teased by the boy before him. Gu Bei's expression shifted dramatically. The gentle smile that once adorned his face vanished instantaneously, replaced by an icy, unfeeling demeanor. Chen Xiaolong, who met his gaze, felt an intangible aura of intimidation suddenly enveloping him. You were the one who initiated this commotion. Gu Bei's resonant voice echoed in the ears of all present. When he uttered the phrase 100 million, the surrounding ruckus came to an abrupt halt, with curious eyes fixated upon him. Everyone presumed he would indeed sell Xiaomuqing's contact information, yet he presented an astronomical figure instead. Chen Xiaolong's countenance darkened. Moments ago, he fancied himself a hero, but now found himself in a precarious predicament. Unable to afford such a sum? Then kindly remove yourself from my sight and return only when you possess the means. I shall await your return. With an air of nonchalance, Gu Bei rose and proceeded towards the assembly point. Volume 1. Chapter 67. Here I come. Although Gu Bei had no intention of being a paragon of virtue, he nevertheless maintained a rare set of principles. Should you request the contact information of Kong Yifan, I would promptly oblige and even offer you a bottle of water. However, if it pertains to a beautiful woman, that is out of the question. They are all mine. Old Gu, you certainly play the game well, Lin Lishuan remarked, giving Gu Bei a thumbs up. I thought you were genuinely going to provide him with Senior Xia's contact details. If I were to give it, it would be to you first, Gu Bei teased. Lin Lishuan quickly waved his hands in protest. I am self-aware. I would be content with an ordinary girl for a typical college romance. I feel the same way. Zhao Jiachuan chimed in. Gu Bei glanced at the two of them, finding his roommates increasingly endearing. Work hard, and I'll make sure to introduce you to a few more sisters-in-law. Thank you, Brother Gu. Lin Lishuan expressed gratefully, only to realize something was amiss. Shouldn't it be? Help us find some girls? I prefer you to call me Brother Yi, Gu Bei replied. Just as he finished speaking, the instructor began organizing the troops to resume training. Chen Xiaolong stood among the ranks, his face a portrait of embarrassment. Yet, he felt no shame, even if others mocked him for this incident. He would not shy away from retorting. If you have the courage, go ask for it yourself. If you lack the guts, keep your mouth shut. The military training continued steadily and orderly. Following the daytime exercises, the evening unfolded into 2 hours of leisure. The class could organize a talent show at their discretion or engage in a sing-along with other squads under the instructor's guidance. If you're called to sing, then sing. Don't be shy and awkward. What does that even resemble? A young maiden. The finance class had just finished their chant when the students from the School of Literature, unwilling to concede, responded in kind. If you want me to sing, I shall sing. Where would my pride go otherwise? With a greater number of girls in the School of Literature, the finance students, seeing them, resembled young wolves encountering sheep. The fatigue from training vanished entirely as they resolved to witness the performances of the opposite class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are anxiously waiting. Ultimately, the School of Literature took the lead, initiating their performance. A girl clad in camouflage attire stood confidently in the center circle, dedicating a rendition of Walking in the Rain together to everyone. As she began to sing, the boys erupted in cheers. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Just admiring the beauty, Zhao Jiachuan replied, seated beside Gu Bei. While the rest of the class looked up at the girl, Gu Bei was engrossed in his phone, not bothering to lift his gaze. After putting his phone aside, he glanced at the center circle. The girl sang quite well. During the chorus, she swayed her body charmingly, eliciting even more cheers from the boys. It is entirely normal for adolescents, free from the pressures of college entrance examinations and distanced from their parents, to react fervently amidst a surge of hormones. Young men like Gu Bei, who displayed little reaction while observing the singing and dancing girl, appeared rather peculiar. As Gu Bei surveyed the entire playground bustling with socializing and entertainment, he resolved to slip away unnoticed amidst the commotion. Jiachuan, I'm taking my leave. Message me if anything comes up. You're leaving? Zhao Jiachuan glanced around. Should this be caught by the instructor, surely there would be reprimands, wouldn't there? Gu Bei comprehended his concerns, giving a reassuring pat on the shoulder and a comforting glance. Once the revelry reached its peak, the instructor would undoubtedly have no shortage of participants. Just as Gu Bei prepared to rise, he heard the instructor suddenly announce, "The lovely lady over there has begun to sing. Let us have a gentleman step forward to showcase his talents." The instructor's words drew the attention of the students from the College of Arts toward the finance class. Gu Bei, contemplating an escape, squatted back down. "Who will step up?" "I will," Chen Xiaolong exclaimed as he abruptly stood and strode to the center. As the acting class leader of Finance Class 2, he aspired to represent his class, seeking to leave a lasting impression and win favor while simultaneously desiring to shine before the young ladies present. "Darn, if it weren't for my injury, I could have taken that spot," Kong Yifan grumbled to himself, unable to suppress his irritation. Such an opportunity for glory was not one he wished to relinquish. Gu Bei softly retorted, "Displaying talent does not necessarily require the second brother to take the stage." Kong Yifan soon realized he could sing or play the guitar, as long as he kept it low-key. Indeed, he resolved to seize the moment and showcase his own skills. Standing at the center, Chen Xiaolong scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Gu Bei amidst the throng. "I shall perform a segment of Taekwondo." Applause erupted in response. "I need a volunteer to assist me." Chen Xiaolong's eyes remained fixed on Gu Bei, the implication clear. Gu Bei met his gaze unwaveringly, showing no inclination to step forward. Observing this, Chen Xiaolong directly pointed at him. "This student, would you care to join me?" Gu Bei recognized he was the target of Chen Xiaolong's gesture, yet feigned ignorance, glancing around as if it were of no concern. "No need to look around. It's you." Chen Xiaolong's tone was laced with provocation. "Let us see how you toy with me. 100 million, you say? Watch as I throw you into disarray." "I'll do it," Zhao Jiachuan, seated beside Gu Bei, suddenly responded, rising to his feet. "I will assist you." Zhao Jiachuan was robust, while others donned loose camouflage. His attire fit him snugly, clinging to his frame with every vigorous movement. As he stepped from the crowd, he tossed his hat to Gu Bei, requesting him to hold it. "I'll give you 3 chances." Zhao Jiachuan stood before Chen Xiaolong, looking down for a moment before assuming a fighting stance. The instructor, noticing his stance, became intrigued. His solid and stable posture suggested some foundational skills. Chen Xiaolong was aware that Zhao Jiachuan and Gu Bei shared a dormitory. Should Zhao Jiachuan take the lead, Gu Bei might very well step up to defend him, and then he too could be thrown down. Contemplating this, Chen Xiaolong ripped off his camouflage jacket and flung it to the ground with a thud, exuding an intimidating presence. He flexed his wrists and ankles, maintaining a steady gaze on Zhao Jiachuan. "You need not concern yourself, just be careful. I am a black belt and possess formidable kicking skills." "Then let us see," Zhao Jiachuan replied, tilting his neck and slightly retreating his right foot. "Bring it on." In such a fervent scene, both boys and girls held their breath in anticipation of their performance. "Go, class monitor." The girls from the finance class 2 shouted loudly in support of Chen Xiaolong. Kong Yifan also stood up, urging everyone to cheer for Zhao Jiachuan. "Come on, third brother. Zhao Jiachuan, go." The air was charged with excitement. Chen Xiaolong, filled with fervor, let out a fierce roar and executed a flying kick aimed at Zhao Jiachuan's arm. Zhao Jiachuan deftly evaded, skillfully dodging the assault. Unfazed by his missed kick, Chen Xiaolong launched into a series of rapid strikes. A loud thud echoed through the air, followed by a cry of despair. With a powerful shoulder throw, Zhao Jiachuan sent Chen Xiaolong crashing to the ground. Had Zhao Jiachuan not tempered his strength, Chen Xiaolong might have suffered a broken rib. "Third brother, you're amazing." Volume 1. Chapter 68. More people, more money. Zhao Jiachuan reached out to assist Chen Xiaolong, who lay sprawled on the ground. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Chen Xiaolong scrambled to his feet, shaking off Zhao Jiachuan's outstretched arm with a flushed face, filled with indignation as he shouted defiantly, "Come again." With that, he resumed his stance, determined to reclaim the dignity he had lost moments earlier. His initial intention had been to impress the girls, but after that fall, he feared he might have jeopardized his chances for the next 4 years. Zhao Jiachuan regarded him momentarily, then assumed a fighting stance as well. "If you wish to fight, I shall oblige." "All right, just a friendly spar," the instructor interjected, rising to step between the two, guiding Chen Xiaolong back to the ranks. He turned to the robust Zhao Jiachuan. "Have you trained?" "Just some casual practice," Zhao Jiachuan replied candidly, performing a respectful salute to the instructor before returning to the lineup. Clapping erupted as Gu Beiyye led the applause, soon joined by the enthusiastic cheers of their classmates. "Old 3, I didn't realize you had such skills," exclaimed Kong Yifan, pulling Zhao Jiachuan to sit beside him, chattering animatedly. In the center circle, another male student stepped forward to showcase his street dance, eliciting cheers from the female audience. In the ranks of the arts college, Lina's gaze frequently darted towards the finance classes, trying to spot Beiyye amidst the indistinguishable crowd. Her efforts were in vain. As the dancer concluded his performance, Lina swiftly rose, taking the initiative to step forward. "Since I cannot find you among the crowd, I shall stand in a dazzling spot for you to see." Having earned the title of school beauty in high school, Lina was undoubtedly striking. She removed her hat, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade down like a waterfall. This simple gesture stirred the hearts of the youthful boys nearby. "Hey, gorgeous. What's your handle? What's your name?" Lina appeared unfazed by such remarks, seemingly accustomed to the attention. Her eyes swept across the ranks of the finance classes. "Is she looking at me?" Lin Lixian met Lina's gaze, his cheeks flushing. "Clearly, she's looking at me," Kong Yifan asserted, playfully raising his hand to greet her, eager to draw her attention. Lina surveyed the area once more, but still failed to catch a glimpse of Beiyye. Frustrated, she declared, "I shall perform a classical dance for everyone." Cheers erupted, fueled by the warmth the previous performers had not experienced. Everyone proclaimed, "What I value is depth of character." Yet, the judgment of individuals often hinges on first impressions. Just as a beautiful girl is frequently perceived as being right in all her endeavors, Lina performed distractedly, her gaze still searching the crowd. By the time she finished her act, she had yet to see Beiyye. Meanwhile, Beiyye had already seized the opportunity, slipping away to the second cafeteria while everyone was engrossed in the festivities. The evening cafeteria was nearly deserted, with only half the lights illuminated. As Beiyye entered, he immediately spotted Tan Yusen, who was savoring a bowl of noodles. He strode directly to the seat opposite her and inquired, "What necessitates a face-to-face discussion instead of a message?" Tan Yusen set down her chopsticks, donned her glasses from the table, and, after wiping her mouth with a napkin, replied with measured calmness, "In accordance with your request, we have devised a simple plan today. To meet your timeline for completing the website and app, we will need to increase our personnel. By how many? 2 to 3. Then let us add 2. Beiyye agreed without hesitation. Well aware that development was no trivial endeavor, he was not embarking on this venture unprepared. During the summer, he had researched extensively before making this decision. "Actually, let us add 3, he amended. "You and Luo Yuan can select the candidates. Just report back to me with the list. And the compensation?" At the mere mention of money, Tan Yusen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. It was Beiyye's first encounter with a woman who so openly expressed her desire for financial gain. Yet, he considered this a positive trait, far preferable to the insincere declarations of "I don't love money, I truly love you." Fair distribution based on merit was his principle. Those with superior skills would earn more. Beiyye was no fool. He understood that if everyone received equal pay, there would inevitably be slackers and overachievers. This imbalance could lead to discontent among those who worked hard, compelling them to adopt a laid-back attitude. Thus, his entrepreneurial aspirations could be stifled before they even took root. Tan Yusen concurred, confident that her skills would guarantee her the highest salary. However, she pondered whether this freshman clad in camouflage could actually afford to pay her. "What kind of look is that?" Beiyye queried, meeting her peculiar gaze directly. Tan Yusen, unambiguous in her thoughts, asked point-blank, "Are you truly committed to this? Don't abandon it midway, claiming a lack of funds, as our wages must not be compromised. If you reconsider before we officially commence, it will still be possible. When the time comes, how about I offer myself to you in compensation? With my charm and good looks, you would be getting quite the bargain." "Please. I'm not interested. I adhere to a non-marriage philosophy," Tan Yusen retorted, adjusting her glasses. "However, should you owe me money, you can repay me with your body." What on earth? Beiyye was taken aback by her audacity, realizing he had encountered a woman even bolder than himself. Tan Yusen quickly recognized her verbal misstep and clarified. "What I meant was, I could arrange for you to work in a bar. The earnings would be used to cover your salary." "Well, let us establish that I only sell my skills, not my body. Selling your body pays better. It seems, Senior Tan, you are quite experienced." "Experience? Nonsense." She grabbed her phone, preparing to leave. "Once the personnel are selected, I'll send you the list. I trust your judgment." Beiyye watched her depart. Noticing students in camouflage entering the cafeteria, it appeared that military training had come to an end. He made his way to the nearby campus supermarket. procuring an assortment of beverages and snacks, and returned to the dormitory with a large shopping bag in hand. Inside room 311, Kong Yifan, Zhao Jiachuan, and Lin Lishuan were gathered together, engaged in animated discussion about the young women they had encountered that evening. Believe it or not, within 3 days, I will acquire her contact information, Kong Yifan declared confidently, gazing at a photo of Lina on his phone, boasting with unwavering assurance. Gu Beiyao leaned in for a quick glance, refraining from offering any commentary. Little did Kong Yifan know that Lina had persistently attempted to add him on QQ, only to be met with refusal. One wondered if this revelation would rattle his composure. They indulged in drinks and snacks. Thank you, Brother Yi. You all should express your gratitude to Jiachuan. Volume 1, Chapter 69. A counterplay. The long-awaited military training performance has finally arrived after a week of rigorous practice. During this period, a few mischievous upperclassmen, munching on watermelons and clutching chilled beverages, would occasionally drop by to visit the unfortunate freshmen who had turned as dark as charcoal under the sun. As a representative of the student council, Xiaomuqing had only made a brief appearance to deliver water and had not returned since. Now, she stood alongside representatives from other departments at the podium, prepared to witness the forthcoming military training report. On the sports field, various professional formations stood ready to commence, while the instructors provided final reminders. In front of each formation stood 2 standard bearers. For the finance class, it was Zhao Jiachuan and Kai Shanshan. Following the recent bout between Zhao Jiachuan and Chen Xiaolong, he had drawn special attention from the instructors. His role as the flag bearer was a testament to his prominent presence and commanding aura. The performance of the freshman military training is about to begin. With the command from the chief instructor at the podium, the spirited strains of the athletes' march resounded, marking the official start of the event. Li Chao, a classmate of Gu Bei, crouched down to untie and then retie the laces of his yellow rubber shoes, fearful they might come undone during the march. The soles of these shoes were quite thin, prompting most students to insert sanitary pads inside, not only to absorb sweat but also to serve as makeshift insoles, preventing their feet from going numb after a day of standing. Li Chao's shoes were already somewhat oversized, and with 2 layers of padding today, they felt less than comfortable. As the finance class prepared for inspection, Li Chao adjusted his shoelaces once more. According to the law of Murphy, Gu Bei sensed that standing beside him might spell trouble. He turned to ask Lin Lishuan to switch places, but was met with a firm refusal. It's our turn. Everyone get ready, Meng Dakue called out, standing on the side of the formation and observing his classmates. March forward. With the instructor's command, the finance class stepped in unison towards the podium. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Lishuan tightened his body, striding forward with a booming voice. Suddenly, he felt as though he had stepped on someone's shoe. In the next moment, he heard a soft curse. Damn, who kicked me? Gu Bei watched in disbelief as Li Chao's yellow rubber shoe flew into the air, colliding with the head of a front-row student, dislodging 2 sanitary pads, which were then kicked further by marching classmates. The pads landed squarely on the heads of Lin Lishuan and Chen Xiaolong. Goodness! The surrounding classmates struggled to suppress their laughter, their steps growing increasingly chaotic. The leading instructor could only watch in dismay as his formation stumbled across the podium in disarray. The expressions of the school leaders, student representatives, and the chief instructor were varied and telling. This class is truly amusing, a department leader murmured to Xiaomuqing beside her. The first and second classes of finance, she replied. Initially unsure, she spotted Gu Bei among the crowd. That rascal has turned into a sunburnt little imp. Doesn't he know to apply sunscreen? Or has he simply neglected to do so? Xiaomuqing gazed at Gu Bei as he walked past, inexplicably beset by a flurry of concern. What does it matter to me? She hastily diverted her gaze, resuming her attention to the next performance in the lineup. What on earth? Who on earth did this? Lin Lishuan yanked the sanitary napkin from atop his head and hurled it to the ground with a thud. Chen Xiaolong's face was a mosaic of bruises. Why is it always me who suffers misfortune? The other students could no longer contain their laughter, clutching their stomachs as they erupted into honking guffaws. This was truly a grand embarrassment before the entire school, especially since it was all captured on video. Li Chao's face was a mask of awkwardness, with only one shoe on his left foot while the right rested atop it, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. Someone stepped on me from behind. Turning to look, he found Lin Lishuan standing right behind him. Lin Lishuan momentarily stumbled over his words. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Among them, Chen Xiaolong bore the greatest injustice, having done nothing yet still subjected to ridicule alongside them. After the morning's military training performance concluded and lunch was consumed, Gu Bei departed the school, heading to the Yinzhuang Cosmetics Company. With a new project underway, funding was required. Gu Bei aimed to initiate a marketing campaign for his online store to elevate the profile of Yi Sanqing. Upon arriving at the office, he sought out Peng Kuan to share his intention of updating the packaging. "What style is this?" Peng Kuan inquired curiously, examining the packaging design in Gu Bei's hands. Gu Bei contemplated before explaining, national style can also embody national trends. He envisioned transforming Yi Sanqing into a brand that resonates with national pride. His new packaging design featured 7 variations, each encapsulating the unique cultural essence of the Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The 7 distinct packages were to be released in a blind box format. Anyone who collected all 7 dynasty packages would be entitled to lifetime complimentary facial masks and priority trials of new products. Cosmetics are consumables, particularly facial masks, with some women using 2 or 3 each day. After leaving Peng Kuan's office, Gu Bei made his way to the shipping room on the first floor. To his delight, he found an additional staff member present since his last visit. The increasing number of part-timers signified a rapid growth in the store's sales. "Well, how did you get so dark?" Chang Rong remarked, gazing at Gu Bei's sun-kissed complexion, unable to stifle a giggle. "Did you go coal mining? Or perhaps a trip to Africa?" "I did this on purpose. It's advantageous for my nocturnal escapades," Gu Bei replied as he approached the computer. Watching the printer churn out shipping labels, he felt a swell of satisfaction. "This is all my money." Cheng Rong leaned closer to Gu Bei, a faint fruity fragrance wafting from him. "Where are you planning to venture tonight? Should I prepare you a set of night gear?" Gu Bei clicked the mouse to check the sales figures on 2 e-commerce platforms, tilting his head to beckon Cheng Rong closer. She complied, resting her cheek against his shoulder, attentively awaiting his forthcoming response. "That evening, I intend to approach you." "How infuriating." Cheng Rong playfully clenched her small fists and playfully struck Gu Bei a couple of times, then leaned in close to his ear, exhaling softly. "How brazen, this flirtatious woman. Attempting to tease me in return." Gu Bei inwardly scoffed, feeling a ticklish sensation on his ears and neck. He suspected that if they were alone, Cheng Rong might even steal a kiss. No, it would be wise to refrain from provoking her further. Sitting by the window, Jiang Shaocha observed the flirtatious exchange between the two, a flicker of discontent crossing her gaze. Was Cheng Rong merely endowed with a larger bosom? She certainly did not possess greater beauty than herself. As she silently grumbled, she looked up to find Gu Bei's gaze directed toward her, offering a nod and a smile. "Thank you all for your hard work." Volume 1. Chapter 70. The gathering of fellow villagers. Gu Beiyao conveyed his instructions to Cheng Rong regarding the impending promotional activities for the store, urging her to make the necessary preparations in advance before departing towards the exit. Upon reaching the security booth at the entrance, Gu Beiyao, as was his custom, offered a cigarette to the elderly security guard. The guard accepted the cigarette and, with a casual motion, handed over a gift bag he had prepared earlier. "This is what Manager Peng instructed me to give you. It's a new product from the company for you to experience." Gu Beiyao, inhaling his cigarette, surveyed the contents of the gift bag. "Another cosmetics gift set? What use would it be for a man like me? I possess no inclination for such things." The guard, sensing Gu Beiyao's bewilderment, elaborated. "Manager Peng mentioned that you could gift it to a girl you fancy. It's from a renowned brand." With a nonchalant smile, Gu Beiyao placed 2 remaining cigarettes from his pocket onto the guard's desk. "Then I shall accept it. Please extend my gratitude to Manager Peng. However, 1 set will certainly not suffice if I am to gift it to multiple girls." He pondered this thought as he left with the gift box in hand. Yinzhuang, being a contract manufacturing facility, had recently secured several prominent brands, leading to a noticeable increase in the number of delivery trucks coming and going. As Gu Beiyao exited the factory grounds and made his way to the bus stop along the sidewalk, his phone vibrated, signaling a new message. It was from Cheng Rong. "No need for night attire tonight. I'll leave the door open for you." "Does it appear that I am such a casual individual?" Gu Beiyao murmured to himself, before replying. "The weather forecast predicts rain tonight. I suggest you secure the doors and windows." "No need for thanks. We shall meet another day." Gu Beiyao considered himself not a frivolous person, but rather one who becomes indiscreet only under certain circumstances. Once aboard the bus, he promptly deleted the recent chat messages. Although no one would scrutinize his phone, he deemed it prudent to cultivate this habit early on. Upon arriving at Jiangxing University Station, he did not disembark. Instead, he proceeded directly to Huajing University. Today marked the conclusion of Xie Wanner's week-long military training. Since he had last accompanied her to school during the start of term, they had yet to reunite. Recalling the layout of the campus from the beginning of the semester, Gu Beiyao made his way to the dormitory building where Xia Wan'er resided. At the entrance of the female dormitory, a young man stood in front of Xia Wan'er, preventing her from ascending the stairs. The young man, approximately 175 meters tall, donned a white polo shirt paired with black casual trousers, his feet encased in severely creased black leather shoes, seemingly striving to project an image of competence and maturity. Xia, I have organized a gathering for fellow villagers tonight. You should join us, he invited. I'm sorry, Zhao Kai, but I do not wish to attend. Xia Wan'er replied without hesitation, lacking even the inclination to fabricate an excuse. Her response was straightforward. I do not wish to go. Zhao Kai's smile faltered at her blunt refusal. Given her directness, persisting in his pursuit would only serve to make him appear inconsiderate. However, he had made a wager with Zhang Xiaobo, declaring he would successfully invite Xia Wan'er to the gathering. He had boasted that should he fail, he would perform a handstand while eating a pastry. Many had been witnesses to this proclamation. If Xia Wan'er does not go, how will she explain herself? Xia, my junior, do you know what is most crucial in our industry? Xia Wan'er remained silent, eager to ascend the stairs and change her attire, as Gu Bei had messaged her, expressing his intent to visit. Noticing her lack of response, Zhao Kai answered his own question. It must be connections and relationships. If one wishes to wield influence in the legal field, these seniors will certainly assist you. Attending gatherings and meeting more friends will be beneficial. I don't. Before Xia Wan'er could finish her sentence, a young man carrying a gift box strode into her view. Gu Bei, spotting the slightly aggrieved expression on Xia Wan'er's face, waved at her enthusiastically. Xia Wan'er. Zhao Kai observed that while Xia Wan'er had spoken to him with palpable reluctance moments ago, she was now radiant, her eyes sparkling with delight. He abruptly turned to see a darker-skinned young man approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Xia Wan'er, why are you still in your military training uniform? Were you so eager to see me that you didn't have time to change? Gu Bei bypassed Zhao Kai and approached Xia Wan'er, scrutinizing her from head to toe. You've lost weight. However, you still possess curves in all the right places. Even the loose military uniform cannot conceal your graceful figure. Xia Wan'er beamed, unable to suppress her joy. You've tanned, looking like a little black potato. Zhao Kai stood awkwardly beside them, unsure whether to leave or interject. He felt utterly out of place. Junior, who is this? Zhao Kai forced himself to inquire. Gu Bei turned his head, his gaze filled with mischief as he scrutinized the man before him. Before he could voice his suspicion, Xia Wan'er took the initiative, grasping Gu Bei's wrist, and addressed Zhao Kai. This is my boyfriend, Gu Bei. Boyfriend? Zhao Kai looked at Gu Bei in astonishment. The fourth year Zhao Kai and Gu Bei locked eyes for a fleeting second before quickly averting their gazes. That scoundrel Zhang Xiaobo only mentioned that Xia Wan'er had an older brother, failing to mention she had a boyfriend. Zhao Kai remained oblivious that Zhang Xiaobo's reference to Xia Wan'er's brother was indeed her boyfriend. He felt a sting of betrayal from a friend, more painful than any humiliation. Gu Bei lowered his gaze, fixated on the Xia Wan'er leaning against him. The moment she claimed him as her boyfriend, his cheeks flushed as red as a ripe peach, the kind that might burst with a gentle poke. As Xia Wan'er uttered those words, a twinge of regret washed over her. What nonsense was she spouting? Yet, to deflect Zhao Kai, she felt compelled to maintain this faade. She would clarify with Gu Bei later. After all, they were merely good friends. Zhao Kai, I will be dining with my boyfriend tonight, so I want to be attending your gathering. Xia Wan'er firmly declined. Zhao Kai nodded dejectedly. With her boyfriend present, any further insistence would only invite trouble. He decided it would be wiser to return and settle matters with Zhang Xiaobo. Upon hearing about the gathering, Gu Bei felt an exhilarating surge of interest. After all, there was a chance for a complimentary meal. Why not indulge? What gathering? He inquired. A hometown gathering. Xia Wan'er softly elucidated. Gu Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded. What a coincidence. I hail from Qizhou as well. Would you mind if I joined you, senior? Zhao Kai, momentarily bewildered, found himself unexpectedly intrigued. This fellow appeared rather naive. Did he not realize someone was pursuing his girlfriend? Of course, you are welcome. Zhao Kai readily agreed. With boyfriend in attendance, it was certain that Xia Wan'er would also be present. Thus, he perceived that he had not lost. Zheng Xiaobo. Prepare to open your wallet. Volume 1, Chapter 71. No need to be polite upon hearing that Gu Bei was leaving. Xia Wan'er refrained from saying anything further and turned to return to her dormitory to change. With Gu Bei by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. As Xiao Wan'er ascended to the second floor, she spotted Yang Lele hastily making her way down the stairs. Wan'er, are you alright? Yang Lele, having just seen Xiao Wan'er being confronted by Zhao Kai from the balcony window, hurried down, intending to intervene. To her surprise, she found Xiao Wan'er already returning. Xiao Wan'er offered a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude to the rushing Yang Lele. Yang Lele was indeed her first friend in college. There's nothing to worry about. You should head back, Xiao Wan'er said as they walked side by side back to the dormitory. She shed her military training uniform and retrieved a clean, floral white dress from her wardrobe. Wan'er, are you going out on a date? Yang Lele stood behind her, admiring her enchanting roommate in the mirror, her smile radiant. A blush appeared on Xiao Wan'er's fair skin as she softly replied, "It's not a date." With Zhao Kai? Yang Lele questioned. Knowing well that Xiao Wan'er held no affection for Zhao Kai. During military training, Zhao Kai had made a point to request her WeChat, which she had declined. There was no way she would be dining with him now. Curious, Yang Lele dashed to the balcony to glance below, where Gu Bei was seated on a bench, casually crossing his legs and fiddling with his phone. So, he—yes, your boyfriend, she exclaimed. Go on, go. Make yourself look lovely. Returning to Xiao Wan'er, Yang Lele produced her own perfume and spritzed a couple of sprays on her. For reasons unknown, she felt that Gu Bei exuded a reliability that was rare among their peers, despite both being freshmen. Xiao Wan'er wrinkled her nose slightly at the scent of the perfume. She turned back to her desk, opening the cosmetics gift box Gu Bei had given her, retrieving a small jar of cream to hand to Yang Lele. This is for you. Ah, this is also from your boyfriend, isn't it? Yang Lele examined the cream with delight, her face alight with surprise. I didn't expect your boyfriend to have such good taste in cosmetics. However, it's meant for you. Keep it for yourself. She gently placed the cream back in the box and closed the lid. You should hurry and meet your boyfriend. He might be waiting anxiously. When you return, I'll teach you how to use it, Yang Lele urged, giving Xiao Wan'er a gentle push toward the door. As Xiao Wan'er descended the stairs, Yang Lele rushed back to the balcony to continue her observation. Watching others in love was truly the sweetest. Outside the girls' dormitory, Gu Bei gazed at the sweet girl emerging in her floral white dress and white sneakers, his throat constricting uncontrollably. If he were to take a bite, she would surely cry. The thought of pinching her cheeks while she wept seemed amusing. Xiao Wan'er's bright, water-like eyes met the boy's intense gaze, and she playfully raised her chin. Silly, we can go now. All right, my girlfriend, he replied. Gu Bei rose and approached Xiao Wan'er, the delicate fragrance of her perfume wafting through the air. Have you applied perfume? Upon hearing Gu Bei refer to her as his girlfriend, Xiao Wan'er hurriedly began to explain. I only said you were my boyfriend because of the circumstances. Yet, her words trailed off, and she found herself reluctant to elaborate further. Strangely, she felt no aversion to being called his girlfriend. Instead, a flutter of excitement danced within her. Gu Bei remained silent, his gaze fixed on their intertwined fingers. Her soft, fair hands fidgeted restlessly. It was the first time he had seen her so anxious. Amused, Gu Bei decided to tease her. Are you trying to explain yourself? Explanation is merely a guise, and a guise is but a reflection of reality. So, you do wish for me to be your boyfriend, don't you? Absolutely not. I wouldn't care less, she retorted, her response a rapid succession of denials, revealing her inner tension. What circumstances induce such nervousness? It is when one's thoughts are unexpectedly exposed that one hastily seeks to clarify. Gu Bei deliberately leaned closer to Xiao Wan'er, their hands brushing against each other. Yet she did not shy away. Together, they strolled to a restaurant named Gourmet Imprint outside Huazhong University. The hometown gathering Zhao Kai spoke of was located in a private room on the second floor. Perhaps due to the recent commencement of the semester and the conclusion of military training, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Before 7 o'clock, the main hall was already filled with university students from nearby schools. In the private room on the second floor, Zhao Kai, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, took a deep drag and glanced at Zheng Qiubo seated by the window. I told you, Xie is definitely coming. You might as well prepare to foot the bill for this meal. Zheng Qiubo dismissed him with a scoff. Seated beside him were two other young men who chimed in. During military training, we tried repeatedly to get her WeChat and failed miserably. If you manage to bring her out, I'll call you Dad. Hey, remember what you said, no takebacks. Zhao Kai exclaimed, standing animatedly and pointing at the two. Whoever goes back on their word is a loser. But if she doesn't show up, you'll be calling us Grandpa. It was a deal. Could you two smoke a little less? There are girls here. A girl sitting across the room remarked, fanning away the second-hand smoke with a slight frown. The room was filled with a dozen or more people, the majority being boys, with 5 or 6 girls present as well. It's still early. She probably won't come. Let us order the food. I'm starving, one of them suggested. Yes. Let us have the waiter bring out the dishes. A boy at the door called out, and a tall, handsome waiter entered. What dishes are we having? What dishes? I haven't even placed my order. How would you know what I want? Beiyye flashed an innocuous smile as he confidently entered the private room. You're just a waiter. What do you know about ordering? A classmate at the entrance shot back. But Zhao Kai immediately sprang to his feet. She's here. What do you mean she's here? All eyes in the private room turned towards the entrance. As Beiyye stepped inside, Xia Wanner, who followed closely behind him, came into view, captivating the attention of everyone present. Those unfamiliar with Xia Wanner were visibly astonished. Indeed, she was a beauty of schoolflower caliber, and her allure was entirely natural. The moment Zheng Qiubo laid eyes on Beiyye, he seemed to grasp the situation. He had already inquired and discovered that there was no one by the name of Beiyye in their senior year. As for Beiyye's true background, he had yet to ascertain. Beiyye reached out to grasp Xia Wanner's delicate wrist, leading her to an adjacent empty seat. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Zheng Qiubo. Zheng, my fellow townsman, you are here as well? Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable. Volume 1, Chapter 72. Mr. Gu, aren't we supposed to order? Beiyye, displaying an unreserved demeanor as if he were at home, gestured towards the girl across from him. Could you please pass me the menu? The girl, her eyes sparkling with admiration, eagerly handed over the menu, internally exclaiming, what a handsome young man. Just looking at him made her feel as if she could devour 2 bowls of rice. Beiyye flashed her a gentle smile. Thank you. That smile caused the girl to bounce with joy, nearly brought to tears as she covered her mouth in delight. Beiyye discerned that she was a quintessential infatuated type, the kind that becomes utterly entranced by an appealing young man. Were it not for the presence of Xia Wanner, he might have entertained the notion of deeper engagement that evening. As Beiyye perused the menu, he swiftly listed several signature dishes, which Xia Wanner diligently noted down. Meanwhile, Zheng Qiubo, seated by the window, shot a resentful glance at Zhao Kai, his eyes brimming with unspoken grievances. You asked for Xia Wanner to come, but you didn't mention she was bringing a boy. If only you had said, is Xia Wanner here? Zhao Kai, however, had his reasons and exchanged knowing glances with Zheng Qiubo. After 5 or 6 minutes, once Beiyye had finalized the order, he courteously turned to the others. What would you all like to eat? Feel free to order whatever you desire. Prior to Beiyye's arrival, Zhao Kai and Zheng Qiubo had been the undisputed lords of the room. However, upon his entrance, the dynamic shifted, and he effortlessly assumed the role of the host. Are you from that particular major? The girl across from him inquired with curiosity. Beiyye pushed the utensils towards Xia Wanner and replied with a smile. I'm not from your prestigious Huazheng University. I study finance at Jiangda. Upon hearing that Beiyye was from Jiangda, the others in the private room collectively exhaled in relief. Although Jiangda's finance program is also a distinguished major, it pales in comparison to Huazheng. This newfound knowledge imbued them with confidence. The previously anxious Zheng Qiubo and Zhao Kai now felt a surge of assurance. It was clear they were not operating on the same level. Beiyye had no intention of comparing himself to them. He was merely there to enjoy a complimentary meal. After all, he was not spending a dime and could take Xia Wanner out for a meal. Why not indulge? Following the meal ordering, Beiyye engaged in quiet conversation with Xia Wanner, inquiring about her experiences at school. Occasionally, he glanced at his phone, which buzzed with messages from his dorm group, where Kong Yifan was calling for a gathering. Beiyye promptly replied that he would join next time, as he was currently not on campus. Before long, the dishes arrived, and Beiyye, surveying the abundant spread before him, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Old Zhao, I heard you're heading to Kyoto soon with Professor Luo to record a program? Zheng Qiubo casually remarked, observing Zhao Kai. Their eyes met, and they instantly understood each other's thoughts. Zhao Kai waved his hand dismissively, glancing nonchalantly at the engrossed Beiyye. Oh, it's nothing. I'm quite accustomed to it now. Wherever Professor Luo goes, I must accompany him. He holds you in high regard. If you pursue his graduate program, you'll undoubtedly secure a position in a prestigious law firm. Just don't forget these friends when the time comes. Zheng Qiubo, with a beaming smile, lifted his glass, prompting others to follow suit, raising their cups of liquor or beverages. Beiyye, seemingly indifferent, picked up a piece of marbled beef and placed it into the small bowl before Xia Wanner. He thought to himself that such pretentiousness was rather lowbrow, leaving him feeling embarrassed merely by listening. Noticing the odd glances directed at him, Beiyye chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I apologize, but I cannot drink this liquor. Please enjoy it yourselves. I shall not partake. The underlying implication was clear. The liquor was subpar, and he would rather not risk an upset stomach. Zhang Qiubo and Zhao Kai exchanged glances, their lips curling in disbelief at his pretentiousness, leaving them in a quandary about whether to set down their drinks or consume them. Having eaten to a moderate satisfaction, Gu Bei took a tissue to wipe his mouth and turned to a fellow male patron seated by the door, requesting, "My fellow townsman, could you kindly summon a server for me?" The others in the room were perplexed, unsure of his intentions as they watched him with amusement. Upon the server's arrival, Gu Bei directly instructed, "Please bring a bottle of Wuliangye. I will cover this one myself." "Certainly," the server replied, exiting the room with a light step. In this establishment, patrons typically indulged in inexpensive liquor and beer, while fewer opted for the comparatively costly spirits, given the pricey dishes they had ordered. It was evident that they were significant clients. Once the server retrieved the liquor, he swiftly returned to the private room, handing the bottle directly to Gu Bei. Following his usual meticulousness, Gu Bei inspected the bottle to confirm its authenticity before allowing the server to leave. He uncorked the liquor and poured it into his glass, then gestured for the other gentlemen to join him. Although Zhao Kai and his companions were bewildered, they complied, intrigued by the difference between Wuliangye and Erguo. Once everyone had a drink in hand, Gu Bei, his smile softening, rose to address them. "Esteemed friends, as fellow townsfolk, let us look out for one another. My sister is studying at Huazheng, and I kindly ask for your care on her behalf." With that, he downed his glass of liquor in one swift motion, exuding sincerity. Xia Wan'er, witnessing his hasty consumption, reached out to stop him, but was a moment too late. She grasped the hem of his clothing, imploring him not to drink so hastily. The others in the room, including Zhang Qiubo, were taken aback by his audacious manner of drinking. For this was liquor of a high caliber, not to be squandered. However, to those accustomed to fine spirits, it was akin to their perception of Erguo. Before they could interject, Gu Bei set down his glass and continued, fixing his gaze on all present. "My sister is gentle-natured and may refrain from confiding certain matters to me. Should anyone bully her at school, I implore you to inform me. I shall ensure they do not see the light of another day." His previously gentle demeanor abruptly transformed, revealing a fierce intensity. The initial pleasantries gave way to a stern warning. Any future harassment of Xia Wan'er would not merely be a matter of dining together. Zhao Kai and Zhang Qiubo could undoubtedly discern the weight of his words, and even if they were oblivious, the piercing gaze Gu Bei had cast upon them made his intentions unmistakably clear. "Drenched in sweat, my dear brother." The tranquil ambience of the private room was abruptly interrupted by the sound of knocking at the door. A waiter entered, bearing a fruit platter, stating, "This has been specially arranged by our boss for you. Please enjoy." At that moment, a figure passed by in the corridor, casually glancing into the room with a cigarette in mouth. "Is that you, General Gu?" Pang Kuen's steps hesitated before retreating, as he waved a greeting towards Gu Bei. Choosing not to intrude further, he assumed Gu Bei was engaged in significant matters. As a seasoned player in the business arena, he understood such unspoken protocols. Although Pang Kuen's greeting was not loud, Zhao Kai, positioned not far from the entrance, heard it distinctly. Was the formidable man from earlier indeed referred to as General Gu? Volume 1, Chapter 73. "Sister, please stay safe." Zhao Kai picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Qiubo, who was in the same room, informing him of what he had just overheard. Zhang Qiubo replied immediately, "You must be drunk. You definitely misheard." Zhao Kai held his phone in silence for a moment. Although his tolerance for alcohol was average, he believed he shouldn't have become intoxicated from just that. Could it be that he truly misheard? His gaze drifted to Gu Bei, who was enjoying his beef, and he shook his head slightly. He was certain he had misheard. What young executive would be that age? A series of knocks echoed at the door once more, and a waiter entered, holding a bottle of Wuliangye. Before he could speak, one of the young men by the entrance interjected, "We finished ours. No one else wants any." As he spoke, he turned to look at Gu Bei. The waiter smiled and explained, "This bottle is a gift from General Pang in the adjacent private room for General Gu." "General Gu? Who is General Gu? This must be a mistake. It's fine if it's for me." Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Gu Bei reached out to accept the bottle from the waiter and instructed, "Please thank General Pang for me." Pang Kuen was also a frequent patron of this establishment, primarily for its specialty beef. Upon seeing Gu Bei earlier, he had inquired about the situation when the waiter was serving dishes. And upon learning that Gu Bei was dining with students and that they had ordered a bottle of Wuliangye, he had the waiter bring another one. Pang Kuen's initial collaboration with Gu Bei was largely facilitated by the Xia family's vehicle that had brought him in. However, over time, He realized that Beiyye was indeed exceptional, a realization stemming from a businessman's intuition. Beiyye's online store was now among the top 5 in terms of procurement volume at the factory, and such a client was certainly worth nurturing. Inside the private room, the university students who had been boasting moments ago found themselves at a loss for words upon witnessing this scene. Is it now commonplace for anyone to be addressed as general? Beiyye held the bottle without opening it and waved dismissively at Zheng Qiubo and the others, saying, "Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm not a general. It's just a playful title among friends. Please, continue your meal." Upon hearing Beiyye's explanation, Zheng Qiubo secretly sighed in relief, almost believing he had been publicly embarrassed by a big shot. Nonetheless, it was indeed an impressive fade. Perhaps I should try something similar in the future, although Wuliangye is a bit pricey. Perhaps I could use red wine instead. They wouldn't know the difference. Beiyye turned to look at the already sated Xiaowan, who was gazing at his profile with her bright, sparkling eyes. "Isn't your boyfriend incredibly handsome?" Xiaowan remarked with a teasing smile, playfully pinching Beiyye's waist, giving it a gentle twist. Using that tactic again, Beiyye mimicked her expression, feigning indifference to the pain, and seized her small hand. Xiaowan's cheeks flushed slightly as she kicked his calf, striving to break free. The last time she employed such a tactic, Beiyye had similarly held her hand. It seemed wise to refrain from using this approach in the future, as he always found a way to seize the advantage. "Dear fellow villagers, please continue your meal. We shall take our leave first." Beiyye, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, grasped Xiaowan by the wrist with one hand while holding a bottle of wine gifted by Pang Kuan in the other. Before gracefully departing from the dining establishment, naturally he honored his promise by settling the bill for the wine at the reception on the first floor. Though he paid no heed to the cost of the meal, as he presumed these individuals would merely be strangers in the future. After escorting Xiaowan back to her dormitory, Beiyye stepped out of Huazheng University and glanced at the time on his phone. The walk from Huazheng University to Jiangda would take a little over 20 minutes, so he resolved to make the journey on foot. Between Huazheng and Jiangda lay 2 other universities, namely the University of Finance and the University of Science and Technology. The streets outside were bustling with students, adorned in hot shorts and skirts, showcasing their long legs, leaving one's gaze scarcely sufficient to take it all in. The streetlights cast elongated shadows of Beiyye, accentuating his solitary figure and imbuing him with an air of melancholy. However, he relished this time alone, allowing himself to unwind and ponder various matters. Vehicles sped by, stirring up the sweltering summer heat. Meanwhile, Xiaomuqing was driving a luxury SUV back to campus, the air conditioning providing a refreshing respite, accompanied by soft melodies playing in the background. As she cruised past the gates of Huazheng, a familiar silhouette came into view, gradually shifting to the slow lane. She surpassed Beiyye, who was ambling along the sidewalk. Through the rearview mirror, she noticed him holding a red cloth bag, the contents of which remained a mystery. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a pack of cigarettes, glancing at it before inexplicably placing it back. Xiaomuqing observed quietly, aided by the streetlights, scrutinizing the boy with whom she had shared moments. There was an indefinable charm about him, something that felt beyond his years. "Hey, I'm heading back to school. Would you like a ride?" Xiaomuqing called out coolly as she lowered the passenger window to the approaching Beiyye. Previously, she would have never thought to invite a stranger into her vehicle, but something compelled her to make the gesture this time. Perhaps as a form of atonement for having tossed his clothes. Upon hearing her call, Beiyye turned to face the roadside, where the silver SUV and its strikingly elegant senior stood. The combination was simply unbeatable. He approached the window but did not immediately enter. Instead, he politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to walk back. You call me to get into your car, and I just hop in? I have my pride, you know. Though you are quite handsome, I adhere to my principles." As for his principles, they undoubtedly involved a bit of playful teasing before acquiescing. Xiaomuqing felt a flutter of joy at being addressed as sister once more, a title that had previously elicited little response from her when used by others. Yet, whenever Beiyye called her sister, it softened her heart. However, she was momentarily taken aback by his refusal. "Oh, you ungrateful young man. Anyone can ride in my car." "Very well, make your way back alone." Xiaomuqing, in a fit of irritation, tossed out a remark and prepared to drive away. Beiyye, with a smile, waved at her and said, "Sister, do drive safely. When I no longer smell of alcohol, take me for a ride, won't you?" Some women are particularly sensitive to the scent of smoke and alcohol on men, especially in the confined space of a car, which typically exudes delightful fragrances. His audacious act of entering her vehicle might leave an unfavorable impression. While it is customary for men to take women for drives, he unabashedly suggested that the aloof senior sister take him for a spin. Gu Bei's voice, mingled with the gentle breeze, reached Xiao Muqing's ears, gradually dissipating the trace of her earlier haughtiness. How thoughtful of him. Volume 1, Chapter 74. A call from a girl. Xiao Muqing leisurely drove away. Casting a final glance at Gu Bei, who was intently watching her car merge into the traffic through the rearview mirror. Upon returning to her apartment, she found Beiye immersed in a game, adorned with pink cat ear headphones. Noticing Xiao Muqing's arrival, Beiye continued her gameplay without pause, cheerfully exclaiming, Xia, come here. I just got scolded by a primary school student. Avenge me. Pouting her lips and adopting a whiny expression, she appeared to be gravely wronged. As Xiao Muqing passed behind her, she caught a glimpse of the dismal performance on the computer screen and swiftly retreated. With such skills, she would only be able to dine at the children's table. When the word defeat flashed across the screen, Beiye resigned herself to despair, removing her headphones and swiveling her gaming chair to face Xiao Muqing. Xia. I lost again. After a few more losses, I might as well get used to it, she lamented. Xiao Muqing replied with calmness, it becomes easier with practice. Beiye huffed lightly, suddenly recalling something, her face alight with curiosity. Xia, I saw on the forum that there's a rumor you have a younger brother, specifically, the boy from the orientation at the beginning of the semester. Is it true? Having been friends for years, this was the first time she had heard of a brother. Without directly answering, Xiao Muqing countered with a question. Do you believe it to be true? Whether it's true or not, I can't say for certain, but he certainly isn't my biological brother. Beiye sprang from her chair, leaning closer to Xiao Muqing. But he is quite handsome. A sister-brother romance wouldn't be too bad. Do you like him? Xiao Muqing bent down to remove her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, before slipping into a pair of slippers. Whether I like him or not is irrelevant. It's your opinion that matters. What nonsense are you talking about? Ignoring Beiye's ramblings, she stood up and headed for the shower. Her friend had a penchant for matchmaking, often eager to introduce suitors to Xiao Muqing despite having no boyfriend herself. As Beiye would say, if you're not dating, how can I enjoy feeding you my dog food? Meanwhile, Gu Bei returned to the dormitory, where Lin Lishuan was still brooding over the morning's military training performance, even lacking the confidence to message Zhang Shui. Brother Yi, I really embarrassed myself this time, Lin Lishuan complained. The video from the morning had been uploaded to the university's forum, quickly becoming the hottest topic among the freshmen. Kong Yifan scrolled through the forum on his computer, reading the comments beneath the video, and couldn't help but scoff. These people are truly bored. Claiming our fourth brother has lost his right to choose a partner for 4 years. Nonsense. Don't worry, fourth brother. If Zhang Shui doesn't want you, second brother will introduce someone better. I know a girl named Xiaomei from the foot massage parlor who would be perfect for you. Shut up, Lin Lishuan interrupted Kong Yifan. Had it not been for that last remark, he might have been swayed by Kong Yifan's absurd claims. Zhao Jiachuan gently reassured, in a few days. No one will remember this incident. You need not dwell on it. Gu Bei nodded in agreement, recognizing that Zhao Jiachuan possessed a clearer perspective. Meanwhile, a notification was disseminated in the class group as the counselor, Meng Dekue, announced that everyone should gather in classroom 204 the following day for the official appointment of class officers. Gu Bei cast a casual glance at his phone, tossed it onto the bed, and proceeded to take a shower. Upon his return, he noticed the absence of Kong Yifan, who was busy traversing the boys' dormitory in search of votes. Gu Bei opened his computer to check on the status of his online store. The homepage was already buzzing with promotional activities for upcoming events, showcasing various slogans of national style and national trend that sharply contrasted with the gaudy advertisements typical of conventional online shops. Leaning back in his chair, Gu Bei's phone suddenly pinged with a friend request. It was Jiang Xiaocha. Boss Peng mentioned that the product will be offline tomorrow. He asked you to come by if you have time. Typically, such messages were sent by Cheng Rong, so it piqued his curiosity that it was someone else today. After approving the request, he replied with a simple, got it. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Rong sent a message with a similar sentiment to Jiang Xiaocha's. Gu Bei began to grasp the underlying intention. Jiang Xiaocha's mention of business was merely a facade, while the true motive was to exchange contact details without Cheng Rong's knowledge. A soft chuckle escaped Gu Bei's lips as he replied to Cheng Rong with the same 3 words, choosing not to disclose Jiang Xiaocha's addition to his WeChat. Moments later, Jiang Xiaocha sent a cute emoji, followed by an apologetic message a few minutes later. Sorry, I sent that by mistake. Such trivial tactics, flaunted before him? Gu Beiyue silently scoffed and chose not to respond, allowing the situation to simmer for a while longer. Half an hour later, Kang Yifan swaggered back to the dormitory with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding confidence as he entered and began to distribute cigarettes. Come on, brothers. Tomorrow it all depends on you. He made his rounds through the dormitories, scattering 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket, brimming with assurance for the class leader position. While Kang Yifan was busy among the boys, Kai Shanshan was equally active in the girls' dormitory, fervently messaging not only the girls but also some of the boys. All the boys in room 311, except for Kang Yifan, received messages from Kai Shanshan. Gu Beiyue refrained from commenting on their actions to him. The role of class leader held little allure. Moreover, once his career took off, he would scarcely have the time to attend to trivial class matters. If Kang Yifan were to ascend to the position of class leader, Gu Beiyue would not oppose it. After all, having someone in the leadership role within the dormitory would facilitate requests for leave or skipping classes. What if he were not elected? Gu Beiyue pondered this possibility as he glanced at the composed Zhao Jiachuan. If his instincts were correct, this individual was not vying for the title of class leader, but was instead waiting for the position of youth league secretary. Zhao Jiachuan harbored no ill intentions. His thoughts were transparently evident to all. He merely exudes an impression of sincerity and honesty, rendering him inconspicuous. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a phone rang out just as Gu Beiyue had settled into bed. The call was from Xie Wan'er. Upon seeing the caller ID, a slight smile graced Gu Beiyue's lips. What's the matter? Have you begun to miss me already? Hardly. I merely wanted to check if you've arrived at school. I hope you haven't been stolen away on the way. Xie Wan'er's playful and lively voice resonated through the receiver. Although Gu Beiyue could not see her, he could vividly imagine her standing on the balcony, pouting adorably. Upon hearing Gu Beiyue's voice on the phone, Kang Yifan, Lin Lishuan, and Zhao Jiachuan instinctively turned their gazes toward him. The tone clearly indicated that it was a female caller. Volume 1, Chapter 75, Good and Bad Old Gu. Whom are you on the phone with? Kang Yifan inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Gu Beiyue, who had just hung up. No wonder you're disinterested whenever we discuss the girls in our class. It seems you have a hidden sweetheart. Indeed, brother Yi, what major is your sister-in-law studying? Lin Lishuan chimed in enthusiastically. We are having a gathering in our dorm tomorrow night. Let us meet her then. Although Zhao Jiaqing remained silent, he nodded in agreement. Gu Beiyue, holding his phone, surveyed the faces of the three with an air of pretentiousness. The sister-in-law you speak of? It can only be her, the one I just called. But she is not my sister-in-law. She is merely my younger sister. With a goddess like Mu Qing as an older sister, you must have a younger sister as well. Do you also have a cousin? Lin Lishuan asked playfully. Gu Beiyue, not one to fabricate tales, nodded vigorously. I nearly forgot. I do have one. Studying at the medical school of Jiangda. I'll introduce you to her later. The sister he referred to in the medical school was Chang Yan'ai. Ever since the semester began, he had been urged to visit her, yet he had not found the time. The trio in the dormitory found Gu Beiyue's claims increasingly absurd and ceased their inquiries. The next day, in classroom 204, the students of Class 1 in Finance reconvened post-military training to select class leaders. Upon entering the room, the four from dorm 311 immediately sensed a tense atmosphere. Was it merely the election of a class leader? Must it feel akin to a battle? Kai Shanshan's gaze fixed on Kang Yifan the moment he walked in. Had her eyes possessed the power to emit electric currents, Kang Yifan would have been rendered convulsing, overwhelmed by the intensity. Aspiring to contest for the position of class leader was merely a dream, faced with Kai Shanshan's unfriendly glare. Kang Yifan nonchalantly tousled his bangs and playfully arched an eyebrow at her. Do not be infatuated, I am but a legend. Kai Shanshan, feeling somewhat repulsed, promptly averted her gaze and began a congenial conversation with the nearby girls. It was not until Meng Dakuai entered the classroom that everyone finally set aside their phones and turned their attention to the podium. Everyone, after a week of military training, I believe you have all developed a basic understanding of one another. Today, we shall finalize the list of class committee members. If anyone has thoughts to share, feel free to come to the stage. After the speeches, a secret ballot will be conducted. The candidate with the most votes will be elected. Who will be the first to speak? I will, Kang Yifan declared, stepping forward with unwavering confidence. Hello everyone, I am Kang Yifan. Without further ado, if I were to become the class leader. All right, next candidate. Who else wishes to speak? Meng Dakuai interjected after Kang Yifan wrapped up in less than 5 minutes. Creak. Kai Shanshan rose, her chair squeaking in protest. She strode confidently to the stage and delivered her campaign speech. Following her were other candidates sharing their speeches. Just as the audience presumed that no one else would take the stage, Zhao Jiaqing, seated beside Gu Bei, suddenly stood up. Greetings, everyone. I am contesting for the position of Youth League Secretary. Zhao Jiachuan left a profound impression during military training, notably as the leading soldier who effortlessly subdued Qin Shaolong. Kong Yifan and Lin Lishuan appeared somewhat astonished by Zhao Jiachuan's ascent. They had not heard him express any intentions of running for class officer in the dormitory. Thus, his sudden appearance on stage caught them somewhat unprepared. Gu Bei, however, had anticipated this turn of events. He had not been silent. Rather, it was the lack of attention from the two that led to their surprise. You two are perpetually preoccupied with which girl is more beautiful, neglecting any serious matters. As Zhao Jiachuan concluded his speech, the voting commenced, leading to the counting of the ballots. As expected, Kong Yifan was not elected as class leader, while Kai Shanshan emerged victorious as the head of Finance Class 1. Zhao Jiachuan, with an overwhelming majority, was elected as the Youth League Secretary. Observing the election results from the podium, Kong Yifan displayed no signs of sorrow and even took the initiative to congratulate Kai Shanshan. Kai Shanshan, who had always regarded Kong Yifan as a formidable rival, momentarily taken aback by his olive branch, soon accepted it with genuine delight. After all, they were classmates. The election was a fleeting moment, and they would remain peers for the next 4 years, unable to persist as adversaries. Gu Bei, why did you not participate in the election? Jiang Yujie inquired, hastily pursuing him as he exited the classroom. She had intended to cast her vote for him, only to discover that he had chosen not to run for any office. As Gu Bei descended the stairs, he glanced at the approaching Jiang Yujie and replied, "My abilities are limited. I never take on unpaid work." Jiang Yujie had never encountered such a sentiment before, but upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. "Do you have time this evening?" she asked. "What is the matter? Are you inviting me to dinner? Is that possible?" Jiang Yujie, encouraged by Gu Bei's candidness, extended the invitation directly. Upon reaching the stairwell, Gu Bei paused for a few seconds before responding, "Not tonight. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day. I will treat you then." Jiang Yujie remained on the steps, watching Gu Bei's receding figure with her hands clasped in anticipation. Even his silhouette is so charming. Chun Huiru descended the stairs and stood behind Jiang Yujie, following her gaze only to find nothing. In the blink of an eye, where did everyone go? "What are you looking at?" "A man with charisma," Jiang Yujie replied casually. Chun Huiru rolled her eyes. "Which man lacks charisma?" "No, he is different." "Who is he?" Jiang Yujie began, but quickly regained her composure and pulled Chun Huiru towards the cafeteria. "You still haven't revealed who he is? You will find out soon enough. Still trying to keep it from me?" Chun Huiru feigned anger. "I even know how many moles are on your backside. And you?" Jiang Yujie covered Chun Huiru's mouth, silencing her. Such secrets among close friends should not be divulged in broad daylight. After leaving school, Gu Bei headed straight to the production workshop of the Yinzhuang Cosmetics Company. The newly packaged products of One Leaf 3 Purities have begun to roll off the assembly line, and they will soon be sold in the form of blind boxes. Observing the products descending the production line, Gu Bei picked one up and examined it thoroughly. Everything appeared to be in order. After exiting the factory, Gu Bei informed the production manager that the items featuring elements of the Qing dynasty would only be produced in this batch. As he walked along the office building's path, Cheng Rong, with her wide, curious eyes, inquired, "Why only one batch? If everyone manages to collect all 7 designs, wouldn't we be engaging in charity?" He replied, "The rarity of the product increases its value. I will release the Qing dynasty-themed masks at a later time." Cheng Rong quickly grasped the underlying implication and gave Gu Bei a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You were quite mischievous." Volume 1. Chapter 76. Clearance Sale. Cheng Rong deliberately praised Gu Bei in a coy voice, her soft curves brushing against his arm intermittently. "My dormitory's drain is clogged. Could you help me clear it?" Gu Bei took a cautious half-step to the right, discreetly checking the time on his phone. "Rest assured, there's no one in the dormitory now." Cheng Rong assumed Gu Bei was concerned about being seen by others, and hurriedly clarified, "Xiao Cha is still at the office." She once returned to the dorm. Gu Bei cast a glance at her, noting the delicate lace peeking from her loose neckline. "If the drain is blocked, contact the logistics team at the factory. I am not a professional plumber," he replied coldly. Cheng Rong, upon hearing his response, realized her little ploy had failed once again, her lips pouting in mild frustration. If it were another boy, he might have eagerly volunteered to visit her dorm without her prompting. Yet, this boy, younger than her by a year, could resist temptation. No wonder he was so successful with his online store. Upon returning to the first floor of the office building, Jiang Xiaocha was busy packing parcels with 3 other ladies. She greeted Gu Bei with a bright smile upon his arrival. His reaction was as usual, merely a polite nod. He anticipated a surge of small orders for the online store soon and instructed Qing Rong to prepare 2 part-time helpers in advance. After leaving the factory, Gu Bei took a car back to Jiangxing University. Instead of heading to the main campus, he arrived at the medical school's entrance in the northern district. Chang and I, who had been waiting, waved energetically at Gu Bei. "Shall you go?" After a week of military training, she had tanned slightly, yet compared to Gu Bei, her complexion still radiated brilliance. Seeing family far from home brought her joy, and she skipped over to his side. "I waited for you for 5 minutes." Chang and I waved her palm in front of Gu Bei, her clear eyes sparkling like a child anticipating a reward. "You must treat me to something delicious." Gu Bei did not refuse and led her towards the nearby commercial street. "Can you find your way around Jiangda now?" "Yes. My dorm mates have shown me around dozens of times," Chang and I replied confidently. "I can find the dormitory, cafeteria, classrooms, laboratories, and library. Am I not impressive?" "Impressive." Gu Bei praised his younger cousin without reservation. During their conversation, he reminded her to maintain good relations with her dorm mates. Chang and I nodded earnestly. He felt reassured about her social skills, as her uncle was a businessman, allowing her to absorb various interpersonal skills through observation. Additionally, her lively and active nature helped her connect well with those around her. As they strolled down the commercial street, Chang and I indulged in snacks, embodying a vivacious little foodie. Upon sighting delectable treats, one cannot help but desire them, and before long, they find themselves placing a morsel into Gu Beiye's hands. "Little brother Xiao Yi, come here quickly. What kind of milk tea would you like?" Chang and I exclaimed from the entrance of a milk tea shop, waving frantically at Gu Beiye. "Oh, right. Since you don't fancy milk tea, perhaps you would prefer a fruit tea instead?" Jean Fei, who was also in line for milk tea, stood beside Chang and I. Following her gaze, she turned to see Gu Beiye standing beneath the shop sunshade, just as he was about to pull up a nearby chair to sit down. Jean Fei gently tugged at Lu Xingyue's wrist and whispered, "Xingyue, it's Gu Beiye." Lu Xingyue glanced back. Gu Beiye was seated, engrossed in his phone. "Did you hear that girl address him as little brother Xiaoyin?" Jean Fei's inquisitive eyes scrutinized Chang and I, assessing her closely. "Is she Gu Beiye's girlfriend? She looks rather ordinary. Compared to you, Xingyue, she pales in comparison." Though Lu Xingyue remained silent, her discerning gaze lingered on Chang and I. At approximately 165 centimeters tall, she felt superior at 170. In terms of looks, she deemed herself more attractive. In terms of figure, she considered her own form far more appealing. Could it be her wealth that attracted him? Lu Xingyue pondered, arriving at a tentative conclusion. It must be so, otherwise. Why would a girl be out buying milk tea while her boyfriend idled nearby? Was Gu Beiye indeed enamored with a wealthy heiress? Jean Fei, standing beside Lu Xingyue, harbored the same thoughts. Otherwise, given Gu Beiye's own impressive attributes, he could certainly find a more beautiful girlfriend. As the two indulged in their imaginative narratives, Chang and I approached with 2 cups of milk tea, gracefully bypassing them to sit directly across from Gu Beiye beneath the sunshade. "Your fruit tea," she announced. Gu Beiye set his phone aside, lifting his gaze to notice the fine beads of sweat dotting Chang Ni's forehead. He extended a tissue toward her. "Wipe your face." "I can't. I'm holding snacks with my left hand and milk tea with my right." Chang and I replied, unable to spare a hand for wiping away the perspiration. Gu Beiye shifted slightly, helping her to dab away the sweat from her face. "Do you remember that I dislike milk tea?" "Of course, I remember. You always opt for fruit tea," Chang and I replied playfully, taking a large sip of her milk tea, her cheeks puffed up adorably. From a distance, Jean Fei and Lu Xingyue observed the tender interaction between Gu Beiye and Chang and I, further solidifying their belief that they were indeed a couple. Such intimate gestures could only stem from romantic partners. Once they procured their milk tea, they opted to sit beside Gu Beiye and Chang and I. Jean Fei cheerfully greeted Gu Beiye. "Hello, Gu classmate." Gu Beiye glanced up, his expression calm as he nodded slightly. "Hello, Jean Fei." The fact that Gu Beiye addressed her by name filled Jean Fei with secret delight. Did he pay attention to me? Within just a week of school, he had already remembered my name? Gu Beiye exchanged a brief look with Lu Xingyue, merely nodding without uttering a word. Jean Fei felt a newfound sense of familiarity with Gu Beiye. As he spoke to himself, he did not call out Lu Xingyue's name. "Brother Xiaoya, who are these 2 beauties?" Chang and I inquired curiously. Gu Beiyye took a sip of the fruit tea before him and replied nonchalantly, "Classmates from school." "Hello." "Classmates of Brother Xiaoye." Chang and I greeted them warmly. Jin Fei responded with a smile, "Hello." Lu Xingyue, however, showed little reaction. "Let us go," Gu Beiyye said, picking up the snacks that Chang and I had bought and stepping away. Chang and I hurried to catch up with Gu Beiyye's pace. Jin Fei watched the backs of the two, lost in thought, until they vanished from her sight, at which point she withdrew her gaze. A loudspeaker blared from a nearby 2 yuan shop, announcing a clearance sale. "Whatever you take, just 2 yuan each, for today only. We close tomorrow." Gu Beiyye passed by the store, where a sign reading "House for Rent" was affixed at the entrance. Volume 1. Chapter 77. A collaborative endeavor. The proprietor of the 2 yuan shop noticed Gu Beiyye perusing the posted rental listings and approached him with a smile. "Student, are you interested in renting a storefront?" Gu Beiyye noted the contact number at the end of the advertisement. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offered it to the shop owner, and lit it for him. "I'm just browsing," he replied casually. "Is your lease up, or are you seeking new opportunities?" As the shop owner inhaled the cigarette, he handed over a stool to Gu Beiyye and Chang and I, beaming as he spoke. "You seem quite young. Allow me to offer some advice. This location is not worth renting." "Why not?" Gu Beiyye asked, perplexed. This commercial street is adjacent to a university town, serving several nearby colleges. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there are also office buildings, making it a bustling shopping district. The shopkeeper took a drag from the cigarette, exhaling a plume of white smoke before lowering his voice. "You're still a student, aren't you?" Gu Beiyye, not one to lie, nodded in acknowledgement. The shopkeeper, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, advised him, "There are many profitable shops on this street, yet closures occur in succession. This particular spot, however, is an exception." He gestured to the store behind him and continued, "Each establishment has a 3-month cycle. A few cases might be anomalies, but when the numbers accumulate, it becomes peculiar. Since you're young, let me share with you. I've had someone assess the location, and they said the feng shui here is unfavorable." Gu Beiyye glanced at the 2-story building before lightly tapping off the ash from his cigarette. Some business people indeed place great importance on feng shui. It cannot be dismissed entirely. Belief can turn the abstract into the tangible. Yet, the majority still regard it with a degree of faith. Gu Beiyye was somewhat skeptical, while feng shui held significance. The operation of the business was equally crucial. Sometimes, if patrons find a dish lacking in flavor, the chef cannot bear all the blame. After conversing with the shopkeeper for a while, Gu Beiyye rose to leave. He planned to establish a physical store for Yi San Qing, integrating it with online sales. This street presented a promising option, especially with its 2nd floor, which could serve as an office for his future website team. Gu Beiyye had also contemplated submitting a proposal to the school for entrepreneurial support, yet he harbored concerns. Would the school's involvement hinder his decision-making in the future? After all, the institution is not merely a benefactor. After escorting Chang and I back to her dormitory, Gu Beiyye returned to the main campus. He sat on a bench by Lover's Lake, dialing the landlord's number he had noted earlier. The ringing continued until it automatically disconnected without an answer. Just as Gu Beiyye contemplated redialing, a playful voice emerged from behind him. "Hey, little brother?" Initially, Gu Beiyye thought the voice was not directed at him and chose to ignore it, continuing to gaze at the shimmering surface of the lake. "Hello." The girl's voice sounded again, accompanied by a gentle poke to his shoulder. Turning around, Gu Beiyye discovered a girl he did not recognize. She donned a black pleated skirt and a white cropped blouse, exuding an air of youthful exuberance and an unmistakable academic charm. Gu Beiyye's gaze fell upon her long, fair legs. Though not as lengthy as Xia Muqing's, their pallor was nonetheless striking. "Are you calling me?" he inquired. She replied playfully. "In that regard, I am merely a younger brother, and I am quite significant." A soft chuckle escaped from Beiyye as she covered her mouth, her delicate, fair face resembling a blooming blue lotus. "You have quite a humorous way of speaking. Do you know me?" Gu Beiyye asked, perplexed. Could it be that his handsome visage had made him known among all the female students in school? Beiyye playfully tapped her chin with her finger, smiling as she said, "Aren't you the one who spread rumors on the school forum claiming to be Xia Muqing's little brother? You are Xia's brother. So you are my brother too." Gu Beiyye recalled her words, remembering that during the orientation, Xia Muqing indeed had such a companion by her side. "I also spread a rumor that Xia Muqing is my girlfriend. Do you believe that?" Many had claimed to be his family as Xia's boyfriend. But she was the first to assert she was her brother. "It was her who insisted on being my sister." I merely echoed her words. "I suspect she might have fabricated the story." Gu Beiyye lowered his voice conspiratorially. as if fearing eavesdroppers. Bai Xiao's smile remained undiminished as she pointed to her right. Gu Bei turned to see Xia Muqing, clad in a flowing black gown, approaching with measured steps. What you just said, Xia heard it all, Bai Xiao teased. Her expression mischievous. Gu Bei shrugged nonchalantly. When one stands upright, there is no fear of shadows. Xia Muqing halted before him, her frosty gaze assessing him. This rascal. How is it that I encounter you here again? Big sister has arrived. Please take a seat, Gu Bei said, shifting to create space on the long bench, gesturing invitingly. Bai Xiao interjected with a playful scoff. I arrived before Xia, yet I did not see you invite me to sit. Come, let us all sit together. Gu Bei generously offered, as though the bench before them were his plush sofa at home. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. They could quarrel over a mere seat. Surely, sitting together would suffice. At worst, he thought, he could squeeze in the middle. Xia Muqing observed Gu Bei silently, listening to his banter with Bai Xiao without uttering a word. Little brother, how did you come to know our Xia? It was a dark and stormy night. I was on my way home. Gu Bei began, but before he could finish, Xia Muqing pulled Bai Xiao away. Xia, I have yet to finish. He called after them. What transpired that night? Nothing much. I almost ran him over, Xia Muqing replied, turning back to glare at Gu Bei as they walked away. Bai Xiao gasped in surprise. Almost ran him over? We shall discuss this later. With that, Xia Muqing and Bai Xiao departed from Lover's Lake, heading towards the office building. They were to coordinate for an upcoming lecture by a renowned economic expert. As Gu Bei watched the two women leave, he too prepared to return to his dormitory. As he took a few steps forward, his phone in his pocket rang. It was the landlord from earlier. A voice, weathered yet robust, resonated through the receiver. Hello. What can I assist you with? Gu Bei found the voice somewhat familiar and glanced at the number, confirming it was correct. I saw that you have a property for rent on the commercial street. Is that right? Indeed. What is the rental fee? Upon finishing his inquiry, a cacophony of greetings erupted from the other end, drowning out the landlord's response. Moments later, the voice returned. If you are interested in renting, let us meet for a discussion tomorrow morning at 8 at the library on Jiangda's first floor. I have other matters to attend to, so I must end the call here. As the line went dead with a busy tone, Gu Bei felt a sense of clarity within himself. Volume 1. Chapter 78. High school classmates. It was evening, and several barbecue stalls outside the campus were bustling with activity as the four roommates from dormitory 311 gathered together. This marked their inaugural dormitory gathering since embarking on their university journey. While waiting for the skewers to be served, Lin Lishuan's gaze flitted uncertainly over Gu Bei and the other two, as if he had something to convey. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly stammered. I was chatting with Zhang Shui earlier, and I told her we were dining out. She mentioned she wanted to join us. Then let's invite her. Kong Yifan declared with a grand gesture, casually opening the bottle of Wuliangye that Gu Bei had brought back the previous night. It's perfect. I'll invite a girl too. Gu Bei nodded in agreement. Though he had no desire for romance himself, he felt it inappropriate to hinder his roommate from experiencing the joys and tribulations of love. Lin Lishuan and Kong Yifan busily typed messages, their expressions animated. For young men in university, the ability to invite a girl to dinner felt quite prestigious. Gu Bei raised his beer towards Zhao Jiachuan across the table, signaling for a toast. Zhao Jiachuan, unreserved, lifted his glass and downed it in one go. Jiachuan, do you have any aspirations at the moment? Gu Bei's inquiry subtly hinted at whether he had a crush on someone. Zhao Jiachuan shook his head and replied nonchalantly. It's too soon. I believe in love that develops over time. Compared to Kong Yifan, whose approach was rather modern and fast-paced, Zhao's temperament was more traditional, favoring a grounded and sincere form of romance. After sending her message to Zhang Shui, Lin Lishuan, filled with curiosity, turned to Kong Yifan. Who is the girl you're inviting? Is she from our class? Guess, Kong Yifan replied cryptically, raising an eyebrow. Could it be Lu Xingyue? Not quite. You'll find out when she arrives, Kong Yifan teased, relishing the suspense he was creating. The more he withheld, the more intrigued Lin Lishuan and Zhao Jiachuan became. This was precisely the effect Kong Yifan desired. The barbecue stall was not far from the school, and within a few minutes, Zhang Shui appeared, her long hair cascading down as she wore a loose white t-shirt. Her black denim shorts peeked out from beneath, creating an illusion of disappearing lower attire. Hello, everyone, Zhang Shui greeted with a wave, taking a seat beside Lin Lishuan. As she settled in, Lin Lishuan felt an unexpected tension, his demeanor stiffening and nerves prickling. His fingers fidgeted with the fabric of his trousers. Unsure of how to initiate conversation, He was the type who could chat effortlessly online, but transformed into a bundle of social anxiety in real life. So, when is the second brother's guest arriving? He asked hesitantly. No need to wait for her. Let us eat first, Kong Yifan replied, raising his glass to signal a toast for everyone to join in. Gu Bei harbored a fondness for the atmospheric presence of Kong Yifan, who ensured that there was never a dull moment, especially in situations like today, where his mere presence sufficed without the need for excessive conversation. Before long, Kong Yifan received a message on his phone, abruptly rising to scan the surroundings. He then waved to two girls standing a short distance away. The girls approached, and Kong Yifan greeted them with enthusiasm. This way, the four at the table followed his gaze. Lin Lishuan, Zhao Jiachuan, and Zhang Shui all displayed expressions of surprise. Wasn't this the enchanting beauty who performed classical dance during military training? Gu Bei's lips curled into a knowing smile, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. The newcomers were indeed Lina and Jia Yuanyuan. Life was full of unexpected surprises, wasn't it? When had Lina and Kong Yifan become acquainted? This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Jia Yuanyuan's School of Finance was not far from Jiang University, and she had invited Lina to explore the campus together that afternoon. Their intention was to finish their campus tour and then dine out together. Just as they exited the finance school's gates, Lina received a message from Kong Yifan and hurried over. Upon arriving at the table, she spotted Gu Bei, who was engrossed in skewering meat, and found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to break the ice. After their last campus visit, she had sent him countless messages, all of which went unanswered. Encountering him here unexpectedly felt akin to being caught in a compromising situation with another man while being apprehended by the rightful partner. Fortunately, Lina had a thick skin. She feigned a hint of guilt for Gu Bei's benefit while internally lamenting her misfortune. Jia Yuanyuan, noticing Gu Bei's presence, let out a dismissive scoff. Oh, isn't this the illustrious Mr. Gu? What brings you here? Planning to orchestrate another chance encounter with our Nana? Gu Bei, uninterested in engaging her, replied languidly, eat if you wish, or leave if you don't. Don't spoil my appetite. Jia Yuanyuan rolled her eyes, pulling Lina to sit opposite Gu Bei. Kong Yifan, overhearing their exchange, sensed something amiss. Old Gu, do you two know each other? Zhao Jiachuan and Lin Lishuan shared the same curiosity. The nature of their dialogue suggested their acquaintance was more complex, possibly fraught with history. Gu Bei's indifferent gaze settled on Lina, a hint of disdain unmistakably apparent. High school classmates. He had no intention of concealing their connection. There was no need. Some matters were far more engaging when brought into the open. Lina's troubled eyes met Gu Bei's piercing gaze, but after 3 seconds of collision, she quickly averted her gaze. In the past, she had held an elevated position before Gu Bei, occasionally flashing him a smile that could brighten his days for weeks. Now, however, she lacked the courage to even meet his eyes. Jia Yuanyuan seemed oblivious to Lina's shift in demeanor, continuing her chatter blithely. You know, Gu Bei had a secret crush on Nana for 3 years in high school. He confessed just before the college entrance exams, but she rejected him. Jia Yuanyuan seemed to be showcasing Lina's accomplishments, as she candidly recounted Gu Bei's past indiscretions before his roommates. Had this been anyone else, they would have likely erupted in anger on the spot. Yet, Gu Bei listened with keen interest, nodding in agreement as he absorbed her words. Eventually, Lina could no longer endure the tirade and instructed Jia Yuanyuan to cease her chatter. Kong Yifan, observing Gu Bei, shifted his gaze to the 2 young women he had summoned, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. What on earth had he brought forth to publicly humiliate his own roommate? Zhang Shui sat quietly, attentively listening to Jia Yuanyuan recounting Gu Bei's sordid history, secretly reveling in her possession of such first-hand information. Volume 1. Chapter 79. How fortuitous indeed you may leave. You are not welcome here. Upon hearing Jejun's words, Kong Yifan issued an unequivocal dismissal. Initially, he had anticipated that inviting Lina would merely enhance the ambience, yet her friend had proven to be quite indiscreet. To his astonishment, she openly divulged the details of Gu Bei's rejected confession in front of so many. Such matters could be jested about among dorm mates, but not in the presence of outsiders. It now appeared as though he had deliberately summoned them to embarrass Gu Bei. Jejun seemed to recognize her own impetuosity. Revealing Gu Bei's secrets before a crowd would undoubtedly hinder his ability to hold his head high among peers in the future. However, when she turned to Lina, any guilt she felt dissipated instantly. After all, Lina harbored no affections for Gu Bei. They could simply refrain from meeting in the future. Having acted as she did, Why fear the opinions of others? Lina cast a remorseful glance at Gu Bei and, grasping Jejun's hand, prepared to depart. Gu Bei, however, smiled nonchalantly and graciously urged the two. Since you are already here, why not stay and enjoy a meal? Upon finishing his statement, he shot a casual glance at Kong Yifan, conveying a sense of indifference. Who among us hasn't had a few embarrassing moments? At that moment, Gu Bei was unfazed by the judgments of others. What Jejun had said was trivial, hardly worth a mention. He knew that far worse days lay ahead in terms of criticism. Kong Yifan, Lin Lishuan, Zhao Jiachuan, and Zhang Shui were all taken aback by Gu Bei's remarkable composure. If their own misdeeds were laid bare in such a public manner, they would have borne a lifelong grudge against the perpetrator. Yet here was Gu Bei, inviting them to continue dining. Of course, there was another thought among them. Perhaps Gu Bei was merely putting on an act, feigning generosity, and deliberately presenting an air of indifference. Lina, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, was about to rise when Jejun pulled her back down. Look, Gu Bei has said it's fine. It's merely a casual conversation. How could he possibly be upset over such a trivial matter? Gu Bei, with a hint of profundity in his nod, handed Jejun a freshly grilled skewer of meat. Help yourself. It's on Kong, our gracious host. He occasionally pondered whether Lina might exhibit a different demeanor were it not for her friend Jejun. After all, some women would sooner trust their friends than their own partners. How many absurdities arose from the influence of a friend? Gu Bei recalled a news story he had encountered. On the wedding day, a bride, swayed by her friend's counsel, demanded an increase in the bride price, resulting in the dissolution of the marriage altogether. Jejun naturally accepted the skewer from Gu Bei, not forgetting to express her gratitude to Kong Yifan. Please take good care of our dear Lina in the future. Kong Yifan, with a grim expression, silently glared at this audacious girl who seemed even bolder than himself. Gu Bei lifted his glass and beckoned his 3 roommates to join him in a toast. Such trivial matters could not possibly disrupt their enjoyment of food and drink. Kong Yifan, Zhao Jiachuan, and Lin Lishuan observed that Gu Bei's demeanor appeared genuine rather than feigned, prompting them to raise their glasses in unison. Ah, it's so spicy, I need some water, Jia Yuan exclaimed as she devoured a meat skewer, tears streaming down her face while desperately seeking relief from the heat. Water. Gu Bei, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness, offered her the transparent liquid from his cup, casually remarking, I apologize. I wasn't aware you couldn't handle spicy food. Everything I ordered is exceptionally hot. Jia Yuan, too preoccupied to respond, hastily gulped down the water he provided. However, as the cool liquid coursed down her throat, the fiery sensation intensified. What is this? It's not water, she spluttered, coughing uncontrollably, her face visibly reddening as she jumped up in distress, stamping her feet. Lina quickly sought out the proprietor to request a bottle of mineral water, twisting the cap off and bringing it to Jia Yuan's lips. Gu Bei, seizing the moment, picked up the wine glass he had just been handed, feigning innocence as he sniffed it. Oh dear, my apologies. This is my liquor. What a pity. My glass of Wulianya is wasted. Jia Yuan gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water. Minutes later, she felt lightheaded, unable to comprehend the surrounding conversations, struggling to keep her eyes open. What was happening? She was intoxicated. Typically, she only indulged in a couple of beers, so consuming a glass of liquor without prior warning was bound to leave her inebriated. Gu Bei, holding a plate of grilled pork, quietly observed Jia Yuan's drunken antics with a smirk. Aren't you quite the talker? Care to continue? The trio in the dormitory exchanged glances at Gu Bei's antics, unable to suppress their thoughts. This fellow was far too cunning. They had initially believed him to be magnanimous, only to discover he was vengeful in an instant. Leaning against Lina, Jia Yuan, inebriated, fumbled with her clothing, exclaiming, I'm so hot, I can't stand it. Strip me down, I want a man, bring me 3. Why does everyone like Nana? Am I not pretty enough? A bunch of tasteless fools. I'll ruin one of them. Lina's expression soured as she attempted to support Jia Yuan, but her strength proved insufficient. The gaze of numerous onlookers at the barbecue stall fell upon them, amplifying Lina's embarrassment. She turned to Gu Bei with a pleading look. Despite being invited by Kong Yifan, they had only conversed online before meeting in person. If anyone was familiar, it was Gu Bei. Yet he acted as if he were oblivious, continuing to relish his liquor and grilled pork. Kong Yifan and the others, witnessing Gu Bei's indifference, refrained from offering assistance. Unbeknownst to them, they had already unconsciously regarded Gu Bei as the true leader of the dormitory. Zhang Shui sat beside Lin Lishuan with a complex expression, maintaining a composed faade. She had initially intended to approach Gu Bei, but after witnessing the earlier scene, her resolve wavered. Such a man was beyond her control. What a coincidence. You are all here. Jiang Yujie and Chen Huiru approached, shopping bags in hand, from a short distance away. The two of them ventured out for a shopping excursion when Jiang Yujie, from a distance, spotted Gu Bei's figure and decided to approach him for a brief greeting. Upon lifting his gaze, Gu Bei noticed that Jiang Yujie was also looking at him. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence, as they had never dined together before. Let us not stand on ceremony then, he mused. Jiang Yujie was not one to exhibit shyness. Once a thought crossed her mind, she acted upon it. She boldly took a seat beside Gu Bei and, without hesitation, helped herself to some skewers. Chen Huiru settled comfortably next to Zhao Jiachuan, equally at ease. Jiang Yujie observed the astonished glimmer in Lina's eyes. Do you know each other? We were classmates in high school. We happened to run into each other just now and decided to share a meal. What's the matter with her? Jiang Yujie inquired, gesturing toward the blushing Jiao Yuanyuan. She accidentally mistook white liquor for water, Gu Bei replied, thoughtfully asking Jiang Yujie if she could handle spicy food. Volume 1, Chapter 80, The Entrepreneurial Plan Lina watched. Her heart heavy with discontent, as Gu Beiyao attended to the girl beside him, serving snacks and pouring drinks. She felt she should be the one enjoying such attentions in that very spot. Gu Beiyao and Jiang Yujie laughed and joked, occasionally casting a glance at Lina, who was being disregarded, before resuming their lively conversation with the others present. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing and dishes savored, Gu Beiyao eventually called a taxi for Lina at the roadside, instructing her to take Jia Yuanyuan back to the school. Despite his flaws, he was not so reckless as to disregard the safety of others. Furthermore, his plans were far from complete, and he could not afford to let Lina slip from his grasp entirely. After the taxi departed, Jiang Yujie, Chen Huiru, and Zhang Shui left together. On their way back to the dormitory, Kong Yifan offered Gu Beiyao a cigarette and lit it with his gold-plated lighter. Old Gu, my apologies. I didn't realize you knew her, nor did I expect her friend to say such things. Had I known, I certainly would have ignored her. Gu Beiyao exhaled a plume of smoke, nonchalantly patting Kong Yifan's shoulder. You should converse as you wish. I have no interest in her now. I find Jiang Yujie quite appealing. Lin Lishuan chimed in. Her gaze towards you is distinctly different. I concur, Zhao Jiachuan added, flicking the ash from his cigarette with practiced ease. His spirits were high that evening. Aside from the earlier incident, he had also exchanged WeChat information with Chen Huiru, who had taken the initiative to ask for it. Throughout the meal, Gu Beiyao discreetly observed his three roommates. One could glean much about a person through their drinking habits. Some would succumb to slumber after a few drinks, remaining composed, while others, after consuming merely a couple of shots, would lose their bearings and sense of self, often stirring up unnecessary trouble. It appeared that his three roommates belonged to the former category. They possessed a commendable decorum when it came to alcohol. The following morning, Gu Beiyao rose early and, before meeting with the landlord at the library, made his way to the playground. As expected, Shang Xufeng, clad in a white Tai Chi uniform, was diligently practicing in his usual spot. Gu Beiyao approached him, awkwardly mimicking his movements, following along with exaggerated precision. A large watermelon, cut in half, one half for you, the other for him. Shang Xufeng, listening to the boy's murmurs, paused, standing still to take a deep breath. Oh, the finance major has come to steal a lesson again? Master, I pay my respects. Gu Beiyao seized the moment to perform a gesture of respect, calling out, Teacher. While this seemed a jest, he had been waiting for such an opportunity. Having a respected faculty member in the department would provide him some degree of protection in the future. Shang Xufeng, hands clasped behind his back, regarded him with interest. You really do climb the ladder when a hand is offered. As he bent down to retrieve his water bottle, Gu Beiyao was quicker, twisting off the cap and presenting it to Shang Xufeng. Teacher, have some water. Shang Xufeng did not decline. He accepted the cup of water, took a delicate sip, and donned his coat as he made his way to the library. Yesterday, during class, he had received a call regarding a rental inquiry and had arranged to meet in the library's first-floor hall today. Glancing at the time, it seemed the other party had already arrived. In the library's first-floor lounge, several black sofas formed a circle, and Shang Xufeng surveyed his surroundings. Apart from himself, there was no one else present. At this hour, university students typically did not frequent this area. Even those preparing for postgraduate or civil service examinations were likely sequestered in the study rooms on the third floor, far from the lounge on the first. Raising his wrist to check the time, he leisurely settled onto the sofa, displaying no signs of anticipation. Just as he sat down, the glass door of the library swung open, and Gu Bei strode in with an air of confidence. Upon spotting Shang Xufeng, he directly occupied the sofa opposite him. "Are you waiting for someone?" "I'm here to discuss rent," he stated candidly. Gu Bei recognized that the landlord he had spoken to the previous day was none other than the man seated before him. Upon hearing this, Shang Xufeng uncrossed his legs, his profound gaze fixated on the youth before him. "Were you the one who called me yesterday?" Gu Bei feigned ignorance, tentatively asking, "Is the 2 yuan store for rent on the commercial street yours?" "The store is not mine, but the property is," Shang Xufeng confirmed. Realizing that the young man before him was indeed the one who had inquired about the rental. "You've just begun your freshman year. What do you need a rental for?" Shang Xufeng inquired. "I plan to open a store. To put it grandly, it's entrepreneurship," Gu Bei replied earnestly. Shang Xufeng raised the cup again and then set it down, curiously appraising Gu Bei. In his position, he had encountered countless individuals, and Gu Bei did not strike him as a child from an affluent family. Parents work hard for their earnings. I suggest you focus on your studies first, and if the opportunity arises, then consider entrepreneurship, Shang Xufeng advised. As the dean of the Computer Science Institute, he had witnessed many talented students with entrepreneurial aspirations, yet few achieved true success. Some students from business families, supported by their parents' funding, had attempted ventures that ultimately failed after a few months, serving as a valuable lesson. Conversely, those from ordinary families often found themselves burdened by debt after their entrepreneurial endeavors. The notion of starting a business may be appealing, yet the outcomes remain uncertain. Gu Bei appreciated Shang Xufeng's good intentions and smiled, nodding. "I won't be using my family's money. I will only undertake ventures commensurate with my abilities." Shang Xufeng spoke succinctly, as their interactions had been limited to a few encounters without deeper conversations. "What kind of store do you intend to open?" "A cosmetics experience store," Gu Bei replied. "Currently, the rent for the 2 yuan store is over 60,000. If you decide to rent, I can offer it to you for 50,000. "Thank you, teacher," Gu Bei responded. Knowing this price was already quite favorable, their arrangement solidified. Gu Bei and Shang Xufeng agreed to meet at his office at noon to sign the contract before Gu Bei prepared to leave. Before departing, Shang Xufeng kindly reminded Gu Bei that the school currently supports entrepreneurial endeavors among university students. If he is interested, he could visit the university's Entrepreneurial Incubation Center to fill out a form. Gu Bei expressed his gratitude, stating that he would go there to complete it another day. Today marks the first official day of classes for freshmen, with one lecture in the morning and another in the afternoon. Each lecture lasts for 40 minutes, with a 10-minute intermission in between. The morning course is college English, which poses no challenge for Gu Bei. He plans to utilize this time to strategize regarding the offline experience store for Yi Sanqing, including the design aesthetic, which will lean towards a national trend, as well as the promotional activities for the grand opening. Volume 1, Chapter 81, Wholesaling? That student, the one with his head down. The English teacher at the podium pointed towards Gu Bei's direction and gestured for Zhao Jiachuan beside him to remind him. Zhao Jiachuan reached out and nudged Gu Bei, who was engrossed in his phone, and whispered, "Yigu, the teacher is calling you." Only then did Gu Bei lift his head to gaze at the foreign teacher at the podium, who had voluminous waves in her hair. "Please stand up and read this passage," she instructed. Gu Bei then opened his English textbook and, with Zhao Jiachuan's assistance, located the text on the 6th page. Holding the textbook in his hands, he stood up. Kong Yifan couldn't help but murmur to Lin Lishuan, "Old Gu is really unfortunate, getting punished to stand on the first day of class." The other classmates cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Being singled out by the teacher on the very first day was certainly not a good omen. The English teacher, appearing to be in her late 20s, had a rather chic name, Wendy. Her gaze also fell upon the tall and handsome boy in the corner, while the other students feigned attentiveness during the first class. This boy made no effort to pretend, simply lying there engrossed in his phone. Gu Bei swiftly scanned the English text in the book. "If it were any other subject, I would certainly decline. But for English, I can manage to read it myself." Just as the classmates braced themselves to witness his embarrassment, Gu Bei slowly began to speak. He read aloud in fluent English, without any pause. "Wow, old Gu really can do it," Kong Yifan murmured, achieving admission to Jiang University's finance program. His academic performance was undoubtedly commendable. If asked to read, he could certainly do so, though not as fluently as Gu Bei. Wendy listened attentively to Gu Bei's pronunciation, which was surprisingly precise. Having returned from studying in Canada, she felt as though she were conversing with a native speaker. After Gu Bei finished reading, he noticed Wendy nodding slightly before returning to his seat to negotiate with the newly contacted renovation company. After class, Gu Bei made his way directly to the office building of the Computer Research Institute, seeking out Shang Xufeng's office. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Bei politely knocked on the door, and upon hearing a voice from within say, "Come in," he pushed the door open. Inside the office, Shang Xufeng was seated on a guest sofa, while a girl was bent over the laptop in front of her, intermittently typing away. "Yes, this is how the command goes, and over here." Shang Xufeng, wearing silver-framed glasses, pointed at a string of code on the computer screen, guiding the girl in her actions. As Gu Bei entered, he recognized the girl, Tan Yusin. Upon noticing Gu Bei's arrival, Shang Xufeng gestured for him to sit nearby and wait. Tan Yusin was fully absorbed in her computer and did not realize Gu Bei had settled onto the sofa beside her. After 3 to 5 minutes, once she resolved the error in the code, she adjusted her glasses and glanced at the newcomer. Upon their eyes meeting, a look of surprise crossed her face. "What are you doing here? Do you two know each other?" Shang Xufeng approached his desk and opened the drawer, retrieving the rental agreement he had meticulously prepared in advance before returning. He extended the document towards Gu Bei, who promptly stood up and accepted it with both hands. "I have previously met with Senior Tan. Professor, he is the freshman I mentioned who intends to establish an e-commerce platform." Tan Yusin glanced at Gu Bei before directing her gaze back to Shang Xufeng. She was aspiring to pursue graduate studies under Shang Xufeng and had come to his office to seek guidance regarding some issues in her code. She had not anticipated encountering Gu Bei here. Shang Xufeng removed his glasses and took a seat opposite Gu Bei. Initially, he perceived Gu Bei's ambition of opening a store as a sign of immaturity. However, upon discovering that the online platform Tan Yusin was developing was indeed the same project as the one Gu Bei was working on, he began to regard Gu Bei's aspirations with newfound respect. He had reviewed the online platform Tan Yusin was constructing. While it bore similarities to existing models, it also showcased distinctive features, integrating social networking with e-commerce and planning to adopt a factory direct sales approach. There was certainly some ingenuity involved. Gu Bei examined the rental agreement with great diligence, scrutinizing every detail. Only after ascertaining that everything was in order did he sign his name in the designated space. Shang Xufeng retrieved the contract and glanced at the signature. "Gu Bei? It is I, Professor," Gu Bei responded with a smile. Shang Xufeng quietly committed this name to memory. Such an innovative young man was regrettably not from his own department. With the contract in hand, Gu Bei departed the office and proceeded to the university's entrepreneurial incubation base. Following the address provided by Shang Xufeng, the door to the office at the base was ajar. Inside, seated at 2 adjacent desks, were a middle-aged woman with curly hair and a student-like young man. The woman, Zhang Meihua, was the head of the incubation base, while the young man appeared to be a sophomore assisting with document processing. Gu Bei knocked lightly on the door, prompting both individuals to turn their attention toward him. "Please, come in. Is there something you need?" Zhang Meihua remarked dismissively, casting a brief glance at Gu Bei before returning her focus to the computer screen. Gu Bei stepped forward, noticing she was analyzing the stock market trends, though he did not take the time to discern the specific stocks she was monitoring. It felt rather impolite to glance at someone's computer without permission, especially in unfamiliar company. "Hello, I have come to complete an application form." Without raising her gaze, Zhang Meihua instructed the young man, "Huang Bowen, please hand him a form for completion." Huang Bowen proficiently opened a cabinet behind him and retrieved an application form for Gu Bei. Given the ease with which he performed this task and his indifferent demeanor, it seemed apparent that many individuals frequented this place to fill out forms, leading to a sense of desensitization among the staff. Gu Bei accepted the form and began to fill it out according to the provided instructions. When he reached the section for the advising professor, he hesitated for a moment. "Is it mandatory to fill in this advisor's name?" "It is required. You may list your class supervisor," Huang Bowen replied quietly. Gu Bei remained silent for several seconds before retrieving his phone to make a call outside. A minute or two later, he returned to the office and inscribed the name Shang Xufeng in the advisor section. Gu Bei initially contemplated writing the name of his instructor, Meng Daqiye, but he realized that he had encountered his advisor too infrequently. Furthermore, he believed that this particular mentor could provide him with valuable resources. There exists a distinct difference in stature between a counselor and the dean of the Computer Science Institute. He had just stepped out to make a phone call to Shang Xufeng, who had indeed consented to allow him to use his name. Gu Bei completed the form and presented it back to Huang Bowen. Huang Bowen accepted it, glancing only at the applicant's name before preparing to file it away. Gu Bei observed the folder that Huang Bowen had retrieved, which contained a substantial stack of similar application forms, numbering well over 100. Was this operation akin to wholesale? Volume 1, Chapter 82. A piece of melon. Huang Bowen watched Gu Bei depart from the incubation center's office and turned back to put away the application form. In the fleeting moment of closing the folder, he caught sight of the advisor's name and thought he must be mistaken. He opened it once more. Zhang Shufeng? The name of the dean from his own college? It was inconceivable. Could there possibly be another Zhang Shufeng at Jiang University? With a sense of curiosity, Huang Bowen pulled out the application form again and presented it to Zhang Meihua, who was engrossed in monitoring the stock market. Teacher Zhang, could you take a look at this? We just need to follow the procedure, he suggested. Zhang Meihua barely tilted her head, expressing her apathy. These young people today, instead of focusing on their studies, are keen on entrepreneurship. If everyone could succeed, wouldn't they all be bosses? Especially these students. Excelling in their academics should be their utmost priority. In her eyes, the Entrepreneurial Incubation Center was merely a response to national policy, established to appease relevant departments. In her 2 years in this position, she could count on one hand the number of genuine entrepreneurial successes. Most of those individuals had family support and resources backing them. Having assisted here for a year, Huang Bowen understood Zhang Meihua's perspective. He processed regular student applications according to protocol, and it often took half a semester or even a full semester for approvals. Many students lost their entrepreneurial zeal in the meantime, leading to unfulfilled aspirations. Huang Bowen was aware that Zhang Meihua preferred brevity in conversation, yet he felt compelled to point out that Gu Bei's advisor was Zhang Shufeng. Teacher Zhang. His advisor is Dean Shang, he reminded her. Dean Shang. Dean Shang? Zhang Meihua paused momentarily, her gaze drifting from the computer screen as she picked up the application form to glance at it. Gu Bei, majoring in finance, with Dean Shang Shufeng as his advisor? How curious that a student from the finance department would seek guidance from the head of the computer science department. She murmured softly, placing the form in her drawer. Once the application reached her hands, it was as good as commencing the review process. While she could overlook other teachers, someone of Dean Shang's caliber warranted her special attention. After all, it concerned her livelihood. Having completed his form, Gu Bei took a detour to the restroom before planning to leave from the second floor. As he passed by the activity room on the first floor, he heard a dialogue between a man and a woman that piqued his interest. The setting, a school. An activity room, a male and a female, was reminiscent of a thrilling duel from a short film. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl was clad in a JK uniform, adhering to the principle of abstaining from indulging in what did not concern him. Gu Bei paused at the entrance, pretending to tie his shoelaces. The door was tightly shut, much to his dismay. Xiao Dongdong, you're hurting me. The girl's voice carried a mix of annoyance and anger. The performance seemed rather convincing. Qingqing, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Came the boy's voice. I don't like you. Let go of me. The girl's tone grew increasingly frigid. If you continue like this, I will call for help. Qingqing, tell me what I did wrong, and I shall amend my ways. Let go. Gu Bei took a couple of steps, continuing to listen to the commotion within. Pondering, the foreplay seems ample, as long as there is no premature conclusion. The more he listened, the more he sensed something amiss. The woman's voice grew increasingly familiar. This did not resemble the scenario he had envisioned. It sounded as though the man was professing his affection, while the woman was resisting. Yet he persisted in his relentless pursuit, attempting to showcase his charm. I know you are not lacking in money, but what do you want me to do? I can comply with your requests. Then please keep your distance from me. I cannot do that. The man's anguished cry echoed. Gu Bei, listening intently, secretly imagined a background melody. Flakes of snow flutter down, the north wind howls, the world lies in desolation. What are you doing? Someone help. The woman's voice within the room suddenly escalated, accompanied by the sound of something crashing. Gu Bei jolted, recalling whose familiar voice this was. Bang. He kicked the door of the activity room, but it did not yield. Damn, did they lock it from the inside? Bang bang. He followed with a series of kicks. Inside, Qiao Dongdong had cornered Xiaomuqing, preventing her from opening the door. I am sincere in my feelings for you. Why can't you believe me? Bang. Another powerful kick struck, creating a hole beside the door handle, followed by 2 or 3 more kicks, enlarging the breach. Gu Bei reached in through the opening, disengaged the bolt, and pushed the door open. Upon seeing Xiaomuqing's face marked with a hint of panic, he stepped forward and pulled her behind him. What are you doing? Gu Bei's icy gaze, laced with a hint of defiance, fixed intently on Qiao Dongdong. He subtly advanced his right foot, poised to deliver a kick at any moment. Xiao Dongdong's eyes turned crimson as he met Gu Bei's stare, feeling an invisible pressure weighing upon him. He stumbled back a couple of steps, the fervor from moments ago gradually dissipating. Noticing Xiao Dongdong's lack of further aggression, Gu Bei turned to Xia Muqing, whose expression remained frigid. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Xia Muqing brushed her disheveled hair aside, feigning calmness as she shook her head. Unexpectedly, it was Gu Bei who burst in. "Should we call the police?" Gu Bei's tone was unusually gentle. "No need to involve the authorities. I'm sorry. Xiao Dongdong clasped his hands together in a bowing apology, seemingly realizing his folly. "I acted impulsively. I just like Qingqing too much. I assure you it won't happen again. I beg your forgiveness, Qingqing." "Be silent. Do not call me Qingqing." Xia Muqing exuded an icy demeanor that, even in the sweltering summer, sent chills through the air. Upon her words, Xiao Dongdong indeed fell silent, refraining from further conversation. He understood Xia Muqing's temperament. She was one who responded to gentleness, not force. "Let us go?" Xia Muqing's words were directed at Gu Bei. Without hesitation, he turned and departed alongside her. Xiao Dongdong gazed at the departing figures of the two individuals, then sank heavily to the ground, his fist striking the sponge mat beneath him with fervor. Were it not for the mounting pressure from his family, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. His affection for Xia Muqing was genuine. Yet he had never contemplated acquiring her through such means. The impetus for his actions stemmed from recent troubles plaguing the family business. His parents had persistently urged him to solidify his relationship with Xia Muqing, believing that the Xia Group might extend their assistance to navigate the company's hardships. Now, however, it seemed all hope was lost. As Xiao Dongdong seethed in his frustration, other teachers and students who had heard the commotion hurried over, their expressions bewildered upon witnessing the damaged door lock. "What has happened?" they inquired. "It's nothing. The key is locked inside. I kicked it open," he replied. Volume 1. Chapter 83. Could she be my girlfriend? Still not letting go? Xia Muqing's icy gaze fixated on the spot where Gu Beiyao held her wrist. "What transpired just now is not to be spoken of," she asserted. "And if it is?" Gu Beiyao teased. "If it is revealed, I shall strangle you." Xia Muqing mimicked the act of choking Gu Beiyao, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. This unexpected display of playfulness intrigued Gu Beiyao, prompting him to further provoke her. "Is this akin to fratricide?" "You are not my brother," she retorted. "If you agree, I could certainly treat you as such." Gu Beiyao continued to escalate the banter. "Shouldn't my sister invite me to lunch?" "I'm busy. Perhaps another time," Xia Muqing replied nonchalantly, striding towards the adjacent parking lot with her statuesque legs. She had refrained from reporting Xiao Dongdong's earlier antics out of concern for her reputation, but that did not imply the matter was concluded. Xia Muqing was not one to suffer in silence. A domineering vehicle exited the parking lot in front of the office building, heading towards the campus outskirts. Through the rearview mirror, Xia Muqing cast a glance at Gu Beiyao, who had nonchalantly tucked his hands into his pockets. Her gaze then returned to the spot on her arm where he had previously grasped, and she murmured softly, "Having a brother could be quite nice." The freshman welcome party at the school was in the throes of preparation. Xia Muqing visited the activity room to check for any missing equipment and unexpectedly encountered Xiao Dongdong, who shared her intent. As the president of the student council, Xiao Dongdong had openly pursued Xia Muqing since the beginning of their freshman year, yet after 2 years, he had garnered nothing but rejection, which had begun to foster a sense of aversion in her towards him. After Xiao Dongdong exited the activity room, he began inquiring about the boy who had just entered. "Who is he? Xia Muqing's brother? When did she acquire a brother? I was completely unaware." Xiao Dongdong prided himself on being the most knowledgeable about Xia Muqing, having meticulously investigated every male in her vicinity. The sudden emergence of this brother puzzled him greatly. Having missed the opportunity to dine with Xia Muqing, Gu Beiyao opted to eat at the cafeteria alone. After a light meal, he made his way to the commercial street outside the school. The 2-yuan shop, which had been in the midst of a clearance sale just the day before, had been entirely emptied by morning, leaving only the shop owner to finalize the last of the arrangements. "Here comes the young lad." The shopkeeper greeted Gu Beiyao with a smile, gesturing towards a pile of cardboard boxes at the entrance. "Take a look at these items. If you fancy anything, feel free to take it. It's our little token of camaraderie." Gu Beiyao handed over a cigarette and, without hesitation, squatted beside the boxes to rummage through their contents. Given the shopkeeper's generous offer, it would seem inconsiderate not to take something. Ultimately, he selected 4 boxes of hair ties in various styles and 2 plush toy keychains. He had hoped to find something of greater value, yet alas, there was nothing of the sort. The remaining items comprised screwdrivers and pot lid handles, neither of which held any utility for him. Instead, he preferred to acquire small trinkets that might prove useful in the future. After the shopkeeper tidied up the room, he ambled to the door, casting a lingering glance back at the place where he once toiled. Once I acquire wealth, I'll establish my own shop and enjoy tea at home while collecting rent, he mused. Look at this property. Just yesterday, I mentioned it was available for rent. And today the landlord called to say it has already been leased. I wonder which unfortunate soul has taken it. Upon hearing the term unfortunate soul, Beiyye instinctively touched his face. How could a handsome guy like me be considered unfortunate? It certainly does not refer to me. The one closing shop is the real unfortunate one. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, 10 minutes later, the personnel from the renovation company arrived to inspect the site. Following a brief measurement, they promptly devised a renovation plan. Beiyye, upon reviewing their quoted price, felt quite dissatisfied. The cost was exorbitant. Did they truly believe him to be an ignorant university student? Beiyye seized the renovation proposal and initiated the first round of haggling. He was not short on funds for the renovation, but he refused to be taken for a fool. I don't want any imported paints, just give me wallpaper. And there's no need to replace the flooring. I'll simply lay down carpets myself. He mused on how, for some inexplicable reason, any product labeled imported seemed to quadruple in price. If lollipops were imported multiple times, should they also warrant an increase in price? Initially, the head of the renovation company perceived Beiyye as merely a university student from the nearby school, assuming he would lack knowledge. To their astonishment, the materials they quoted were slashed by more than half by the young man, who also enforced stringent requirements regarding the renovation timeline and standards. Beiyye was unperturbed by the prospect of them declining the job. After all, no payment had been made, and no materials had been delivered. Should they disagree, a single phone call would summon other companies eager to negotiate. Even at the current budget, the renovation company stood to gain sufficient profit. Ultimately, they acquiesced to Beiyye's terms and promised to commence work the following day. After seeing off the renovation team, Beiyye took a final stroll around the shop before locking the rolling shutter and departing from the commercial street. Upon returning to his dormitory after afternoon classes, he immediately opened his computer to check the online store's order status. Today marked the launch of a new product line, and the success of the brand Cherishing hinged on the initial sales figures. Observing the rising order volume, Beiyye felt it still fell short of expectations. At that moment, the beauty bloggers he had met during the summer break became indispensable. Beiyye opened his QQ account and sent them messages. If they promoted Cherishing products on their social platforms, a multitude of followers would undoubtedly follow suit and make purchases, especially given the inclusion of blind box elements. Sisters, do you see what I have in my hands? I've collected all 7 packages of Cherishing. Face mask freedom. Here I come. I'm just one Han Dynasty-style piece short. Is anyone interested in a swap? In no time, similar promotional messages flooded Weibo, Moments, and QQ spaces. Beiyye took a sip from his cup, and at that moment, his phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Xiao, he answered. He cast a glance at the other 3 young men in the dormitory, picked up the phone, and strolled toward the balcony, casually shutting the glass door behind him. Xiao, are you thinking of me again? He said with a hint of sarcasm. Humph, how lovely you think, came the melodious voice of Xiao from the receiver. Observing Beiyye, who stood on the balcony wearing a playful grin, Kong Yifan whispered to Lin Lishuan and Zhao Jiachuan. Did you see that? It must be a girl calling old Gu. Isn't she his girlfriend? Didn't he mention that last time? Zhao Jiachuan recalled Beiyye's previous call, where he had affectionately referred to her as Xiao. Lin Lishuan glanced at Beiyye on the balcony and, rather naively, suggested, could it be Zhang Yujia? You all saw how close they were last night. Volume 1, Chapter 84. Are we departing now? Fool, we have class today. And I couldn't comprehend some of what the teacher explained. Xiawana recounted her day's events to Beiyye over the phone. We have to move to different classrooms for each lesson, and I almost couldn't find my way today. You're truly foolish. Beiyye stood by the balcony window, a smile gracing his lips as he listened to Xiawana's tales. He casually reached into his pocket for his pack of cigarettes, glanced at it, and then returned it, deciding to smoke less. He shoved the pack back into his pocket just as he heard young Lele's voice on Xiawana's end. Warner, ask your brother when he will treat our dorm to a meal. Otherwise, I can't guarantee they won't bully you. That's right. If he doesn't treat us, we will bully you. The playful banter of the 2 girls filled the air. Although Beiyye could not see the dynamics of their dormitory, he sensed that the atmosphere was quite pleasant and devoid of any drama reminiscent of palace intrigues. Young Lele evidently played the role of the soul of the dormitory, adept at nurturing relationships. She was also the class monitor for Xia Wanner. You heard that, Xia Wanner said shyly. Gu Bei chuckled softly, his hand casually tucked in his pocket as he gazed out the window. I'm the one who usually mooches off others for meals, and they want me to treat? Tell your roommates that I'll treat them to a grand feast soon. All right. After exchanging some mundane pleasantries, Xia Wanner ended the call. Gu Bei turned to leave the balcony, only to be met with the inquisitive gazes of his three roommates. Brother Yi, who is this little bull? Lin Lixuan inched closer. Eager for a story, Kong Yifan and Zhao Jiachuan quickly joined, pulling their chairs around Gu Bei. Is it Jiang Yujia? Lin Lixuan pressed further. Since the start of the semester, the girl they had seen Gu Bei interact with the most was indeed Jiang Yujia. Thus, Little Bull was likely a nickname for her. Gu Bei admired their imaginations and made a gesture as if holding a cigarette. Kong Yifan immediately understood, reaching for a cigarette on the table and lighting it for him with keen perception. The three fixed their curious gazes on Gu Bei. He feigned a delicate inhale, his eyes slowly drifting towards them. Once he sensed the mood was just right, he spoke in a low voice. It has nothing to do with Jiang Yujia. The one I called is a high school classmate. Another high school classmate? Kong Yifan felt a twinge of dread at those words. The girl he had arranged to meet, Lina, was already a high school classmate of Gu Bei's, and now another one surfaced. Is she your girlfriend? Not at all, Gu Bei replied, his eyes narrowing as he uttered the two words. That's a relief. Kong Yifan casually lit his own cigarette, saying, Old Gu, you must wait for me to become single before you start looking for a girlfriend. When I first entered the dorm, I set my sights on being the tall, rich, and handsome one. Naturally, I must be the first to find love. As for Lin Lixuan, he knew he could never surpass him. Gu Bei gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, we are merely good friends. Is she not as beautiful as Lina? Kong Yifan inquired, perplexed. She surpasses Lina in beauty, came the reply. What school are you from to have so many stunning girls? Lin Lixuan expressed a hint of envy. Curious to know the reason, Gu Bei lowered his voice mysteriously, casting a glance at the three of them. Upon seeing their enthusiastic nods, he stroked his chin and declared, You see, like attracts like. In a school where a handsome guy like me resides, how could there be a shortage of beautiful girls? Goodness, what an inflated ego. You're just praising yourself in disguise. Lin Lixuan retorted. Are you planning to pursue Jiang Yujia? Typically, handsome guys wait for others to chase them. Old Gu, boys should take the initiative, Kong Yifan asserted, sharing his romantic theories. When you like a girl, invite her out for movies and meals, let her develop a fondness for you. Lin Lixuan and Zhao Jiachuan listened intently to Kong Yifan's words, nodding seriously, eager to put the advice into practice. Gu Bei observed the three youths with a slight smile. Perhaps this is the essence of youth, the fervor and curiosity surrounding romance. Little do they realize, the earnestness they display today may someday earn them the label of simp. You boys lack financial stability. Perhaps it's best to hold off on dating for now. You cannot provide the lifestyle I desire. Such sentiments were familiar to Gu Bei. He had witnessed the relentless pursuit of unattainable ideals, while others effortlessly secured a spot in the passenger seat of a luxury car. Of course, countless good-hearted girls were willing to accompany a fledgling boy on his journey until he became a general's wife. If someone were to ask her how she became a general's wife, she would graciously reveal, I was there by his side even when he was just a soldier. Gu Bei casually listened to Kong Yifan's lofty discourse, which seemed to be filled with classic quotes from the internet, devoid of originality. Still, the question remains, after so many years of advocating for gender equality, why must boys still pursue girls? Conversations among boys in the dormitory predominantly revolve around girls and video games. If one were to suddenly interject, let us discuss the meaning of this English sentence, they would surely be met with merciless dismissal. Embracing the anticipation of university life, the first week of classes following military training concluded successfully. The freshmen gradually acclimated to their new environment, free from the pressures of high school, with ample time to arrange their schedules as they pleased. Dormitories, cafeterias, lecture halls, gymnasiums, and libraries became their frequent haunts. Gu Bei received a response to the form he submitted to the university's Entrepreneurial Incubation Center. While examining store data, he received a call from Huang Bowen, prompting him to leave his dormitory and head towards the incubation base. As he walked, he noticed that most of his classmates were either riding electric scooters or bicycles, while he casually strolled along the route of Bus 11. It is said that the vastness of this campus is not without its drawbacks, as it takes over 20 minutes to walk from the dormitory to the classroom building. It appears that the schedule for acquiring a vehicle can no longer be postponed. Beiyye took out his phone and inquired within the men who are unattainable by 900 million girls dormitory group chat if anyone would like to join him in purchasing a car. As soon as his message was sent, he immediately received responses from Zhao Jiachuan and Lin Lishuan. Lin Lishuan, shall we set off now? Zhao Jiachuan, I know of a place on the east side of the campus that offers very affordable options, including second-hand vehicles. Kong Yifan, I do not require one. My family has a four-wheeled vehicle, which I will drive over tomorrow. Following this, the group erupted in a wave of criticism directed at Kong Yifan for his pretentiousness. It was agreed that everyone would ride two wheels together, yet he secretly procured a four-wheeled vehicle?